side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. Let me get
We're live. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to MCS. We are here with Season 10 LAN, and today co-casting with me for the first round matchup is going to be Mr. Belaski himself.
Hello, hello. I'm glad to be here. It's going to be a great set of games.
Yes, definitely. And, we're back again here at River Falls from last year. Great venue and whatnot. But we're going to be having a lot of matchups looking forward to today. But, to start off, talking about Rising Star, the upper round one, St. Paul Senators versus the Burnsville Inferno. And, the 1 and the 4 seed going against each other. What are your thoughts on those teams kind of going against each other? Like, what sort of information do you really know about them, and, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I know the number 1 seed's coming in here with a lot of momentum in their favor. And I know that the 4 seed's coming in. They played really well in Major 2 as well, but I just know that it's really hard mentally going into a game when you're going against the 1st seed right away. It makes things a lot tougher on you. And it's just a mental block you have to get past. So we'll have to see if maybe they can get past that. But it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, no, definitely. And, everyone you can kind of see here, obviously the Rising Star bracket, Senators and Inferno are playing here. And then you got the Miracles, Maulers playing later on, Buffalo Superiors, and then my team, Outlaws, against the Rhythm. So really across the board, some really good matchups. But to talk specifically about these players on St. Paul, right, you got Lord, Bloom, and Caesar. And I can say that the person that sticks out to me the most, they're all really great players, but really Caesar, he is one person I think is really valuable in what I've seen from his experience so far in MCS.
100%. It feels like they put together a really crazy super team just right for Major 2, and it came right at the perfect time. Like I said, they crushed it. They came in and just ended up winning the whole thing, got them the 1 seed. Every single one of their players as an individual could potentially go first round, maybe early second round in Rising Star. So the fact that all 3 of them are on a roster together is insane to me. But on the other side, you have the Burnsville Inferno.
Carl's nuts using some mouth spray, maybe? I don't know. He's got a sore throat.
100%. And they have teams. They have LAN experience. Carl's Nuts and Paul played together, and they played amazingly last season. But what do you know about the 4 seed going into this?
Yeah, I know I can speak from experience. My team's had a tough run-in with them, in the regular season and Major 2. Granted, maybe it was a little bit closer in there, but overall, talking about them, they are a super great team, super competitive. I think that their chemistry is on par with, a mind of its own, I guess, to sort of speak. And St. Paul, too, you saw that in Major 2. How far of a run that they kind of came. So, with this matchup specifically, I think it's going to be very close. But talking about individual players with the Burnsville Inferno, Carl's nuts. It's in his name. The dude's nuts, right?
100%.
And Paul and, sorry, I'm trying to remember the third person. Help me out here. Slay Panther, yeah. Each of these guys, they are a beast on their own, and for each 3 of them to be on a team together on the field is kind of scary.
Yeah, it's a team of titans, both sides, honestly. So it's crazy that this is going to be the opener for LAN. Mm-hmm. I'm really excited to see it. For a Rising Star matchup, this almost feels like an all-star game at this point. So I'm really excited to get into it whenever we get the chance.
Yeah, definitely. But as long as everybody can kind of see past champions here, Rising Star, shout out to Des Moines Derecho with 9. I don't know if that's totally true or whatnot, but it's what's on the screen, guys. It's what I'm being told. I don't know, maybe, that number could change depending on what happens this LAN.
Yeah, I've noticed there's a disturbing lack of Fargo Steelix. I know they've only been here for a couple seasons, but, no bias here, but I definitely think we need to take a couple. But you can see, oh my goodness, the all-time wins record in a row.
Wow.
16. Lord, Relax, Schlonkers.
Interesting.
That's insane.
Yeah, to see Lord on stage having this number 1 record, I don't know, St. Paul, you better watch out. Actually, no, he's on St. Paul. But yeah, you get what I mean.
100%. And I mean, some of these teams here, I don't even know what they're at in terms of wins in a row, but I reckon it's probably not super close just because of how competitive Rising Star and Chal and Premier have been just this season. And I'm just excited to see kind of what happens. You can see like the next closest one in recent time was Rochester Rhythm this season, and Mason and Kai putting up 8, getting them the fifth all time. It's just pretty impressive. So, I mean, shout out to AK for putting together a really good Premier team.
I feel like Fours could have maybe helped him out with the draft a little bit. I saw in general chat that he said he wasn't going to help him out anymore with that. So maybe some accreditation could go towards the guy. But, okay, this is another interesting stat here. Duluth Superiors versus St. Cloud Flyers, Premier Season 8 Grand Finals. You got the duo Bryant and Fours with an average 2.71 goals per game, saves at 4.83, and their LAN record of saves is 67. These guys are both an offense and defensive threat.
Yeah, this is awesome. I'm really liking these new just things to look at in between games. Just, it makes it so much cooler. It kind of shows the history of MCS, how much it's grown, and just kind of history, the legends of the game. Speaking of legends of the game, we have one of the best ever do it. T-Jack. I mean, he played out of his mind in that grand finals. I mean, 1.6 goals per game in a game of threes is fantastic. Shooting 50%. Player comp Monkey Moon, I couldn't agree more. I mean, that guy plays out of his mind when it comes to LAN. So,
you know, I would say Monkey Moon, too, is one of those professional players that a lot of people kind of try to replicate in their own play style. So it's kind of cool to see that T-Jack maybe sees that sort of play style within himself. And I don't know, maybe you could kind of have a different opinion too, but like Monkey Moon, I felt that he was a little underestimated as like a pro before winning like, 2 world championships back-to-back now?
yeah.
I don't know. But
100%.
you got face cams here. Minnesota 24 Bloom. Okay. Player's fun fact is he is a paratrooper medic in the Army for Alaska for not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 years.
That's 100% 4 years. Fantastic. And, oh. We're still here. We're still getting excited for LAN. So, I mean, we might as well get into predictions. What
That's
are you
true.
thinking?
And mind you, so this is a best of 5. You got to remember that. Oh, they already played? Well, it's all right. But anyways, for my prediction, I think of this best of 5 series, I'm going to have to go with St. Paul taking this one in a 3-1 manner. And the reasoning for this, right, I did talk about both teams, and they are super, super great. They're both very strong. However, St. Paul, I think they're going to continue carrying the momentum that they had in Major 2.
Yeah, 100%. I'm with you there. I think St. Paul's winning it in 4. It's going to be a gentleman's sweep. They'll probably win 2. Inferno wins 1. St. Paul just closes it out after that. I mean, I'm not going to lie. The Senators are the clear favorite to win LAN. It's going to be really hard to stop that momentum. And like we said, all of these players have pop-off potential. Their mechanics are nuts. They're so fast. But if there was a team to do it right away, it would be the Inferno. I would not be surprised at an upset. But still, I'm going to have to go with Senators winning it in 4.
In 4?
In 4.
Okay. So, wait, so you're just predicting the same thing as me?
Yeah.
Bro just said it different but copied me. No, it's all good. But no, yeah, I obviously agree with that prediction here, and I'm sure we'll be getting into the matchup soon, but I wish I could kind of see chat. I don't know, maybe I could look down at the crowd. Thumbs up for St. Paul. Who do we think's winning this series?
Yeah, can we get some hype?
Yeah, where's the hype at? Appreciate it, Clash.
Shout out
There you
Clash.
go. I think that means he wants St. Paul to win. Anybody for the Inferno? Anybody? There we go. Okay. Seems pretty fair from the crowd.
Yeah, pretty balanced.
One person for St. Paul, one for Inferno.
Yeah. So, I don't know if we're past the technical difficulties or not quite yet.
Yeah, I think we're getting things figured out here on the back end, hopefully soon. But how was your drive, man? How was your drive up here? And I know the weather and the roads are kind of iffy, but
yeah, it wasn't the most fun. It took a little bit longer than I wanted it to, driving all the way from Moorhead, all the way on the opposite side of Minnesota. But I mean, you take I-94 most of the way. It's not too bad. I mean, you kind of drove from.
I mean, same place,
area.
so yeah. Yeah, because I mean, and I actually timed it perfect to where when I was going through Minneapolis, I hit rush hour like 5 p.m., 5:30.
There you go.
That kind of sucked, yeah. So.
Not bad at all. So shout out to everyone that's here. I know the weather was not the best yesterday. It's not the best today, but we make the most of it. We show up to Season 10 LAN, so it's gonna be a
Exactly.
blast.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm curious, actually, since we were kind of talking about predictions earlier. You want to give a prediction for who's going to take it for Rising Star LAN? KC, right? No, you can be honest. Who do you think? Who do you think?
So I'm gonna.
You got to elaborate too.
I'm gonna say who I think is gonna win. And I'm gonna say who I want to win.
Okay, I like that.
So I think St. Paul's gonna win.
Sure.
Like we've talked about, they're just a monster of a team. If
Yeah.
I had to choose a team that I'm rooting for, I might have to go Duluth.
It's probably
So-
Seppi down there freaking out, yeah.
I just really love the players on that team. I love the vibe. I love the Cinderella story. You know, they're coming in off of.
Dude, yeah, we got to talk about that. 'Cause
yeah.
Chicago, everybody's probably on Twitch wondering, why is Chicago not here?
Yeah.
Well, do you want to kind of break the news?
Yeah, there was a little bit of issues with players not being able to make it, and because of that, it gave the opportunity for the 9th seed to be able to show up. They were all ready to get here. Actually, we're ready to start up.
We'll never know. Well, I mean, in this game one, it is a best of 5, so it's going to be a really quick series, but I know game ones are typically like a feeler out, and both these teams have played each other in the past already, so I don't know if you could kind of count it as that, but I would say when it comes down to LAN time, it's who starts off hot first, and here we are, Senators, putting an odd one in.
Yeah, it was a little bit awkward, kind of two people playing the same position, and then nobody playing the position. It just kind of gave an open net. And Senators are going to take that every time. I mean, first goal of LAN right there. A little bit of awkwardness, like you said, feeler game. I don't know how much they got to play prior to the start of the game. But here we are, about to potentially get another goal. But it gets a little bit of a whiff here as we see another pass sent out mid, but it gets popped out. We see a follow-up here. Off backboard, gets blocked. And fantastic save. And they're already coming out swinging. It was a little awkward for the first 20 seconds, but there's a lot of plays going on here that I was not expecting out of the first game at about 9:45 a.m.
Yeah, definitely. And so, kind of talking a little bit more about both of these teams, who as individual players are you looking to see shine in this series?
Oh, 100% Carl's nuts. We talked about his pop-off potential. Another one that I'm looking at is Lord and Slay Panther. I mean, it's just a game of how strong is your third man, and they are both fantastic third players, or third-round players, I should say, as we see Caesar get one right over Slay Panther, unfortunately for the Inferno. Great if you're a Senators fan, giving them a 2-0 lead. We got a minute and a half into the game.
Yeah, super great start for the Senators, and Caesar playing the midfield well, just as he usually does, so great start for them here in game one. But so, to kind of finish your answer, you said Carl's nuts is this person to shine for Inferno. Who are you thinking for Senators?
For the Senators, I got a little cut off there, but I would say Lord. He has the pop-off potential to be even borderline, some people would say, first like top 5 pick in Rising Star on a really good day. And so if we could see that here, they should just walk through this LAN no problem.
Gotcha. There you go. Yeah, no, I agree with those picks here. but you see 3 minutes left here in this game one. Inferno have yet to kind of get something going for themselves. They've been struggling quite a bit against the Senators' offensive pressure.
You see Paul try to take it off the side while Bloom grabs the boost, gets popped out, Lord pops it out. And I mean, Inferno are trying to get anything going, but they seem to be on their back foot at every possible turn. Now is a chance for him. Carl with full boost tries to pass off to Paul. Paul off backboard. No one can follow it but Bloom. Bloom sends it up. Caesar pops it up a little bit. Slay Panther is there to intercept it. It gets popped out into the corner. Lord gets it off the backboard, but there is a demo on Bloom, which potentially saves him from getting scored on. And I mean, we're seeing some crazy play come out of him here now, and but it still feels like the Senators just have their foot on the necks of the Inferno the entire game so far.
Yeah, Inferno having it a little bit rough here in this game one, but I do want to quick kind of shout out what we got going on the B stage. I believe you got the Bloomington Maulers of Rising Star playing against the Minneapolis Miracles. So hopefully later on we'll be able to share the results with you guys on that one, since that one is not on mainstream. However, Inferno still looking to get their first goal of the series here, with Carl's Nuts getting a bump and Paul just putting it right on through.
100%, and you know I'm not one to stray away from that type of play style. If that's what needs to get done to win the series, just got to do it, and it gets them their first goal, so maybe we'll see a little bit more of that going later in. They still have 2 minutes to score 2 goals. There's plenty of time left, and maybe that's the momentum shift they needed there.
There you go, yep. You just need something to get started here, and Caesar getting a decent 50. Lord able to follow this one up. Carl up on it, tries to get a pass across to Paul, but it's just too far deep, as the Senators are on defense now, trying to get something going as well. Lord does beat one. Slay slows it down to give his teammates some time, but a missed touch. He might doomsy, actually. He stays onto the ball. Ooh, hits this one wide. I don't know if that touch was very necessary, but now quickly it's going to be an open shot for Slay. Beautiful Slay from Bloom.
I mean, that was almost from great to the worst possible situation. Thank goodness Bloom was in the back line, because that was a fantastic redirect at mock speeds, and Bloom just got the read and saved them from getting it. Oh my!
Oh, Lord, are you kidding me?
A fantastic dunk from Lord. This is exactly what we were talking about. This is a player you don't want to have in a one-on-one situation, and even after Carl thought it was saved, he dunked him again. Just an insane play to give the Senators a 3-goal lead.
Hey, what do we call 50s? Call them dookies, right?
100%.
Yeah, but that could potentially be the nail in the coffin here. The Senators have a 3-goal lead now with less than a minute. Inferno really struggling so far, but again, these game ones can definitely be feelers, and yeah, that goal bump Caesar just looks like the nail in the coffin for this first game.
Yeah, like I said, there's already a hard enough mental hurdle to get over when you're facing the 1 seed. Now you're facing the 1 seed, game 1, you're 2 goals from getting Braziled. It is tough to get past that, and you can see from, the cameras, they're either really locked in or it's already getting to them. I can't exactly tell. The Senators are having a blast with this game so far. We see Caesar pop it up the left wall. He tries to kick it out to Bloom. Lord is there for it, though. Carl's Nuts pops it up in front of mid. Bloom is up. It gets past one. And, I mean, the Inferno are going to need something insane to happen to have a chance to tie this up, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, potentially they could get something to maybe keep some momentum going into game 2 for themselves, but it's just been a brutal beating from the Senators so far. Bloom getting a reset. Either team kind of just looking to get one last goal before they go into the next game here. And it drops midfield. Senators taking game 1 of the series.
Yeah, and I don't want to say I'm surprised that they won, but I'm surprised at how much of a dominant fashion they did it in. I mean, you could see Inferno had to have 9 saves in that game, and they still let in 5 goals.
Yeah.
I mean, they were just getting pelted. 16 shots on their net. They had 4. They needed to find a way to get that aggressiveness out, just out of the way. And try to put up a fight, because right now it's very one-sided.
Yeah, and thing we haven't even touched on is we're at LAN, right? And maybe not all these players have had that experience of like playing in person next to your teammates and the team you're playing against. Literally, we're looking at the main stage right now, and Carl's literally sitting arm's length from Lord. So it can be maybe a little off-putting in that environment if you're not used to it, especially. And maybe Inferno could be feeling that, right? We're looking at the stats here, and they had, like you pointed out, so many saves across the board, but still 5 goals were let in. That's just kind of insane. And that, to look at the Senators, they're that team that has that sort of offensive pressure. They are that threat.
100%. And I wonder if we're going to see a little bit of that, like you said, being at LAN. You see the person. You can play that, or you could try to totally ignore it. Some of the best players in the world play really heavy into that. You could see me, I'm going to intimidate a little bit. I'm going to pop off. So maybe we'll see that a little bit more in this game, but the Inferno need to figure something out as we missed the kickoff, but that's all right. Bloom is up. Tries to get it past one. He does. Carl is a little awkward. Lors pops it off the backboard. Slate Panther is there with the save, and we're already seeing, again, some more aggressiveness out of the Senators. It's just an offensive powerhouse of a team.
Yeah, and I think for this game, Inferno, they kind of need to give the Senators a taste of their own medicine, right? Senators coming off that game 1, especially winning 5-1. I mean, that's just crazy momentum to be going on throughout the rest of the series with.
As we see, Lord almost gets another dunk. That would have been a crazy shot with the flip reset. Slay does get it past one. Bloom pops it out. Paul is there, but he gets dunked. Caesar with the turn, tries to pass it mid. He gets one. Lord follows it up. Not a lot of boost on the Inferno side here, but they're trying to get some sort of offense cooking. And I mean, it's already a good start. They haven't been scored on yet. They got scored on an average of once per minute. We're a minute in. And as I say that, there's a good chance that this goes in. It's a little bit of awkwardness, but they still get their goal. Not the way they intended it, but, Bloom gets one. I don't think he got one last game, unless that was Caesar I saw. But one of them had 4 assists.
Okay.
So, I mean.
Yeah, no, this Senators team, they're really great at getting the touches that they need and not making so many unnecessary ones. Plus, their midfield presence has been super dominant so far in this series. I mean, even just overall in their gameplay, right, that's something that you might notice when they play, is that they're always there for each other, always supporting the ball, always ready to accept a pass or make a pass, whatever it may be that they need to do to get the job done.
Yeah, they cover the field very well. They just know where to be. And that could be a comms thing. That could just be a game sense after playing with each other so much. We don't know how much these teams scrimmed between Major 2 and LAN. I mean, I know there's some people that were out there just grinding and trying to get better because they want to win it all. And there's some teams who say, we're good enough, we don't have to worry about it. And, I mean, with how it's looking right now, the Senators could have just gone off playtime as they go up 2-0 here. Bloom gets his second of the game, and it's 2-0 with just under 3 minutes left. I mean, they're getting outscored 7-1 so far in the series. It's looking rough for the Inferno.
Yeah, you're seeing a little bit of uncertainty from them in the cams, while the Senators are just kind of cool, calm, and collected. Yeah, man, it's tough, right? Because they've only scored 1 goal so far. And the Senators, they are not letting up. They're that team that's going to keep the gas pedal going and not slow down.
Yeah, 100%.
But with the ball getting boomed by Carl, he's going to lose possession of that one. Lord up for this. Has a little opportunity to get a pass. Caesar is there. He does get blocked. Boom is last back. Carl trying to make an advance. Doesn't get the demo that he opts for. But he does get 50 to Caesar. Caesar looks for the outlet. As Paul's there, booms it over 1. Lord tries to keep it on to the Inferno side, slowing it down, gets a flip reset over 1. And right there is perfect example of them just taking the time that they need to get the touches they need, and perfect pass, perfect shot.
I mean, that pass was so nice. It was perfectly where it needed to get placed. No one thought that was getting passed. And they took advantage of the fact the Inferno had no boost. They were on their back foot. And luckily, there's still a lot of time left, and even if they end up losing, there's, It's still a best of 5. They can come back. And even if they lose that, they have a second life.
Oh.
And Paul gets the second goal for the Inferno this series, and now the game looks a lot more manageable for him.
Yeah, and I think right there, Paul putting that one in hopefully kind of helps them get something going for the rest of this game here, because they lose this one, they basically have to complete a reverse sweep to keep their, first life, right? Both these teams, they do have 2 lives available, but you definitely, if you can help it, try to keep both those lives as long as you can.
You see Bloom tries to get a pass up mid.
There's another one.
Receive it though, and they are 1 goal away from tying this up. And that was a mistake, and Paul took advantage with a fantastic demo. Caesar caught a little too far, deeper rotation, and they get an open net.
Yeah, a little bit of an overcommit there maybe from the Senators. I just noticed Caesar wasn't really rotated back to third man quite yet, and almost another kickoff goal. Slay trying to put on the heat on top of Lord, but Senators do stop their Inferno advances here. You're going to see the ball just clanged. And now Inferno, nice backboard clear. Carl leaves the ball here. Paul's 50ing it. You're going to see 2 players up. Bloom does get the better half of it. Paul freaking out a little bit, almost an own goal. Lord keeping this one close, trying to slow it down a little bit for his teammates to get some pads, get some rotations going. And the Inferno, they seem to be doing a little bit better. It's just their defense has just been kind of struggling.
Yeah, they're definitely stepping up from last game, and we could see a little bit cleaner rotations, probably better comms as well. As you see, it goes off backboard. Lord does get the clear though. Caesar tries to get a pass off. Paul is there. Caesar passed it up. Lord going for the bump. He does get it, but Slay Panther gets back just in time. And he has
this
a
could be it for the
lead.
Inferno.
As we see a stop and a fantastic demo on Paul there to allow the Senators to retain the ball. But it gets popped up. Carl is there. That's a double commit. Lord needs to make a touch. He does get one. Paul.
Lord zero boost. Oh, but Paul can't. Wait, is it in? Oh no.
As it gets popped out off the post. That is so unfortunate for the Inferno, because that was the game tire.
And 15 seconds here. Carl puts that one to the side. Paul gets a demo. He gets the side boost. He gets it almost over 1. Bloom, it's to the corner. Caesar's there. He clangs it. 5 seconds. Inferno got to get something. Some sort of play needs to develop from this, but the ball's just going to hit the ground. Not really much coming out of that aerial from the corner there. And Senators take game 2, and now
100%.
this is match point.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that they still do get a timeout. I don't know if they're going to utilize it or not, but if there was any situation to do it, this is it. Because, I don't want to say it's been domination, because game 2, they 100% stepped it up. But it just doesn't feel like they can get anything going enough to win a game as it is. And maybe they need to have a sit-down talk with each other, or if they have a third-party coach, something or another, to kind of tell them what they're noticing. But yeah, it's been rough so far for them. And
no, I agree. And to kind of analyze it a little bit, I think really what Inferno's struggling with against the Senators right now is that they aren't stopping the Senators' offense, which is basically creating the Inferno to not have any offense. Yeah. And I think that's something that they succeed in, between both offense and defense. And so when they can't get that going and they struggle to stop the Senators, it just kind of makes it hard for themselves to really do anything. But I don't know, maybe they were kind of starting to combat that just a little bit here as this game was a little bit closer. Doesn't look like they're going to be using a timeout. As you obviously see, we're loading into game 3 here now. Slay Panther getting a center across. Bloom's there. Paul's stopping this one. He does false it up. He gets another touch. Nice 50 against Caesar there.
Yeah,
and now the Senators just a little awkward on rotation, but I don't know. What are you thinking needs to change here for the Inferno to hopefully take at least one game in this series?
Yeah, I'm going to say this is a lot easier said than done. But one thing I've noticed about the Inferno's clears is that it seems to always be going to a St. Paul player. Whether or not they could just find a different outlet, or, I just feel like making sure that the Senators can't touch the ball. Because when they get a touch, it's so controlled. It's going to a teammate. It's going towards the net. It's, you know, there's meaning behind it. It feels like the Inferno are just hitting the ball to hit the ball. And I think if they fix that, this could be a lot more competitive of a series. You see almost an open net from a little bit of a missed touch. Paul is there. Tries to get a pass off.
Oh, it's a beautiful pass.
But it's off the sidewall. Lord is there. He gets it past one. He pops it up. Gets it around Slay Panther. Bloom is there, but he doesn't want the goal, so he lets Paul clear it. And a little bit of awkwardness from the Senators again. Bloom, can he get there? He can. And now Carl with the follow-up touch. And I'm not sure what's going on, if it's trolling or what, but there's so many missed touches and just whiffs from the Senators.
On both sides. Ooh, almost sneaking that one just below the crossbar, but it hits. Nice pass over to Slay Panther here, and I don't know, kind of like what you're pointing out, it just seems like both teams have been making some odd mistakes that neither team's really taken advantage of to punish the other.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm wrong in saying this, but this feels more like a game one than game one did. This feels just, you know, this feels like a feel-out game with how much things just kind of changed. And I don't know if because they decided to actually make a change and Senators try to preemptively guess what that was going to be, and now they're both just awkward. But things feel different as we see almost a crazy redirect. Slay Panther is there. Caesar tries to put in the net, but Carl gets a nice little clear. Lord pops up with it, tries to get to one. Bloom is there. Can he get the follow-up? Lord tries to dunk, but Slay Panther with a great save. Caesar with another one. Carl with another save. We're still all zeros halfway through this game.
Yeah, we're halfway through this one. Nobody has scored yet, which is kind of crazy because, yeah, like you're saying, this does definitely feel like more of a game one than the actual first game because nobody's scored yet, right? It definitely looks like they're playing both kind of a little panicky, like they haven't settled in, but we're 2 games deep, almost 3 now with this one. 2 minutes left. Lord looking to get an air dribble shot. Doesn't finish. Carl making an advance here. Caesar does shut that play down. Paul late to the challenge. Slay is able to get the clear. But lets Lord grab that corner boost, and that might be crucial now in Senators potentially getting their first goal. Ball centered. Caesar slow to challenge on that one. Lord just banging it right back into the backboard. I think they're doing a really good job so far also of making the Inferno awkward. That's really what I've just noticed.
As you say that, that might be an open net for Lord here. As we just got kind of a double, maybe even a triple commit here. Yeah, well, double commit with one person just kind of overextending. And it just 150 goes bad, and that's a goal. And now it's a minute and a half. You're on match point, about to get swept, essentially. I mean, the nerves have to be high for the Burnsville Inferno.
Yeah, definitely a minute left. You're right. Like, there is some nerves, kind of a little bit of freak outiness, if that's what you want to call it. Worried, you know, that they're going to be already dropping down to 1 life here. I don't know. It's tough, right? You just don't know what to maybe change or adapt to in this scenario. Time is of the essence, and something needs to change.
You see, if Paul can get a good touch here, demo, he just makes him awkward. Slay Panther throws off backboard. Carl just missed it. Paul, not a lot of boost, but he does have the sidewall touch. A little bit of awkwardness. Lord gets to just throw it at the net. Slay Panther has to make a diving save. 40 seconds left. The Inferno need a goal here. Pops it over one. Carl with another touch. And he gets a fantastic shot over 2 of them. And that ties up 36 seconds left. It breathes a little bit of life into the Inferno here.
Yeah, that was a beautiful solo play from Carl. I mean, nothing else really to say about that. But the guy made the play against 2 Senator players, so.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I mean, 30 seconds left. And yeah, I mean, they're playing great. And it's just a lot better now than the first 2 minutes of the series were, but they need another one. They need to take the first lead of the series, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Fantastic bump goal, and that could be the nail in the coffin here and sending the Inferno into the lower bracket.
God, that's gotta hurt, man. Like Inferno, they were fighting for that one goal that Carl to make, and that was a solo play, right? It wasn't even really a team effort type of thing, but for Senators to just get it back with ease and not that much time.
Oh.
Inferno, they do have possession here. Paul's up. He does get it down. Bar down, Paul, to tie it up with 5 seconds.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about that demo Paul got to let that play even occur. Carl, a little bit panicky, throws off the net. Paul cleans it up. I mean, just a fantastic redirect and demo from Paul there. Great play. I mean, 5 seconds left. I'm not going to lie, the nerves have to be insane as they almost get a kickoff goal.
Ooh,
that would have been the worst way.
They're so thrown off. Carl gets a nice beat. 0 seconds. It's down. We are in overtime, Pulaski.
100%. And first overtime of the series, as we see a little bit of bump action going on here. Caesar pops it over one. Slay is there to follow it up. Gets another touch. Paul going for the demo on Bloom. He does get it.
Oh, what a fake!
Gonna miss touch.
Carl
is there?
He can't get it. It's off the sidebar. Senators are all over the place. 0 boost, 0
Another
rotation.
bump.
Caesar's there. He does get a nice touch to the side. Slay Panther trying to center it. Caesar gets the better half of the 50. Carl's there. Can Bloom read it off the backboard? He does, but it's straight to Carl. Caesar's lucky in the right position to get a deflect. But now it's over into the Senators' corner. They've just been struggling so far. They've been out of rotation. Nice bump from Paul there. Gameplay's slowly escalated down, but a missed touch from Paul. Bloom is up off the backboard. Can he get the double? He can't. He misses. The fake is off the sideboard. 2 people can't get there. Nice clear to the side. Oh my gosh,
Up
Blasky.
back goal. Paul gets a touch. This is insane. A couple missed open nets. As we see Slay Panther pops up in front of his net. Carl's awkward. Lord is up.
Oh,
it's
not in. No, Lord puts it in. What a finish.
Oh
Gosh.
my. I mean, that was as intense as that could have gotten. That was insane. Slay Panther inches from keeping the game in the game.
Oh.
But unfortunately for them, the Senators do walk away winning game 3.
You know, but on the bright side, I think that the Inferno are heating up a little bit. You got to give it to them. They kind of, I don't know, something changed, but they were able to kind of pick it up a little bit and give the Senators an actual fight in this series. But you're right, yeah, Senators taking this one 3-0, and it just seemed, right, you're looking at stats on a piece of paper, it just kind of looked like an absolute sweep, and
yeah,
I don't know.
100%. And, I mean, we saw it. What really worked for the Inferno, and maybe they're going to use this going down later, is Paul was making play after play with those bumps and demos. I mean, pretty much every time the Inferno scored this series, just about, maybe one goal didn't occur because of this, but Paul was getting crazy demos, giving open nets, and just relieving pressure. And I think that's what they need to do going forward because, I mean, they almost took a game off the Senators with that alone. I mean, 5 demos is insane. He had as many demos as the entire Senators combined.
Yeah.
And, that kind of just takes the air or takes the wind out of an offense is when you're scared to push up. So maybe the Inferno incorporate that a little bit more, and Senators maybe have to look out for that a little bit more. They won 3-0. It felt pretty dominant from the start, but things started slipping a little bit. So maybe they have to incorporate watching out for that a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the Inferno, they'll be fine if they can kind of keep what they were starting to do at the end of that game 3 there for the rest of their LAN run. I don't know. I think they might drop down to, I don't know exactly where they drop down to in losers, but nonetheless, they'll kind of have more of an advantage there considering they have the higher seed. But it kind of just sucks, knowing that right away you lost your more so like insurance life, right? That's what you want to call it. I don't know. I hate to say this, but I wish that shot from Lord didn't go in, man. It was so close, and I wish that it could have got cleared there just for Inferno's sake of maybe having a chance. But Paul being in such an uncomfortable spot just wasn't in the cards.
Yeah. I mean, the hype would have been insane if Slay Panther could have potentially gotten there. If it was just a little bit less on, and if he got that save, it would have been just nuts. As we have some people popping off on the B stage or the warm-up one. I can't tell which one it is. I think it's a warm-up, but yeah, that was an intense overtime. For how one-sided the rest of the series kind of felt, I think the Inferno have to take that one and be happy that they didn't just kind of take it laying down. They fought back. They played really well at the end, and I wish them luck going forward.
Yeah, I mean, we were close on our predictions. We guessed
Yeah.
3-1 St. Paul to win, and that almost was an Inferno win. But
Yeah, I almost had the exact perfect win, lose, win, but that was about as close as it could have gotten with the overtime. But
gotcha. And I kind of want to ask you who you think the MVP was for Senators, but I remember you mentioning that the person to kind of look out for was Lord, right? That was your person to shine this series.
yeah, and he played fantastic. Honestly, all of them played so well. It's so hard because they all play different roles. So it kind of depends on what you value as a player. And, do you care about the mechs, the flashy goals, Because sometimes, even if they score one goal, if it's super flashy and it, just knocks the wind out of the other team, that could be MVP worthy. It could be the person that's getting most saves. But I kind of want to give it to Bloom. I mean, Bloom just played fantastic the entire series, just well-rounded. I don't want to say glue guy, but he played every position that he needed to. I mean, first game, I think he had 4 assists. I mean, it's hard to find a player that can do that for you, and I think that's super valuable in getting you a goal. So I think that's who I would give my MVP to. Who are you thinking?
I mean, we talked about him plenty enough. Lord, I don't really got to say much about him. He just popped off, right? He's one of those really great players, really mechanical players. I believe he's also, wasn't he the highest rated MLR on that team too, right? Captain, so to speak.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, gotcha. But yeah, for the Inferno, I mean, I think someone that I wanted to see kind of show up a little bit more was Slay Panther. I felt like Carl's Nuts and Paul are doing enough of their own work, or at least kind of keeping up with their own, but just they needed that little bit of oomph, and that was Slay Panther, and I just wasn't seeing too much of him. We weren't really saying much of his name.
Yeah, I think they were playing well. It was just a lot of missed shots. But yeah, I think we could just talk about the games that are coming up here soon. I mean, what is the next game here if we can get?
I believe it's Challenger, Upper Round 1, Fargo, and Kansas City, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
I think it's Premier.
Oh, is
or
it
no.
Premier? Because we
I
just
can't
say Rise and
remember.
Star, right? I just figured to do it in order. I don't know.
I wouldn't know, dude.
We're going to be having a
I
ton
just
of
work
games
here.
going forward here.
Hey, I think it's going to be Duluth versus Omaha.
I think that's Bloomington versus
Brainerd?
Rochester?
That's crazy.
Brainerd? Yeah, Brainerd? Where's Brainerd?
But yeah, so it was a fantastic series, 3-0 for St. Paul, but we will catch you guys for the next game, Duluth versus Omaha.
so hard. You got to know now. Ooh, taking it too far. Nothing to hold now. I'm falling apart. Out in the cold now. Breathing underwater. Breathing underwater now. I can't let go.
Back, everybody, to some more MCS action. Wow. I'm Clash, joined by Carl, and we're going to be catching this next match together. Superiors versus Buffalo. How you doing, Carl?
I'm doing, everybody just watched me get absolutely embarrassed on stage, so I've been better. But, we're at LAN, and that's exciting. And win or lose, it's fun to be here. We got, a full slate of games ahead of us. We got some good ones. Coming up next here, we got in the Challenger division, we got Omaha versus Duluth. As we take a look at the schedule for the rest of the day here, ton of games. Like this might take all day, Clash.
Yeah, there's a lot of games in this day, and yeah, it's a long day for all these players. Obviously, they're only playing so many as each team, but no matter what, it's got a lot of action to go on here. These matches are not quite right on there, but that's
yeah, that's true. Whatever.
Looking at Challenger here, we have a few upper bracket matches going. On the B stream, we're going to have Miracles versus Rhythm happening, but we're going to be watching Superiors versus Buffalo. I believe Superiors do have a sub on stage. They have Kirby instead of Mango. Mango not able to make it, allowing circumstances. We get it, but how is that going to play a factor into this game?
Obviously it's going to mean something. Mango's an excellent player, but that's no hate on Kirby. Kirby's we've seen Kirby play in Challenger and succeed. He's an excellent player. He's going to fill in really, really well on this Challenger roster, but at the end of the day, not having a guy like Mango on your field is going to mean something at the end of the day. We'll see how much it means, obviously, as the series kicks off, but it's going to be, we'll see. Maybe not a huge loss, maybe a huge loss. Maybe Kirby plays himself into a Challenger role next season. I'm sure he will get drafted to Challenger next season. See some facts. Bob put in there that he's 6-0 against Power in league matches. That's a good little fact.
Yeah. There's always going to the big storyline for this one is going to be that sub factor.
Yep.
Kirby, though, has been grinding. He's a very solid player. He's, I don't remember how high rank he got, but he got at least 1,700.
I believe he has been in the 1,700s for sure.
He's been pushing, but they are missing Mango, and that's their number one player. I've seen some redrafts made, and he has been right at the base of.
Dominant. If their team would have won the whole thing, he would actually did he receive the MVP in Major 2? I forget.
Yeah.
Mango was the Major 2 MVP. So not having that guy in her team is absolutely massive. I mean, he obviously makes himself known on all facets of the game when he plays. So it will be interesting to see how Kirby does as we get a look at the players down there. Kirby, the man of the hour, in the middle on the left there.
Yeah, and talking about the other side, though, we talked a lot. We talked a lot about that Spears side and what they're going to be going through, but also going back to this Buffalo side, after bringing Naquan in, the player that we're watching now, they have kind of gone on a tear. They did pretty well with the roster that they had before, but as soon as Mini Naquan joined, they really seemed to kick it up that notch. Infinite and Rob, a solid duo for the whole season, but Mini Naquan joining this squad, he jumped around a few rosters too.
He did, yeah.
But finding his spot on the Buffalo.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Mini Naquan was a really high Challenger draft pick. Was he?
Yeah, he was number 4.
I believe he was top number 4 pick in Challenger. So I mean, if you're getting a top 4 pick to pair along with Rob and Infinite, I mean, that's a team that should be at LAN. That's a great team. My dad was
I mean, funny. Hey, that's not a bad peak. I respect your dad for that one. That's awesome. Definitely a Rob fan here.
Well, father-son Rocket League action.
He's been doing a lot for the league, so.
He has, yeah.
I love that he played with his dad. That's awesome. I wish my dad would play with me. I don't think that would be very much fun for him, though.
Yeah, seriously.
But, yeah, getting into this one, I don't know if you want to go ahead and do some predictions. I'm not sure what you're thinking on it. I think on paper, because of the sub, that there's a right answer potentially, but like we've been mentioning, Kirby is an X factor. So
yep.
I'm going to throw it to you. What are you thinking for this one?
Like you said, on paper, it seems like there's an obvious prediction here. We are playing without the top player on one team, and instead a sub is playing up. So you wouldn't think that team would win. but I'm actually going to pick the Duluth Superiors in this one. I got a lot of faith in Kirby. I think he's an excellent player. I think Bob could definitely hold his own as the first man on the team, and I think Doge moved up from Rising Star to Challenger for a reason. So I'm actually going to take the probably slight upset.
Okay.
I would say Omaha's probably favored, but I'm going to take the Duluth Superiors in this one. I want to see a cool upset here.
Okay, I am going to go with the more obvious prediction. I think I'm going to go with Buffalo here. I do think Superiors can take a game. I think it'll be in 4. So
I got a thumbs up over there from Stewie, so we might be getting into this one shortly. I guess I don't need to turn around. I can see myself right there.
But yeah, as we're getting into this one, I'm looking forward to it. We can talk about that last match really quick, but
We can't. I mean,
I don't know how
I
fast
was
we're gonna
there. I'd love to talk about it.
I don't know if you want to talk about that one that much.
Part of me doesn't want to, but I also don't know what else to talk about, so I might as well talk about it. Yeah, obviously, we got swept. It just didn't go the way we wanted. I think, obviously, we played an excellent team. St. Paul is the 1 seed for a reason.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I know we can beat any team in the league. Just didn't happen that time. As we're getting into this one right here, Superiors versus Buffalo, you see the rosters there on the top left and right. Bob, Doge, and Kirby against Infinite, Mini, Naquan, and Rob. Ball starting off in the blue half off kickoff as Kirby with no boost is going to take this ball away from Bob, who had boost, and now neither of them do. Doge going to take a 50. Rob, this potentially is open. Kirby is back, though, for the save. Nothing ridiculous happening so far, Clash, as Blue just tries to keep the ball out of their half.
Yeah, and one thing I want to talk to you about is I haven't had a chance to play at LAN.
Yeah.
The LAN factor for these players, how much is that going to affect their nerves right now?
It's definitely a real thing, Whether it's nerves, whether it's, excitement, I think part of it is just playing on a setup that's not yours. I think that's a really, really huge factor because, you get so used to playing in your room, on your PC, on your monitor, whatever it may be, and now you got to come over to this. While these are nice PCs, obviously, it's just different.
Yep.
As almost a double tap there. Good save there from Kirby. But yeah, it could be a combination of the nerves and playing in just a different scenario. Usually people don't play better than they do at home on LAN, but we might see some peaks today. I guess we'll have to find out.
Yeah, there's always those flashy plays that we just happen to see at LAN that someone just steps up and takes that spotlight. But we'll see who comes out for this one. And Buffalo are keeping it in the Superiors half right now. They have not let up.
Yeah, some pretty slow play from both teams so far. But again, it is LAN, and that does tend to happen. And I felt like we were playing slow as well. That's just how it goes. But, potentially an open net here. Zoch has to get back to that one. 2 minutes almost down in this game, and really no serious threats on either net. As Mini Naquan's going to try to 50 that one. Doge with no boost, going to get a flick over Rob, excuse me. Infinite with some boost, maybe going to try and get a 50 here, but has to back out. Mini Naquan with a 50 out to his teammate Rob, lurking mid. Kirby with a good bang downfield. Infinite with no boost has to make a save here. Does. It pops up to his own backboard. Mini Naquan popping this down from maybe his own teammate, but he has no boost. And yeah, like I said, 2 minutes down, and really nothing serious happening on either net so far, Clash.
Yeah, Buffalo really keeping the foot on the pedal here. Infinite going for a fake here. Mini Naquan taking over. Very mechanical player. Tries to go flip for reset, but well cut out by the Superiors. That's a shot on target. Infinite able to make the save. Rob playing patient on the back line here. Tries to take some control. This one's going to be on target, though. Mini, easy clear for him. Able to get there. Bob just plays it across. No one going to be there for the Superiors, though, and it goes back into possession for the Buffalo.
Everybody, I don't know if I'm seeing things. It just looks like everyone's cars are moving at like half speed of normal. I don't know why that is, but maybe that's just the LAN way. Infinite trying to take this one up. No good touches for him there. I mean, Naquan might have one more off the corner if he can get there fast enough, because Bob is awkward and with no boost. A 50 up mid, maybe a shot for Omaha, as that one's just high. Kirby goes missing, and Rob able to put that one in from the backboard. Kirby had to make an awkward touch on his backboard, but had no boost to do so, and Omaha is going to strike first in the game one.
Buffalo getting loud in the back. Rob putting that one away for his team, and very solid play off the backboard there. No one able to defend that. Superiors kind of starved out for boost there, and it's kind of been the story of this game. Buffalo been on offense, Superiors stuck on defense. Superiors have to figure out a way to break out of their half. Maybe that is going to be on the hands of Bob the Huge Man. He is the highest pick remaining on this team. Without Mango being here. It's kind of going to be on the hands of him, seeing if he can make it out. But right now, they're still stuck Bob able to get a initial save. Kirby able to get the clear, but still in their half, and this one's going to be on target. It finds its way through.
What a shot there from Rob. Follows up his own, this might have fallen in if no one touched it, but follows up his own shot here. Gets a touch there, lands on the wall, and backflips into that one. 2 Duluth Superiors go missing in the net there. And I mean, this is a tall order here. The Duluth Superiors haven't scored yet. Now they're tasked with getting 2 in a minute and 20 seconds. Not sure if they'll be able to do it, but something's got to give. Kirby gonna have to collect this one in his own side here. Has some good control here. Gets a flick over one. Might get a flick over another. Does. Ooh. Has no boost to follow. Maybe a shot in there from him, but he can't quite get around to with no boost. Bob with a shot though. That's an excellent rebuttal there from the Duluth Superiors. I mean, 2 good flicks here from Kirby. Maybe he could have scored himself if he had some boost, but nonetheless, doing a good job popping it out for his teammate, and Bob doing a good job being there for him.
It would have been cool if Kirby put that one in himself. It just a few more boost pads, a couple, 20 more boosts, he probably could have had it, but doesn't matter. It's 3s for a reason. You got those teammates behind you. Kirby beat 2 there. That's all he needed to do, and he's now going to play this one forward to Bob again. Bob, though, no boost. Infinite to the middle. No one going to be there for Buffalo. They don't have to push here. They have the lead still. 50 seconds left, though. It's enough time here for Superiors. They're going to put another shot here. Double commit on defense, though. It's still dangerous. Doge not going to be able to follow that one up. Big clear coming out from the Buffalo. And now Superiors have to find all the way back onto the other half again.
Yeah, they got about 30 seconds here, Clash, to make an offensive push happen. They had some good opportunities there about 20 seconds ago, but just find themselves back on defense after it's all said and done. 20 seconds, Doge trying to get a 50 downfield. I guess that's okay, because Mini Nick wants out of boost. He collects boosts, actually. Kirby has absolutely nothing here, but he has to try to get some kind of 50. Doge going up the wall for that one. Bob has to try to make a push. 7 seconds left. This one's going to fall onto the blue half, and it's probably over unless they can get maybe a big clear or a pass downfield. This one 50's into their corner. Doge's going to miss, and that one is going to end game 1. Omaha Buffalo taking this first game 2-1. I mean, what'd you notice there, Clash?
I mean, Superiors were able to score on a counterattack one time, but that's kind of all it felt like they had. I know they had more shots than that. They had 6 throughout the match, but it really felt like they didn't have that many chances. I want to see them lock it down a little bit better on that defensive end so that they have those counterattack opportunities. They're not looking for those outlet passes as much as I want them to. They're able to get the initial clear, but not the outlet to counterattack. Yep. So because Buffalo are so heavy in their half, they should have those opportunities, but they're not finding them as much that they
and
probably
maybe
should.
Part of that's maybe boost starvation. It seemed like even both teams were pretty starved on boosts for a good chunk of that game. I will say, though, for as long as the Superiors were on defense, only allowing 2 goals is not the worst thing, because they were on defense for a majority of that game.
Yeah.
Only allowing 2 goals is not the end of the world. If they can find a way to stop even one of those, we got a tie game. But I don't actually hate that game 1 from the Superiors, making it a 1-goal game. Really anybody's game 2 at this point, I think. But yeah, you're right, getting those counterattacks, because if Buffalo's going to be on the offensive half all day, there's room down the field to get a counterattack, a pass up to a teammate. So definitely looking for the Superiors to take advantage of that in game 2. And in a best of 5, game 2, that's the most important game, Clash. That's what they say.
If you go down 2 games, it's so hard to reverse sweep. It's doable. We've seen it plenty of times, but it is so much harder than coming from a 1-1 score line. So Superiors need to start it here. Trying to start the attack fast. Back to Infinite. Bob, good clear. Playing it to himself. Able to get another hit out, though. Infinite gonna be beat here. Bob, it's gonna be a slow roller, and it's in. I mean, Superior score first.
What was it? Look at what this was. This was a pass upfield to a teammate. There was no Omaha Buffalo back to save it. We just talked about that. Like, if they can do this all day, they're gonna have absolutely no issues with this Omaha Buffalo team. I mean, yeah, just gotta get somebody back if you're Omaha. Can't have 3 guys in the blue half if you're gonna allow a counterattack like that.
Yeah, and coming from the other side for the Buffalo, the best way for them to do that is just to make sure you're playing a safe attack there. If you have that person always ready to go for the ball, it's going to be very difficult for the other team to get those counterattacks because there's always someone attacking. I want to see Buffalo basically just be a linchpin against the Superiors here. And they were doing that game 1. They slipped a little bit in that last goal, let that one go through, but now they're attacking again. Rob trying to play this one forward. Dealt well with by the Superiors. Kirby able to get a bump here, gives a little space for his team. Bob off the backboard to a teammate, not quite. Rob is able to get there first. This could be pretty awkward for the Superiors. Only Kirby able to challenge that. He has boost, doesn't make contact. This could be an open shot. Doge gets back in time. Great save from Doge.
You see a Kirby card change here in game 2. Octane no more. As, yeah, the Superiors doing some excellent job on defense there. I thought that was going to be a for sure goal for Mini Naquan as Doge had to get back for it at the last second. And now they're just trying again to take... Okay,
yeah,
I'm getting talked to by the producer up here, sorry. But yeah, Duluth Superior's attempting to just get this one out of their half. Maybe a shot opportunity here from them. But Omaha just going to quickly counterattack this one out. Low boost here from Mini Naquan as he's going to back out. Rob trying to bang this upfield, but Bob is waiting for it. Bob goes missing there. Infinite maybe trying to put a shot on net. Rob with a touchdown to a potential teammate. 2 players fake. Kirby has absolutely no boost. Rob and Infinite backline. All 3 Omaha players back. Doge has really no teammates here. Never mind, he had Bob there, but couldn't get another touch out.
Yeah, and Buffalo just holding now on their end. Superiors are finally starting to get a little bit of pressure going, but it's not as sustained as I want it to be. It's an attack, and then they have to back off again. Bob trying to do something for his team there, not able to. Doge, again, clearing it to that side. He's getting it out of the half, but not as much sustained pressure as I want. Bit of a double quit there, but there is still a chance here. Bob not quite able to get that one. Infinite, great clear from him. This one's going to fall middle in the possession of the Buffalo. Kirby not going to be able to make contact with that one. Doesn't have any boost. Superiors are very low here. Kirby, great clear from him though. B stage going crazy.
Yeah, that was
there. But Doge
guttural scream
off his own backboard. Big clear. No one's going to be able to meet that very quickly. Rob is back, but only as far as Bob. That one goes middle, but no one there for the Superiors. If they're trying those infield passes, they have to be in the position for him. That could have been dangerous if there was someone there, but the positioning wasn't quite there.
Absolutely, and I mean, the Duluth Superiors doing an excellent job on defense in this game, not allowing any goals from Omaha. 3 minutes into this game. And they've been on defense for, again, a decent amount of time, not as much as last game, but just not allowing any seriously threatening shots, and when they do, doing a good job getting back to it. As B-Stage, somebody's really excited over there in B-Stage. I wish I was that excited about anything in my life. My goodness.
Yeah, Superiors kind of starting to hold a little bit of pressure now. Kirby over across to Bob. Bob's not going to be able to get a shot on target, but back middle, though, to Kirby. Ooh. That was a chance. Not quite put away, though. Doge, a chance for himself. No, leaves it for Bob. Not
Definitely
quite.
An opportunity there for the Duluth Superiors that he couldn't quite cash in on. I mean, lucky for them, though, they are up. If that was an Omaha push, that would have been a really unfortunate miss. But going up 2-0, there would have been a nice opportunity for them as, you know, 1 goal, anything can happen here. We send it to OT, and anything's possible in OT. A minute left here. Superior's still clinching onto that 1-goal lead. And yeah, Omaha just need to find some sort of threatening offensive push here. Duluth doing an excellent job not allowing anything serious to happen. Rob gets a big clear downfield. Kirby has to deal with this. Gonna maybe cut that around Naquan. He does. He gets a touch. 50 with Infinite. Nobody's back if Doge can maybe shoot this. Rob getting bumped, but is able to recover. That's a shot on there from Omaha. Bob has to save it, and he just can't. An absolutely perfect shot from Mini Naquan there, putting it just high enough to get over the players and low enough to go onto the crossbar. Bob just cannot quite get back to that, as that is perfectly placed top left. Sharp shooting there from Mini Naquan to tie this one up.
It really didn't feel that dangerous for the Superiors there. I was surprised that that one made it through. Kirby just didn't quite make the contact that he needed, and Bob wasn't going to be back in time. And yeah, that placement was
excellent,
as perfect as it could be. It was as top left as could be without hitting the crossbar. Great placement by Rob there, but it was just a tiny gap that they found on that defensive end. Kirby, though, trying to get this one back. He does not want to go down 0-2 in this series, especially without their starting, well, it's without their top player, really, Mango. They want to take a game here.
It is pretty likely that, you know, a comeback would be more likely if they did have their, my goodness, can we mute B-Stage? I'm just kidding. But yeah, a comeback's probably easier when you have that top guy like Mango on your team. You know, going down 0-2 with a sub, it's just not the best situation for you. I have faith in them to score here. You know, I picked them before the series started. I do have faith in them to win this thing. I think they have the team that can do it. But so far early on in OT, we get some orange pressure here on the blue half. Mini Naquan gets that flip reset, a cut there from Infinite. Rob also cutting that. All 3 Omaha players committing to offense here, it looks like. Never mind, they're actually both back, and I have no idea what I'm looking at. Rob gonna challenge this one, a little bit of lag there, uh-oh.
There was a bit of a double commit on the offense there from the Buffalo. That's really what killed it. They had the one follow-up after that, and then they had to retreat there. So Buffalo, again, solid rotation on that offense are going to help them a lot. They have so much pressure going, but they're not controlling it as well as they could be right now.
I gotta find out what team is over there on B stage. My goodness. I gotta start a rock band with that guy.
Yeah, but again, Buffalo back in the offensive half. It's kind of been the series. It's kind of been the story of this series. But Superiors have made something out of this game. They had some spark in the last one too, but they started really hot in this one. Doge trying to get this counterattack going, beats the one. Rob, 0 boost on the back line, is able to get a good clear though. Doge is going to go up for this one. Good control from him. Fakes the flip reset, goes over one more. Someone's there.
Oh,
not
good save from
quite
Mini
going to
Naquan.
be making it through Mini Naquan.
Yeah, that one looked dangerous. Mini Naquan had to be back for that. A good pop there from Infinite. Yeah, Doge has the ball on a string right now in the air and on the ground. I'm sure he'll get a solo play at some point this series. Bob trying to put that one on net. Save coming in there from Mini Naquan as he touches that out for Infinite. That's off. Rob has to get back to that and does. That one was pretty dangerous. I thought that might sneak in the bottom left corner there. Rob maybe getting a flip reset. No, gets 50 there by Doge. A fake there, maybe a shot opportunity for Bob, but he goes missing. Mini Naquan with a double commit with Rob there. A miss there from Kirby. Players seeming to play a little antsy right now as it's OT on LAN, on stream. Everybody's getting a little bit nervous, it looks like. As 2 minutes through this OT, and it's been pretty back and forth. I thought a shot opportunity might come in there too.
Yeah, the shot was definitely available there for the Buffalo, but contact not quite made. They expected a save to be cleared, and it just didn't quite happen. Infinite, though, gonna get this past middle. Mini, not gonna be able to get a shot, though. This could be a counterattack opportunity. Demo coming through. This could be a chance. Rob, great defense from him. Doge keeps it back in the middle, though. It's gonna have a shot.
Wow.
Doge gets that one away for the Superiors, and they take game 2.
Wow, and that's a statement game. You need to win game 2 if you're the Superiors. It's exactly what they do by the same score that they lost game 1 in 2-1. And I mean, if these first 2 games are any indication, I think this one might go to game 5 overtime clash. Both games, 1-score games, one was overtime. These are pretty 2 evenly matched teams, and I feel pretty good about my Duluth Superiors prediction so far.
Yeah, and I'm very impressed with Kirby's play here coming up into a league that he's not used to as much. He's performing very well with teammates that he also hasn't been playing with nearly as much. Well done by him, and Superiors are holding on well. They're getting those counterattacks. That was a counterattack that started the pressure there. Obviously, it wasn't the end of it, but that's where their pressure is coming from. And holy cow, B stage is going crazy. I'm very impressed by that. But yeah, Superiors looking good in that one.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the scoreboard quick here. Decent amount of shots on both teams. Infinite, Mini, Naquan, and Rob putting together quick math. That's 9 shots and only finding 1 goal from it. You would like to see that shooting percentage just rise a little bit if they want to continue to score in future games. But 9 shots, I mean, if you can average 9 shots per game, you're usually going to be in a pretty good spot. Just unfortunate that they only get 1 to put down their Infinite, saying that he has performance anxiety. It's actually the realest thing I've ever seen on a screen before.
Yeah, and especially at LAN, you're going to have that exponentially higher. It's such a different environment. I wish I played in it, but you have all the experience in it. You know it's such a big factor playing.
Have you never played at LAN or just not this season?
I have never played.
Never? How many seasons have you been in this league?
3 now, unfortunately.
You'll get there one day.
At some point, you know, better. But I got to play well enough to make it here. These players are. I have not, so they deserve it.
Playing well is a pretty big part of making and succeeding at LAN. That is a really good point. Maybe a double there from Infinite. Oh my goodness, a pass over to Rob, a pass back down to Infinite. Not sure what the vision was there, but I kind of messed with it. Potentially an open net here from Kirby as he has no boosted follow. Rob has to get back and hit that out to the side. A miss coming in there from Infinite. Rob goes missing there. A block there from Infinite with no boost. All the Omaha Buffalo kind of low on boost. Never mind, they all just refueled. Infinite, pop over 1. It's a pretty bad 50 though. Doge dunks there to get to the orange corner. He gets it pop up. Rob has to make a touch here. Bob dunks. Mini Naquan trying to make something happen, goes missing there. Infinite trying to get a 50 with Kirby, does. Doge getting a quick 50 off to the side. Two Omaha players colliding at midfield there. Rob gonna have to fake that with no boost. And a minute down, and kind of just a back and forth game so far in game 3.
Yeah, very back and forth, and they haven't been, oh my goodness, that's just gonna find
Oh, that
its
is
way
in,
through.
wow.
A team bump coming through on the back line. It looked like somehow that made it, and Doge doesn't get the touch he wanted. There wasn't a team bump, it was just too awkward for Kirby in the middle. He expected a hit to go forward, it did not. Buffalo capitalized.
I am sure that, yeah, that's probably not the touch Doge was expecting to get or desiring to get, but it is what it is, and it caused two Duluth players to kind of be on top of themselves and couldn't make a save. Unfortunate stuff. It happens to the best of us, but now they've dug themselves just a little 1-goal hole with 3.5 minutes left in this game. As this one is going to go in, a nice little 50 shot there from Kirby, an immediate counterattack there to even this game up at 3.5 minutes, wasting no time from the Duluth Superior. Oh my gosh, excuse me. Wasting no time to tie this one up.
Yeah, Spears instantly respond there. Kind of with another mistake by the team. Both teams capitalizing well. And now the Spears even it out, just like they did in the last game. They even this one back out as well. Many Aquan trying to push this one forward out of his zone. Gets past one. No one really pressing though from the Buffalo. Big demo though. This could be controlled now. Infinite trying to get it forward. Mini following up. Just cleared out by the Superiors there. Buffalo gonna try to keep this one back middle. Rob going for a ground pinch under one. Kirby. Big clear out from him. Mini with control though. Lots of space now. Bob first to it. Big shot,
what a shot
coming out from Mini Naquan, beating that last defender.
Yeah, we got to see this one again. A good touch there. And then just two excellent touches of Doge. Ghost touch on LAN. Whoa, what's going on here? Let's get some integrity here. But it's not going to matter. That is 2-1 here for Buffalo. I mean, if that goal stands, it's going to be an exact 2-1 game again. I'm not sure if that's in the cards here, but nevertheless, an excellent solo play there from Mini Naquan to take a lead here. As now Duluth finds themselves in a hole once again. They counterattacked so quickly last time they were down a goal. See if they can get another one in the same vein. A touch over there from Doge. A shot there from Kirby. Oh my goodness, excellent shot, but better save from Infinite. I thought that was an absolute snipe. I mean, it was an absolute snipe, but Infinite just doing a good job to get back. That was just good offense, better defense. Not much you can really do about that if you're Duluth.
My jaw was on the floor after
yeah,
I had no idea how that wasn't in.
I had to reattach it for you.
That was such a great save, but I don't know how it was saved, to be honest. Rob gonna try to get this one back forward, going for a double, leaves it. Infinite, not quite able to get the shot. Mini plays it for a double, bumps coming on the back line. This is dangerous, good clear out. And now a counterattack opportunity, no one's back. Doge gets it on target.
Wow.
Superiors equalize.
Excellent job from Doge to find a way to put this one on net. I thought there was a chance he might not actually get around it, but doing a good job recognizing that no one's even close and a slow shot will work, as just getting that on net is the most important thing. And another counter goal from the Duluth Superiors. We have a 2-2 game here with 2 minutes left. I mean, like I said before this game, this series is looking pretty gosh darn even, as I honestly think it's anybody's series to take. I'm excited to see how this continues. Excited to see the plays that these teams conjure up here in the next couple of games. Right now we have some pressure in the orange half, maybe an awkward touch down mid. Some Duluth players got to go. Doge up for the double. Mini Naquan gets an excellent touch though. Doge has to back out now. Bob has no boost, gonna try to get this middle for a teammate, but cannot. Rob, a touch out, 50. Infinite is there with some boost, can maybe make a play happen. Kirby gonna have to deal with this, almost with the own goal of the century. A touch in there, Doge, free clear out to his teammate Bob, not quite hard enough. Kirby's gonna take this one out, has full boost, gets a nice little pinch. 2 players go missing, he might have an opportunity here. Just couldn't get behind the ball again as Infinite gets a free clear out. Minute left, Clash, 2-2 game. I mean, this is electric so far.
Absolutely, I feel like Superiors feel like they are such strong contenders, and they didn't start that way. They felt like they were playing from behind from the start with the sub, but they feel, it looks like they are playing as if they feel they deserve to be here with Kirby. They are playing so well right now, and it is such a close series, and it is awesome to watch. Rob trying to get this one forward, trying to shut me up about the Superiors support. Infinite trying to get this one back middle. Double commit though from the Superiors. Doge, Bob, the huge man, both jumping for that one. Bob, big clear from him, but no boost left. Not gonna be able to get it clear. That's a big miss though. Rob doesn't make contact with that. Infinite trying to get it clear out here. Only as far as Bob. Two kind of went though from Superiors though. Just trying to keep it in the zone. Is anyone up from the Superiors? No, they are not. Rob able to get an easy clear here. Only as far as Doge though. Infinite gonna kind of hit this one out, and it's at 0 seconds. It has to stay up. This has to be a shot here if it's gonna be a chance. Man, the B stage goes crazy. It's almost like we had a It's almost like we had a 0 second goal right there, but we didn't. That was the B stage.
That is confirmed. 22 power, 22 standing up and throwing out his lungs. Has something funny must have happened over there. I noticed near the end of that regular time, not overtime, there was a couple times Bob actually cut off his teammates when I thought that it was going to be their ball. You know, a couple times when he could, how do you even make that noise? A couple times when I thought Bob's teammates were going to have a better shot and Bob actually just went and cut. As this one might be an open net, Kirby has to get back, touch out, but there's probably going to be an orange player there to shoot it. Two players have to combine for a save there as they do so well. Bob, no boost, any chance getting this mid. Rob goes missing with no boost. Doge maybe going to look for a bump there. Two Omaha players on the wall here. Kirby getting this one mid. That's a shot. Never mind. It's blocked by Infinite as just about a minute gone and still looking for that goal.
Yeah, great play from both of these teams. I'm loving what we're seeing. These nerves, I feel like, have kind of cooled down for both of these teams, and they're starting to play their game. Doge able to get it clear there for his team. Mini trying to get this middle for his. Bob playing it to Kirby off the sidewall. Kind of worked. It is a little weird there, but they're holding on. Still have enough boost to get this one clear. Bob across over to Kirby. Kirby doesn't have an angle to it though. Bob takes control in the corner again, gets that boost. Good spawn for him. Infinite takes lots of time here. One player coming now. Infield pass, but no one's there. Kirby doesn't make contact though. Mini trying to get this one back middle. Is there going to be a shot? Not quite. Infinite didn't have the angle. Doge trying to get it clear again. Almost back to that game one feel of Buffalo really trying to press.
As Omaha getting some decent pressure here for about the last 45 seconds, but just can't find a threatening enough pass or shot to get it on the net and get it in the goal. Duluth doing an excellent job. Boost starved at times, shutting this down. That's going to be over, but Doge is there on the back line to save it. I thought that might be over. Rob, another shot on as he doubles it in, and that's going to be an Omaha Buffalo win in Game 3. That's an excellent little wall double tap there from Rob. Let's see this again. Gets a pre-flip into that and just happens to be there for the follow-up. And now the Omaha Buffalo are up 2-1 in this series.
Got Rob dancing on the cam right at the end there. He's feeling it. He's feeling good. Buffalo are holding that pressure. Whenever they have it, they look so dangerous. Superiors have been holding on as best as they can, but with the amount of pressure that's been coming to them, eventually the Superiors are breaking. That once they get to that point that they have no boost, it's so difficult for them to hold on. But Superiors, though, have been putting on a show. They have had those chances, that they've been looking for. That shot from Mini was crazy.
We just keep playing that one over and over again. My goodness. I did get a quick look at a quick peek at the scoreboard. Omaha had 12 shots that game. Nine shots last game, 12 shots this game. I mean, if you're averaging near 10 shots a game, as we see the scoreboard here, 3, 5, and 4 from Omaha. If you're averaging that many shots a game, you're in good shape to win some games. You know, defense aside, obviously, but averaging double-digit shots in any series is going to be good for you. Doge 4 demos. No one else on his team has any, as he seems to be the designated demoer on this Duluth Superiors team. And yeah, I'm excited for this Game 4. I still think Duluth Superiors can pull it out, but these teams just look so even. I mean, it could go either way.
Yeah, and Rob, he's been doing so much for his team too. Controlling it in the air, it's taking as much time as he can. It's really creating a lot of that pressure for his team. Being able to spend that time, make sure that Superiors can't get control of it when they want to, can create so much pressure. But I'm not sure exactly why their headset off. I'm not sure if they have some issues going on right now. I'm assuming they are because we aren't getting straight back into the match. But on the B stream right now, as you can see in the challenger bracket, Miracles are playing the rhythm right now. I'm not sure what the scoreline is. I would love for someone to get me that update on what the scoreline is on that one. because they're getting so hype over
Power's
there.
making
I
a
love
lot of
that.
noise. Surely they're winning.
There's so much hype going for both directions, though.
We have a quick bathroom break, it seems, on Duluth Superiors. Bob has to go wee-wee, so we are going to take a couple minutes and wait for him to come back.
When you gotta go, you gotta go. That's
When a man's got to go, a man's got to go.
But yeah, it's been such an interesting dynamic between these two teams. I didn't really expect it, to be honest. I didn't expect the Superiors to have to take such a defensive stance. I kind of see all of those players, including Bob even. I know a lot of people don't see him as that, but all the players in the Superiors I kind of see as a little bit more mechanical and more high-flying. Bob is a little bit less so, a little bit more demo heavy, but still he has that potential. So I'm surprised to see them take that back foot, because I expected to see them a little bit more in the air, but it's been working for them for the most part. They just have been stuck a little bit too much on that defensive half. Eventually, it does catch up to them.
And I mean, maybe part of that is they're forced to be on their back foot because this Omaha offense,
Absolutely.
the pressure starting it right away. I can't believe that's not a goal there from Rob. But yeah, they're forced to be on their back foot because it's unrelenting offensive pressure here from Omaha most of this series, and there's just nothing really you can do. You have to respect what they can do on offense. Kirby and Bob together there on the wall. Mini Nick has to maybe get a save here, and he does with no boost. That might have been an awkward bounce if he didn't touch it. Rob gets a touch over one, but Doge is going to have this one for the free. Where are you going, Rob? Sorry. Kirby gets a touch out, maybe a little bit awkward. A shot on net there for Mini Nick, and that is going to find its way in the net. Just a little bit of awkwardness here on the Duluth defensive line. Kirby with a tough touch mid, and it's kind of just free for Mini Naquan to shoot it wherever. It is interesting, though, that all Duluth players had boost there. That's really tough, because normally when you get scored on, boost is a pretty likely culprit. Yeah, I just didn't have boost to go for, but all three players having boost there, it's a tough spot to get scored on.
Yeah, Bob jumping there, not making contact. It might have faked Kirby a little bit. Either that, or Kirby called him off of it and he didn't get the touch he wanted. Either way, there was some sort of mistake going on there, whether it be comms or just a bad touch. But Mini trying to keep the pressure going for the Buffalo. Rob back to the forward here. Buffalo are holding this pressure again from the start. They have not let up. This one's going in the middle, but no one there to put that one away from the Buffalo. They probably didn't expect that good of a 50 coming through, but Bob he's trying to get his team going here for the Superiors, but they're still stuck on that half. That's a huge clear. Is Rob going to be back in time? He is.
Save.
Good save from him. That's going to be another chance, though. Kirby not quite able to make the contact. Now it's going to be a counterattack coming out from Buffalo. Mini Naquan's first to this one. Doge, good control from him, though. Just playing it down now to Bob. Maybe not. Maybe he just still wants it. Rob gonna get bumped out for his efforts. He wants to get something going here. He ends up leaving it for his team. Rob gonna still have control of this one now. Kirby, though, takes it over, trying to get it past Infinite, but now it stalls out a bit in the midfield. Buffalo are really still trying to keep this pressure going, and they're doing some crazy passes to make it happen.
Yep, and some clutch defense early for this Omaha Buffalo team. Right back to back there about a minute ago, Kirby had two excellent chances at the net, and Omaha, having to make some frantic last-second saves, and they're doing so. But I do like the pressure so far from Duluth. They're getting good opportunities. They're finding each other a little bit better than some other games in this series. But, I mean, all this talk, and we're still in the blue half. Omaha still has some pressure. That one might actually be on the net. Naquan going to touch this down to one of his teammates. That one's popped. Surely Rob can score that, and he can. Kirby with no boost to get back to that. Some good touches here from the Omaha offense. Good touch there from Mini Naquan. Infinite with a good pop over two, and then, just really nothing Kirby can do there, as, definitely an open shot there. We get an update from the producer. The Rhythm are up 2-0 on the Minneapolis Miracles on the B stage. It's not what I was expecting. Power's making a lot of noise for being down 0-2. Maybe those are angry yells?
And there could be some really clutch goals coming out from both sides.
Yeah.
Getting hyped for the ones that they are scoring, but Rhythm are ahead now. But back onto this match, Buffalo is still up on this one. And Kirby, along with the Superiors, have to figure out a way to get this one back, because they are down right now. If they lose this one, they will drop down to the lowers, losing that extra life that they earned earlier up in the season. Rob trying to keep the pressure going now. Doge, big clear coming out from him. Only one left from Buffalo. I would have loved to see a pass come up there, but it just kind of given away. Mini able to get an easy clear away back into the blue half. Mini gonna take some control here. Gonna go for a flip reset probably. Here it is. Ooh. Not quite making the flip reset happen, but it does not matter. Yeah. The defense is awkward enough. Rob puts that one away for the Buffalo.
Yeah, Mini Naquan there with a missed flip reset, but it doesn't matter. He gets a bump, and Rob has a pretty easy shot to the left side of the net there, as that time Boost was the culprit for the Duluth Superiors defense. Both defenders in net had absolutely nothing to their name, and you know, any shot where they're not is gonna go in because they can't get over to it. Clash 3-0, this one's probably over. This would be a pretty insane comeback. I'd love to see it, but
that's the chance.
And I mean, this is an opportunity right here as Bob puts that one in 1-3. They got a chance. This one ain't over yet. I mean, 2 goals in a minute. Weirder things have happened.
It's definitely possible. It's going to be very difficult for the Superiors, but that is what they needed right there. Just a very quick goal. They had to have time left on the clock, and they have it. 1 minute, 10 seconds, not much, but they have to get this thing going. They have to figure out a way to get out of their half. Counterattacks aren't going to work at this point. They have to hold the pressure. Mm-hmm. Bob not going for that one. He lets Infinite hit it to the side. Going to try to get it back middle. Kirby, first to that, doesn't make contact, but it works as a fake. Shot on target.
Ooh.
Rob able to get it clear out. Bob going up for that one. Opts to just hit it off the backboard. Doesn't get it where he wants to, though. Doge doesn't get the contact. Buffalo back on the offensive half. This is exactly what Superiors do not want, to be stuck in their half again. Doge beat to that one. Infinite very quick up to that one. Taking the boost, but only Mini left. Great challenge from him. Super early coming out. Knew that he could beat him. Infinite puts the dagger away.
Yeah, that one will end it. 4-1 now is a little bit too much to come back from, as more than likely Omaha Buffalo is going to find themselves moving on to the next round. And the Blue Superiors are going to find themselves in the lower bracket, which, you know, they could definitely win some series down there, even with the sub, but it does suck to lose that extra life that you come into LAN with. Obviously, getting the top 4 placement in LAN is huge because you get an extra life. I lost mine. The Duluth Superiors are about to lose theirs, and it does suck. It just means you got to come to play the rest of the way. You can't really make any mistakes. Your buffer is kind of now gone as time ticks down here in this one. Infinite trying to put salt in the wound as Rob keeps this one in. And 1-4, looks like it's gonna be the final score. Uh-oh, one more goal, one for the road. Doge trying to keep this one up. Somebody score, please.
Oh man, all 3 are committing. But yeah, Superiors, they're putting on a show here, whether or not they score here. Yeah, they look like they could still be a threat for this.
Absolutely.
They're dropping to the lowers. They lost this series.
Yep.
They're definitely not a free win to any team that they're going up against. They look
they are not.
Like they have strong potential. But Buffalo,
congratulations to the Buffalo, man,
and looked good doing it.
Doing what they had to do, taking care of business in a series where they were probably favored. I mean, again, well, how many shots? 11 shots. Like, they're averaging, 10, 11 shots per game against any team. That's going to set them up for some success as LAN continues. Yeah, congratulations to them. I'm not even upset with the way the Duluth Superiors played with a sub. The first, 3 games were all like 1-goal games. A couple of them going to overtime. They played super, super well against a really talented Omaha Buffalo team. And, you know, I do not hate their effort. I think they played really well for the situation they're in.
Yeah, Buffalo just kind of putting on a show on that one, though, with their offensive prowess. I know that the shots actually didn't look that uneven. Mm-hmm. I don't know what the exact number on it, but Buffalo didn't outshoot the Superiors by that much.
Pretty even.
This one, it was even. Both teams with 11 here. But
it's about
a lot
the
of
quality
Buffalo's
of those
pressure,
opportunities.
A lot of Buffalo's pressure was hitting it off the backboard in spots that Superiors can't reach.
Yeah.
Which doesn't register as a shot, but it's still pressure, and it's suffocating, especially if they're stealing the boost at the same time, which they were. So Buffalo moving on to that upper bracket, still waiting for the results for that B stage. They are still playing. So Miracle versus Rhythm. Right now it's still 2-0 in favor of the Rhythm. So we're going to be waiting for that one to see who these teams match up with. But Superiors fall to the lowers. I'm not sure who their matchup is going to be, but as we look at these highlights, just going to watch the Buffalo with all their offensive prowess.
Yeah, that was the story of this one for sure. Excellent series we had here. Coming up next, I believe we are going to be having a Prem series on our hands if the pattern follows. I'm not exactly sure who's up next, but it should be a good one there. Obviously, the Premier is the highest level of MCS. We've seen 2 great series so far from Rising Star and Challenger. Premier is probably only going to be better than those 2 series. So we're excited to see this next Premier series when it begins.
Yeah, and for that matchup, we're going to have the Steelhawks versus the Outlaws. They've been crushing it throughout the season. Steelhawks, they played so well in the major, and Outlaws throughout the season have been playing well. A couple roster moves happening for both of those, and they have been hot. But I'm not sure if we're ready to
I'm excited to see that Fargo team.
We got the thumbs up from Stewie. So I don't know if you have anything else. Do you have anything else for me before we go to break?
I got nothing else. I'm excited to see this Fargo team. I watched them play in the major, and they looked pretty darn good. So let's see if they keep that up here in the LAN. But I got nothing else for you. This was a fun series. Pleasure casting with you, Clash. And yeah, we'll see you guys for the next one.
Yeah.
Now we're not. Hi. Hi, guys. How's it going? We're ready for this next series. I can hear myself. Can you hear me?
I can hear you because you're talking to me through the speakers.
I know.
In the
it's
arena.
as loud
I
as
love
it could
it.
possibly be because we cranked it up in here. So it's supposed to be loud. I love how there's just a recurve of us right on the screen. You guys notice that? There's like a million of me and Bubblies, but
Yes.
this next series is going to be fun. This is our last best of 5 of the day. On the B stage as well. So these are our upper round 1 matches. These teams have worked to get to that point, and that's exactly where they want to be, Bubbly. This is going to be fun. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. I'm really excited to see this Fargo team. Big fan, what can I say? They came into Major 2, they were like the 7, 8, 9 seed. They come out of Major 2, they're the 1 seed for LAN. They won Major 2. I'm super excited to see them play. I know there's a lot of hype for this Kansas City Outlaws, or Kansas City Pioneers, sorry, name change. But, you know, the Fargo Steelhawks, I'm really excited for them, and I can't wait to get to predictions so I can predict a 3-0.
And you and I both played these teams for pretty much all season. And it's led up to where we are at now. If we can take a look at the bracket, that would be great. But it has led up to this point where you are in the upper side of the bracket. You get to that upper final if you win. You have the opportunity to play into that grand final tomorrow. But if you win this match, you're set for tomorrow. You're in a good spot. And if you get to that grand final, you're in a good spot as well. But this is really where you want to make your mark. If you're Kansas City, you have been kind of that team that's been trailing the pack all season. And to be honest, ever since I left, you guys have never been as good as we were.
Ooh.
That's a shot. Yeah. I know you can hear me, Cato. I know you can. But regardless, probably, this Fargo team, they really found their stride in that second major. They really figured out how to play the game again. And they just enjoyed every bit of that tournament that we held. I need some water.
That's okay. That means I get to talk more about this Fargo team because after that first trade window when they got Hams, they struggled a little bit, you know? I was a little concerned. We're like, they got 3 good players. They should be able to figure this out. We've seen Nightfang had success in the past. We saw Gavalanche last season with Sauce doing pretty well. And they couldn't figure it out, but they're figuring it out at just the right time. And on the other side, Kansas City, you know, it was the second trade window, right? They traded you out for Giyu and Gatman. They basically rebuilt that whole team around Kata Mac, and that's such a solid player to build a team around.
Exactly, and that's what works. And taking a look at these past champions, we've got all the way back to season 1, and there have been only 1 on here, well, technically 2 if you count Rising Star, but there have been only 1 repeat champion in Premier. That's being technically Minnetonka, now Green Bay, whatever you want to say. But this is really where you make your mark on a series, Bubbly. And a player that did it last season was Mogi with St. Cloud in that lower final against Burnsville. He had the series of a lifetime. And it was the reason why he propelled this team into the grand final. They went on to win the whole thing. So you're never technically out. That's the good news. The bad news, if you're KCs, you're playing a Fargo team that has not lost a series in over a month.
It's a long time.
How do you even figure that? How do you even game plan against that? But
I mean,
we're
that's
gonna
why
get
you
into
did
the
well.
lobby, but yeah, how do you game plan?
That's why you did well early in the season. You get those points built up that you get this second life in the double elimination. You're in the upper bracket right now. You got another life even if you lose this. We saw Mogi do it last season. You can win from that lower bracket. You just got to figure out, get that LAN nerves out of the way. And I think, you know, that first series, that's going to be the difference maker, is who can get over those LAN nerves, who can feel comfortable on a new setup with their teammates. You're on a big stage with such a big crowd right now. Like, I didn't think it would be this early, this big of a crowd, this early on in the morning. This is our first premiere series of the day, and I can't wait to get into it. I'm so excited.
I'm tickled pink. if I have to say it. I mean, the guys on stage are getting ready. I know Night Fang's ready. I know everybody's ready. And this Fargo team, they come into this with confidence oozing out of every single pore. And if you're KC, you got to figure out a way to stop that momentum. But I have to ask, how do you get it done on the biggest stage that you've been on, at least this season? And you do that by scoring the first goal, to me, Bubbly.
And, you know, they're coming out hot. We got the team switched, I think. The KC's in blue there. They're coming out with lots of pressure so far. But Ham's trying to get a shot, leaving Night Fang back with no boost, keeping the pressure in so far. KC Giyu in the air, trying to pass it middle, but Gatman opting to wait back, take a 50. Both teams so far were for 40 seconds in. They're both taking it a little slow, long air dribbles across the pitch, and no real threatening opportunities yet, Stewie.
Yeah, you don't want to give up a free one. That's the last thing you want to do. You want to make every team work for a goal, every goal that they're looking for. As Cato puts one towards net, Hams can't get there. Opening goal for Kansas City as they strike first. Gatman putting pressure on the backboard. Cato just beats Gab to the ball. And Gavalanche was a problem in that second major. Was MVP of it, was the reason why, you know, we had this Steelhawks team really take it home, as I think the teams are flipped, which is okay. We'll get those figured out when we can. But
just got to switch it in your head when we're casting here. I mean, but,
yeah, pretty
you
much.
know, KC, they still come out, open first goal, and that's, you know, what we're looking for is who's going to score first, get those nerves out. We see it's leaving Fargo Steelhawks. They're struggling with that boost, and I think that's just those LAN nerves that they got to figure out how to rotate together. And Katamac, as always, looking comfortable, getting that ball out of his end, but might leave a counterattack opportunity as now they struggle back, finding boost. You again, good demo, air dribble coming out, air dribble pass to Cato, takes two out, Hams in a 1v1 against Gatman, flicks it early. Gatman, great patience back there, able to stop any threat. Fargo trying to find a sustained offense, but nothing coming out yet. Cato, big miss on the offensive redirect. As now Gatman trying to pass it middle. Seems like everything Casey's doing is going in the air, trying to fly high, get that boost out, and maybe take advantage of those LAN nerves. I don't know what Fargo has to do on offense to score one here, Stewie.
And one thing you have to remember is Fargo played with Eli instead of Hams in that second major. You have the choice here because Eli is here with his challenger team. He could have played in this match. He can technically sub up, but Hams is here and playing. So how does Fargo deal with that? Now you're dealing with a different roster. You have different dynamic. And in my opinion, not a knock on Hams, but Eli fits this team just a little bit better. And that was shown in the second major. So if you're Fargo, you get the work cut out for you.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. See, I'm a big Hams fan.
Hard pass on that take.
Hard pass on that take.
You don't agree with that one?
You know, it is controversial. Obviously, they won the major with Eli, right? But Hams is who they've been working with all season. They're trying to build that chemistry. And I think, you know, Night Fang and Gavalanche just finally got that peak, that where they wanted to be. That duo is what got them to where they are right now. Obviously, you know, you win the major, you're peaking a little bit with Eli. I think Eli might have that higher peak, but especially LAN, you got a second life. You need that consistency. You got to figure out how we're going to play as a team on LAN, and I think Hams brings that to the team more than Eli does.
Gatman on a bit of an outlet, has a 1v1, has a shot. Hams will turn it away. And a minute to go. A couple of jabs from both sides as Night Fang and the Steelhawks trying to get something going, but he has no boost to follow up. Hams is going to stick with the play, does not get to do anything with that ball. Cato takes it away. And Giyu, for me, is the guy that we really want to keep an eye on. He's kind of the mystery. I don't know if he's going to be the difference maker, but I feel like this KC team, in the major specifically, fell short. Here, they have to step it up, and so far they have. With 30 seconds to go, Only one goal on the board. That's all they've needed, though. A little bit of a counterattack. I have no idea why Gav is touching that to the middle. Could have been a chance. 30 seconds. What can Fargo get done, Bubbly, at the end of this game?
Fargo, they're trying to find a counterattack, but it always starts on their defense. They got a good defensive clear here. Gavalanche down the field, but Hams has to take that boost. Nightfang pass middle, but Katamag saved to the side. 10 seconds. Shot on net, saved away. This ball slow in the corner. No shot coming out off the post. Where's the finish? And Gavalanche just turned off with no boost. I feel like, even no boost, you could have crashed on that ball. That was an opportunity, Stewie.
And yeah, that was the door open just a little bit. Fargo decided to not step through it, and as a result, they're down 1 in this series. As this is the only goal of the game. This is the only replay we have to show you guys. There's nothing else. That's it. This is all that happened. I mean, for 4 minutes, literally on the dot, 4 minutes, Kansas City held the lead and kept Fargo off the scoreboard. You have 8 shots and 5 saves for Ham.
And you were talking about Hams, and Hams is the only one getting saves for the Steelhawks. He's keeping them in that series. He's proven his worth, I think. Like Nightfang, we know him as a 1v1 player. We've seen him develop as a 2s player with Gavalanche. They got to get some offense going, especially that boost game. I think it's just nerves on LAN that maybe, they lost a game now. You only gave up 1 goal. There's still time in the series. It's a best of 5 still, but you still got 2 more games to figure it out. Or 1 more game.
One more game, really, yeah. 'Cause if you go down 2-0, you're going to be a little nervous. But, yeah, just waiting on getting into this next game. I think it's loading on up, but some history between these two. Nightfang made the grand final for Premier last season. Was, as a result, the loser of two St. Cloud was on that Mankato or now Winnipeg roster. And Gatman, winning challenger last season. So has made his way up into Premier, is at LAN, and has a game 1 win. Ooh. But right off the kickoff, the start was not great. Gavalanche, anyone but him. It has to be him, it seems, as he gets Fargo on the board.
I mean, just kickoff trouble from Kansas City. I'm not sure who was supposed to be rotating back to the net there, but, all 3 of the players in front of the midfield line when the ball's in your half, not going to work out too well for you. But they get a good kickoff here. Over 1, a bump on Nightfang almost, but good save on the recovery. Another big miss. Hams open. Can Cato get back? Not quite. And KC overcommit 2 times in 20 seconds already.
And not a good start for them. And Guy and Cato Mac both scrambling back. Nobody makes contact. No boost for Cato on that rotation. So really nothing for him to do there to save that. And you dig yourself an early hole if you're the Outlaws, excuse me. As they're going to be down by 2 to start, in 20 seconds, like you said. What are you going to do here if you're the Outlaws to get on the board? Because you only got 1 last game, and so far you haven't really knocked too hard on that Fargo door. Maybe you can get in 1 time, but it's going to be tough to get in twice. Hams a reset off the backboard, looking for it. Guy was up first. Has a lot of boost to work with. Cato's touch goes off the backboard, but does not go where he wants it. Catman shot, a clean follow-up chance, and not on target. Bubbly, we have to see those shots come through.
We're seeing the shots come through. It's just the saves are also coming through right now. Both teams so far, when they're set on defense, they look so solid, so solidified. It's just those transitions when they have no boost. They're rushing back to net. You see Gavalanche, he has to touch it across when the ball's in the air above him, and he has no boost. And, Cato almost finding that corner. Gio trying to keep it in, but, so far, these Steelhawks, they get back on defense, and there's just no offensive chances for Kansas City.
And Cato, for me, is the difference maker. The highest salary player, I believe, in this lobby, and he has to be the playmaker for his team. Obviously scored first, the only goal of that first game. He has to get his team on the scoreboard. Can he get it done? But right now, like you said, that Fargo team just kind of setting up that line that we've seen really all of North America adapt. I mean, we get a lead and we kind of just hold it. I don't know if you and I play like that.
Maybe not, but
maybe not. But you know, I'd much rather win 6-5 than 2-0, guys. Come on, guys. Come on.
But, you know, they look content to win 2-0. Knife Egg just pops it over one. I'll take the boost to rotate back.
Oh, yeah.
Play it solid. And Casey, they need to find an answer for it. They're trying these high aerial plays. Ground pinch, I paused. I was like, that's not going to get past. There's no way I can hype this up. And Cato's just flopping into the ball. There's 2 goalies in net. And it just finds its way in.
You know, I will say that sometimes the weird goals are the ones that find their way in, right? Like, how many, like, you know, we watched your POV at the beginning of the stream. We got your POV from Season 8, from that grand final in Premier, and you scored some very, very weird goals that I think you're the king of.
Thank you.
But I will say, though, whatever works, right?
Yeah.
If it goes in the net, who cares? If you're Kansas City, you take that. You got 2 minutes now to possibly get one back. His Gab, though, I guess he's going to make him work for 2.
Got to get 2 more back again, and I feel like it's just another overcommit there. Cato, he's trying to be that playmaker upfield, but then all of a sudden he's also last back on defense.
Yeah.
And that's just not going to work for KC. They got to figure out a team rotation, figure out how to get Gatman involved. That Challenger LAN winner last season, you said he's got the mechs. Giyu, he's going for his own mechanical plays there. Got to figure out how to get them involved on offense.
And Gatman in his previous LAN experience, Season 6 he was in the grand final, ended up losing to that Burnsville team that went on that miraculous run. They're the reason why they're on that all-time wins record list is touch from Nightfang finds its way in. Giyu was in and out, did not make contact. Gav, though, good patience, a good touch in the middle. And again, it just seems like Kansas City, in that first game, they got that goal, they were in the right spot, they were able to position correctly on defense. Now, when you're losing this game, you can't rely on that positioning to save you. You got to find goals. You got to push up a little bit more, and that's what we've seen so far is a couple of overcommits and a couple of free goals. But what can Cato do with a ton of boost on the ball? Finds Gatman on the side. That shot goes wide. Gavalanche popped to himself as Gatman will shut it down. And 1:20 to go, Bubbly. Kansas City's got a little bit of work to do.
They do have some work to do, but they're working it, even with no boost, trying to get it around that corner. Can't find a shot. Gatman with some time leaves it for Cato. Cato trying to make a good 1v2 dribble play, but this ball is going to fly all the way back. Gatman with an air dribble back pass. And going to fall to Giyu, but Giyu with no boost. Cato trying to help the team out, will the way into another goal, bumps his teammate, but that shot just doesn't quite go through. Love that defensive demo from Cato. Nightfang with no more options with no boost, but they don't have to score here. 30 seconds, 40 seconds left, up by 3 goals. This one's looking pretty secure.
Yeah, and this is the Fargo team we're looking for, the one that won that Major 2 and the one that really took the bull by the horns. 26 seconds now is clock is going to tick away. Kansas City kind of all out of options here. Katomac putting one on net. Gatman not a ton of boost, has to put a shot, drops down for Cato. It was a good play, but the defense from Fargo was standing in the way. 8 seconds as this one's going to run out. Kansas City will lose game 2. Fargo with an emphatic win here. They put up 4 after getting shut out. And we're going to go to game 3 all knotted up.
They're all tied up in the series. And even though KC lost this game 1-4, I think they were still working on the right track. They were still figuring it out by the end of the game here. The Fargo, the first game, they just looked flat. They, we're playing defense, we're down by 1, I guess we'll lose by 1. But they come out this game, they're taking advantage of every opportunity they have, and KC looks like they're still trying to figure out their play style a little bit. You see Cato doing everything on offense, everything on defense. It'll get him a goal a game. He's that good. But we need to see Giyu step up. We saw him go for a flip reset. When we see Cato forcing for Giyu in net, missing the save, it's a tough save, but that's the level we're at here. We're at Premier, we're at LAN. This is the upper bracket. This is top 4 teams, and you just got to be a little bit better.
Oh, I agree, and it may sound harsh for us to say that, but like you said, we're in the top 4. We're in the most important part of your season. I said it last week. I've been saying it for the past couple of weeks. I don't know. I mean, this is really where you make your mark. And if you can't make your mark right now, you're going to fall flat, find yourself into the losers bracket, as KC will give up that game. And like you said, you just need to make those saves. You just need to make those touches. You can't overcommit 6 seconds into the game. It is hard to win a game when you're down by 1, 6 seconds in. Like, yeah, it may sound derogatory, but it's a comment that needs to be made.
I mean, that's what happened the first game. You're down 1 goal, 1 minute in, and there was just no answer to come back. We need to see somebody overcome that adversity, overcome going down that first goal. Saw a little bit of life from KC there. I think if KC scores, I need to see something different from Fargo, because Fargo looks so set in their defensive play style that I'm worried if they go down that there's no coming back for them.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous for this KC side. After giving up, no goals in that first game, they looked great. You had a lot of structure on your defensive half. You held the lead for 4 minutes. Probably that's a good defensive performance. But if you're on the side of this Kansas City team, you have got to find the back of the net, and you can't give up 4 goals against a Fargo team that, like we said, is more than happy to hold down their back line. But a lot of time here, nobody scores off the opening kickoff as Cato puts one towards net. Gav shuts it down. Gatman and Giyu tasked with possessing that ball. Cato, though, with a good first touch, but he gets bumped off the ball and not able to stay with it. Giyu, though, cuts out the midfield. Just Night Fang lashed back. See the sharks surrounding him from Kansas City, but nobody's able to get through. Cato tries to win a 50. Gatman into that corner. Maybe finds a pass to Giyu. Giyu's there, but he misses contact. And now you have Gavin and Night Fang surrounding Cato. The only one lashed back, and Night Fang picks the corner.
And that's that duo, that chemistry. Gavalanche, he gets 1 touch, but, he needs the boost. I'll leave it for you, Night Fang. I know you got this shot from the corner. Everyone on KC racing back. There's overcommitting on offense again. It's the same story as game number 2. And we got to see him change something up pretty soon here. You're running out of games.
And obviously Giyu and Gatman really the mystery for me here. Can they get going? Can they play up with Cato? Can they really be the difference makers? Because they have to be. They are. You know what you're going to get from Cato. He's going to be consistent if he can with the ball in his hands. But where are his 2 teammates to step up? I'm trying not to call them out too much, but they've got to step up in this series, specifically on the offensive end. Can Kansas City get going? As Gatman will find Giyu on the far side. Hop touch to himself, but he really only can stay with it. Can't really do much as Gav will hit that one directly at Gatman, but Gatman loses contact. Now it's a demo play. It's an open net for a second as Gatman able to respawn. Cato on the counterattack now. It goes all the way down to one end and goes all the way back to the other. Giyu, here's his chance. Free touch to himself, but shut down again by Fargo's defense.
You just got to take advantage of something. If you're KC, you see it's so frustrating. You see Hams and Gavalanche, they're bumping each other in their own corner, and you can't even find a shot. Like, I know it's a counterattack. I know but you got full boost at the midfield. Cato Mack, with his full boost in midfield, he's able to find one just inside that post. There's that one goal a game from Katamak. That consistent, that's what you're going to get.
Yeah, and he's scored now in 2 out of the 3 games. Thinking back to last game, I'm pretty sure he scored as well. Has scored in every single game so far. Kansas City's leader really stepping up for them to keep him in this ball game. Here he is again, flip reset underneath 1, but the cavalry from Fargo really showed up there, Bubbly. You're calling in the back line, and they definitely stepped up to stop that one. As that's in field for Giyu. The 50 goes at Gavalanche, is able to shut it down, and Fargo escapes for now as Hams on his back line will collect, does banging upfield. You see Cato pre-jump for it, trying to get any confidence for his team. Night Fang into that corner. Hams is lurking as Gatman we'll lose that 50. Gatman originally on Minneapolis to start this season, was drafted to Minneapolis. They ended up going a different direction. Found himself on Kansas City in that 3-team trade that occurred between St. Paul, Kansas City, and Minneapolis in the middle of the season. It was kind of a bomb that dropped into Premier, but this season has been full of movement. Players wanting to get on teams, obviously with people they know, but also this where the success comes from. And
Yeah.
Fargo this season, they started off Major 1 not great. I mean, I'm pretty sure they were knocked out in early on, and Major 2 obviously made that run, and here they are as the number 1 seed in LAN in a real battle bubbly with this Kansas City team here in Game 3.
And I think that's why Fargo's one of my favorite teams. They're one of the teams that stuck it out with Nightfang and Gavalanche. Obviously, they added Hams, but that was so early on. A big team bench coming out, big flip reset. Gatman able to get the goal credit, but Giyu, we're finally seeing those mechs on offense. Got the ground pinch, got a flip reset under one, and finally 3 Fargo defenders in net wasn't enough.
This is a big game for KC, a minute 07. Basically what, 70 seconds you got, Bubbly? And if you're in this situation, if you are Kansas City, obviously you and I are probably not the greatest sources to ask on how to hold a lead, because we are the kings of losing a lead with 10 seconds left in the game. As we are the last people to ask how to do this, but I really think if you're KC, hold down that midfield line. That's exactly what Giyu does, is he finds an outlet to Gatman, who lands on the ball, and Nightfang will collect 100 boosts to work with. Shut down. That pinch goes right to Gav, though. And KC, that is not even a bad challenge from Kato. I mean, he's there, but he just hits the ball right to Gavalanche.
I mean, if you're Nightfang, you just keep the ball moving. If they're going to come to you, you absorb that pressure, you counterattack around the corner. That was just great individual ones play from Nightfang. And Gavalanche is there to finish it off. Got Hams off the backboard. Giyu with a tough read, but able to clear that one out to the corner. Keep it a tied game here with 20 seconds left. Hams trying to get something. Nightfang and Gavalanche both commit, but Nightfang able to recover. Shot coming through, low boost on the side of Fargo. Demo coming out. The ball just isn't finding its way middle yet. Gatman down to Giyu. Giyu just popping that ball high, killing the time. Ball gonna bounce once. Giyu has a chance. Hams around the corner. Gatman gonna keep it up. Gavalanche over there off the corner to Nightfang, but shot is gonna fall just wide. That was a chance.
That was close. I really thought Gav's touch was decent. I mean, you find Nightfang, you have a close follow-up, you have good positioning there. As Kato will not get off the ball. Fargo had to deal with him pretty much this entire series. He's been a problem as he looks to will his team to a Game 3 win. Giyu misses. Kato has to cover. And short time here, Bubbly into overtime, and a couple of chances here. As a long clear from Gatman goes all the way down. As there's Gatman to follow it up. His own touch finds infield. There's Kato to look for a touch, to look for a shot, but both Giyu and Gatman committed to that backboard, so no follow-up here for Kansas City. But obviously Rochester and Omaha playing in that B stream right now is...
You turned away for 1 second.
I turned away for 1 second. And Nightfang and Gavalanche again combine for a win in Game 3.
That shot placement was immaculate from Gavalanche, that top left corner. Kato's supporting Gatman, and Gatman's like, I got the front post. Kato, you get anything over me. It goes over Gatman. Kato's like, he's the guy you want back. He's the guy you want to save. And it's just such a perfect shot. You pointed out those stats there. Fargo with, 8 saves? 9 saves?
I think, what was it, 4, 2, and 3? It's 9, I think
can't
it was
do
9,
math. We're
like
on LAN. I'm too hyped.
I have a defensive performance, though, from Fargo, as they're able to get this one done. A minute 07 is what you had if you were Kansas City, and within literally 30 seconds, 40 seconds, you give up that lead.
And it hurts so much, too, because you said 10 seconds before, you just got to hold the lead, don't overcommit. And then you got 2 people driving into the corner for boost, and Nightfang able to beat Kato and leave an open net for Gavalanche. And it seems like Fargo, they're set with their play style. They're doing good. I'm still not convinced by Kansas City. It feels like they have more to give right now.
Yeah.
They're going for mechanical plays. They got one pass off a flip reset, pinch, every word you can think of. And you just still need to find more on defense.
Yeah, I agree. I really think if you're KC, you got to slow down this Gavalanche Night Fang attack that has just continued to be an issue through this series. And I believe if if they win this, they tie Rochester's record from this season, where they went 8-0 to start the season. This will be 8 in a row for Fargo if they can win this. But as a result, we have Game 4, and KC, right off the bat on that defensive line, what can they get done here? As I really think they would benefit from just slowing down a hair, as Fargo's really catching them on a lot of counterattacks, catching them on a lot of open shots. As a miss comes out from Gatman, he gets faked. Gatman though finds Cato. Ooh.
You can't be missing that, Kato.
Yeah, that one's gonna be on target, my friend. You got to lay the hammer down there. As Guy looks to do that, trying to bump Fargo out of the way as the save comes out though from them. As Ham's the only one back, not a ton of boost. As he's gonna tip it, back pass we'll call it.
Back
Good
pass.
play to Avalanche. 4 minutes to go. That one gonna go off the backboard. Guy trying to keep up pressure for his team, just trying to stay on the ball. That is their goal. They're doing a good job of it, specifically in this game. They still can't break through that Fargo defense.
And we saw they had a couple good chances for a shot, but it's leaving them back in net with no boost when they're not scoring them. A good redirect, but Ham's able to touch it to the corner. Knifehank's such a good job controlling it right to Gavalanche. Cato backflipping in net. You got two people coming at you. Able to find that in and out save, get the clear. Guiu, big miss off the backboard. Who's going to collect it? Gatman, air dribble out of his net. But Cato trying to find something around the corner, but they commit so much boost just to getting it down the field that there's no finish anymore. Ham's able to take control, slow this play down. Knife Egg waiting for a challenge. And the challenge comes through. Guiu around the corner. Finally here's some energy from the stage here, Stewie, as both of them have seemed pretty quiet so far.
They seem quiet, and I think it's the, when you focus up and really get into the series, you quiet down. You really want to focus on every movement that your car makes, every use of boost. As fake kickoff comes out from KC, that one towards net. Gav the only one back for his team. Both Fargo players pretty much just full committed to the kickoff, so he was tasked with getting the ball out. He does exactly that. Hams land on the ball. A little silly bubbly touch there, if you will, as that one is not going to go on target, but KC with the lead. Once again, Gav lining up a double, but can't get any contact on the second touch. Cato cuts out the midfield. Now a lot of time for Guiu, but he's being chased by Hams, and as a result gives away the ball. Cato will sit on it again. This one halfway done, as the goal coming from Guiu, as he looks for one more. That one off the backboard, though. Gav with a ton of boost bubbly to work with, and he's able to work his way out.
And this is what we need to see Fargo do something. They're down by a goal now. Last time they were down, they didn't score the entire rest of the game. And we see KC, they're starting to rotate a little deeper back. They're getting those mid boosts and their own corner boosts. They're letting Fargo just throw the ball to them and killing so much time off the clock. You got Cato going for an attack around the corner, but Guiu and Gatman both that we don't have to commit for that. We're just going to wait that midfield line, wait for an opportunity to come to us. The game just feels like it's slowed down so much so far.
Guiu, a little bit of time here, gets a reset, but that Fargo patience that they have. Gat double, triple off the backboard as Gatman uses all surfaces. Shout out Ambrosia as Gatman back to himself, uses the backboard, gets by both defenders from Fargo, and KC looking for a game 5 here as they're well on their way.
And
Bad news though is 90 seconds they have to kill off.
But we finally saw Gatman wake up. We know he could do those mechanical plays, and finally he gets one to go through. Maybe that's the confidence boost they need, win this one in 5. But Fargo, they still got a minute, a little bit over a minute and come back. They're still trying to take these long shots, trying to go for bumps, but there's just no boost here for this attack. Scatman gonna get this one cleared out, let his team reset. Ham's just waiting for the play, but there's just no time. Cato double under 2, gets a bump, but no finish yet. Everybody waiting for that Gavalanche clear. You taking control, awkward back pass, gonna end up keeping it, but Cato solid in the back, keeping it. A 2-goal lead. You got 30 seconds left. We're chilling out. We're not going to throw the lead again.
Is that one going to go all the way down? This is going to kill off precious seconds, though, for the Steelhawks, as they are not going to have ball possession. Giu shut down by Nightfang in the midfield. What does he get done? Cato, though, with a clear over Hamza's head. He has to play this on his back foot rather than his front, as a lot of time being killed off here for the Outlaws. Gav looking for a reset, but can't stay on it. That one going to go off the sidewall as the B stage erupts for a second. Cato towards net, shut down by Nightfang. That one will find its way down. And we have a game 5 between the number 1 seed and the number 4 seeded Outlaws. What is going to happen here? Bubbly?
I don't know.
We have no idea.
We have no idea. Well, I think we know. If KC score first, they're winning.
It's like a tug-of-war game. Like, you pull it that way, I pull it this way, you pull it that way, I pull it this way. It's like who's going to finally rip it out of each other's hands, and that's who's going to be the winner. But
I think Fargo have the benefit that they're playing so solid right now. They all look like they're in sync on defense. Every shot that comes through, you say you don't want to double commit, but you got 2 people committing for it, and they're both hitting the ball. They're together. They got that team chemistry. I think they have what it takes to take down this Kansas City team, look like the number 1 seed that they earned for LAN here.
Yeah, and I don't know. I may have jinxed them. I don't know, but yeah, looking back on this game, that second goal from Gatman, that's just
it's a pretty one.
That's just a play you need to be making, but see what ends up happening here in this game number 5. As
What's your prediction? Who you liking better? We didn't do predictions at the start of the series.
No, we didn't. Bloomington Maulers in 4.
Bloomington in 4.
Yep.
Go Maulers. Go Maulers.
Bloomington in 4.
There we go.
Maulers. Game 5. Fargo and Kansas City in upper round 1 of the first day of Season 10 LAN, as Cato finds Gatman. It doesn't find its way in. As Hams is able to turn it away. Gav will clear in his midfield. Shut down, though, by Giu, as Kansas City really has shown up here and just held down that midfield line. The miss from Cato does not get the corner boost. Gav tries to double off the backboard, and Ham's going to stick in the play for a second, trying to cause some disruptions here, as they do find Cato as an open net for a sec, but I'm kind of scratching my head on that one, Bubbly. I don't know what happened there.
Just think the ball didn't quite have the pace to do anything with. Cato's like, maybe I could fake it, maybe it'll cause some chaos, but KC so far, they're looking so set right now. They're playing defensively. They know they've overcommit in these last couple games. That's what got them scored on. They're trying not to so far. Maybe an opportunity, but Gatman able to keep this one in. Big miss coming out. Ham's trying to pop it to Nightfang. Pops it to himself, but gets demoed off the ball. Cato with full boost up in the air. What you're scared of. Gatman committing to. 4 people commit. There's some demos, but Hams comes out with the ball. Trying to take a 50. Giu around the corner. Off that post is Nightfang trying to find a counterattack. Hams around the corner. Good clear coming out. Gatman open net. Couldn't quite get that one between the posts. Nightfang able to make that tough read. As so far as Steelhawks, a couple scary opportunities. They've overcommit more than they've done in this whole series so far, but still no goals coming out from Kansas City.
I don't know what's happening for this Fargo team on offense. They just can't break through now, it seems. Cato towards himself. Giu was chasing a bump on Gav. As there's Nightfang again, seems to be the guy to clear this touch away. As Gatman and Cato don't really, neither one makes contact on the ball. Cato finds Gatman on the sidewall now. lines up a shot. Night Fang is there to turn it away, and you really don't want to be the team to, you know, throw away a challenge, throw away a ball here, and give up a lead here in this 5th game with, you know, this one almost halfway over. Gav looking for somebody in field to pass to, but nobody for Fargo willing to push up and be there. Maybe it's Night Fang. He lines up a double, does not get the shot though, and the follow-up from his teammate goes wide.
And Kansas City, they're opting to go slow. They're opting to play this boost game, but that was a scary chance for them. They were all out of boost, that ball in the air, and it just feels like that finish this from Cato. Cato's missing those double touches. Land nerves maybe getting to him in game 5 as cutting off his teammate there. Gatman able to recover though. Get this ball to the corner. Ham's gonna have to try and find something middle, but ball floats harmlessly to the sidewall, but where Night Fang is, leaves it for Gavalanche. That was a great communication. Love that team chemistry between the two of them, but still has not led to a goal yet.
That one, a demo from Giyu, will give the Kansas City Outlaws a chance here to strike first in this 5th game, but neither one willing to give an inch. Cato's 50 goes into the midfield. Hams is there. Shut down again by Cato, though. Uses all his boost to keep his team in the play. Neither Gatman and Giyu get really anything done as that one goes into the midfield. Cato's there. Can't really do much, though, off the sidewall. The pinch is going to go back to him, but his teammates didn't read that play, and as a result, Night Fang off that backboard. Shut down by Gat. Nerves are peaking at the moment as 70 seconds now in this 5th game. Who will strike first? Who will put the nail in the coffin? As Giyu can't stay on that. Cato launched the ball off the backboard. Hams, though, was up early enough to shut it down. And Bubbly, we are nearing towards golden goal territory.
You got 50 seconds left. You got to score something. Both teams, so many chances. Cato going for that corner boost. Finally, you thought he got back in time. He turned back to net, and Hams just one little flick, one little touch, and that ball finds its way just far enough off the wall. Cato can't get there. Fargo now, they've been so good, so solid on defense. He got 43 seconds to hold that solid defensive line.
Catman to himself. What can he get done? He finds Cato. Cato towards net. It's shut down by Hams, though. Giyu with 30 seconds. A sidewall double lined up, but not enough boost to get it through. Gatman, what can he get done? That's off the backboard. Gat misses. Giyu was there, but the save came out again from Fargo. Hams does not make contact, and Cato's shot is wide. That's 15 seconds now. They have it in the corner. Gavalanche, though, will clear it. Giyu staying on the ball. What can Kansas City get done? A demo comes out on Hams. Gatman loses the 50. Cato to himself. The ball is going to bounce up. Do we have any shenanigans? We don't. And Kansas City falls short of the upsets.
Ooh. I love that crowd noise.
Oh man, that got close at the end.
Oh, you got everything you wanted. You got the 50, you got the boost advantage. Cato got that great pass off the ceiling. Like, this is the shot, 0 seconds. This is the dagger, and it just falls flat. It was.
You were so close. I mean, you were so close to winning this series if you were Kansas City. I mean, obviously you dropped to the losers bracket now. You have one more life, but really this
highlights
Fargo
from the
team,
series.
they just bubbly. I mean, you and I are both like, yeah, we love these guys, but we're not exactly the happiest people in the world. I mean, we were so close to getting the upset, but
it was still a great series.
It just didn't end up happening. And
First
obviously,
series of the day.
We're happy that Fargo won. You know, we're happy for them. They got a win. They're going into the upper final tomorrow. We will not see them the rest of the day, but they have earned a spot in that upper round number 2. And KC will drop to the losers bracket. And I believe, if my math is correct, yes, they play the winner of Duluth and St. Cloud. So,
yep.
Kind of neither want to. I don't really want to play either of those teams.
Both scary teams.
But you're playing up, soon. Obviously,
in a
looking
while.
forward to your series.
We got more Rising Star and
We got more
Challenger
Rising
first,
Star
though.
and Challenger and all those kinds of things. But taking a look back, obviously at this series, highlights are on your screen. There was only one goal scored in that game number 5 and game number 1. It was a weird series where we had the first and last games of the series be just low scoring. I mean, it was defensive.
I think that's just because of how Fargo plays. They're a very defensive team. They're looking to work out of their end, get a counterattack, get a boost advantage, and then score a goal. And KC, they looked the same way when they were winning. They were playing defensive. They were making a save, getting a good counterattack. But then, they just pushed it a little too far in some of those games they lost. You're giving up 4 goals off of kickoffs where you're all in front of the ball, offensive opportunity where you're all in front of the ball, and you can't win a series if you're giving up 3-4 goals a game. I mean, we've done it before, but, that's when you score 5 or 6.
Yeah, and obviously coming up next, Rising Star lower round 1, Omaha and Duluth taking on each other. Loser goes home. We have that match
Elimination
for you in just a bit.
All it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focused, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye they remember you for. They're calling your name, go and take what's yours. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment.
Hey everybody, welcome back to MCS Season 10 LAN. I am Flo.
And I'm also Gold Dude MK. I'm happy to be joining you here today for our LAN. I'm really excited for this series between the Omaha Buffalo and the Duluth Superior. It's going to be a good matchup between the 5th seed and the 8th seed, and two teams that really came here with different stories.
Absolutely, and you can take a look at the Duluth Superiors. They were the 9 seed coming in, but we had Chicago Jungle, I believe, not able to make it to LAN. Duluth is filling their spot. They're playing on house money. So, Gold Dude, do you think that Duluth might make a run here?
Yeah, I think Duluth have a good opportunity to kind of play just a little bit relaxed. They're playing with house money, and when you make a LAN when you weren't expecting to, it can just really kind of relieve some of the pressure and say, hey, we're not coming in as the #1 overall seed. No one's expecting us to come away and sweep this event. So let's just go ahead and play our game and do what we do best.
Absolutely. You mentioned that playing on house money thing. A lot of pros teams, they talk about the have fun meta, where you're just kind of playing, you're vibing with your teammates, you're laughing at jokes while you're playing. And that might be what this Duluth squad's doing, because again, as you mentioned, there's no expectations on them. There's no pressure for them to win, and sometimes that's the time where you will win.
Yeah, and on the other hand, you have an Omaha team that, if you want to talk about pressure, in Major 2, they also had to earn their spot. They're coming in as the 5th seed, but in that playoffs, they went to a Game 7 in Round 1, where they came out as the victor, but in Round 2, you take a Game 7 loss, and that can kind of be tough to come back from, but they've had a little bit of time to just recollect, come back for this LAN here with their best foot forward. But yeah, back-to-back Game 7s can really, really just put the pressure on you mentally. So, but they earned their spot here for our Season 10 LAN, and I'm really excited. I want to say this is our first best of 7 of the day, and I'm really excited to be casting it here. With that being said, I think we're just waiting for all the players to get ready up here. But other than that, anything else?
Absolutely. And you mentioned that Omaha, they went to 2 Game 7s in the Major 2 bracket. But the bracket stage wasn't the only thing that was close for them, Gold Dude. I believe they went to round 5 of Swiss as well, playing tight series throughout Swiss, and then to play Game 7 through the bracket twice in a row. This is a team that's no stranger to kind of long, grueling runs. And they better be ready for one. You know, they've got to play this match here against the Superiors. Then they're into lower round 2. They got to make it through semifinals, lower finals, and then grand finals as well if they want to take a win in this event.
Yeah, and with those long series, it really does, you know, pressure creates diamonds, and Buffalo and the Superiors coming in through that lower bracket, they're going to have to make a long run to make the grand finals. You know, speaking of long series, both of our upper round 1s today were sweeps, but that's only a best of 5, so we'll see, you know, with this best of 7, how's it going to go? Are we going to have another sweep? It would be a bit shocking, but that being said, you know, our last series was a really good Game 5, nearly went to overtime, and I'm hoping we can see Champs Field again here today.
Absolutely. We see Dinger here on the player cams. His play effect, he likes to sit crisscross applesauce when he's playing Rocket League. What do you think about that, Gold Dude?
I mean, personally, not for me. I can understand, you know, maybe it brings in a little bit of zen for you, but I don't know. I got to have my feet on the ground, stay grounded. But that being said, if it works for Dinger, clearly it made him, you know, a LAN player, and I'm excited to see how he performs today.
Absolutely. Me personally, crisscross applesauce, I can never do it. We're looking at Ewo now on the player cams. Ewo, excuse me. Play effect Yam Time. If I'm going to be honest with you, Gold Dude, I don't know what Yam Time is. I may have to talk to him after this match, see what we got going on for Yam Time. I'm not tracking that. Do you have any idea what Yam Time is?
I do not have any insight on Yam Time. I don't know if he's going to be bringing the hammer down in the game, if he's just a really big fan of the vegetable or what have you. But that being said, hailing all the way from Virginia, making the trek out here to make it here on LAN. And we will see, you know, can either of these teams become our Rising Star champion? As you can see, the Des Moines Derecho are our reigning champions. It's from Season 9. And I'm excited to see, you know, at the end of this 2-day weekend, who's going to walk out of here victorious.
Absolutely. And if either of these teams win in Rising Star, it'll be the first time for their organization that a Rising Star team has won. Of course, we see Duluth with the premier win in Season 8. But other than that, these organizations, have never won a MCS LAN.
And speaking of, you know, we were kind of touching on it in the last series, but here we have the all-time wins record in a row. St. Cloud Flyers with a dominant 16 series win streak in Season 6 Rising Star. While neither of these teams are currently in contention for that, the Rochester Rhythm are here today with an 8-series win streak. I believe Fargo also just may have tied that in their last series, which is incredibly impressive, and we'll see if they can add to it and enter that leaderboard this weekend.
Right, of course, that St. Cloud Flyers team, after winning 16 series in a row, they did not win LAN that year. So it may be a bad thing to win 16 series in a row. We don't know. Either way, 16 series is an absurd amount of series to wins in a row. That would mean a win in every season game, and then also one at a major.
Yeah, which is an incredible feat. And, you know, when you have 16 series wins in a row, obviously the streak has to end at some point. But with that being said, it's really shocking that they're the only team on the list that did not leave as a victor. Mankato Atlas, Burnsville, the other St. Cloud Flyers team just a season before them, all came out victorious. So will the Rochester Rhythm kind of keep that trend going and come away with a LAN championship for their organization?
Absolutely. You mentioned that St. Cloud Flyers with 16 wins is the only team on that list not to win. we think we know where the cutting off point is. Once you win 15 series, you better throw that 16th one, or you may not win LAN, unfortunately.
Yeah, unlucky series number 17. You know, when you're coming in just that consistently great and a team just comes in and kind of sucker punches you, it can kind of shock you a little bit and say, hey, we haven't really faced adversity in weeks, months. How can we come back in the series? And you may just not have that in you at that point. So that's kind of why when we're talking about Omaha going to back-to-back Game 7s, even though that can really tire you out throughout the season and the event, that really can help you in the long run as far as, hey, when our backs are against the wall as a team, we can make sure that we need to do what we need to do to come out with a win.
Absolutely. And you mentioned that 16 win streak. You kind of come in with a lot of pressure on you because you have been dominating. Neither of these teams have that pressure. They're not coming in through the upper bracket. Again, expectations are off them. So they may take that opportunity to shine here today.
Yeah, and that's kind of, I think that's the sweet spot really, where you're coming in with a good major performance, maybe overperforming to your expectations, but yet you don't have all the pressure in the world. So we have here BLT on the Omaha Buffalo. He is an ex-cheese factory worker, which is very interesting, especially we're in the state of Wisconsin. But let's see if that'll give him a little bit of a boost as our next player, speaking of Wisconsin, Quaza, who should be coming up here in a moment, if I'm not mistaken. His player comparison, that is Quaza. Player comparison is Arsenal, the retired version, not active player. And so, hailing from the state of Wisconsin, age 25, let's see if he can come away here with that not major championship, rather, but a LAN championship.
Absolutely. So he specifies retired Arsenal. Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing for this team?
You know what? I see a lot of clips of Arsenal online, and he seems to be having a great time, living his best life. A couple crash outs here and there. Hopefully we're not getting that version this weekend, but that being said, seems to be pretty loose. I saw him hitting some musties in the qualifiers, so I'm hoping that we get that today. That would be very fun.
Absolutely. Maybe we get that Quaza who's loosey-goosey, ready to win. Now we've actually got BLT. This is the real BLT. We had the wrong one earlier. BLT, as you mentioned, ex-cheese factory worker. I don't know if cheese has a connection to Rocket League. Do you think so? You think maybe being in the cheese factory gets those fingers all nice and warm? Anyway, we're getting right into the game. That doesn't matter. We got the Buffalo kicking off against the Superiors.
Let's see here. Quaza just trying to control off the backboard but can't get there. Does get it past two. That's a big commit for the Superiors, who are going to have to collect here. Dinger with no boost, just trying to dive at it and is able to make the save off the top post. Really no boost for the Superiors, who are just under a lot of pressure immediately in this midfield. Dinger just trying to put it to the corner, and let's see if they can recollect.
Absolutely. We see Dinger here working with a little boost at the mid. Got the mid here. He's got Seppi in the midfield, but cut away by Iwu here. Might be able to set something out. Kirby. He's got a nice cut. He's got a little bit of space to work with here in the corner. Quaza on low boost. Misses the ball completely. So does Kirby. Dinger takes a shot. Iwu can't quite get it, but it's just on the crossbar as Superiors hold some offense here.
Yeah, and the Buffalo were under a bit of defensive pressure there because Quaza ended up going to the moon with no boost and had to wait to fall all the way back down. So there was a good 3 to 4 seconds of just 2v3 as Iwu trying to take out Seppi the first, but not able to make contact. Kirby going to catch it off this back wall, following it up, trying to get past BLT, but does keep it in the orange half for the moment as Iwu gets a nice dunk on Kirby. As we're just going back and forth in the orange half here, as we need to see the Superiors get some offense, but right now they are just struggling in the boost department. Their third usually has some, but we've yet to see someone on ball have some high flying action. Here's a chance for Kirby, but it's a miss. Dinger with the follow-up to the backboard, and it's off target.
Absolutely. We're seeing some solid held offense here from Superiors as Dinger looks for the shot. Can't quite find a BLT. He's going down the other end, but gets bumped off by Kirby. Seppi's got a free ball. Oh, but he gets a demo from Iwu. Dinger, a nice 50 down the line, but there's no boost to really maintain this pressure.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I
and
was
it's going to
talking about.
slide in.
But it doesn't end up mattering. I was going to say, struggling with boost as that first man. Dinger had a free net but no boost. And yet it doesn't end up mattering as they can get there anyways, getting the ball past Iwu to get the first goal of our series. Superior up 1-0 now with 3:06 left on the clock.
Absolutely. We got another kickoff. This one going to the Buffalo. Early shot. Can't quite find the mark. Iwu, and he's hit it back to his side. It's looking like Quaz will get there in time, though. No real threat, but certainly looked a little scary from our perspective.
As that was near disaster, about as near disaster as you can possibly get. What I thought was a good offensive opportunity for the blue side ended up almost ending up in their net without the intervention of the Superiors at all. Quaza, a little bit awkward, running out of boost, just trying to do what he can. Gets it over to Kirby, who is not the man you want to see. With the ball, that's a quick shot by Seppi, but it's saved away as Quaza gets under, gets the mid boost, and just trying to make something happen here, but that's a good shutdown by Seppi, who's going to take it. See if he can get some sort of dunk or follow-up, but it's saved away by Iwu.
Absolutely, and I'm not one to call games early, but I do like what I'm seeing out of the Superiors here with continuous pressure. They've been holding it really well. Buffalo haven't gotten that many threatening looks on the Superiors net, if I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, and at first, the first 30 seconds, I was very nervous for the Superiors, especially just kind of controlling the map here, as they just really could not get not only out of their own half, but out of their own goalie box. And yet here we are with 1:40 left on the clock with a 1-goal lead. Very tumultuous lead, but still a lead nonetheless, as that is a bump. This could be an opportunity.
That's a fantastic bump.
Nice pass. Iwu going to take the ball to pay dirt, and we have a tie game here in game number 1. Quaza setting up that play as you see that blue splash goal explosion to break us even.
Well, I mentioned that Superiors had perhaps the better sustained offense, but Buffalo able to get a quick one there with a wonderful bump out of Quaza. See what they can do here. BLT just misses that redirect. Seppi, he's got a nice 50 out to the mid. Kirby's going to take this one down the line.
Yeah, and right now we're really seeing a meshing of play styles. Superiors with that sustained offenses. That's a nice pass here. What can Seppi do with it with only 7 in the tank? Doesn't end up making anything happen. That's a demo on Dinger, but it is saved away. Kirby and Seppi becoming a little bit awkward there and ends up losing that offensive pressure. Seppi saving the shot, which may have cost them this tied game here. But yeah, as far as the meshing of play styles, Buffalo right now going for that quick counter attack. They haven't had a lot of sustained offense yet. It's getting a little bit better as the game goes on, as Kirby up in the air now. Off the ceiling, can he get the double? It's saved by BLT, as I'm not sure if that would have been in, but it shuts out a lot of the danger. Speaking of danger, that is a huge double commit out of the blue defense.
Absolutely, and Seppi, he gets that 50 into the side. It's looking safe for now. Dinger, he's got the corner boost and a nice little touch out, but BLT, he's going to cut that one out. A bit of a free ball here for the Superiors. Not a lot of offense forming here from that Buffalo side. But we see Seppi, he's got a bump on Iwu. Kirby looking to take the ball. No, it's Dinger. He rips the shot, but BLT going to control that one nicely into the corner. A nice 50 out as well, but it's back to Seppi, and that's going to hit the ground. We've got overtime in game 1.
And what a great start to this series. We got OT on the clock. There is no promise that this game will ever end, as the game only ends when the ball is in the net, as that is a big dunk, but Iwu not able to make anything happen with it. Seppi looking for a bump, does get one. That's a shot, and Dinger ends it for the Superiors, pulling out a game 1 victory here. What a pass, just throwing it up for the backboard, hitting the goalie, and nearly stole that goal. A little bit of a ghost touch there, as that is the end of our game number 1, and that was a great start to our series here, especially if you're a Superiors fan.
Absolutely, and I think in that game, the big thing for Superiors was they were quicker to those balls. They were winning every 50-50, every loose ball was going in favor of the Superiors. We see Dinger with that one early, just beating out the defense. Quaza there with a wonderful bump, and that was to get that tying goal, bring him to overtime. But in the end, it was just that the Superiors were faster to that ball. You can see Dinger make that read faster than the defense could.
Yeah, and while, Rocket League isn't always about being pretty, you look at those two bump plays, the one the Buffalo scored on and the other one that the Superiors scored in overtime. The one that just looked a little bit more calculated was the Superiors. The Buffalo, a little bit struggling on offense, only 4 shots in game number 1. And, that bump goal that they did get, it worked, but it's really hard to sustain when the cars are just jumbled up. How can you reproduce that? That's much less of something that you can plan versus lobbing it up for the backboard and then taking out the goalie. So looking for a little bit more structure here for Buffalo in game number 2. I feel like they can do it. The players seem like they're, we're not seeing bad misses or anything like that, but really just working on that synergy as a team and getting more offensive pressure here in game number 2. Otherwise, they're going to go down multiple goals or multiple games.
That's not a hot start for the Buffalo. As Dinger, he's going to get possibly the easiest goal of the LAN so far. Seppi, he's got a miss. That fakes out Iwu. And Dinger is just there to play garbage collector.
And, as my in-person casting debut, I can officially say that I have caster cursed the Buffalo, as I said that we haven't had any bad misses, and then open game number 2 with a really brutal one as Quaza had an opportunity, but just no juice on that challenge here. BLT with an opportunity, reset, but doesn't get anything on it, and it's saved by the Superiors, who continue to have good defense, unlike the Buffalo, who are falling apart a little bit at the start of game 2. There's a lot of game left for them to come back. I just don't think Quaza was expecting the ball to come off the clear like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Superiors spent that minute between games counting their lucky stars as they get 2 easy ones here in these first 25 seconds.
Yeah, and if you're Buffalo, I still believe that they can do it. It's very early in this best of 7. But when you're in the lowers, and we were talking about that pressure earlier, I think they just need to take a second to breathe, because right now, Quaza, that's a really tough read. But a good fake by BLT. Not able to sustain that offense for now. That is an opportunity, but it's saved by Dinger, as the Superiors right now just have the better rotations and team chemistry in game number 2.
Dinger's a little awkward here, though. Quaza doesn't quite get the shot look off as Dinger gets a nice touch to mess up BLT. And Kirby, again, just beats that Buffalo player. Iwu with a 50 now, but it's straight to Dinger, who doesn't have any boost, but gets a decent clear downfield. BLT touches it into the corner. Should be safe for that Buffalo team, but Kirby, he's up. What can he make happen? A touch towards his own side, it seems, as Quaza rips one. Seppi, he's going to put that down to the sidewall. Kirby, he's got low boost, but he's got a lot of scary faces, and Seppi just misses that seemingly easy shot, Gold Dude.
And that's tough. It looks easy, but I can understand in the moment how that one can be missed. There is 3.5 minutes left, and I was going to say that may have been the nail in the coffin here, and yet already Superior's able to score one anyways. Kirby with the assist off Dinger. Nice little skim to the left, getting past the defender. And they are up in the series 1-0 and up in this game 3 goals now. In a game number 1 where both sides kind of struggled getting the ball in the net, there has been no struggle so far for the Superiors, as Dinger getting multiple touches off the backboard, but they can't capitalize. And that is a big miss here. That could have been an opportunity, but the rotations have just been so tight and so just accurate for the Superiors. It just seems that there's nothing that the Buffalo can do right now.
Absolutely. The good news here for the Buffalo is that they do have 3 minutes left. And you've seen the Superiors score 3 in 2 minutes. So now you've got 3 minutes to score 3 of your own, which is a little bit more time than the Superiors had. The bad news is that you're playing against a Superiors team who seems to be just giving it to you over and over and over, and Kirby going to make it over and over and over and over with that 4th goal.
And this man is on track to score over 1,000 points here. What a shot, just ripping it onto the back of the net. That is an ego shot if I've seen it. Absolute heat check. And this game is not even halfway over, and yet Kirby is making an absolute statement with a hat trick and 5 shots. Even Dinger with 1 goal, but just stacking up the score sheet. A goal, an assist, a save, a demo. This team right now is firing on all cylinders.
Dinger gets a nice dunk. It's looking a little open, but nobody from his team expected that one. Seppi, he's got this into the corner. What can he make happen here? Kirby with the nice 50, but nobody really there to follow it. Dinger, he's got full boost. He's in the air. He's going to be under Ewo, but BLT gets a boomer, and that's going to be straight in the net. Could put the Buffalo back in this one, but unfortunately they're still staring down the barrel of 3-goal deficit.
Yeah, and speaking of heat checks, you know, they're a heat check for a reason. Sometimes they do not go your way. Dinger trying to get that flip reset to make it 5, but instead it ends up in the back of their net. We do have a game now, as both teams have scored 4-1 with 2 minutes left, but Kirby unable to make it get back their 4-goal lead. Dinger off the backboard, but it's cut down by Iwu, who doesn't have any boost but is able to get it over at least to a teammate for the time being. They do have a little bit of pressure here. You know, at the moment it's still out of reach, I feel, but if Buffalo can pick up a goal here, then we definitely need to raise our eyebrows with this game.
Absolutely. 3 goals in a minute 30 looks daunting, but 2 goals in a minute 30 looks a little bit more doable. But looking like they're not going to make that happen here. Dinger, he's got some pressure on Quaza. Going to let him kind of take his time as Seppi controls that one just a little bit too far from himself. Iwu into the midfield. There's BLT for the shot, and he's going to find it over Kirby. And now we got a 2-goal game.
And we've seen the Buffalo score twice pretty quick. I think a minute 12, it's definitely doable, as that's a nice just shot to the top of the crossbar, able to put it in. And you know, especially when you're down, these kickoffs can be gold. Let's see if they can make anything happen here. Oh, as BLT had an opportunity, but just not able to capitalize. They are able to get it past a couple, but with a minute left on the clock and BLT facing the wrong way with no boost, they gotta, I mean, that's just an opportunity with that kickoff that they could have capitalized. And Seppi just recognizing the awkwardness in the defense. And, you know, that's probably it for game number 2 here. I'd love to be proven wrong, but with 5 goals, the Superiors are looking to take a commanding 2-0 series lead.
Absolutely, and you could see Seppi slow down for that one. He almost didn't believe that it was that free. You know, but of course he's going to take that one as Quaza. He's looking for the flip reset, doesn't quite get it. Kirby gets a nice boom downfield. It's looking like it might be open as Kirby not quite going to give the Superiors their 6th, but they've still got pressure here. Quaza, he's going high. BLT looking for the bump, but can't quite find it. Dinger going to control that in the corner. He's got Kirby on the outlet. Can he find it? Not quite, it's off the wall. Seppi, not the greatest 50. Iwu back into the mid. Quaza gets a pop. Perhaps a shot here. It's a little low, and Kirby going to get a free boom. That clock is going to hit 0 before the Buffaloes can do anything about it, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the Buffalo almost had a bit of a nice passing play there, but they just weren't able to finish it off. That's one of those things that, well, you know, it may not have changed the outcome of this game, just kind of gaining some momentum as Kirby unable to put the ball away again, but the ball does fall, and that is another Superiors win, this time in much more dominant fashion. And as this series goes on, especially if the Superiors continue this momentum, you really got to look back at that game number 1 and say, what if Buffalo came away with that OT win? You know, I mean, it really showed itself immediately as they, you know, conceded 2 goals that were both just kind of tough misses on defense. You know, was that overtime loss in effect there?
Absolutely. We see a timeout called here from the Omaha Buffalo. If you're the coach for the Buffalo, I think I'm just going to take this time to kind of reset their mental. I think that they were playing fine, especially at the end of that game. But I think that in the beginning of that game, they made too many easy mistakes. And so you just take this time out to breathe a little bit, to relax, and to make sure that your team is feeling good and that they know they can get back in this series.
Yeah, and I like what you say as far as just taking a moment, taking a breather. You know, this is the first series on LAN. Hopefully it's not the last if you're a Buffalo player or fan. That being said, I mean, this is a Buffalo team that was 1 game away from the grand finals of the major number 2. And so if you can just take a moment and say, hey, we know we can do this as a team. We just need to lock in a little bit. The mistakes that we're making are simple defensive errors. But especially in the last few minutes of game number 2, they were starting to click a little bit as far as those passing plays. That was a nice goal that they had on the second shot, or the second goal. And I'm looking for a lot more of that after this timeout, just to see if you can settle in, on this Saturday at Saturday noon. And yeah, I'm just really, really hoping to see a closer Game 3 here.
Absolutely. And you mentioned this team was one game away from Grand Finals in Major 2. We know this is a team that has that offensive firepower, that has that pop-off capability. And we're going to see if they can show that here in Game 3 as we get back into the game.
And kickoff for game number 3 here in the lower round 1 for Rising Star, as Kirby able to get it past one here. Does create some chaos here as Seppi is going to follow it up. Bit of miscommunication on the Buffalo defense, but they're able to clear the lines at least for now. And Iwu had an opportunity, but had to use that flip and ends up missing it. As so far, just a volleying back and forth for this first 30 seconds. And let's see if Dinger can make some magic happen here.
That was a close one from Dinger. That was a lot closer than maybe I thought. As Quaza, he's going to be a little awkward here, but gets a decent touch to Iwu. 50'd in the corner there. Quaza, he's going to be up for that one, but Dinger gets the beat on him. Superior's proven again that they're just that little bit faster. As Kirby cuts off. Bit of a pinch. It's going towards the net, but that should be a pretty easy save for Quaza. Now he's got time. He's got a little bit of boost. He's got perhaps a dunk on Seppi, but not quite threatening.
Yeah, and for the Buffalo, I'm really looking for someone to step up. I was talking about in Game 2 how we saw a hat trick, 5 shots. You also had Dinger just filling up the score sheet. And, I just haven't had that one player on Buffalo who I'm saying, wow, they are really dominating this series right now. I think that could do wonders, even if, it's not necessarily filling up the goal sheet, but if you can just have someone who is picking up demos, getting shots on net, and just causing a little bit of sweat for the Superiors on defense, I think that could really do wonders for them, as Iwu not able to get that going here, but let's see if Quaza can at least start to create a little bit of pressure.
Absolutely. You mentioned that standout player, that leader to kind of forward the charge for that Buffalo team, and so far it hasn't erupted. Quaza hoping that maybe it'll be him. As Dinger gets a clear back to the side. Seppi gonna just miss as Kirby gets a free shot, and Quaza's not gonna be able to get back to that one in time. The follow-ups are too quick from the Superiors, and they're gonna take the lead in that Game 3.
And Kirby just floating in the air. Crazy ghost touch on defense. I actually thought that was going to go in on the wifty, as Seppi, didn't get a touch there. Ended up not mattering, and Superiors taking a lead here as the Buffalo need to make something happen. Quaza off the ceiling, but no boost to make anything with it, as BLT just going to lob it up, trying to make something happen. That's a miss on the defense, but it's saved away by Kirby, at least for the time being. Dinger tied up on defense, but they're still able to clear the lines. Those tight rotations continue to work wonders for them.
Absolutely, they almost put one away there, hoping they'll get that chance back as BLT is going for the pinch on the sidewall, doesn't quite get it as Dinger's going to cut him off. Kirby's lurking in the midfield. He's got full boost. He's got the corner bounce. Oh, but he doesn't quite read it. BLT, he's going to send that one long. And Seppi, he's just going to control it. He's got the boost now again. Kirby looking to set it back up. And the Buffalo defense is almost completely zero boost. We see Iwo and Quaza getting some now, but that was a little scary for that Buffalo defense for a minute, especially on that waterfall read that Kirby almost got, as he almost puts another one away. Looking for that second rebound shot. Dinger, he's playing that one into the corner. Looking to find Kirby in the mid, but doesn't quite. Kirby, he's been lurking for about an hour and a half as he looks for that shot, and Dinger gonna put another one on, and that's gonna be Superior's 2-0 in Game 3.
And I was gonna mention, that was a goal, about 20 seconds ago. I think Kirby should have had it. Wasn't open net, ends up skying it, but able to set up Dinger here, and I was gonna mention Kirby, I'm not gonna blame him for not picking up that tough double, but did have a miss in game number 2 while they were up a few goals, and I was gonna wonder, is that gonna be something that's gonna bite them later in the series? I thought that, maybe with missing that goal, while they're only up 1 in game number 3, it might open the door for Buffalo to blast it open, and yet Superior's just making it happen anyways. causing chaos. Right now, this duo of Dinger and Kirby, and this is nothing against Seppi, but Dinger and Kirby right now are playing on absolute LAN levels here.
Absolutely. Kirby and Dinger certainly taking the charge for that Superiors team. And Quaz is kind of my go-to player on Buffalo right now, but they're not taking over to the level that the Superiors are as Dinger. He's going to play that one into the corner. Kirby, a bit of a flip reset touch maybe to Dinger. He's going to go looking for that bump, but doesn't quite find it. Ewu into space. No real threat here, but perhaps they can rebound this.
BLT did get that boost. Oh, but the crossbar is just not their friend. Nothing going their way right now as that's another great save. Ewu and Dinger colliding. Dinger, no boost to make the shot here. BLT gonna save it away with only 30 seconds left. They need to score here and now as that is a great setup, but Seppi not able to get there in time as that's a good save by the Buffalo defense. Seppi trying to make it 3, picking up that corner boost. And right now they are just controlling every part of the pitch here. BLT is gonna have to make something happen here and now, but it's gonna go right back over to Seppi as that 10-second countdown towards a 3-0 series lead has already begun. And with 1 second left, this game is over. The Buffalo are gonna need to reverse sweep to stay alive here.
Absolutely, the Buffalo are now staring down the barrel of a 3-game deficit. That's not what I'd want to see. If I'm a Buffalo player, personally, I don't really want to be down 0-3. I don't think you would want to be down 0-3. Nobody wants to be down 0-3. But the great thing about being down 0-3 is that there's a chance for a reverse sweep.
And all you need is one. If you are a Buffalo player right now, you just need to take this game. Games 5, 6, and 7 do not matter in this moment. If you can take a game, you have captured that momentum, and that's really what you're looking for at this moment in time, especially when you're walking out of game number 3, getting outshot 3-9, which is, I mean, just not a recipe for success, especially with all of the Superiors picking up a demo here. Again, if the Superiors can keep this up, not only in game number 4, they'll win this series, but they're looking to be a strong contender for the rest of this weekend.
Absolutely, and it looks like we see a timeout come out. Was that one called from the Superiors? No timeout, excuse me. No timeout here, but yeah, I mean, if you're the Buffalo, it's looking a bit rough for you. It's looking a bit rough for you.
That would have been a crazy ego timeout by the Duluth Superior if that was a timeout.
Yeah, I think it'd be on brand for the franchise, though. I believe in season 9, I was on Duluth, and the Rising Star team, they were playing on LAN. They took a timeout up on match point as well. But anyway, we're getting into game 4. That's more important than anything that happened last season. Yeah, Kirby, he's taking a shot early. BLT, he's going to save that one nicely. Looking for that ceiling double, doesn't quite find it. Dinger on low boost, going to put one towards target. But Ewu gets a nice clear away, and Seppi just can't quite make contact. This could be a chance for the Buffalo down the line, as Ewu's got it. But Kirby controls nicely off the backboard, and he's going to get a good 50 to buy his team some time.
Oh, just beautiful control by Kirby to get them out of the danger there. A little bit dangerous by Seppi going to the ceiling, but they're able to recollect that corner boost as Dinger just going to lob it all the way over to the blue half, and they survive a little bit of a scare here early in game number 4. And you were mentioning how important this game is. This is, you know, not only the series life, but this is your tournament life on the line here for Buffalo, and Kirby is going to open it up. We have seen just an absolute mollywhopping here by the Superiors, holding the Buffalo to 0 goals in game number 3 and picking up an early lead here on series point with 4:08 left on the clock.
Absolutely, and I mentioned that the good thing about being down 0-3 is that you have the chance for that reverse sweep. Now you're down in game 4 as well. And the good thing about that is that now the comeback is even better if you come back from being down in game 4.
If it's about a story, it'll be one heck of a story as Seppi not able to get the mid pass as there's a little bit of chaos here, but Kirby just continuing to stay on the play with 0 boost. Ewu, a little bit of a panic flip, I feel like, although there was a bit of harassment on that back line. Right now the Superiors have a great boost advantage. If Buffalo can get a goal, it will crack things open, but instead it's Seppi just beating the last defender here, having 100 boost for a while and using it in the right moment here to capitalize. 3:36 left on the clock. There's a bit of game left, but the Buffalo have to show an ounce of life right now, and at the moment I'm just not seeing it.
Absolutely, and unfortunately we're seeing from Superiors this game what we've been seeing out of them all series, which is that they're ready faster than the Buffalo are. A 50-50 happens, the Superiors are always first at that ball. Dinger, he's going to put one off the backboard, and you already know that Kirby's ready to take that ball. Unfortunately cutting off Seppi a little bit, so maybe I spoke too soon. As Quasi, he's going to take this one into the corner, and the Superiors bumping each other now. Perhaps I've willed into existence a bit of Superiors chaos.
It's a little early to celebrate if you're the Superiors as they're high-fiving on the back end, but they're able to survive the scare regardless. And it's something that I touched on after that game number 1. It was a close game that went to overtime, and yet I was just talking about how the Superiors offense is just a bit more recreatable, a bit more controlled, and a bit more created. And the Buffalo, you know, their one goal seemed to be off of chaos, as we do see BLT with an opportunity, doesn't get the double, but sets up Quaza. And I was talking about that ounce of life. We have life here in game number 4.
Absolutely, we see BLT get a nice air dribble over Kirby. Kirby, he can't get back to it in time. A well-placed shot from Quaza right around him to that right side of the net. They're back in this. They've got 2 minutes and 37 seconds for one goal here. Plenty of time for either of these teams.
And the Buffalo looking to get resurrected as Iwu off the ceiling from the heavens, but unable to make a play with the backflip. Seppi gonna just throw it down the midfield, and it's shut down by BLT. There is a lot of time left in this game, and the Buffalo have an opportunity. Quaza not able to get the bump early enough on Seppi, but putting him in the back of the net may prove beneficial here with no boost. A little bit awkward for the Superiors as Iwu gets it over to the sidewall, but that's a great mid-boost grab by Kirby to shut the play down, including skimming it. And this is super awkward for the blue defense, but they're able to recollect, at least just for now.
And Kirby, he's ready for that again. He gets, oh no! And Kirby, he was just too ready for that touch. That kicks out mid. Kirby, a very quick reaction to jump that, and Quaza and BLT just a little too awkward. They're gonna put that one in their own net. You know, and now it's really time for the Buffalo to really throw the kitchen sink at this game. They're down 2 games, they're down 3 games, down 2 goals. And now's when you throw the kitchen sink, and maybe the bathroom sink, and maybe the laundry room sink as well.
Yeah, and like a train, you could see that own goal coming from a mile away. That was in such a brutally awkward position for the Buffalo, just waterfalling off that inner corner. That's really the nightmare scenario on defense, especially when the ball is that high, you can't see the other team's offense. You're just looking up in the air, and you just kind of got to jump and guess. And unfortunately for them, there was no shot at the moment, as BLT is going to put it wide. Kirby, oh, unfortunately, just blocking that shot, and that really could have been the end of it here, as, you know, while we're with only a minute left here, Superiors looking to take this series on the B stage. We do have KC with a 2-0 series lead over Rochester.
You know, that hurts a little bit. I'm signed to Rochester Challenger. It's a little sad to see Rochester down 0-2 on the B stream. But I believe in their ability to come back. I said it before, the best part about being down in a series is that you've then got that opportunity to come back. Fortunately for the Buffalo, it's not looking like that's going to happen. They've got 34 seconds to make something happen. You know, we've seen teams do it in 14. But the Superiors have just looked too good this series, I think.
Yeah, and we see Seppi going for that backline bump. It was a really aggressive play, but while he's going for it, I just see him laughing in the player cams. And we were talking about this going into it, as that's a nice cut. And we see 2 demos here, just a minefield here. Can the Superiors end it with a 4th goal? They cannot in the moment, but we were talking about just coming in playing loose, saying, hey, we're playing with house money, as there is an opportunity. Kirby hitting him with the shrug and saying, hey, there's an opportunity for you guys to make a play. Let's see if you can do it. But the Buffalo if you're talking about 1% chance to stay alive in the series, it's this kickoff right here.
So you're saying there's a chance. You know, NRG did it in 4 seconds. Unfortunately, the Buffalo will not be able to take it in 2. Superiors are going to win your Rising Star lower round 1.
And that is, I think we've had 3 Rising Star series today, and all 3 of them have been a sweep. So hopefully that trend doesn't continue, as I love this Rising Star tier. You have a lot of different players here. And, speaking of, just kind of the different levels of competition, the Superiors coming in as your 9th overall seed, and they have now won a series at LAN, a position and a statement that I don't think anyone thought would have been possible after the end of Major number 2. That own goal, the game was in hand, or at least in the balance, but unfortunately that really ended things. Buffalo able to just get a goal to walk out of here with. But I mean, just look at Kirby with 6 shots, 3 demos, an assist, and 2 goals. Everyone on the Superiors is really clicking, and I'm really excited to see where they go here for the rest of the tournament, because they are looking to be a force.
Absolutely. You mentioned they came in as the 9 seed. They just won their first series, but not only did they win, they won it in 4 games in a dominant fashion as well. So Superior's looking really hot in this tournament. Curious to see how they do throughout the rest of it.
Yeah, and when you're walking out of a game with 11 shots and 8 demos, that is how you win not only games, but how you're going to win series. So we'll see if they can keep that up. And with that being said, any other thoughts on the series?
I mean, this series kind of spoke for itself. I think that Superiors were just a better team. I think they were a little bit faster. And coming up here after this, we've got the Challenger lower round 1.
And I'm excited to see how that series goes. Hopefully it's not a sweep. We did have a game 5 on Champs Field earlier today. Hope that trend can keep up over on that side of things. But for Rising Star, lower round 1 between the Superiors and Omaha Buffalo, that'll do it for us today, as the Superiors are just walking out here with tons of momentum for the rest of the day and Sunday as well.
And welcome back to MCS Season 10. It's been a great day so far, halfway through, and we've got Challenger lower bracket action coming up. I'm joined with K-Tool. K-Tool, how's it going?
It's going good. Definitely glad to be back casting. I don't know how I weaseled my way into casting for MCS, but very, very glad to be on stage. We've had some incredible matches so far today. Some going all the distance, some a little bit of sweeps. I'm definitely hoping we're going to get some games going to the distance now that we are in elimination matches and best of sevens. But it's been fantastic so far.
Yeah, it's been great action. And of course, now that we're in the lower bracket, these two teams, they've come all this way. They're playing in one best of seven series. One of the teams is going home. They've prepared for months and months throughout the season, starting off in August, September, and now it comes down to this one best-of-7 series to continue their LAN life, and I think that'll be some pressure for both teams, but I think both have prepared well, and I'm interested to see how this breaks out. It's a number 5 versus number 8 seed matchup, so it'll be quite even.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, their entire season comes down to just one match. It's so tough. You have your up and down days, and you just are hoping and praying that you're going to have a good day. Your team's going to click, the comms are going to be good, and the Rocket League gods will be smiling down upon you. But sometimes it doesn't go your way. But especially with players playing on LAN, some of them for the first time ever, LAN nerves will absolutely be a factor.
Definitely, and you always see results. Some players thrive in this environment. As we mentioned before, playing in a situation like this, it's absolutely packed here at River Falls. So many spectators, so many cheers from B streams. It's a whole different environment, so some people might be feeling the pressure and need to really lock in to perform and face off and to get into tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting battle. It's like we said, this is a best of 7, so they got a long time to go. We saw last match that teams finally, they do have their timeout. And so it's interesting to kind of see the Rocket League meta on where timeouts are called. It used to be only ever call it on match point. Now they're calling it usually if they're down by 2. So we'll have to see if we do see big changes if one of these teams does go down by 1 or 2 matches.
Definitely, and referencing big changes, we're looking here at the Challenger bracket, and 2 upsets so far. Of course, the number 1 Douglas Superiors losing earlier on stream to the Omaha Buffalo, and then the number 2 Miracles losing 3-1 to the number 3 Rochester Rhythm. So not much to look forward to between these Bemidji Lumberjacks and Brainerd Victory, because they get to face the number 1 seed. Obviously, they are playing with a sub, but still showing the strength that is in this Challenger tier, and will be dangerous to see potentially a complete upset in Challenger so far.
Yeah, it's been a pretty intense so far, and like you mentioned, the winner, they're going to celebrate, they're going to be super happy, and then they look at the next team they're going to face, and they got to do it all over again. But again, that'll be a tomorrow problem, right? But the first step is getting this first match done, and especially coming out early, right? In this best of 7, if you can get the first game, second game to go your way, it's going to put so much pressure on the other team to really rally back. And again, in this LAN environment, it's so much tougher when you're in an uncomfortable environment. Like you said, some of these teammates are meeting each other for the first time. So if they can get over the hump quickly, they can mesh together, and that is going to be the key to victory in this best of 7.
Yeah, I think a team synergy is so important, and thinking of the lineups, we do have the full lineup for the Brainerd Victory, so they're coming in, having experience, but we do have a sub for the Bemidji Lumberjacks. Unfortunately, the third was not able to join, and we're looking at Ender Dude, the substitute from Rising Star, whose contract is 1,300, which is a little bit lower compared to Challenger tier, but they did play previously in Major 2, and they took down the team that stomped through the Swiss stage, the Kansas City Outlaws, and made top 4 with that lineup. So I think some people maybe are doubting. I think I have some questions of if Enderdu can live up to the competition of the Challenger tier, but they've already shown that they can win and get top 4 in a major. So I think that's going to be a big talking point throughout the series. How can this newly evolved lineup for the Lumberjacks succeed?
Yeah, first couple of games are going to be very, very obvious to see if they're meshing or not. But like you mentioned with the sub, a lot of these players in these lower levels are trying to work so hard to get up to that level. And when they finally get the call up, to the bigger leagues, it really is, are you going to fall under the pressure or are you going to rise to the occasion? And we're going to have to see what happens here as we are going to be getting this match going in soon. It's going to be interesting to see is as we are getting farther and farther into the bracket, do we see more teams mesh or do we see them fall under the pressure?
Yeah, and as you can see here, here's the Major 2 bracket. The 8th seed Bemidji sneaking in. Both teams actually had similar switch stages. They were both sitting 1 and 2, so they had 2 important series wins to actually get to the knockout rounds. Unfortunately, Brainerd losing to this Miracle side at the 7th seed, but Bemidji taking over the Kansas City Outlaws, losing to the eventual champions, the Duluth Superiors, who are quite a strong lineup and who they might meet in the future in the next round.
Hey, we'll have to see if it happens.
Yeah, it would be tough to see how they can can compete against this strong Duluth side, and if they can get to the ability to play them in the next round.
Yeah. Well, and like you mentioned, if they upset the #1 seed, there's no reason they can't win here. It really is them kind of battling against themselves. And again, playing in a LAN environment, playing in an uncomfortable situation, the mechanics might be a little more difficult to pull off. So a lot of times, teams who play a little more simple play style, a little more grounded, a little more passing, especially like bumps and demos plays, on LAN, they can cause even more havoc because people just aren't as comfortable in the air mechanically.
Yeah, and don't want to take too many risks, play their cycle, look for teammates' plays. We don't see as many solo plays, but I could be proven wrong. We've had some crazy clips in the past, and I'm excited to see how these teams show off. They have played previously in the past in start of the turn of the year, January. Didn't have the same lineups, but it was a 3-0 win for the Brainerd Victory over the Lumberjacks. So even though they're coming in as this #8 seed, they might have some of the momentum, think that they can take this team down.
Are you expecting a similar result? I'm kind of calling you out a little bit here, but do you have prediction specifically for this match?
It's tough to say because I've played for both of these franchises, so I feel biased as to who I should support. But looking at the history, looking at how these teams make, I might have to go for the Brainerd Victory. I think it's going to be closer than people think. I think with a substituted lineup, people might think it might be a stomp for the Victory. So I'm going to go for 3-2 for the Victory. But Kato, what are you thinking?
Well, 3-2 in a best 7 might be a little tricky. But I am going to be going with you on that, Brainerd, only because I know some of the players on that team, and that is it. There is absolutely no other reason. But like you mentioned, if they got a 3-0 earlier in the season, there's no reason they can't do it again. Now, I do hope it's not a 4-0. This is the only cast we get today, so I hope we get a Game 7. I want to get some good content. But again, both of us siding with the Brainerd Victory. Might be a caster curse, might not.
It definitely will. It could be. I'll just my prediction to be a 4-2, but we'll see how they match up. I think it will be very even showing. I am also hoping. I think last time I casted, it was all sweeps until the finals.
That's just boring. You want to get some content.
It's bad luck. I want to see some action going in, and
we want the content. The crowd wants the content. Hopefully, the players are going to deliver here. But again, as we are just getting this game going very, very shortly, it's going to be interesting. So I'm kind of looking at you here, who again know these teams fairly well. If you had to pick one player who you are expecting to have that standout performance, who would it be?
I think I'm going to be looking towards Thermal. I think he's the #1 pick coming in on this Bemidji Lumberjack side. I think this is, again, a team that has worked with a lot of subs. Looking through the match history, they've had rotations in their lineup. They've had different third men come in, but it's always really been Thermal and Barry being the stalwart 2 players for this Lumberjack side. So I think his performance, if he's able to create that synergy and interact and put Enderdude in a situation to thrive, potentially as a third man, have freedom to go forward, I think that would be important to see. And as we head into Game 1, we'll see how these two teams can fight off in this first lower bracket challenger match.
Yeah, one of the things we haven't mentioned yet is that Fluke and Rage on the Victory side, they are college teammates playing together. So you talk about chemistry, they're playing possibly together more than anyone else in this lobby. So we'll see if chemistry on LAN can elevate them that much more, because they have that much more LAN experience.
Yeah, it's definitely important. Experience comes in. So many teams that have college teammates and have familiarity tend to succeed. So paired with Blaudet, who has been a challenger player for so long and has such great mechanics, it will be important to see if this team can really thrive. But as we see Thermal getting intercepted here, Enderdude intercepting, showing that space that he needs to bring at this challenger level. Drop down for Barry, off to the ceiling. No one's going for that for the Victory side, except for Rage. Clears it out, kicked up atop by Thermal. Could be a chance here, but Fluke, low boost, beautifully clears it off the back post.
Good pop from Blatt, dropping down. Ender has no boost, have to leave that. No boost again around the field. The entire side of Victory has no boost. Ender gets it over one. Thermal with a light pop to the sidewall. Fluke trying to pinch it, a little bit of an awkward miss there. It does drop down to Rage. Trying to get an extra touch, gets a 50, it does go mid. Blatt is there, trying to get a shot. It's a pass, but unfortunately Rage not able to get it. Very, very close. Lots of pressure going Victory side. Thermal gets a decent pass out. Is that going to go all the way? Rage is there. Tosh in the corner. Back and forth. The first minute, team's a little bit too timid to commit that third man. We're playing a lot of boomer ball just to test the waters.
Yeah, seeing some good passing looks here. Trying to find that player down the field, looking for an opportunity. Here's a free set for Thermal. Leave it off for Barry. Enderdude trying to contain this one on the offensive end. Goes up high. 2 players committing for the Victory. Rage will take it, but has no boost to follow this one up. Thermal will touch this, but then Fluke clearing it out to the right-hand side. Barry intercepts. Blaudet now hits it out to Rage. Enderdude needs to get a touch here off to the side and does so, but gets 50s. Could be a chance here. Is this rolling towards the back post, but just sweeps wide.
Barry getting demoed for his effort. Fluke trying to pop this one mid. Pops it high, but a little bit too far for Blatt. Trying to get a touch here. It goes off the ceiling. Can Rage find the touch? Not enough boost to get above it. Fluke now trying to go off the sidewall. We're seeing a lot of touches off the sidewall, off the backboard, but no one's actually there to get that final shot for the victory. But again, Lumberjacks, they do seem to be struggling to get out of their half right now. They finally get a touch. Rage gonna drop that one down. Fluke taking now over. It's going to bounce back mid. Is anyone there? And again, great clear from Rage. Thermal, this is going to be a tough read off the backboard. Causes a double commit from Barry. Still 0-0 halfway through game one.
Yeah, tight midfield contest. Both teams are doing a great job of getting these clears, even with low boost, as you see Blaudat sending up to Rage. Could be a chance for a double, trying to get behind this one. Just doesn't get the angle. And now Blaudat, low boost. Enderdu could counter. Doesn't quite get the touch that he needs, as this one's cut back towards the back post. Looks like Fluke will take over now. Sent to the skies. Enderdu will fly for this one. Doesn't get the touch. Leaves for Rage, but Thermal wins the 50. Blada touches this one this time. Barry, just a ball out towards the middle, but again, easily intercepted by the victory. Nobody's threatening too hard on the offensive end, but we're seeing some great touches back into the corners. Thermal has to slow this one down. Doesn't have the boost. Looking for Barry. Sent up high by Enderdu. Looking for Barry once again. Gets a touch towards the net! And what a finish from Barry.
What a read from Barry. He had so much time to look at that one. And the pass from Ender. That is a ridiculous read to finally break the 0-0 tie. Lumberjacks going up 1-0. And we talk about a fantastic goal to give his team momentum. That is a great way to start off the series.
Definitely. Given the tone of the series of it, that could be the goal to win it. We haven't seen too many shooting opportunities, and to come out of nothing, a moment of brilliance there from Barry, and a great setup by Enderdu to find him up there. But this is a shot from Fluke, who responds with a back post shot.
Doesn't matter how the ball goes in. That is as many goals as the clip that we just saw from the Lumberjacks. And Fluke, just pure speed. We saw two players there between Thermal and Barry, but neither one of them in a great spot. So we saw the last defender had 0 boost. So a victory. They did respond within 20 seconds, and we're basically back to a tie game. And like you mentioned, with how low scoring it's been so far, we might now be in golden goal territory.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that, with only 90 seconds remaining. And again, as you mentioned, every goal counts. It seems like it's a lot harder for the Lumberjack having to get that great shot from Barry, and all of a sudden a back post shot. Blada trying to find a player out to the middle. Intercepted once again. Barry has some room. Thermal looking towards the middle, but cleared out beautifully by Fluke. Does have the pace and continues with it. Seeing our first demo coming through from Rage. This is bouncing to the middle. Important touch from Fluke. Finds a teammate. Sends the momentum going forward. Very well done there. Slow down the play. Controls the ball and counters to bring his team back on offense.
Fluke leaving this one for Rage. Gonna have to collect again. Go for a low 50. He does a great job. Rage should take over. Boomer downfield, Blatt is up, but it's going to be just a little bit too far for him. Although I love that they're so ready for these counterattacks here. Victory, gone in defense here. Rage getting a decent 50. Fluke should toss it to the sidewall. What she does, soft touch, keeps control. Flick over one. It's got a decent amount of boost. It's going to 50 all the way back, almost on target. Rage not able to read it. Is anyone there? Blatt at the last second tosses his car in front. Dangerous for the victory as they're still on the backsword. Off the ceiling, and Fluke, what a ridiculous squishy save. I don't even know how he got that one. With 25 seconds left, Victory are just trying to hold on.
Yeah, the momentum is fully switched. The Lumberjacks are challenging this Victory side, throwing everything at the back post and low boost. Blaudat clears this one out, but again, intercepted by Thermal, dangerously off the ceiling. A great pinch there, finds Blaudat, who's ready for that touch. Rage looking for a ball out to Fluke, but again, no boost for the side of the Victory. Might be a chance for the Lumberjacks to get one last chance here. 1 second remaining, ball cannot hit the ground, 50 off into the corner, and we have overtime in game one.
Overtime, and again, this game one is so monumentous, and who's gonna get the momentum? Who's gonna get the start to see who can get close to victory here, as this is gonna bounce already in a dangerous spot, and that was ballsy for Thermal to not jump, having faith that no one was gonna go for that ball, as he actually gets around 2. Gets around the 3rd. Rage pops it up with 0 boost. Ender trying to look mid. Barry has no boost though. Barry and Ender 0 boost combined. Fluke throws this one downfield. Rage good touch on the backboard. Blatt's trying to find out and get the read, but the last second Barry is there. First 30 seconds again. We're seeing a lot of boomer ball and just trying to send someone downfield and get that redirect.
Yeah, it seems like it's a strategy for both teams. Throw something towards the net, and Blada will clear this one out. A lot of over-the-top backboard plays, but great interceptions by both teams, and actually slow plays. Doing a great job of slowing it down, not sending a ball out easily finishable by either side. But again, we're back to this pressure from the Lumberjacks. Cleared up by Rage, but intercept by Thermal. Now Enderdu looking to turn on this one, but is a bit slow on it. Gets an important touch to the corner. Thermal now has full boost, and so does Barry. Sends it. Rage heading in the wrong direction. This will kick out beautifully, but intercepted by Rage again. Could be a chance for a pass, but sends it towards the back post instead. Still maintaining that Lumberjack pressure as Rage, another important interception. Both players on this victory side are intercepting so well, making sure no chances are available. But this is a leave by Enderdude. This one's rotating again in the middle, and another clear for the Lumberjacks. Now it's the Victory's turn to play some offense, but a massive bump there to kill the offensive chance for the Victory.
Ooh, it's a great pass. Making Fluke find the double tap. He does not find it. Ball still in the middle. Is anyone there? Black gets an awkward 50 here, but again, we're looking for some great infield passes, just not quite finding the last touch. As we see two players, almost the third miss from Lumberjacks. It's an absolute disaster class. No one reading the backboard. Is that going to go in? It's off the crossbar. Is anyone there? Fluke off the post, and no one can find it for victory. This one, again, off the crossbar. Is anyone going to get that final shot? And somehow, Lumberjacks defense stands tall.
I think the Lumberjacks had 0 boost for 30 seconds there. Every shot off the post, off the crossbar, and somehow they've survived. If there's ever a moment for the Lumberjacks to try and get this chance here, the Victory need to find a shot here. Still not really having the boost that they need to continue this offense. Enderdude sends to the corner, but hands it off straight to Blaudet. Could be a moment of brilliance here from Blaudet, but intercepted from Barry. Maybe just from Enderdude, puts it towards the net. Rage, still no boost, looking for a pass towards the middle. Barry shoots this one towards target, and again Blaudet making a huge save, keeping his Victory side in it.
Fluke now taking over. He's got 100 boost, opting to take it slow, trying to get a hard hit over one, demoed for his efforts. Actually, this is open. Hello, is anyone back for a split second, but Thermal able to get there. I thought that Victory were gonna walk away with an overtime freebie there. Last second now, Fluke trying to get this one to Rage. Actually opts to go for a solo play, trying to get a flip over one. Can't get there. Blaudet throws himself there. 0 boost. He has to force to go back here. Barry now going for a solo play. Who's going to challenge first? Blaudet up so early in the air. It gets past 2. It gets past the 3rd for a second. And that's how it goes in. A defensive blunder, and Lumberjacks take it in overtime.
Wow, the early flick from Barry just threw off both players, Rage and Blaudet, soaring in the air. But Fluke, assuming one of the two will get a touch on it, and it goes straight through, and all of a sudden the Bemidji Lumberjacks somehow take that game one.
And somehow they take that one, and like you mentioned, Fluke was expecting one of his 2 teammates to hit that one, and then it perfectly split the difference between them. And Lumberjacks, like I said, taking game 1 here in a little bit unconventional overtime. I know I had talked about that, game 1 is going to give them so much momentum, and especially to lose in that sense for a victory, it's so demoralizing knowing that we should have had that.
Exactly. They'll think that there's no boost on the Lumberjack side. They have a shot. It hits off the ground. It hits off the crossbar. Off to the post again. So many chances. Just previously before, we thought nobody's back for the Lumberjacks, but out of nowhere comes Thermal, sets up Barry, and all of a sudden the Lumberjacks score. And that's in the tone of this game. It feels like there's so much counterattacking. As you can see from the stats, so even on the shot side. Actually, equivalent in the amount of shots. Big saves coming from both sides, especially Enderdude. We're talking about the sub coming in, stepping up 6 saves in that game.
He's letting his teammates do some work there. Barry and Thermal going crazy. Barry getting both of those goals. Again, the first one was a ridiculous read off the backboard, but again, the OT goal is going to count as the same. So as game 1 is done, right, as we kind of get to game 2 here, I am expecting both teams to have a lot of momentum. I do think that Brainerd, yes, they did lose, but they know that we had so many shots. Yes, we hit the post, we hit the crossbar, but if we try to, replicate what we just did, realistically, they are going to find the back of the net more and more.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Both teams, I think, will be feeling positive, and the pressure that Victory had really should give them inspiration, give them a chance that they can take this one, but Thermal wants to shut that down immediately, looking for the reset, doesn't quite get it, but kicked out to the corner, looking towards Barry, just decides to leave it. Rage will now take over, but flicked by Thermal. Blaudet's in a dangerous situation here as Enderdude trying to get a touch, doesn't quite get it. Here's another demo. Maybe that's something that the Victory can look into. We saw barely any demos in that game 1. Maybe they need to shake up the rotation because it felt a bit formal on the defensive end, but now here comes Blaudet looking for the reset, gets off the front post. Big touch there from Thermal. Another double commit from the Lumberjacks, but Rage misses the touch here. That could be a challenge, but just left once again. Victory able to just wait that one out, but Blaudet's already rotating away, and Enderdude is setting it down. That could be a chance there for the Victory, but they just decided to leave it.
Yeah, you see some awkwardness and some miscommunication here from the Victory side. We're seeing good pass attempts, just not going to come to fruition as a solo play from Ender. Almost getting through as we see Barry taking his time. There's a demo. The goal was free, but not able to wrap his car around it with the boost that he had. Blaudet trying to get it over the 3rd man. Thermal going to take a good touch. It's going to bounce mid as he can have enough boost to get up to it. Gets a great first touch. Does he have enough to go for the bump at the last defender? The goal is open, but Barry not expecting it, I think, to drop there. Fluke now on 0 boost, and again, back and forth. First minute and a half, 0-0.
Yeah, more hints of offense from the Lumberjacks. There's so much space here on this field. Players are able to take solo plays where they want. Barry's trying to get a shot, importantly saved by Fluke. Here comes Thermal once again, trying to get around this one, trying to look for the reset. Doesn't quite get it, and maybe throws off Ender Dude. But Barry, this high-liner engagement with the Lumberjacks, maintaining this offense, making sure they don't have to worry about any attacks from the victory. As this one kicks over the top by Fluke, could be a shot here, and Thermal will send it in.
We see a backboard miss out of the victory, and Thermal is going to be slotting that one in. You got to take the advantage of the mistouch. You also see Rage was almost demoed by Ender. Just there's so much pressure from the goalie. He had to die for that last one. And Lumberjacks now with 2 unanswered goals with the OT of last game going into this game. Victory. They need to respond and respond quick.
Yeah, they need to find something. It feels like the Lumberjacks are again getting more and more control of this series in terms of the offensive pressure. The victory need to find something, and maybe there's too much space here. As Barry's slow plays with the low boost. Could be a shot for Enderdu, but great save there from the victory. But once again, following it up, Thermal, full boost. Fluke kicks this one out towards the middle. Tries to get a touch to a teammate, and does so, but Barry intercepts. Well positioned there. Intercepted by Barry again into the corner, but Enderdu looking for a touch, doesn't quite receive it. Thermal looking to pass it to himself off the ceiling, doesn't get the touch. Blaudat getting a glancing touch out there towards Fluke, but again, space and time for the Lumberjacks to control this ball and do what they want, and Barry will do so wonderfully. Slow played around the attackers from the victory, but
bump on the goalie. Here. This is open. Can he find the touch? Oh. He can't again. Unfortunately, 0 boost. You can see it in the cams, the frustration coming out of the victory. They're getting these golden opportunities, but the pieces just aren't quite falling for them. It's Fluke now off the ceiling, try to drop it to Blaudat. Good 50. He might have a flip to get down to this one. Rage with a shot, and it's almost behind Enderdu, but again, stalwart defense on the goal line. Fluke tossing this one back. Rage a little awkward. They're both going the wrong way. Blaudat off the ceiling, buying time for his team to boost back up. Barry now taking, actually he's just beat, and that's Fluke with pure speed finally getting victory on the board.
Wow, just out of nothing. I don't know what happened here. Barry unable to get the read. Enderdude deciding he needs to contest it, but Fluke was already carrying that momentum and equalizes it. Maybe this is some more of the LAN uncomfortability, some of the nerves, the feelings of trying to make to the next round, because there's some mistakes coming out.
I'm looking at the player cams, and I am seeing just pure determination and almost frustration. These players are looking pissed in the cam. It means so much to these guys, especially since they have no more lives, right? If they lose, this is it. They do not have the luxury of being in the upper bracket right now, so every single game means so much to these guys. And victory, again, they're getting such a close game. They need to close this one out. Otherwise, they really got to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, the 2-0 advantage is so strong. In Rocket League, as we see a flick there from Barry, trying to get it around, trying to get that advantage once again, unable to do so. 2 people commit from the victory. Could be a chance here for Barry to shoot it just a bit over the top. A great touch from Rage and cleared out by Fluke, but once again a shot from Ender Dude. Just last digit defensing from the victory. They're trying to hang on to this one. Somehow they're flying in front of all sorts of ways. But the Lumberjacks still on offense. Thermal could have a shot here, and he gets saved by Blaudat. Incredible defense from this victory team.
Shot after shot. Somehow Lumberjacks is not finding the back of the net. We might see a counterattack, and again, that is going to fall. And after being on defense for a minute straight, the victory with one single counterattack have the first lead in the series.
What a finish there. We were looking for a finish in the first for the previous 30 seconds. They couldn't find it. Great defense from the victory, and there we go. We're seeing an advantage for this victory team. 1 minute remaining. Can the Lumberjacks find an answer to this? Barry is looking to do so, takes the shot, and oh, he sends it wide. He had a wide open net, and he goes for another touch. Oh, what happened with the Lumberjacks?
That one is going to haunt him. The goal was there. I think it was just a little bit awkward, but also the defender on victory going for the boost, I think might have thrown him off, knowing that, oh my God, this is open. Again, we talk about LAN nerves, making these critical mistakes. These players might not be as comfortable as they want to be here. As 30 seconds left, victory need to close this one out. And when you say that, Thermal instantly with the infield pass, tying this one up for Lumberjacks.
Great position here. Great touch there from Barry. Smartly dropping this to the side towards Thermal, atoning for his mistake. And, I mean, beautiful shot to the back post. Restoring that tie, getting them back in this matchup. And deservedly so. I feel like the Lumberjacks would be feeling some sort of way if they lost this game too, or on a wide open miss, but it's obviously not done yet. There's 20 seconds remaining here. Can either of these teams avoid a second overtime in a row?
Chance here right away off the backboard. Rage a little bit too far back here. 10 seconds left off the backboard. Again, is anyone there for that finishing touch? And again, the third man is just a little bit too far. He didn't want to commit now. 5 seconds left. This is going to bounce off the corner. A little bit awkward as we see Thermal trying to get it over 1. 1 second left of the ball hits the ground. We are going to see OT, and if I am Victory, I am going to absolutely let that one fall. Victory again. They made a critical OT mistake in game 1. They cannot replicate that here in game 2.
Yes, I agree. The Victory need to have some more of this offensive pressure. We saw that they had that pressure in game 1 and just couldn't find the finish, and all of a sudden the Lumberjacks can counter so quick. So they need to be able to contain them, make sure that they sustain this offense, and they're looking to do so with Rage. Gets a touch, trying to flick it over the top towards Thermal, towards Fluke. Fluke unable to find the touch. That's another chance from the Victory. Both these teams have so many opportunities to take this series, to take this game, but they're unable to do so. Now Rage beautifully touches someone, could touch it toward the net, and Rage. We've been talking about that finishing touch, and the Victory find it in game 2.
Finally finding that one to drop here as Blada. It actually caused a double commit between him and Fluke and Rage. Again, following up super close as a third man. Combined, they had like 30 boosts, and Victory do get the win here. And we hopefully are going to be on our way to a game 7 here. But the fact that this has been back-to-back OT and OT gives me a lot of faith that we are in for a fantastic series.
Yeah, it's already been incredible, and I would have to agree. It looked like game 7 is inbound. Both these teams are just carrying the momentum so differently. It feels like some moments, some periods of the game, the Victory are dominating, and all of a sudden the Lumberjacks are getting that offense. It felt like the Victory grew into the series a bit more. The Lumberjacks had a lot of that offensive pressure early on, and really their goal was just came a mistake from Barry and Enderdude leaving the ball, and towards the end there we saw the pressure, tight cuts there. We saw Rage cutting and getting that overtime goal, so maybe they're figuring things out.
Well, it's kind of interesting. The game we just saw, yes, it was 3-2 in OT, but there was realistically 5 chances on each team that they probably should have had a goal. Either they had a missed touch, didn't have the boost, or just kept hitting the crossbar of the post. So this game so easily could have been 5-0 going one direction. And so going into game 3, again, I don't really know where the momentum lies. I still am looking for one person specifically to step up, to have that clip, to just have some passion, and to really get their team motivated. And again, I know they're very serious on the cams, but we are here to have some fun. I think you do need some hype and just some passion to get your team to the next level.
Yeah, we're talking about how loud it gets here in River Falls, and we haven't heard too much from the stage. We're hearing stuff from B-Side. We're hearing a lot of teams sharing that energy. Maybe we need someone to have that pop-off play, someone who can show their mechanics and really take control of the series, because as of right now it's been a lot of passing plays, a lot of defense, but it's a little bit hard to get hyped over a save.
It's been a little quiet. Like you said, the B stream has been super hype. I do have to shout out Cripplefy for screaming his lungs out every single match here. They might have to take some notes there, as we might see an early goal here from Rage taking the slow play. We saw the destruction of Blada on the backline, and Fluke again running interference. Barry in such an awkward spot, and Victory again after winning last game within 30 seconds. They're back in the lead.
There we go. Now we're getting some noise from Blada. We're seeing some dance moves come out from Rage. They're feeling the energy. They're feeling confident, and just could be putting the Lumberjacks behind on the back foot. See if they can respond to it. Fluke out into the corner. Doesn't have the boost. Looking to find a teammate. Link up there, but intercepted from Enderdude. Is anyone there? On the backpedaling goes Blada. Blada does a great job defensively, making sure nothing is left on the table for the Lumberjacks to take over. Blada will now clear the ball once again. Barry needs to get a big touch here and does so. Cut on by Enderdude. Gets the boost.
Oh my gosh, Enderdude, that is a disgusting flick. You talk about the ice, that is the first 1v1 opportunity we have seen, and he absolutely is perfect.
Yeah, we're talking about wanting to see the mechanics, and the first 2 goals, some individual masterclasses, especially coming from Enderdude, our rising star sub, showing that he belongs at the Challenger tier. GMs, I hope you're watching, as we see a shot already towards the net, cleared out by Thermal. Does have some boost to work with, trying to find a pass towards the middle, looking to just get a strong 50, and does so with the flick, but Fluke will clear the lines, smartly placed by Enderdude, carrying on that momentum. Victory looking to find a toucher for Fluke. This one bounces off the front post. Rage is up to take this one. And another goal for Rage, 32.
A little bit of a fortunate bounce here off the back road. We saw Barry with the miss on that one. A little bit of an awkward side flip. Ender not able to get there that time. But again, Rage and the Victory, they're starting to get a little more consistent with their shooting. We talked about the LAN, just environment. They're getting a lot of uncharacteristic whiffs or just missed touches. It is what team is going to be more comfortable in this environment. And Victory, the last couple games, they've shown just maybe a little bit higher than the Lumberjacks. But again, we've seen how quickly the Lumberjacks can come back on counterattacks and how mechanical they can be. The question is, can they do that now?
Yeah, we're seeing another missed touch there from Enderdude. The defense is looking a little bit shoddy for the Lumberjacks. It could be a bit dangerous as Blaudat will take this one. Gets another touch towards the middle, intercepted by Thermal, but Rage has boost, trying to find a pass towards the middle. Looking for Fluke, back towards Rage, and they can't sync up. What a great passing play. It looks like the Victory are just in their element right now. They're looking so comfortable on offense. Defense is strong as well, but that's a great pinch from Barry, giving an opportunity for this strong counterattack from the Lumberjacks. This one does kick out strongly, but Rage cuts it out, and now Fluke will clear those lines.
Yeah, really starting to impress to me is Rage here. We're going to see Fluke with the shot and the infield pass, and Victory starting to run away with it here in Game 3. Blaudat, that is such a good touch out the backboard, and again, getting a bump on Thermal, so he's not able to get that save. And so if I'm looking at Lumberjacks, you can see the frustration on their faces. The bounces just do not seem to go their way right now.
Yeah, these bumps are really shaking up their defensive line, and these missed touches, it's a lot of uncertainty at the back. Can these players trust each other to get the important touch and clear the line so they can extend offensively? But it's tough to say, and they're looking a bit stoic on the cams. They're trying to make sure they can play what they can, and they did they're only 2 goals down. They're still halfway through the game. There's a lot of opportunities here. This is a great pass towards Fluke off the crossbar. Oh, the Victory's worst enemy once again shutting them down, and that could really have put the Lumberjacks severely on the back foot of this series.
Shout out to the #1 defender here for Lumberjacks in the crossbar right now, as we might see a dunk here coming in as a third man. Now they'll find this one as Enderdude is now Barry. Has to go early, launches one downfield. Rage off the ceiling. Thermal trying to take his time here, look for maybe a mid-pass for Ender, trying to go for a solo player, round 1. Blaudat's a little awkward on the sidewall there. Rage should beat him to it. Decent 50 going to the corner here. Enderdude trying to pop this one mid. We see a double commit from Victory. It does work out. Barry now trying to take his time. 2 minutes is so much time left in this game, but again, they got to get some offense going. Ender net able to read this one as Thermal now trying to 50 with Fluke. It does go downfield. Can he get the second touch here? Almost around Blaudat. Barry coming in, and again, Lumberjacks, they're so close, but the 50s, they have been so dominant in terms of Victory.
Yeah, this engagement for the Victory is so strong. They're making sure there are no chances for the Lumberjacks. This one drops down. Another important touch from Blaudat. That was a touch that we saw working in the favor of the Victory earlier this game, and intercepted by Blaudat. Pinched here from the Lumberjacks towards the back post. Need to send some numbers forward, but Underman's going in the wrong direction. Just leaves it for Thermal. Has the momentum. Fluke's going away from the ball, gets an important touch. Enderdude, again, once again, these 50s from the Victory are so strong, countering any attack that the Lumberjacks have. And now Blaudat looking for a shot. Another big bump on the back line. Looks for a shot from Rage, but now they've got no one back. This could be a chance. Lumberjack need to find something here. Tried to go for the bump, but again, great counter attack. Enderdude looking for the shot off the crossbar and cleared from Fluke. The Victory just seemed to be hanging on here so strong.
Yeah, Lumberjacks trying to copy the Victory's play style here, going for that bump on that last defender. It's Thermal now to the corner, trying to get up Blaudat. Blaudat now with the pre-flip, might have got another flip, trying to get another 50 here. Fluke, fake around 1, does get 1, but Barry's not falling for this one. Ender back off the ceiling, it pinches mid. Fluke doesn't want to dive early, actually ended up missing on that one. Blaudat gonna have a solo play, trying to find the bump on the last defender, but Barry fighting through this one. 25 seconds left, Victory just need to hang on here. So we see Thermal now toss this one up the sidewall, trying to get a read. He does get the read as it does go to the corner. Ender and Thermal, though, on 0 boost combined.
Yeah, they need to find a touch, and they're not going to get it. Another big low boost clear from Rage. Out into the corner, just trying to find any bump. Thermal looking for a goal for the road. No boost here. One player going up for the Fluke, trying to get a touch here from Rage, sending it to the ground, and this all-important Game 3 looks to be going the way of the Victory, as they'll take the advantage of the Lumberjack and get 2 in a row here.
So my question is, with being 2 in a row, do we see a timeout?
I think it'd be possible. I think if you wait till it's 3-1 as the Lumberjack side, it feels a little bit unsurmountable, especially coming from a league where you're playing in best of 5s. Who knows how many best of 7s these teams have played in the past, so they think they need to use what they can, do what they can, and get as many wins early, because right now it's looking all the Victory's way.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. This Lumberjacks team, this game specifically versus Game 2, I think is so dramatically different in terms of we saw a lot more 0 boost plays. We saw a lot more double commits. I feel like there's just a lot of desperation attempts from Lumberjacks. I think they need to take a breath. They're 1 game down, right? They're so absolutely in this series. Just take a breath. get back to the basics, make sure you're securing your corner boost, mid boost, and make sure you're getting clear comms to not double commit. Because Victory now, with how we've seen how good their 50s are, they will take advantage of that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It seems like they're just able to get the touches and the pressure that they're providing. I mean, we saw at the end of that game, we saw Rage committing his third man, looking for a shot when they're already up 2, but they have that confidence knowing someone will get back and cover the net. So it's and we're talking about experience. We look at the stats here. Rage 32, 12th Rocket League LAN. So that is a clear sign that has experience playing at this level and knows what to expect. And maybe figuring out the first game 1 jitters and selling to the series. I think Victory are looking even stronger.
I can confirm, and I was fortunate I got to actually play against Fluke and Rage on LAN. And yeah, it's like they have a lot of experience. And in these tough moments, it absolutely can shine through. So Lumberjacks, again, down 2-1 in the series. We'll see if they can come back here. But again, a lot of work to be done. And again, I know you called out your MVP earlier, and I am still kind of waiting for them to step up here. But again, there's so much time here. We know the mechanics are going through here, so if we can make sure that Lumberjack have their boost, they can snag some 50s, this will be a completely different series. But again, Victory's 50s have been so dominant.
Yeah, I think that's been the real factor of this series is we see a blasting shot from Rage. What an infield pass. Now Blaudat trying to put it away. Ender Dude importantly clears the lines and hanging on here with the Lumberjacks, but Rage is not letting this one get cleared out, trying to pinch us off out into the middle. Important touch, but double commit again from the Lumberjacks and finished by Blaudat. Another early goal for the Brainerd Victory.
Blaudat's just built different right now. We see Rage getting this past mid. We see Thermal and Barry again double committing, and then Barry and Ender have to double commit. Again, the miscommunication, but also just how much pressure Victory is forcing Lumberjacks to double commits in these awkward defensive situations.
Yeah, they're turning so well. Even with low boost, they know they can intercept it. They know they're keeping a closer line of pressure than the Lumberjacks are, and they're able to get these touches as Barry really looking to get that 50 out. Ender Dude sword for this one early. Now a chance for Rage, trying to counterattack, taking this towards the net. Very importantly with low boost, gets a touch. Big demo, and Rage, great finish there. Great demo on the back line. Everything's clicking for this Victory side.
Yeah, we see Barry going up. He does get the save on 0 boost. There's really not much else you can ask for. And then the demo coming through from Fluke, again, making this a wide open net. Lumberjacks just seem to be struggling. Victory, they are doing perfect Rocket League right now of it's not super fancy. It doesn't need to be super mechanical. They're going back to the basics. They're getting those bump plays, but they're also making sure they always have boost.
Yeah, I agree. We're talking about earlier in the game 1, there was a lot of backboard plays and they were getting intercepted. But as the series has progressed, Rage already with a hat trick in this game. What a play here. Again, we mentioned what a touch from Blaudat. Drops it down, looking for the touch, and man, this Victory team is incredible right now.
Yeah, that is pure speed. And again, you got to remember in game 1, Victory did throw that OT for lack of a better word, so this very easily could be 3-0. They could technically have been on match point at this point, but again, when you're 3-0 down, when you're just over a minute in game, Lumberjacks, they need to find any ounce of momentum and hope to cling on to. They cannot let this keep happening. They have to get some clip, some goal, some something. Something has to go the Lumberjacks' way, and I'm looking at one of their players to step up for them.
Yeah, I agree. I'm looking towards Thermal, looking towards Barry, the two members of this challenger side. Can they find something amongst themselves? Can they find the individual play? Because I like your point. The play the Victory are playing is very simple. They're just finding their teammates. They're sending a ball up high. And last game, it took the Lumberjacks a great individual play from Ender Dude to even get on the board. So it seems so difficult for this Lumberjacks team to find the goals that they need to. So I think they need to link up a bit more, find their chances, or another moment of brilliance. Barry is looking to do so, setting up a teammate towards Thermal. Big demo there from Blaudat, shutting down that offensive push for the Lumberjacks and allowing the victory. What a pre-jump there from Fluke. They're having so much fun out there on the field.
Fluke had like 20 boosts jumping on for that one, and that's how you know these boys are feeling confident right now. Which again, it is 3-0. Yes, you're in the lead, but you cannot make too many mistakes here. But I do have to respect them for going for the pre-jumps here as Barry trying to go for something of his own. Blaudat actually just getting beaten. The net is over for a split second, but Lumberjacks again weren't expecting the miss off the backboard. That's a pinch, and that is going to find the back of the net, and Barry from the sidewall finally getting Lumberjacks on the board.
Yeah, out of nothing here. What a great finish here. Pinches it off the ceiling, double taps it. Rage not expecting that at all. Hanging out on the front post. Yeah, honestly, I would not be there either way. But that could be the moment that they need. Still plenty of time, halfway left through this game. Barry finding an opportunity. Now can Ender Dude, can Thermal find something else to support them, because they need to get 2 goals to get back in this series. Fluke is leaving this one at his front post, but no one's pressuring from the Lumberjack side, and the Victory emerged unscathed.
Ender Dude tries this one mid. Thermal beats one. Fluke is there, though. Going to make an awkward touch to the corner. It is going to roll in front of the net. We see Barry there, but a ridiculous pinch is going to go all the way to Ender. Fluke trying to read this one off the backboard and drop it mid. Blada is there. It's going to be off the backboard, and we see actually a little bit of some awkward bumps stopping Rage from going up for that killer shot here as Fluke gets 50 mid. Barry with a great shot. Can he follow up on this one? Great idea to not go for the instant shot, but not quite enough boost to go for the second one off the backboard. Does drop mid. Fluke again millimeters away. Victory and Lumberjack trading blows as both of them, they're trying to speed up the play. The last 30 seconds, these teammates have both absolutely upped their play.
Yeah, this tempo is supporting the Lumberjack style. They need to find chances. They need to get this ball moving, but another important touch from Blaudat. Intercepted by Thermo. Looking towards Ender Dude, kicking out towards the middle. That was a great three-man passing play, but of course, the 50s are just all going the Victory's way. Fluke is there to intercept, making it 4-1.
Ender trying to toss this one mid, and just, that's unfortunate. You know, the Rocket League God said not today for Lumberjacks in this game, and Victory. Sometimes it does seem to just go their way, and like you said, every 50 has seemed to go in Victory's way. So Lumberjacks again, minute, obviously there is still time, but they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. And again, they did not call a timeout last game, so they do still have that in their back pocket.
Yeah, and I think it's something they hopefully will use after this game 4 because they need to figure something out. It feels like it's just been a comprehensive game for the Victory, more so throughout this whole series. It's felt like the most confidence they've had as we're seeing a double tap from Blaudat. Man, they're just having tons of fun on the stage here. What a play by Blaudat. And 5-1, incredible scoreline in this Challenger Lower round 1.
Yeah, you got to have some fun with this one, especially playing on LAN. You got to hype up the teammates. The momentum is all Victory. Lumberjack, again, this game is obviously chalked at this point, so they are going to have to win 3 in a row if they want to win here again to force a Game 7. We will see, of course, a Game 5, but the Victory, they've stepped it up. They changed their play style a little bit from Game 1 to be a little bit more simplified. We're seeing a lot more demos, too. I know that's something that we've continued to talk about, but if you're Lumberjacks, again, it goes back to the boost. So many times, Lumberjack might have their first person go, but their second and third are just too far, and they just don't have the resources to support the play.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like the control that the Victory have on this game, and it's all stemming from this boost control, causing demos. I mean, we've seen so many demos on the second and third man in the offensive area for the Lumberjacks. They've just really not been able to get a shooting chance. As we see another intercepting touch with slow boost from Blaudat, sends it up high. Intercept could be a chance for the road. Barry, this time, able to finish the open net, getting a goal for the road for this Lumberjacks team. Maybe some signs of how they can challenge this. Maybe they can carry that into this Game 5.
And I am getting word that it is last goal wins, actually. So right now, Lumberjacks look like they're going to be taking this one and tying up the series. But in all honesty, though, obviously, like, they are getting a garbage time goal, which is good to get something, right? But I think especially going into Game 5, they need to score first. They need to get that momentum goal. They need to have the clip. We saw them earlier. We saw Ender and Thermal hitting some ridiculous clips, as well as Barry with that backboard read. But again, like you mentioned, if you have to clip just to get a goal, you cannot rely on that over and over again.
Definitely, it's too much of a responsibility, and especially on stage, unfamiliar environments, it's so much harder to pull that off. And the Victory are pulling off a wonderful performance so far. This is their first banging game, Game 4. Again, as you mentioned, early goals for this Victory side. 2 straight games where they have a goal within the first 50 seconds. And that really sets the tone where they can control it. They don't have to finish anything. And putting the Lumberjacks on the back foot, I think they really needed to avoid this heading into the Game 5.
We mentioned the demo plays coming through, and Victory had 7 demos to Lumberjacks 1.
Wow.
And of those 5 goals, I think Victory got 2 of them directly off of demo plays. And so the fact that demos have been working, I think, hopefully, if Lumberjacks do call a timeout, no word yet on that one, but they're going to look specifically, we need the boost, we need to avoid the demos. Maybe they need to do some bump plays of their own, because it does disrupt, and especially on this LAN environment, when you disrupt that rotation, which Victory's is working very, very well, you have to try something new, because right now, if you continue to do what you're doing, it clearly has not worked.
Yeah, I agree. And we're seeing the attacking style of this Victory side. We're sending a lot of numbers forward as a third man, a second man. They're having this highline engagement. So if you take out that third man, you take out that contester, then I think it's a chance that they can really take this over. They can throw off this offense and get these counterattacks that were working so well in Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, Victory looking for victory right here. And we see on the B stage, we got KC up 2-0 on Fargo, which I know might be a little surprise for some of these people, especially since we saw one of Fargo's team on stage getting a victory. So we'll see if Fargo can clutch it out here, or if KC will come out with the victory. And we're kind of staring at the same thing here, wondering if Victory is going to clutch it out, or if Lumberjacks, again, not taking a timeout again. Maybe they're confident with the 1 minute they did have that they do have enough of a playstyle change that it's going to work.
Yeah, maybe that last 11-second goal was able to give them the motivation they need. Can they find something? Ender Dude sending out. Could be a chance to maintain this offense, but just leaves it. Doesn't have the boost, but doesn't contest. Rage, well done there. Looking to find a pass. Flicks it instead, but intercepted. Could be a chance. This ball is again sitting solo. Low boost here as Thermal has to backflip it out of the way. But it's just hanging out with Thermal. Great touch. Getting a clearance. Doesn't have the boost to follow this one. Blaudet's waiting to control this one and doesn't have boost, but a great touch. Again, another chance here in Rage. This could be a chance again. Oh, the goal! It just flips the wrong way. It was a pass the whole time.
Yep,
Once again, a goal for Fluke. I see how it is.
It was absolutely a pass. They're looking for the pass here. Yeah, that's interesting. I appreciate him, going for the assist because Rage last game he had like 4 or 5 goals. He wants to share. He wants to get his college teammates some goals too. I get that. I respect that. But like we'd mentioned, though, Lumberjacks, how desperately they needed to get that first goal. And within the first minute, they've almost given up 2 here. A ridiculous save. Both players on the goal line, again, on 0. We talk about the no boost of Lumberjacks, Ender and Thermal on basically 0. Their entire team combined has 50 boosts versus Victory. They're always able to get their mid and their corner. Their boost management has been almost flawless.
Yeah, it's been dominant. We saw 2 players with 100 boosts just there in their own offensive area, so it's just nonstop pressure. Need to find a chance here for the Lumberjacks. Thermal would be the one to do so and drops it down off the player on the crossbar. And this could be the opportunity after that big save on the goal line and an equalizing goal. Lumberjacks kind of get back into this one.
Yeah, Fluke in such an awkward situation, and Thermal knows exactly where to put it, knowing that behind him there's almost nothing you can do about that one. So 20 seconds after the victory is scored, Lumberjacks does get that tie-up goal. The question is, can they get the lead again? It has been so long since Lumberjacks have had a lead in this series that, again, if they can just find 1 goal, and as I say that, we see Rage almost with another one here, but they just, oh no. I was going to say that might be going the other way. But if Lumberjacks can just get 1, just to get some momentum, just something to say, hey guys, we got this, we can keep scoring. Otherwise, Victory, I do think, is going to steamroll and close out the series.
Yeah, they've looked so confident. If you let this game progress more at this even matchup, there could be an easy chance, but doesn't I'm saying how easy it is for the Victory. Thermal, again, showing up in this game 5. A great high engagement, turns on this one with the off touch from Blaudet, and gets the first goal in ages for the first lead in ages.
I don't understand why it's hard. I mean, clearly you just shoot the ball on target and it goes in. And I don't understand. But Lumberjacks, again, we've talked about it. They finally have a lead. And the weird question is, what do they do now? Do they continue to be super, super aggressive? Do they play maybe a little more passive, maybe a little bit more safe? Because, again, they need to win 3 in a row. And Victory talked about how many demos and bumps they had last game. This game so far, we haven't really seen any of it. So Lumberjacks, they have done a better job of avoiding those bumps. As we see Barry going off the ceiling here. This one drops down, and Ender with the miss. That would have probably been a free goal as Fluke and Net had absolutely 0 boost. We see Fluke and Blaudet on 0. Rage with the only one who has boost. And Lumberjacks, they're doing such a better job with their boost management now and the resources. The question is, can they maybe get a 3rd goal? As we see a 3v1, and Ender somehow survives a 3v1. How did he save that?
Wow, incredible play from Ender. The confidence in avoiding a bump and getting the touch. A true 3v1 opportunity. Major numbers being sent forward from the Lumberjacks. They're really converting this goal to get a 2-goal advantage. And just as I mentioned, Thermal, a hat trick in this game 5, just intercepting every touch here so well. And it seems like it's just empty nets.
And again, as this game so easily could have been tied up 2-1, but somehow Ender survives a 3v1 onslaught. And then 10 seconds later, Lumberjacks get another goal. So a 2-goal lead. This seems to be a new Lumberjacks team. They're avoiding the bumps and demos. They're getting their boost management, and they're also getting that finishing shot. I'm hoping this continues because I want to go 7, but the fact that Lumberjacks is able to change their play style is phenomenal to see. The question is, Victory now, is it your turn?
Yeah, can they look to find bumps? Are they going to switch up the play style again as they're just letting Thermal take this ball over? Looks to flick it over into the corner, send up high, wrapped around as Fluke will control this one. But again, intercepted from Barry, this high line of engagement now, this time for the Lumberjacks, having that boost control, able to intercept. Blaudet will flick this around Thermal, another important touch needed from the 3rd man. Barry is able to do so and flicks it towards the net. Is anyone back from the Victory? And again, it seems out of nowhere, every goal is coming from beyond half field.
Like I mentioned, just toss the ball on target and it goes in every time. It's simple. Everyone who plays Rocket League will tell you. But again, Victory, a little bit of some unfamiliar misses here, getting very, very aggressive. Again, they are down at the time, 2 with 1:16 left, so you do have to be aggressive. But I got to give props to Lumberjacks, though, for getting a massive, hopefully, victory here. And again, the fact that they're mentally able to have that change and not, fall into the abyss, massive props to those guys.
Yeah, the turnaround that they had after especially a really strong game 4 from the Victory to come out and play their game style, to play aggressive, play attacking, not really sit back on the lead. If they had their first lead in 2 or 3 games and you could think rest on their laurels, just play defensive Rocket League, they're able to get these 3-goal advantage, but more bumps coming out from the Victory, continuing their offensive mentality. Fluke intercepting this one. Blada needs to find something quick towards the middle, or else it's looking like a game 6.
I'm definitely going to hope for game 6 here as Thermal just going to try to waste some time here. He gets his reset, going to be using it for the last second. Barry off the backboard now as time keeps on ticking down. Blada trying to go for a solo play, but an instant challenge from Ender. That's one of the things they're doing a lot better too, is having that first man challenging so early. Rage tosses this one downfield. Fluke trying to drop it back down to him. Is going to go off the backboard, but Blada, I think, is going to be a little bit too far back, and he is. Not enough boost, as we see now. The boost management has completely flipped from the last couple games here, as this ball is going to hit 0, and Lumberjacks finally get a game here. And his victory, as we see on the back foot, Lumberjacks now 2 games away, but also 1 game from going to game 7.
Yeah, incredible turnaround. All important game 6 coming up, and we have to talk about timeouts. We're talking about how the Lumberjacks would do that, and maybe they'll have to look for something. But as you pointed out, we're seeing the demos. Previous game, 7 demos coming through from Brainerd. That game, only 2.
It was 2 per piece, too.
Yeah.
So, the fact that Lumberjacks were able to tie the demos there, I love that, like you mentioned, they're able to avoid the demos so much more. But also, talk about the boost management. Barry, Ender, and Thermal doing a much better job in boost management. So now going into this game, Victory didn't have the boost to get the constant wins of 50s over and over and over again. Lumberjacks, I do hope that we go game 7 for the content. But again, we'll have to see if it is going to be maybe a certain pop-off from the Lumberjacks or the Victory, or if it's going to be solid team play that gets them the victory.
Yeah, it's really confusing game, that matchup, because it felt like the Victory were just giving away opportunities for the Lumberjacks. I mean, all the goals were just no defenders in sight.
Yeah, no, they were from half field. Literally, we're staring at an open net as the ball is just trickling its way down, and we're just like, oh, I guess that's open. As Lumberjacks are going to take, 4-1, 5-1 at that point in time. And it's going to be interesting to see now with Victory, after finally losing a game for a while, we'll see how they combat this one. Otherwise, the Lumberjacks, they looked I don't want to say they looked amazing, because like you mentioned, all their goals were from half field. So if Victory can just maybe change the rotation and not get so aggressive as their third man, those goals won't happen.
Exactly. It's tough to say, was this a strong performance by the Lumberjacks, or was this just a little bit of a complacency coming from the Victory?
For content, I hope the first one.
I agree too. I'll give it to the Lumberjacks. The intercepts were good, but some of the missed touches, some of the missed finishes, it could be a endangering sight for the Victory. Obviously, a best of series have to be playing on the stage, keeping your energy up, keeping your focus up for such a long amount of time. And talking about focus, we talk about early goals and how big they are. Ray just seems to always get a goal within the first
5 seconds is all it takes. Again, off the kickoff, a good follow-up. But Ender, again, your last in target. Barry's not able to get there. It's so tough if you want to go early or stay. He's in such an awkward spot. But 5 seconds in is all it took for Victory to get a lead again. It's been, only 1 game since Victory finally had a lead after Lumberjacks was struggling for a while. But Lumberjacks, after winning last game, again, they have no more lives, right? This is match point for them. They cannot afford for this game to get out of hand early.
Yeah, and then you make sure they stay focused, already at a disadvantage, and a dangerous chance from Fluke. Really had another opening chance, could have doubled the advantage. Really need to put these chances away, because we've seen how the Lumberjacks can get back into series. But speaking of series, there's another goal from Rage and just places it underneath the crossbar.
Yeah, unfortunate. Thermal again, and Barry and Ender had a combined 40 boost, not able to get there in time. Even with the wall dash, Barry wasn't able to reach this one. And Rage, sometimes again, it is just toss it on net, make the other team awkward, and have that second and third man follow. Just shot after shot after shot and wear them down. So Victory in the first 30 seconds up 2-0, and Lumberjacks after a dominating game 5. What do you have left in the tank? Otherwise, your entire season will be done.
Yeah, and I think it's got to look to the trends of this matchup has been Lumberjacks need someone to show up, one individual to find something. There haven't been as many team plays, any looks, and this could be a chance here for Thermal. Puts it on net. Barry takes it over, tries to shoot at a sharp angle, and does so, but cleared by Fluke. Drop down in front of Thermal. Barry trying to find the answer on this one, but Fluke so patient there, winning the 50, kicking this one out. Thermal trying to shoot this on target. Rage in an all-important save. Such a tight angle look. And the victory now having to weather this Lumberjack storm.
Chance here is Thermal. Just kind of throwing that ball away here is Blaudat. Got 0 boost to go up the sidewall here. He does toss it mid. Fluke again with another pre-jump and again with like 30 boost. But again, I love that he has the confidence to go for that one. It's now Fluke and Blaudat. A little awkward here. Rage gonna be taking his time. Demoed first efforts. Barry now trying to rotate back as Thermal does take this ball. Gets up off the backboard. Is anyone there? Fluke again so early. I am so impressed by how quickly Victory is able to get their second and third man in the air for that follow-up shot here. As we see a good demo dodge again from Ender. We've mentioned that Lumberjacks are doing much better on the demo dodges. As we see Barry again surviving a demo. As this ball goes up, Rage now off the sidewall. Does get the hit down middle. Gets around one, and Barry and Ender a little bit awkward in the goal line. And again, as time does keep on ticking, time is not on the hand of Lumberjacks.
Yeah, but could be a chance here. Thermal trying to get off the crossbar. Is anyone following? Ender doing off the crossbar again. It needs to go in, and oh, that could have been a chance for Thermal. That could have been a chance for Ender, but both are unable to finish it. Oh,
that needed to go in. That was their golden opportunity. You cannot afford those misses as we see a potential third man, and that is going to do it. Victory showing him how it's done off the backboard. You have to take advantage of those opportunities, and Victory every single time are just slamming the door on Lumberjacks.
Yeah, that consistency there. Great finish there from Blaudat. A team play. The follows up are so fast, getting in front of the Lumberjacks. But oh, you just think about that pass to the middle. It could have been dropped down immediately on the net. It could have been off the crossbar. It could have been tucked away, but oh, it's just not going the Lumberjacks' way. And now 3-goal disadvantage halfway through this game, facing elimination, facing their LAN appearance. For the Lumberjacks, they need to find something. They need to sync up. And if they don't, they could be walking home, and the victory could be continuing as they will hold this high line of engagement, win these 50s, and continue to find passes down towards Blaudat. Thermal jumps for that one, can't get it off the post. Oh, it could be a chance for forward for the victory to really put a nail in this one.
You were seeing that Fluke was ball cam off. He did not care where that ball was. He was only going for those demos. And again, they do seem to kind of have an expected rotation. One person throws it out the backboard, one person goes for demos, and the third man goes for that shot. And they've been so consistent as Barry now trying to read the backboard. And again, the backboard miss. Victory just every single time. They are so consistent as they are now cruising to a victory here in Game 6.
Yeah, great finish there from Blaudat, just getting his car behind it, getting it on target. But yes, the backboard, we've talked about it. Early in the series, the ball was being cleared out easily. Both teams feeling each other out, but now the victory have found their answer. They're hitting it with pace. They're following these in. And here could be a chance for Barry. Gets the Lumberjacks on the board, so plenty of time to turn this one around, but we need to see more consistent offense from the Lumberjacks if they're going to get back into this one.
Yeah, and it's off the kickoff too, with Barry taking 2 50-50s. The 50s finally going Lumberjacks' way, but again, is it too little too late with 1:46, because we've yet to see a meaningful goal based on some offense from Lumberjacks. But again, they've had their chances. They've missed the backboard reads. It's just they don't seem to have the ice that they did last game.
Yeah, they didn't have the finishing, and you just always have to think back to that 2-0 backboard and double touch goal. Could not find it. Fluke trying to really put the end to this one. Intercepted by Thermal. Barry has low boost though. Cut out by Blaudat. Out towards the middle. Rage dropping this one down off the crossbar. 5-1 to the victory. So incredibly well done. Good line of engagement from Blaudat, and the finish, once again, it's just been the difference in quality in this recent games. Victory are getting their chances and Lumberjacks aren't.
It does seem to be consistent. First of all, assuming this game stands at this one, I have to give a massive MVP performance to Rage. He has been so consistent, except for that when Fluke steals his goals. I'm trying to hype up this man, and you had to steal it just like that. But in all honesty, though, I mean, Rage has been phenomenal. He's been so consistent. Him and Blaudat off the backboard specifically, and the amount of demos that Fluke and Rage have gotten, it has been a true team effort. And Victory have looked extremely efficient. Even in the games that they did lose, they were extremely efficient with the chances that they did have.
Yeah, it's just been team building, strong hits, finding teammates, some individual plays, but sending 3 numbers forward! And Fluke sends us to Brazil.
You can see them fighting in the cams as players are trying to steal each other's goal, as Blaudat and Fluke again stealing each other's goals, and Victory are on their way to Brazil.
Oh, it's so entertaining. It's so fun with the stage cams, having your teammates all together, stealing goals in person. It's a great sign for this victory side. If their chemistry is up, they're playing so well. As Fluke trying to take this one again from Rage, doesn't get the touch. Vlada kicks it forward, but sent up by Thermal. Still on offense. Energy's just waiting to catch this one. And
yeah, you can see pretty much everyone in the lobby right now is just waiting for the time to come down. We see Victory's going for triple, pre-jump plays or whatever. They're just having fun at this point. And again, deservedly so. They have deserved this victory. They have deserved a dominating Brazil scoreline right now here in Game 6. And I know we talked about that they have to face Superior next. And I would be a little scared if I'm them.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I mean, the answer here, as Rage
just couldn't let the Brazil stand, could you? He just had to get the 8 goal. And you know what? It finally was Rage that he didn't have his goal stolen.
Exactly. He would have let that one send wide if he had already had his goal, but just had to pad the stats a bit. And, the answer for this victory side, we're talking just the previous game, Lumberjacks winning 4-1, really looking dominant, and now Victory come back and answer with 8. It shows this team really has confidence in their style, knows what they need to do to get the victories and turn games around.
Of the 8 goals, legitimately 4 or 5 were specifically missed backboard reads from Lumberjacks, as they do Thermal getting one in garbage time with 10 goals total in a 5-minute match. This is ridiculously high scoring. In the end, though, Lumberjacks are going to be chopped down, and Victory is going to stand tall in a dominating Game 6.
Yeah, really strong performance, and massive amounts of respect for the Lumberjacks. It felt like the Victory were really firing at the midpoint of that series. Could be a chance to run away with it, but they answered with that Game 4, played so many close matchups, coming in with a sub, still performing, still showing what they got. But today, in the lowers round 1, we have the winners, the Brainerd Victory, moving on to face Duluth Superiors.
Dominating Victory. And I know I said MVP to Rage, but seriously, all 3 players getting, well, in this game, it's a little different. Every one of them gets at least 2 goals, and again, not as many demos that game. They didn't need the demos. It really was the backboard reads over and over and over again, as we are seeing the replays here. We're seeing backboard reads, we're seeing so many passing plays, but also some missed touches on defense. And I think after, especially the 2-0 in the first 30 seconds, I really think that Lumberjacks, they just started to fall mentally, and it was all downhill from there.
Yeah, just once the Victory started rolling, it felt too hard to get back after that missed chances and the counterattack to go up by 3. It really felt like the Victory ran with it. And yeah, not as many demos, so the very dangerous site for the Victory, because they can play in so many different ways. If they need to start playing for demos, if they play backboard, if they look for infield passes, there's really kind of so many opportunities to attack, and it'll be hard to face off against them as they progress.
Yeah, I love looking at the cams here, especially for the 7th and 8th goal here for the Victory. Just giving each other a little bit of crap as they keep stealing each other's goals here. But again, you got to have some fun with it. And again, that is a team camaraderie that, especially as they go into this next game tomorrow, it's going to boost them. That if they do go down, if they do start to struggle, they can rely on that to boost them back up and to hopefully continue on in their series. But again, a massive congratulations to Victory as they win 4-2 in Challengers lower round 1. Again, they have no more lives though, so they have to keep winning over and over and over.
Yeah, and I think that's a good mentality. They're coming in as the 8th seed. They have nothing left to lose. They already have progressed, I guess, beyond what the seeds say, and now they're going up against the number 1 Superiors, who probably came in here thinking they would be rolling their way to the grand final potentially. So different mentalities, seeing that positivity, seeing the synergy that they have, that will be very interesting lower round 2 to see how these two match up.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting, and that is going to be a match that's going to happen tomorrow here. But again, the fact that the Victory did so well, and hey, your reward is the number 1 team. Great job, guys. You get to do it again. So we'll see if this performance is going to give them enough momentum to be able to possibly beat Superior, or is the pure talent of the number 1 seed going to be too tall?
Yeah, we'll see how they match up and see how they can go. And continuing the upsets that seem to happen in this Challengers matchup, that makes it 3. Don't have the result of that other, the Rangers versus Steelhawks.
Who knows? Who
knows what happens on these 3?
We're just here to focus on the Rocket League in front of us. But it is going to be interesting to see as these players, again, I had mentioned that Rage and Fluke, they played so much together in college. You mentioned that Rage. This is his 12th LAN, so he has so much LAN experience. And I think it definitely showed, especially as that series progressed. Games 1 through 3, it was really back and forth on who was going to win. But in the end, Victory really separated themselves as the better team in this series.
Yeah, it's understated how much LAN experience can impact the play. You look at the whole surmounts of the season, months and months of practice and synergy and team play. it comes how well you can play on the stage and how experienced you are in feeling with this pressure, seeing fans out there. I think that's a big factor, and so many teams value that. They bring in a lot of players heading into LAN who have that experience and know that they can go the whole way. And it's looking positive for the victory. They might be the team to do that.
Yeah, and even something as small as, the crowd, like getting the crowd involved, especially when they're going back and forth. When you score and you hear the crowd erupt versus the other team, it really does give you the momentum. And I have played in LANs where I'm, quote unquote, the good guys or the bad guys, and it does absolutely change the mental. And so, especially with victory, having some fun with it, bringing the signs, if you can get the crowd involved and the crowd on your side, it really does help elevate you, especially if you do tend to go down.
Yeah, keeping the mentality up, thinking about fun. Every goal that you score, if you're holding up a sign, if you're doing a dance, if you're able to interact and steal goals, I think it just makes so much fun. And I think that we'll be wrapping up the Challenger for now and heading into the Premier lowers. I think it'll be, we remember just seeing the Superiors and Challenger, but first we have to see Duluth Superiors Premier matching up against the St. Cloud Flyers.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I really appreciate everyone who has tuned in. Coming up, we are going to go to a quick break, and then we're moving up the line, jumping up to Premier, the highest level that we have. It is going to be Duluth Superiors versus St. Cloud Flyers.
Diving in, getting laid down, finding it out for myself. No one else can pull me out. Count to 10, clear my head now. Getting up, gonna go out just to see if I still know how. I can hardly feel, but I try to pretend. I put my hand on my heart just to see if I'm human. You hold your breath just to see if you can. When you've been broken, when you've been broken. sound of the changes, nothing else can drown it out. Put myself in a race and made a bet and erase it, just to know that I still count. I can hardly feel, but I try to pretend. I put my hand on my heart just to see if I'm human. You hold your breath just to see if you can. When you've been broken, when you've been broken, could there be an answer in the hurt that set me free? More than all these empty words that brought me to my knees. And I'm broken, but I'm hoping. And I'm broken, but I'm hoping. And I'm broken. And I'm broken.
Am I on? Yes. Welcome back, everybody, to the MCS. I am Ari, joined by Iwu.
Hello, everybody.
Premier lower round action. Yeah, originally for this matchup, we had Des Moines versus Bloomington, but since Des Moines' Premier team couldn't be here, unfortunately, we decided to get two full Premier teams to face up against each other on stage. And there are multiple players on that stage that have won a Premier LAN before. Fusion Bleach is up there, along with Callister, one challenger, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, initial thoughts on this matchup right away.
I really like the St. Cloud team. It's a couple guys that I'm kind of friends with, and that's something that you got to take into LAN. It's a team that they barely snuck in. They lost early in the second major. They got in here as the 8th seed, and they're going to try and upset the Superiors and see what they can do against the Outlaws in the next round.
Yeah. I'm really interested to see what they have. They have a long bracket ahead of them. That's just the way that lower round is. Yeah, both these teams, they're really looking to fight just to even see another day. You get past that day one, you have a lot of head of confidence, head of steam going into day two. Going into that lower final, anything can happen, but they do meet Outlaws in round two regardless of what happens. So
yeah, that Outlaws team is tough. Gave Fargo a real run for their money and went to 5 games there. But for Duluth, they were the 1 seed coming in. They did not finish too well in the second major. Not their greatest performance, and didn't make it out of Swiss. And it's a team of Wesley, Sean, and Fours that I think if you give them that one life, and you tell them you have to win this series to keep going. I think they're the team to watch out for coming out of the Oilers.
yeah. And another major champion I didn't mention up there, unfortunately. I don't know how I forgot this guy's name. Fours on the Duluth Superiors. I'm pretty sure Season 8, forgot what franchise it was. Wouldn't be surprised if it was Duluth. Yeah, Duluth. Won it with Duluth. He's back on Duluth again, back up on stage again. And he's pretty far off from a final right now, but anything can happen. And yeah, the LAN record of saves, the 67 total saves, is unreal. Him and Bryant just, I mean, they've been to how many LANs they've won. And after you add that context, the stats still don't look that crazy, but that's insane because 67 saves combined across those two, yeah.
Yeah, Fours definitely a LAN player. I mean, just looking at some of the other players' stats as we'll scroll through them. But Fours a LAN player. Wesley and Sean all very solid when I've seen them play. I think that the biggest thing today is you just have to calm your nerves. It's your first series of the day, and you got to take it a game at a time in the best of 7. Because, as you said, when you're playing up to 3 series today, and that is a lot of Rocket League.
Yeah, and a player that a lot of people have been talking about, Mogi. Yeah, I think it's so tough between these two teams. Yeah, it's going to have to be decided on the field right away because and right away, already off the kickoff, technical difficulties.
What a goal!
On the first kickoff, first goal, technical difficulties already. Yeah, average LAN stuff happens.
All right, well, what's your prediction for today?
I want to say Duluth. I think it's really hard to pick one of these two teams, and I wouldn't be surprised if this goes the distance to game 6 or 7, but I will probably have to say Duluth in 6.
I will go with, give me St. Cloud in, I'll go St. Cloud at 7.
Yeah, I just think Fours and Wesley on the same team.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. But
and then on the other end, though, Flyers also have a good deep bag of players with LAN experience who've won LAN. So again, it's also insane that both of these teams are meeting each other in lower round 1.
Mm-hmm.
But one of these two teams will be eliminated round 1 of LAN right off the bat. They are going to be on LAN a little bit extra longer due to these technical difficulties. Yeah, I mean, I wonder how much this does to the mental, because nothing's really happened yet. Off the jump, off the first kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the Major 2 bracket, neither of these teams even made the top 8. So it's two teams that have not played a MCS match in almost a month. And we'll see how that affects them. We were split on our predictions, but I mean, both teams, or both franchises, split the last 2 LAN titles. St. Cloud winning last year, Duluth the year before that. So it's 2 franchises with a bunch of storied history, and that's something that both teams are trying to add to the franchise trophy collection.
Yeah, and it's just adding to the background, the lore of this match, I guess one could say. St. Cloud won last season in Premier. Duluth won the season before that. And again, round 1 lowers. Both of these, only one of these teams has to go through. We're not an upper, 1 life. And it's just so weird to me that these teams are meeting each other in the lower round. I mean, both of them having the potential to go to the grand final, in my opinion. So it's going to be some hard-fought goals out there, hard-fought games. And as soon as we can get these technical difficulties resolved, jump into it to see the actual head-on-head action live in game, because that's really the only thing that you can really use to determine something like this. Who on the day is going to be better?
Yeah. I think, honestly, when I was playing earlier and we were having some technical difficulties, it honestly just kind of made the nerves worse. Now, I mean, it was my first LAN, but yeah, just sitting there and waiting before being able to play is, oh my God, it was awful.
Yeah, it's kind of that awkward. Do you go back into free play? Do you train more? Do you sit and kind of breathe, calm down? It's doing one of those 2 things, and it's awkward because you get ready, you get told join, you're ready to go, and then stop. So, yeah. I mean,
we'll see what happens. Hopefully it's soon. I want to get on with this premier match. It's our top league, and I mean, any round, no matter if it's a high, upper, or lowers, it's going to be an absolute banger.
And it sounds like we are getting rid of the technical difficulties. We are ready to start the Prem lower round 1, Superiors versus Flyers. So much experience on both sides. Who will come out on top, though?
Yeah, Calster already sending it into the corner, and for this game 1, I think it's just both teams feeling each other out and finding their footing on LAN, trying to not make too many mistakes.
Off the bat, there's a lot of pressure from Flyers. Fusion in the corner off the ceiling, trying to dish it down to his teammate Zodak. Can't really find much on that touch. 4 is counterattack going the other way. Callister is there to meet it in the corner. Tries to kill for his teammate Wesley. Quick to center it. Zodak patiently waiting in his net. Dishes it out. Sean makes the backwards touch. Buys his team a good amount of time to get back. 4's gets bumped though. Bit of an awkward situation. Fusion maybe with a shot, but no, can't get it around the post. Callister keeping this attack going. Air dribble. Pitches out into the corner though. Oh, that missed touch. Oh, but Fusion finds it. 1v1 with Sean on the backboard. Can't get under him. Callister follow up to the side wall. Continuing this in the corner. All the boost expended, but 4's is there to meet it.
Yeah, Fusion now off his own left wall. The ceiling pinch keeps 4's on his back wall as he will try and control it out. He'll take the 50 long, and it will be ran down by Wesley. Now Sean challenges high, gets the dunk on 1, and then out say, where's it is? There it is from Fusion, and he'll keep going, wins that 50. Not a lot of boost in the corner for him. He'll try and play it around. Looks for the shot and the goal. It's Zodak. It's 1-0 to the Flyers.
Yeah, that was a quick counter from the corner. Fusion gets the 50, gets a beat on 4's, and Zodak has just that little gap, that little beat on the last offender, and it was only a car length between him and the person in net.
Yeah.
Such a slim margin.
That's a good pop from Callister. Keeps fours active on the backboard again. Fusion now down. Goes all the way across. He's stretching for it. The shot is saved. Not the greatest shot, but the follow-up is better. It's Fusion Bleach. It's 2-0.
Yeah, a lot of pressure right off the kickoff. That shot just not following its way. And Zodak saved, but shot after shot. Fusion slotting that top of the net. He is known, I would say, for slotting shots. He has many, many slots hit on land, and that is just one to add to the tally. And now, right off another kickoff, more pressure.
Yeah, that was a good control touch there. Now Sean back to the Oaks for the bump. It's not there. They've all overcommitted. Fusion can walk this in. It's 3-0. And with not even 2 minutes in, the Flyers are just taking it to Duluth.
Yeah, and that's the way you want to start up. Maybe Superior's kind of psyched out with some technical difficulties, but everything is going, I mean, technical difficulty-wise, smooth for them. They don't really have anything to blame for that. But yeah, more pressure. Even Flyers are pressuring here. They don't really need to, up 0-3, but every single goal, they're going to take it. Team passing play, Fusion to the backboard, but Force is there. Trying to keep this game under control, maybe get a counterattack goal of themselves. Trying to show something in game one. They want to take this lid off and get at least one on the board.
Yeah, Ford's going to bang it high. And for Duluth, now it's the first time where they've honestly been in the orange half for a bit, but it's over top of Wesley. Sean called it to action. 50 back to Wesley. Back to Sean now. Looks for something else. Goes underneath the wall. Can't get the touch to follow. Looks for a bump. Nothing there either. Fusion will control. And it's just about playing time for St. Cloud right now. 2:20, but Fusion wants another goal. He'll force 2 to go. And it will fall weakly in the goal box. Nothing dangerous there. Zodak gets flicked past. Force now cut out. And St. Cloud is just playing so fast and suffocating this Duluth offense so far.
Yeah, and they're pushing forward when they need to. And that last play, it rolled down in front of the net. It looked like they might have had a chance on net, but their third man stayed back, stayed patient, realized they're up 0-3, showing pure control of this game. Here's a counterattack from Wesley. It is on target, but 2 players from Flyers are there to meet it. The attack is not over, though. Sean trying to find a center here. Fusion is first to this ball. Pass over to Callister. Callister downfield, but it just finds Wesley in the net, waiting patiently for it. Still pressure from Flyers. Superior still have yet to get on the board. Maybe it is on this counterattack, but no, Wesley's flick just not high enough. And yeah, I mean, Superiors are showing aggression. They're getting chances, but Flyers are there on every single pass, every single shot. They're there and they're meeting it. 50s in the midfield. It's just so tough right now.
Yeah. And here's a reset from Wesley. It will not get enough height on it. Fusion saves. Now Callister up to meet that shot from Sean. Nothing there. And yeah, it's just every time the Superiors try and get something going, they're met with a Flyers player in their face almost immediately. Callister now gets past 1. Wesley's awkward here. Callister with the demo, looks for another bump, can't find it. Sean will clear it, but 40 seconds to play. You need 3 goals. Good beat out from him, but can't go anywhere further with it. Every time that ball stays up in the air, it's just more time ticks away for St. Cloud to win this game 1.
Now Sean winning seconds this game. Just trying to take the lid off this, trying to get any goal here just for momentum's sake. They do have an entire 3 games after this to get the ball rolling, but the sooner the better. You'd rather do it sooner rather than later. 5 seconds, still in their half. Wesley up, can't really get much on this ball. Callister over to the corner. Maybe Flyers trying to get a 0-second goal there on Callister, can't get it around the post though, and Flyers very commandingly take that game 1.
Yeah, just pure dominance from them. Felt like we were in the blue half a lot of the time that game. Until, I mean, even towards the back half where the Superiors were on offense a bit more, it just never felt too threatening. From what I've watched them, they are a pretty slow starting team. So we'll see, maybe just need a wake-up call. But, I mean, if St. Cloud's going to look like this and have their offense be this electric and dangerous, that it's going to be a long series.
Yeah. And part of what kept Superior scoreless was that aggression from Flyers. You know, you're not really able to get much offense if the other team's offense, they're keeping the ball in their half. It's just their midfield challenges that are meeting every 50. Every single time they had a threatening look or a threatening pass, it was saved away. There was a player meeting it. There wasn't really too many awkward double commits coming out from Flyers either, and that's a really, really solid game one.
Yeah, really good from them. I mean, I'd say they're the biggest underdogs in the Premier bracket. If you could take down a Duluth team that was #1 for going into that second major, I know they're not a top 4 seed now, but I mean, shoot, anytime momentum is good momentum, and we'll see what they can do here in game 2 in just a second.
Yeah, and game 2's coming at them hot. Superior still have yet to get on the scoreboard, but right off this kickoff, they do have some pressure. Zodak doing well to control it, though, gets it past 1-4s. Kind of caught lurking up too much here. He does take control, gets it past Fusion, flip out, only finds Callister waiting in the midfield, who actually stays on this ball, gets a flip reset, but Wesley is there to bang it downfield over to 4s, puts it to the backboard, waterfall down to bound. Wesley's first on it, but he hits it too high. A follow-up shot saved by Zodak. Counterattack killed by 4s, tries to throw it back at the net, but 2 Flyers players are there to meet it.
Yeah, it was a team pinch out of defense for the Flyers there that started a dangerous attack, but Wesley, not a shot you would expect him to miss a whole lot, might be kicking himself. That ball is just open, and it's just off the mark. Another demo from this Flyers team. The physical game has been all in their favor so far. Zodak now does not win that race with the ball. Fusion will launch it forward. Zodak no boost, just kind of in no man's land. Fusion goes missing, and Callister sends it back against the wall again. Zodak dusted again. 4s now. Playing across, that's dangerous from Fusion, but does keep control for now. Not a lot of boost to his name, and it's a now. I mean, the Flyers just feel like they're kind of just pushing too far. They haven't found a lot of chances so far in game 2. Callister 18 boost, and not a lot of boost when they are making these offensive challenges.
Yeah, and it's kind of more of what we saw in game 1. Flyers still have yet to score, but still looking in a lot of control. Maybe there's an opportunity here. That shot, just not having enough height on it. 4s able to get back in time. Flyers still on this attack, though. Callister shot, bump attempt from Fusion as well, but it's just not enough. Sean scrambling to this with low boost, pops it a little bit threatening, but no, Zodak did really well to clear that. Callister dribbles past 150s, 4s in the mid. Sean up, pop into corner 50. Demo, maybe an opportunity passing play. What a save from Fusion Bleach. Gets across the goal line, and it remains 0-0.
Yeah, just really nice to keep this game tied from Fusion. Way to play through the rotation there and make sure he was there in time. Not a step too slow. The biggest thing, I mean, that's the biggest thing. It's when you're playing in Premier, you can't miss a touch, miss a step at all in rotation or anything, because you're going to get punished for it. Now Fusion just trying to control it through the corner. Wesley, a good pass off the, or it looked like a pass. It was just off the inside of the crossbar. Now Fusion comes from the smoke. It's saved away, and this game 2 feels a lot more equal-sided than game 1 did.
Yeah, both sides looking to have really strong opportunities. I mean, Superiors looked like they should have been up at one point, if not for a miraculous save from Fusion Bleach earlier, but they have an attack here. But again, Flyers looking just so composed on defense. Still Superiors, you have to score. Granted, no one has scored yet. Maybe off of this counterattack, 50 towards the net. 4s can't get it off of his goal line. It's dunked through by Zodak, and Flyers take a 1-goal lead in game 2.
Zodak says, give me that. Back-to-back dunks from the Flyers. They take the lead with 150 to play. And listen, I mean, hit the weight room, Duluth.
I mean, off this kickoff, looking to get that goal right back. But Callister, huge 50 win and a demo. 4s popping it back in. Does give Zodak some time on this. Flick it past 1. That's a shot towards net, but Wesley is there to save. Counterattack opportunity now. Low boost from 4s. All he can really do with that ball. Sean off the wall, but it's hit right to both of the Flyers defenders just sitting there waiting. Zodak taking his time with this. No stress, no panicking at all from Flyers right now, just willing to keep the ball in their corner. kill every single precious second off the clock that Superiors want to score this ball. There's a shot, but no Callister is there to meet it.
Yeah, they didn't even let the shot take off. It felt like as soon as they saw there was a chance at the shot, they just shut it down. Zodak just high. Callister beat out there, so Fusion will have to retreat to his corner, gets the full boost. Maybe not the touch he really wanted. Has to stay with it and compose, but Wesley comes out of nowhere for the bump. It's sort of dangerous, and the B stream is popping off, but that would launch just towards the net just slowly again. And the Superiors offense has been lacking conviction for almost two games straight now.
Yeah, I predicted Superiors, but I don't mind getting proven wrong. Flyers are playing amazing Rocket League right now, but this game is not over. 20 seconds left, and it's in their half. Goes past one in the midfield. Fours keeping it in. Lens in the midfield. It's a scary position for the ball to be in. Sean just puts it past Fusion. First goal of the series for Superiors, and a huge one at that.
Yeah, I think Callister just hesitated a little bit, and Sean will hit that shot. Fusion just like maybe a car length too far behind that ball. And that's a tough goal to give up. It's because, I mean, it just kind of feels like a free one you gave away. But 9 seconds to play. Zodak will leave it for Callister. Callister the dunk. Looks for one more touch. He will get it. 2 seconds, and it should just hit. Fusion will keep it up. Maybe they try and get something here. No. OT here in game 2. The Superiors looking to steal one from the Flyers.
Yeah, this is a huge game for Superiors. Looking so out of control for most of game 2. Game 1 not even scoring. Have an opportunity here. Corner read. Fours tries to push it back to Sean. Gets a beat in the corner. Fusion has no boost. He goes missing. Shot not on target. Zodak, really good read. Player goes missing for Superiors, allowing Zodak to continue this play. 50 out. Fusion caught on the wrong side of that ball. Goes back to his backboard. Does get the psycho touch. Sean, unrelenting pressure from Superiors, but it is broken away by Callister. All the way down the field. Air dribble. Hit off his own backboard. Another ball flying down the length of the field, but comfortably touched away up until Wesley dunks. There's 2 players up right now for Superiors, putting all into this play. Will it pay off? Counterattack. Flyers passed out middle. Callister double tap off the ground, and he puts it away in overtime.
Callister with the beautiful touch. It was Fusion's pass, and then Callister with the ground double puts just enough on it past Sean, and the Flyers escape in game 2. 2-0 series lead.
Yeah, and I don't know if it came through on the mic, but the B stream was getting really loud, which usually that has to mean only one thing. Des Moines with a full sub roster probably scored, judging by how loud that crowd got. But that's a lot better game 2 from Superiors.
Yeah, they played it a lot better, but still just one goal in almost 11 minutes of Rocket League. They have to find some sort of offense because now you're down 2 games to none. And I don't know if we're getting the timeout here or not, but I would take one if I was the Superiors. You have really just struggled to put balls in the back of the net, and that's how you win the game. I mean, it's definitely possible this team's good enough, but right now they're not showing the levels that I think they need to be playing at right now.
Yeah. And the silver lining is this game was a lot closer. Went to overtime. The bad part is they got to dig their heels in and they got to win this game, because otherwise they have to try to reverse sweep this Flyers team. And I just don't see that happening. I think that they're just playing way too good right now. They're in control pretty much every single game. Immediately in game 3, there's a shot, but saved away. There's actually a counterattack. That's an amazing passing play. Sean, Superiors with a lead for the first time in the series.
Yeah, it's a beautiful touch from Fours. Gets one more. Zodak kind of helps, and Sean will bury that one. A lot of time left, but yeah, it was instant offense from the Flyers, countered into a goal for the Superiors, and maybe that's how they need to play, catch them on the counterattack. Now Sean off the ceiling, looks for one more, can't find it. Good 50 away, and it's awkward for Zodak. It will be dusted to this ball. No follow-up for the double there. Callister will bang it long, give it in, looks for the shot, good cut. And the cutting defense of the Flyers, where they're just cutting out the mid, making Duluth have to solo play everything for it to be a goal, it's been great to watch. It's something you really don't see a ton of outside of Premier, where they really take away the midfield, and that's been such a big thing for them. As Sean again off the crossbar, Sean taking over game 3.
Yeah, Superiors. I asked for them. They called upon their response. They had to win this game so far. They're doing the job. 2 goals within the first minute. Sometimes that's good, but Flyers still have a whole 4 minutes left to get their foot back in the race, but continued pressure from Superiors, making that really difficult for them. Pop up into the corner. Zodak, no boost, does well to hit this ball back to himself, though. 50. Having to use 2 Flyers players for that. Callister catching the midfield, air dribble over to the backboard, can't get the double tap, saved away by Sean, having said his name a lot already this match. Fusion to the corner, pop out, but it's passed away. Callister, shot saved. Zodak trying to keep this attack going. Wesley, huge touch down the field. Fusion there to bail out his team.
Yeah, it has been a completely different Duluth Superiors team so far. They have shut down the midfield. Zodak now leaving it, just trying to do anything to try and connect to it with each other on these passing plays. Has not found the groove so far. That shot was dangerous. Wesley gets the save, but demoed for it. Fusion now with it. Looks for the ground pitch, won't find it. Zodak takes the 100 boost. It's his turn now. 63, just bangs it away. Needs something more, with more substance here. Down 2 goals, about 3 minutes to play. Sean again, it's kind of dangerous. It will float towards the goal, but in the end, really no threat. Fusion gets 1 touch. Fusion looks for another goal, got a 50. And I really want to know what's happening on that B stream. It is loud, and I really like it.
Yeah, that crowd getting behind that Des Moines Premier team. 4s. Absolute slot from so far away from the goal. Goes just above the crossbar, finds its way below it. Such a hard shot to save, and no one from Flyers can reach it. Superiors looking like Flyers in game 1 right now, just in control. So much pressure. Flyers have had threatening looks, but just nothing's been enough so far.
Yeah, it has been. They've done things that keeps the Flyers uncomfortable, which is a huge thing that I don't think they were doing the other 2 games. It was just they were playing exactly how St. Cloud thought they were going to play. Now switching it up a bit and just doing different things. The midfield pressure, like I said, and just that higher line of defense as Four's back on defense just gets dunked out by Fusion. The shot here, Zodak hits it with his purse, and that's not a great miss. 154 to play, down 3 goals.
Yeah, that looked like almost a sure goal. It's just unfortunate not getting any power on it. They really wanted that. Fusion just doing it all by himself. Can't get it past the last defender, though. Superiors holding on to this 3-goal lead. Just around 1.5 minutes left. And it's in Flyers' corner. See if Superiors can add to the lead, but no. Fusion cuts off the pass and gets the beat. It's rolling towards an open net. This might just roll all the way in. Fusion Bleach giving his team a bit of a lifeline here in game 3.
Yeah, 1:23 to play. Need 2 goals. They've had chances off the kickoff, especially. The kickoff game has been really good. We'll see if they can find one and really take it to them here and try to tie this game up.
Now right off the kickoff, though, Superiors continuing to apply that pressure. Wesley air dribble into the corner pass. Blocked away. Sean keeping it in. Zodak tosses it into the midfield. Fours tosses it back. Backboard causing some panic here on the Flyers. Haven't really seen that much out of them. Although it is the first time they are down by this amount of goals. Still a minute left. Still plenty of opportunities for them. Callister throws it mid, but Zodak just doesn't have the resources to turn on it. Turns on this, though. Another pass mid, but it is Redham saved away. Fusion, touch up. Maybe a shot, but he can't get around.
Oh, close look on the double there, but downfield, 35 seconds to play. Calster will take it from his own back wall. Not a lot of time to work with. Duluth can just drive chow and just monkey this ball. 25 seconds to play. Sean goes. Zodak takes, and just nothing really going here. Need a goal basically this instant. Calster needs this shot to fall in. Won't find it. Fusion not in the right spot to collect it middle and shoot. 12 seconds to play. Duluth in game 3, they storm back, and they are going to take this game 3. A pivotal game 4 now for both sides.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be like Superiors to go down 0-3 in a matchup like this. You just knew it. You just knew they had them in them somewhere to take back this game 3, where it mattered most. They have a lifeline now in this series, only down 1 game. Although Flyers will threaten match point, and if they win this next game, which they had their opportunities this game, I feel like, but Superiors were just a lot more confident. They looked a lot less scared. They were getting bumps, they were getting demos, they were getting shots. Being a lot more physical and just being a lot more aggressive, being a lot more comfortable, challenging Flyers on their midfield.
Yeah. The Superiors just looked like a completely different team that game. And the Flyers just seemed to not, when they were overextending in the first 2 games, the Superiors couldn't capitalize. Right here they did, and maybe that's just the change. It's just, hey, let's not send everybody up on offense all the time and then come back with 0 boost. We'll see what changes. Flyers need to find their game 1 form, and the Superiors looking to keep this momentum rolling, tie the series up, and keep going from there.
Yeah, and I wonder if you're Flyers, I wonder if you kind of just shrug that one off, if you're really going to talk over anything. Because it looked like a solid game all around. Just kind of had some opportunities that didn't go their way, maybe some defensive scrambles, just some good plays from Superiors as well. This game 4 is just so important. Either Flyers go on match point or the series is tied. Starting off the bat, in their corner is Superiors. Trying to break out here. Fusion, last man back. Tries to pass himself, but no. Sean reads that wall on the side wall. Wesley, his teammate somewhat off to play, has to do it himself. He can't. Zodak to the backward. Maybe has a free double tap, but doesn't make contact. Fusion to keep the offense going, but he only goes as far as Sean. That's a dangerous pop out in front of the net, but Callister does that well to pass back to his teammate. Pass upfield to Fusion. A big counterattack, maybe follow-up shot. No. Force big beat Callister all by himself, but does well to hit this to the corner and buy his team time.
Yeah, good empty jump recovery from Callister there off his corner. They play it out of defense. Fusion now. One to beat goes, tries to go under 1. Will get it, and he'll give it to Zodak now. Zodak 48 boost. Looks for the bump, does get it. Where's the follow? Fusion dives. Callister puts one on. It's touched away, and they will regain possession. Callister still on, 0 boost to his name. Full boost taken in the corner by Duluth. That pass middle to Fusion, not where it needed to be. They'll retreat and control once more. Fusion, no boost. Zodak off the corner, back to Fusion, no. Callister has to leave it, and we replay it again, but Wesley dives, Sean does too. Two beat now, a couple chain dashes. Not a great touch from Fours. Fusion will just kind of make it awkward at the corner, all 3 players there. And St. Cloud so far just getting nothing out of all this offensive pressure. Actually, their net kind of open. Fours to the net, Fours with the goal.
And that was a good collect here in midair from Fours off this bounce. So quick on that. Fusion. Bumped off, he had the jump early. Fours does really well to play that around and places it top left. And Superiors again leading in a very crucial game for them. Digging their heels in. Maybe it's their time to go on a 2-game win streak, but only a 1-goal lead with 3 minutes left. Still a lot can happen, especially when Zodak's up for the ball. Pass down, touch midfield, but only just finds the Superiors player. Fours again up in the air to the backboard. But Callister is there to meet it. Zodak trying to break this out of his own half. Fusion continuing the attack. Is there anybody up for Flyers? No, and there doesn't really have to be. Not really that threatening of a shot. Fusion allowed some time on this ball. Decides to pass it to his teammate. Does get the beat, but Superiors are back on defense, scrambling low boost. That's a awkward touch almost. I thought he own goaled it for a second, but just hits it wide. And really quick counterattack, and that's what I've been noticing. Neither of these two teams can ever feel comfortable or safe, whether they're on offense or defense. They string together upfield passes so instinctively, so quickly, and it allows for quick counterattack goals like that. Callister finishing off an amazing team passing play.
Yeah, Zodak just plays it through, gets one more soft touch, and the Superior's defender was beat no matter what. Callister will score it. Zodak credited with the assist. 2:16 to play, an all-even game, and probably the most even we've had all series so far. Callister gets the demo, and Duluth has looked for some. Oh, what a save! Fusion will clear it, but it's still dangerous. Wesley inside out, looked for the bump, couldn't find it. And now Callister gets beat there. No boost for almost anybody in that corner over there. Fusion stays with it. He'll look to steal the corner. Zodak's up. Zodak's missing, just wide off the post. We go the other way. Fusion jumps. Fusion's beat. This one towards the backboard. Fours and Callister collide for another 50. It's so awkward for St. Cloud. Fusion will jump. It just cleared for the moment. End-to-end Rocket League here between these two teams.
Yeah, and that was a really good chance to widen the lead for Flyers. Maybe an opportunity for Superiors, but the shooter goes missing. There's a bump on the goal line. Zodak's awkward with no boost, but still somehow makes that touch. Still attack going for Superiors right now. Zodak still 0 boost. Gets her on one, 50s out the other. Fusion now allowed some time on this ball. Wesley just looking to buy his team time to get back. All three in net. They're able to get this ball out, but they give it right back to Flyers. Still not in the best spot. Zodak gonna carry up the wall. Superior's just allowing him to push it forward, trying to regain control of the ball. Callister trying to not let it happen. Pass out to the midfield. Zodak gets the 50. It's floating up dangerously. Sean stays onto it. Fusion trying to keep this ball in. Touch doesn't really go the way they want to. It's in a dangerous spot. Callister, crucial 50. 33 seconds left. Shot again saved away.
Yeah, that it was huge from Sean in that midfield to keep the ball close, and the control has been found for the Superiors here. Tie game here. I feel like this is one where if they don't win, they're going to feel like it was kind of stolen from them. Callister now off the ceiling. No one there to meet him for the pass. Fours will control. Zodak looks for one touch, does get it, looks for another. He's just trying to be awkward. It is awkward. Fours will carry it long. Wesley touches across, and we will head to OT here in game 4.
And then again, huge game 4. Flyers trying to fight for their match point. Sean first on this ball to keep it going. Fours double tap attempt. Callister very patient on his backboard. Can only get one touch. Bit of an unfortunate kind of crumpling up in the corner here of the defense. Fusion left all by himself, does make the touch, force up. This is such a dangerous shot, and Fusion can't get to it again. Superiors tie up the series.
Yeah, that one it's just a clear miscommunication by the Flyers. Callister looked to stay on it, he gets dunked. Fusion wanted to go, he doesn't, and after his first save, there's just no chance. Great shot from Fours. We have ourselves a tied series, both teams winning 2 in a row.
Yeah, and now this game 5, one team will have to be on match point after this. And Superiors seem to have the momentum in the series right now. Although I feel like if Superiors can dig their heels in and win 2 games in a row when the momentum's against them, Flyers, I mean, this game didn't really fall their way this time, but it was a close 1-1. Overtime, you know, they had that shot earlier that could have put them up by 1 and just hit barely wide of the post. Just so unfortunate. You don't want to let those shots haunt you, though. You want to look forward into game 6. Nope, game 5. Yeah. Looking forward in game 5. Get that match point on your side, and just take it one step at a time.
100%. For the Flyers, I mean, yeah, you lose 2 games in a row. It sucks, but for the Superiors, I mean, they're flowing. They're moving good. And now, I mean, I feel like it's almost their series to lose. Fusion 100 boost off the seal. Those for the pinch. It did have the power, but not the placement. Zodak up early. Want to see a bit more from Zodak. And, I mean, he's a great player. All three players jumped for the ball once Duluth at one point there. But they do avoid a dangerous commit. Zodak just does not have the boost he needed. Calster will take it now. 25 to his name, nothing. Comes from that 50. Gives it to Sean, who was awkward. Fusion pushes it downfield. Fours will collect. Stealing pinch from him now. Bunch of pinches happening so far. Calster, decent amount of boost. Goes low 50 for one. High shot Fusion should have, and he will. So good on the backboard so far. Double butt. It's a demo and a bump. Fusion somehow keeps it out. Fusion twice. You are insane. Wesley takes it himself now. Full boost to his name. Looks for the pinch and nothing there. How has Duluth not scored?
Partly due to the gymnastics that Fusion had to pull off on his goal line with 0 boost. Partly because Superior is just maybe should have had better placement on that, but Fusion did so well to challenge that ball to get as close to it as possible as the person shooting it, making his car as big as possible, as difficult as possible to shoot around Callister. 0 boost, still doing well to push this ball forward, but Fours looking to start a counterattack, tries to get it out to his teammate Fusion, having none of it. That's dangerous. Zodak first to meet it, but it's dunked away by Sean. Fusion just desperation clear, trying to find his team some time, but it lands right in the hand of Sean in his corner. Last thing they want to see right now. Fusion can't reach this. Wesley up. Doesn't really have the boost to do much with it, though. Tries to leave it for Fours, but it's tipped away. Callister first on this by a mile. Double tap attempt up the sidewall to himself. Triple tap off the corner, but Wesley is there to meet it. Zodak looking to give his team this lead. Game 5, that's a nice pass out to the Sean. Shot saved away. And another shot just popped up. Callister not on target. Hits it away though just for safety. Zodak, that's a dangerous spot. Bit of a panic touch, no one was there. They sent 2 people forward. Callister all by himself. Fours 1v1 opportunity. He doesn't really get the first touch that he wanted. Fusion looking to pass it up to Callister. Wesley is first on it. And there's just so much. It's so fast right now between these two teams. If it's not a passing play, it's a pretty nice controlled solo play. Every single attack looks to have threat, a really genuine amount of threat to it. Both sides having to respect the other team's shots, the other team's passes.
Good bomb.
There, 2 players go whiffing. Fours towards net. Bit of awkwardness, and Fusion again somehow throwing his car at the ball across the goal line and making a save.
Yeah, this guy Fusion's ridiculous. He is single-handedly keeping St. Cloud in this game 5 right now. He gets demoed off the field. Great idea, Duluth. Eliminate him from the field. It's so awkward now. Fusion has to go as soon as he spawns in. Callister and Zodak both in the corner. Zodak gets the 50 away. Callister and Wesley both up. Back to Sean. Oh my God, Sean! Close. Another save by Fusion. The redirect looked beautiful. The save even better. Callister now from the left wall. 1:22 to play. No goals in this game, but it still felt like it's just all been the Superiors on offense the entire time.
Pass down to Zodak. Tries to take it slow. Goes under the defender, and Zodak low 50s it in the bottom right corner. Fusion keeping his team alive, save after save after save, and they finally break through on the other end. Flyers take the lead in a very crucial Game 5, potential match point for them.
Yes, sir. Zodak, I said I needed to see a bit more from him. That's how you make an impact. The only goal so far here in Game 5. Fours up, beat by Callister. That one dangerous. Wesley has to take. Fusion could just die, but he's missed it. He's missed. Wesley 22 boost. Really can't do a whole lot. It's still dangerous. Zodak makes the touch. Force keeps on it. Sean not able to go for the moment. And as dealing with Wesley does get boost, but he's out of position. Fusion, the flick. Nothing there. Double commit from St. Cloud. Dangerous here. Could Zodak get a 50? Yeah, slow it down just enough. 40 seconds to play. Force the Fusion. Fusion been the best. I feel like he's been the best player on the field so far. Callister goes missing. Zodak launches long. Callister looks for the touchback down to Fusion.
Oh,
what
my
a goal
goodness.
for St. Cloud.
My goodness. St. Cloud at the dying moments of Game 5. Superior is maybe looking for a way back to tie this series. That is an icy, maybe final nail in the coffin for Flyers, barring a miracle. Off this kickoff, amazing team passing play from Flyers when it matters so much. For match point, Sean looking to find a quick goal for his team to get back into this game. 20 seconds left. It's pinched down the other end, though. Fours keeping it just as far as the midfield line. Callister getting the boost here, though. Fours, a lot of time and space on this ball. Shot just not finding its way on target. And that's precious time ticking away. That amazing touch from Fusion Bleach to cut that shot off. Zodak, amazing to keep it out of the net. Flyers keeping it 2-0 in Game 5, and they will be on match point.
Yeah. Otherworldly defense from St. Cloud there, especially Fusion. 4 saves. He did more that probably didn't count for saves, but he did everything for the team. Zodak found the goal and to open it, and then this passing play. Fusion from Callister. Zodak gets the bump too, just to really cement it. And I mean, now the Flyers, you lose 2 in a row, you come back, you win a game like that where it's so tight and so neck and neck for who's going to score first, that I feel like this could be it right here in Game 6. We'll see. We'll see what Duluth still has. I mean, they played so good, just couldn't find the net. I don't know if the Flyers can keep that defense up, but I mean, yeah, I feel like this can go either way.
I mean, we both predicted that this would at least go to Game 6, if not Game 7. We are guaranteed a Game 6, obviously. Flyers on match point. If they win this, they win the series. It is, again, this is round 1 of lowers.
Yeah.
This is only top 8.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That's how good these teams are. And the best part is your reward for playing, or for winning the series, is you get to play the Outlaws next in like an hour. So that's really fun. But all we care about right now is who's winning this series and who is going home. It's a big miss. It will not amount to anything. And Duluth need to find a goal early and find a lead, one that when you have scored first, you do not lose the lead at all. I'm pretty sure every team that scored first in every game in this series has won. So huge, huge need to find an open goal.
Yeah, and Flyers looking tenacious right now on offense, looking to strike first and strike hard. Callister goes missing on that, but he leaves it for Fusion. Scary to leave him time and space on the ball like that, but doesn't go bad for him this time. Zodak 50s twice. Callister full diving on that. Fusion Bleach, amazing defensive touch. That's a really well placed shot, but it's just off the post. Zodak counterattack only has 1 to beat. Flick behind the post. Fusion for the follow up. Pops it over 1. Stays in front of this. Passes it down mid. Callister can't get the right touch on that. Can't get around to the right side of the ball. Fusion stuck on low boost. It's floating awkwardly towards the backboard. There might be a shot from Sean. Really good fake for his teammate, but Forrest can't get it on target.
Yeah, Duluth, we got to hit the training packs, fellas. It's cool. 3:35 to play, and that has to be a goal. When you're down 3-2, you can't miss that. Callister, a good touch. And now Sean looks for the reset. It's a double commit. Fusion can't do anything to follow. Zodak does dive. That one towards the net. It is open. It's a big miss, and it's a big goal for Fusion. 1-0 Flyers.
Superiors, they do not want their last message at LAN to be losing a Game 6 like that. This series has been so tight, so back and forth. Flyers are up in this game right now, though, and the way things stand, they will be moving on. But if Superiors have anything to say about it, I don't think they want that to happen. So much time left to play in this game, 3 minutes. Callister thought he had some space on that, but Sean's up for it really quick. Fusion meeting Wesley on his offensive third. Fusion, big clear downfield. Fours first to meet it, looking threatening, but Callister, big clear out of danger. big dunk. It lands in front of the box, but Fours, huge booming clear back on the other end, but Fusion is there to meet it.
Yeah, Zodak will clear it long, 2:36 to play. We know Duluth can score in the dying minutes of games, but they have to find something soon. Sean for the double, nothing there. Just goes too far wide. Wesley beat out Fours, was a bit too close, so he'll have to retreat. Does grab the full boost and starts his own air dribble across, but dunked out by Fusion. Now Wesley will take 50 by Calster. And now the pressure from, a huge miss by Sean. But the pressure from the Flyers that we saw in the first 2 games has come back, and they look so good. Look at Calster go! He's doing it himself! A little bit of halftime for Calster. We got 2 minutes to play. They got 2 goals to their name.
That's just pure muscle through Callister to get it 50 it through both players in the corner and 50 the player on the goal line. He's just been at the gym more, apparently. I don't know how you consistently win that many 50s like that, but Flyers up in a very comfortable 2-0 position right now. We've seen him in this position before. They have not lost a game like this. Although if it were to happen, it would be some Game 6 heroics. Floors double flip reset almost gets it past Fusion. That would have been goal of the day by far if he had gotten that one in, but just not to be. A minute and a half left, and the Superiors need a sign of life right now in this game. Fusion not having any of it. He wants to take his team to the promised land. Get him across the finish line in this game. Comfortable 2-0 lead. Big block away from Callister. Pops out. Maybe counterattack opportunity. They get the beat. Zodak just has one to beat. Sean cannot get the save. Zodak 50s it through. Flyers 3-0 with a minute and 18 left.
Yeah, just get big, Duluth. It's another 50 on the goal line. It's another goal for the Flyers. And it is not looking good for the Superiors. Not a lot of time left. They need something quick off the kickoff.
And they do get it. That's a dangerous shot, but 2 players go missing. Maybe a miscommunication. That's not what they need. Time ticking down. They do get the goal right away, though. They put that miss right behind him very quick. Staying pressure. Gets the bump on the goal line. Very crucial bump. Very nice follow-up goal. And they do have a lifeline in this game.
Yeah, you're still probably going to need a kickoff goal. You're down 2, minute left, but we'll see what they can do. The Flyers' kickoffs have just been good, but they've looked so strong on everyone. They've won it when they needed to. Where's the shot? It will be Fours. It will be a bit awkward for Fusion. Fours now just puts it way too high for that infield pass. Zodak will clear. Sean now with it. He's been a hero before in the second major. Could he do it on land? No, not this time. Calster just playing with it. Will fake out. Looks for the bump on Wesley. 39 seconds to play. Reset from Wesley. Nothing there. Fours will collect. Fours so dangerous on the ball this series. Looks for something. Sean can go and has some space. Not a lot of boost for Zodak. Sean goes low. Damn time for Sean. Wesley puts it in. 26 seconds. And we have ourselves a game.
Sean completely outplaying the defense. Played fake flip reset wave dash 50s it past 2 players, showing that he himself has also been hitting the gym, pushing it right through the defense. Nice finish off from the Superiors, and they only have 1 goal left to go now to send this game into overtime. 19 seconds left. Fusion, crucial 50 to put it down the length of the field, keeping it, just trying to keep it in that offensive third of Superiors. Pass across, but no one's there. Wesley leaving it for Sean towards the backboard. 2 players on Flyers there to meet it. They bump each other. Huge dunk out, though. That's floating into empty space, and it will hit the ground. Flyers will win in Game 6 despite such an amazing effort from Duluth to bring it back and really made us clench to the edge of our seats there. That was a really, really tight Game 6.
Yeah, it was close. I mean, I feel like it was closer than the 3-0 score really said at the start. So Duluth had opportunities, just couldn't find the pivotal pass or the pivotal shot where they needed it most. That was kind of the tale of the entire series. The Flyers, they made the plays when they needed to, and I mean, when a land type setting where you're already up 3-2, you make those plays and you're going to have a lot of success. I mean, great season for Duluth. It's not how they wanted it to end. But for the Flyers, you come in as the 8th seed. I mean, what a way to start. 4-2 win over the 5 seed.
I think that Superiors, maybe the series would have gone differently. There's a lot of if, ands, and buts, but Flyers started off that series so hot, so dominant, especially in that first game. Coming out 0-2, so helpful in a long series like this. And if Superiors take that game 2, I think that the game 2 went to OT. If they take that game to OT, maybe things play out differently, but they didn't. And this is the outcome that we're left with. Flyers definitely earned that. Both teams having amazing plays, honestly, on both ends, but some of those saves from Fusion Bleach, I thought it was a sure goal, and Fusion Bleach comes flying across the net with no boost and saves it twice, 3 times in a row.
Yeah, the defense from the Flyers was amazing, and they're going to need more of it for when they play Kansas City later today. That will be a great series with the way the Flyers are playing. I am very excited to see the rest of Premier because I think that Outlaws and Flyers game could be one to determine who comes out of the lower bracket. We'll see. I really like both those teams, and for Duluth and for them, they still have teams in the competition as a franchise. You lose your premier team, but there's a lot of Rocket League left, and they're looking at the bracket. It'll be the Rhythm and the Maulers. Hey, the Derecho took a game with an all-sub roster. We'll take that.
Derecho took a game off the Maulers.
And then the Outlaws and Flyers in lower round 2. Winner of those games meet each other later today as well. Winner goes to Sunday, but still 3 more best of 7s in Premier left for today. I'm so excited. Premier is so fun to watch.
Yeah, and according to standings, that was the worst team in Premier here right now. And you look what they did. You look at the type of shots they were hitting, the type of saves they were getting. It only gets better. But coming up, we will have Miracles versus Outlaws. Don't go anywhere, folks. We got so much more Rocket League left.
Everybody, welcome back to MCS Season LAN. We've got some Rising Star action coming up for you. The Miracles versus the Outlaws in lower round 2. Things are heating up. I've unbuttoned my jacket. It's getting a little hot up here at the LAN. Gold Dude, what do you got to say?
Listen, when the lights are on, as they are for us as well as the players, you got to step up to the plate. And I'm excited to see this series today. You know, to address the elephant in the room, we've had 4 series in Rising Star today, and all 4 of them have been sweeps, a minimum of 14 possible games. We're hoping, we're praying for a Game 5 at least in this series. Flo and I have been talking about it off stage, and that's, you know, we just want to see a good competition today between the Miracles and the Outlaws. What say you?
Yeah, absolutely. You look at this bracket, it's looking a little sad. 3-0 from the Senators, 3-0 from the Maulers, 3-0 from the Spears, or 4-0, excuse me, for the Spears and the Outlaws. Possibly the most depressing bracket I've ever looked at in my entire life. But we got the Miracles versus the Outlaws. I think this one could go a little bit farther.
And listen, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and that goes for this bracket as well. So I'm hoping, you know, the rest of the day, and definitely tomorrow, we get some champs field here in Rising Star. I did want to mention that these 2 teams have come here with very different paths. As we see Blue here on the Minneapolis Miracles, he was a Season 8 Rising Star runner-up. Can he come back to LAN and make better on his, you know, teammates? We also have Ryuji, who, is that Ben with a fake mustache and beard? He's waving to the crowd. We love to see that. And that being said, you know, like I was saying, these 2 teams coming here with very different paths.
Absolutely. And you know, you were talking about Blue. He did go runner-up in Season 8. Blue is a player that I competed against in our high school leagues for a long time, and that's a guy who on LAN, man, he's got nerves of steel. I still remember best of 5. I went to Game 2 overtime with him, and my teammate had took a shot. It was wonderfully placed. He pre-flip saved it in the top corner. I see the open net on the other side. I shoot it. I start setting my controller down to celebrate. You know, I'm standing up from my chair. Blue had pre-flipped it across the other side, and they scored the open net down the other way. Possibly the low light of my LAN career, but it's a testament to Blue's capability on LAN. Here we're looking at Cripplify, though. He can wiggle his ears. You won't be able to see that on LAN. He's got those headset earphones covering him, unfortunately. So, I don't know, Cripplify, if you can hear me, maybe take off those headsets and wiggle your ears for us.
And I love the dichotomy between the fun facts. You have Divine OG with 2 state championships in Rocket League at the high school level, and then you have Cripplify with the wiggling of the ears. So, you know, I love what the players bring to the table as far as their fun facts and just their personalities in general. Not only the players on the field, but just everyone here at LAN. So happy to be here on this not too chilly, but definitely fluffy snow outside Wisconsin afternoon. But I just want to mention, so these 2 teams, the Outlaws, actually we're getting started here, so we can touch on that later. Kickoff here in game number 1, and OJ is going to start off immediately off the ceiling, getting it over to Cripplify. Tries to find a mid pass. It does get one. This is an opportunity for Divine OG with the whifty, but it's not in the net.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Blue get a decent 50, buy some time for his team. He's got it popped up to the ceiling. Jax, who's waiting there in the mid, that's a shot towards target. Divine OG gets that nice clear to the sidewall. A triple whiff, and Blue's gonna have an open net to shoot on. Starting out hot for the Miracles.
And what a start indeed. Divine OG not able to get the side touch. Teammate diving as well. And the last defender left for dead as the Miracles pick up a goal here early in game number 1. You know, as the trend has gone today in Rising Star, it's been all sweeps. So the Outlaws need to make sure that they do not drop this game 1. And the Miracles want to keep this score line, if not add to it. Right here is Ryuji setting up, but there's no shot.
Absolutely, you mentioned that game 1 has been the most important game for Rising Star. The predictor for not just the series, but every game after it as well. As Cripplify, he's looking to send this down the other wing. Ryuji's got a nice touch. Jax coming down the wing. Ryuji perhaps a redirect. Can't quite find it. It's just wide. OJ, he's taking this in the corner. He's taking his time. Little chip to Cripplify. He's got time and space. Can't quite make it happen. Blue playing this up to the ceiling. He's got a little bit of boost to work with. Nice touch over the one defender. Can't quite get a mid as OJ going to cut that one out.
And I love seeing the creativity coming out from these teams. We had a redirect attempt as well as a ceiling shot attempt, or at least a clear. And so far that this series has been a fun one, as we have an opportunity here. OJ with the juice in the bottom left corner, and this game is tied 1-1 with 3:28 on the clock.
Absolutely, already a more exciting game than perhaps we've seen on the stream so far. We got a tied game. That bodes well for the series. I'm looking for Game 7 in this one. We need a bit of redemption from the earlier bracket, perhaps.
Kickoff here. Neutral kickoff. It does go in the favor of the Miracles. Divine trying to pop it high, but Blue is able to read it, gets a shot on net, but it's saved by Cripplify, who's not able to follow up the clear attempt. That is a nice 50 for Divine, who's able to get another touch, but it's on net. OJ is able to get there with 0 boost and does not get the corner spawn. That would have been a really critical boost grab. Instead, it goes over to Cripplify. Cripplify just lobs it upfield. Again, lobs it on net, but it's saved by a starving Blue. OJ, another shot, and that's 2 on the board for OJ Kamo.
He's not going to get that one. OJ really heating up in this game one so far. That's 2 for him. 2 for the Outlaws as well, getting that 1-goal lead. Pretty early here, starting that game 1 out hot is going to be big for this Outlaw squad.
Yeah, as we see the B stream, or the B stage cheering, you know, it loves that we not only have this A stream, but also the B stream, so make sure to check that out. And as far as OJ, just lurking in the midfield, picking up a second goal with just about halfway through this game here. Blue staying patient over one and past his own teammate, but it's saved, a shot on net, and saved by OJ, who has been the man of the series so far for not only the Outlaws, but both teams, with a clear as well, but it's covered up by Jax for the moment.
Fine OG looking for that dunk, doesn't quite find it. Blue gets around him, and Ryuji going to find his way around Cripplify. Jax low boost, trying to make something happen on the outside end here. Ryuji, he's got a shot, it's on target, and a little bit of chaos that I didn't quite catch in the net, and that's going to leave it open.
Let's see here, Jax just getting an interesting, forcing Divine to get an interesting touch, and Ryuji with the 0 boost goal, not one that you usually see here, but anything can happen in the MCS, and we have a tie game, 2-2 with 2 minutes on the clock. Let's see who can come victorious here, as OJ thought about going for it. Instead, it's going to go to the wall, and that was a wise decision with the shot on net, and it's a goal.
And that's a hat trick for OJ as well, his 3rd. The game, of course, in the series. Nobody else on Outlaws have scored yet. It's been all OG. Obviously, some disruption work from Cripplify there, we see on the goal line, but OG really turning up in this series here.
Yeah, and if he wants to be the offensive engine, so far it's working, as that's a little bit of an errant touch that Jax is going to take advantage of. Bit awkward for Divine, but leaves it for Cripplify, who lobs it downfield, and the net is wide open. Unsure what happened with the defense there. Let's take a look, as it looked like the Outlaws were awkward, and all of a sudden, no one's home.
Yeah, you know, that's a bit of a what happened goal. I saw one person on the offensive end for the Miracles, and the next end, it's in their net. There's no one home. That kickoff, though, going to go in the favor of the Outlaws again. Blue, he's got boost. He's got the ball. He's got the bounce. But he's also got Divine OG right in his path here. Jax taking it up now, looking for perhaps a pinch mid. He finds it over Cripplify. But Divine OG going to boom that ball. Blue, he gets the pass mid to Ryuji. Back to Blue. He's looking for it. Can't quite find it.
Decent opportunity there, but Cripplify ending the offensive pressure with a monster clear off the backboard. Follows it up with Divine off the backboard, but it's saved by Jax, who's jumping up with the ball here, not able to follow it up, but Ryuji is up super early to get that 50. Jax lobbing it up to Cripplify, uses no boost, but forces the defense to use some as well. Only a minute left on the clock. The Miracles are going to need to score now, and they do with Ryuji, bringing it within 1 with a minute left.
Absolutely, and we see Miracles changing up their offensive strategy here. They're playing a little bit more boomer ball, a little bit more passing attempts. Not so many solo plays, not so many individual moments, but rather working as a bit more as a team.
Yeah, and some great boost control by the Miracles as well on that play. All of the players with over 50 boost by the time they scored. However, Ryuji with nothing in the tank is going to have to retreat, and does so a little bit awkwardly. Blue also empty, tries to play it slow, but instead pays the ultimate price as Ryuji has to get back. Jax almost rips it on his own net, but instead we still have a 1-goal game, although the Miracles are not out of the woods yet. That is a decent 50 attempt as Cripplify does leave it due to the awkwardness. Blue off the backboard. Can Jax get there first? He will, and we have a tie game with 24 seconds left.
Absolutely a tie game here from Jax. We got the pass off the backboard from Blue. Jax going to put that one home right over OG, just a bit faster. That does tie up our game with 24 seconds left. I would say we're headed to overtime, but the game's been so high scoring already, you know, I can't call it that early. Cripplify, he's up in the ceiling here. Bit of a misflip, but it fakes out Jax. Blue, he's gonna boom it to Jax down on the sidewall. He's looking for the shot, it's placed well, and that's gonna find the bottom right corner just around OJ.
And Jax beat me to it. I was gonna say I have a sneaking suspicion that this one's getting ended in regulation, and Jax with the bottom right slota able to take the lead. This team was down 2 goals just a minute ago, and they've picked up 3 now in the last 60 seconds. Cripplify up early. They got the ball in the right area. Ryuji low on boost. This is an opportunity. Divine OG takes the 50. Cripplify tries to get it to OJ, who does have a hat trick, but they miss. And the Miracles, I did not see this coming with a minute left in the game, but they take game number 1. And the Outlaws got to be a little nervous with how today has gone in Rising Star.
Yeah, no kidding. You know, in those last couple series, game 1 has signaled the end of the set. But that was a solid series from the Outlaws. The start of that game was fantastic for them. They're playing really well. OJ in particular, some standout goals, some nice placement. But Miracles, some lovely adjustment towards the second half, some wonderful passing plays, very coordinated offense from the Miracles to take that game.
Yeah, and the Miracles did a great job of making the Outlaws defense really work for it, testing them often, not necessarily early, but making sure just through a war of attrition they were able to pick up game number 1. And it looked like the Outlaws were walking away with a comfortable one. I mean, 4 goals is a pretty good offensive output, but when you're allowing 5, it does not matter. The Miracles had 14 shots on net in game number 1. That is a extremely large output, especially to start a series, you know, when the teams are usually feeling each other out. The Miracles are coming in firing on all cylinders on offense, and the Outlaws were able to keep it close, but they only had 7 shots on net. So they got to make sure to keep that shot differential much closer, or this could be a dog walk.
Absolutely. We hear some yelling going on again on the B stream. Now, last shot from, I believe it was Jax off the sidewall, was pretty phenomenal to win them that last game. But let's see what the Outlaws have here to respond. Got Divine OG getting faked out by Blue on the back wall. He's got a mid to Ryuji. And 2 defenders sending from the Outlaws to clear that ball. Not quite going to find the net as Blue gets that save. Cripplify, he's low, looking to find a pass to the mid. But no one ready for it on either team.
And the Miracles early, they were playing with a little bit of fire, had that fake on the kickoff. It looked good early, however, they did allow a bit of pressure as they continue to here. We're only 30 seconds in, but the Outlaws definitely have the upper hand, and that's something that, at least, you know, not to be biased, but I hope that we can see Outlaws take a game in this series. I definitely think that they're capable of doing so. But Ryuji, trying to set it up on the wall, does get a touch with only 2 boost. Both of these teams right now are, you know, I'm not sure if they're comfortable, but they seem to be continuing to make challenges with 0 in the tank.
Absolutely. They at least, both teams seem confident on offense. I think game 2 will see a bit of an adjustment period, a bit lower scoring as I say that. You know, the Miracles get a nice look, but I don't think those defenses are going to be making those same mistakes as they did in game 1. As Jax off the ceiling, what has he got cooking in the pot right there? As Divine OG, he's looking to take that one, but can't quite get the touch. Ryuji looking for the double mid. Bit of a fake, perhaps. Blue off the sidewall. OJ going to play that safely into the corner.
Cripplify lobbing it up to himself. Alley-oop, double off the backboard, but it's cleared by Ryuji. OJ back off the sidewall as we see some more cheering from the B stream. So that may be a very interesting one to watch, as that is OJ picking up a 4th goal in this series. That's got to be Golden Striker so far, as that's a great setup by Divine OG, really creating some chaos in the midfield. And that one goes right down Main Street to take a 1-0 lead here.
Absolutely, that pass was picture perfect. The Divine OG, or excuse me, not Divine OG, Mr. OJ Camo, he's been shooting lights out all series. He's not going to miss that one. Divine OG now into Cripplify, he puts it high, a little awkward for the Miracles perhaps. OJ going to play this one into the corner. He's a little boost, but gets a bump on Blue, who uses all his boost trying to clear that one. He's over Divine OG, Cripplifies the last defender, but he's got that boost advantage, and he keeps his composure.
Cripplify just trying to keep the ball in the play. That's a midfield pass, but it's cut down, although it ends up in the back in the blue goalie box. Jack's a little bit awkward, but that's not the 50 that OG wants. Cripplify over to OJ, but just can't find the angle. OG! Oh, you gotta think that's one that you gotta capitalize on. Instead, they are still on offense with some boost, but that's a nice bump. At least get them out of it for now. Blue right now on the ball, gets beat on the 50. Jax just has to blindly jump, and OG picking up a goal number 2 here. They had a 2-goal lead in game number 1 and weren't able to hold on. But so far the Miracles struggling on offense. They're gonna need to make some adjustments here with only 2 minutes left on the clock.
Absolutely, and you could see on Blue's player cam, he couldn't even see Cripplify come and sneak attack him on that pass. There was just nothing he could do, he didn't expect it. Divine OG looking for the mid. Oh, J Camo goes with it on the goal line there. Cripplify, he's got a challenge, but beat out by the Miracles. OJ, he's got the ball in the boost. We've seen what he can do with it before, but maybe not this time. As Blue takes some nice 50s in the corner here. Jax, he's got a free ball. Gonna play that one down the wing. Cripplify there to meet him. And a nice demo coming out from Divine here, but it doesn't quite save them from playing defense.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder what kind of game the Outlaws are gonna play that is saved, as well as picking up a 50 there. Ryuji missing it, but it does go over to Jax for the save, as another one is needed, but there is no jump on the orange team, at least on that challenge. That being said, you do gotta wonder for the Outlaws. They continued to play aggressive at the end of game number 1, and it cost them. Will they just play for time? As that is a back end miss. What is going on? An orange goal is what is going on. The Outlaws take a 3-goal lead here. Ryoji misses. Jax and Blue just end up dunking each other with OJ Camo and Cripplify finishing it off, as it looks like we're headed for an equal series here, which you gotta love to see.
Absolutely, and you know that Ryuji miss was pretty critical. You see Blue and Jax, they were 0 boost. They were looking like lost puppies on that goal line. They needed somebody to take care of them, and Ryuji was unfortunately not the man in that instance. Blue looking to find it down the other way. As Cripplify, he's waiting patiently for another Ryuji miss. And OJ Camo gonna collect this one. Play it off to the sidewall. Going for the sidewall redirect, can't quite find it. He's met by Blue. Just gonna leave it to Jax. And he gets a nice 50. Divine in a bit of an awkward spot. He's beat up by Ryuji. Jax looking for the mid, but only as far as OJ Camo. And Blue gonna take this one all the way back to his corner. Happy to waste that time. But unfortunately, they don't have a whole lot of time to waste. Down 3 goals with 20 seconds left.
That was a quick challenge by the Outlaws that may cost them. Ryuji backflips. Blue, it just finds iron, and that will do it for game number 2. OJ not able to pick up a goal, but that last fleeting moment of potential victory shut down, and the Outlaws leave game number 2 with the gold.
Absolutely, this is the first time in a series where the trailing team has won a game. So that's fantastic to see if you're a fan of more than 4 games of Rocket League at a time. Outlaws really kept playing that pressure, kept fighting for goals. Miracles, I think they lost a bit of that synergy. I don't think they were finding each other as well as they were towards that second half of game 1.
And you got to ask what happened with the Miracles offense in that brief intermission, because they had 14 shots in game number 1. And I remember pointing that out because that is how you win series, continuing to pepper the net. Game number 2, they leave with 3. That is a shocking, I don't know if that's a defensive shift by the Outlaws or if they just couldn't find each other on offense for the Miracles. But that's definitely going to be something to watch. Was that a fluke game number 2 for that Miracles offense? Or is that going to be a trend continuing with the rest of the series? Because 3 shots is just not going to get you anywhere in MCS.
Absolutely, and we saw the Kansas City team, they had 3 goals, and 3 shots can only get you 3 goals if you're shooting perfectly. And in the case of the Miracles, it did not get them a single one. But Ryuji, he's looking for that off the backboard, not quite gonna find it. Jack's there to follow it up, met by Divine OG. Cripplify, he's playing this down, but him and Blue go missing. OJ Kamo gonna send one towards the net now. As Jack saves that into the corner. Cripplify there to meet him, but another miss. A bit of nerves coming out in this series.
As you gotta wonder, these two teams are done testing each other, feeling things out. They know who they're playing against at this point. Ryuji wanted to go off the ceiling, but bumped instead as Jax. That's a big pre-jump. This could be an opportunity. OJ picking up the bump after the flick, but it's shut down. Divine just trying to make something happen here, but can't pick up the dunk as the Miracles continue to stay on low boost. Divine with the turn off the back wall, ends up just going wide, back all the way to the orange end. See here, Blue off the ceiling, gets a second touch, but Cripplify with the save and a big 50 win by Divine.
Absolutely, Jax goes missing there, but unfortunately, nothing comes out of that transition there as Ryuji goes missing as well. There are a lot of uncharacteristic whiffs coming out in this game 3 here. Both teams playing a little nervous. But Blue, he's got Jax on the sidewall. Jax looking for that corner, but cut out to by Divine OG. Ryuji trying to keep that pressure. He's perhaps got a mid pass, but OJ Kamo saw it the whole way through. He's going to be taking this one down the end, looking for that 50 on Blue, but no teammates there to support him. As Jax looking for that transition. Ryuji now into the mid, but Blue's not there for him. OJ to the sidewall. Divine OG now. He's looking for a solo play, but only gets as far as Blue.
And that was a great connection. Divine almost had a nice goal there. Instead, this is in front of the goalie box, but OJ decides to leave it. You know, Cripplify very committed there in the corner with nothing and just going to leave it there. Jax just pinches it off the wall. Ryuji up early, no double. Blue with the shot, but it's cut down here as Cripplify just trying to stay on the ball, see what value he can get with no boost. Blue, that's a bit of a commit and a backflip. But right now, these two teams, I mean, you are seeing visually the nerves here today. Especially both these teams know that if they lose this series, and at this point it's a best of 5, if you lose this series, your tournament is done. And you work so hard to get to this point as that's a shot, but it's saved by OJ, goes up high, Jax. Off the backboard, but it's cut down by the defense.
Absolutely. You know, you were mentioning it. These guys' tournament lives are on the line, but not just their tournament lives, their season lives as well. These guys have been playing for months. They played 2 majors and 8 weeks of season to try to get here. And here they are, and their life depends on it. Both teams fighting, but that pressure, it gets to you. As a double commit coming out from that Miracle side. Cripplify, he's beat 2. Now he's got a free ball, finds OJ Kamo in the mid, and a bump from Cripplify is perfectly done. That's an open net.
And OJ picking up the goal there. He's going to get all the credit, but Cripplify with the midfield pass, I mean, that is great comms. And then to have the wherewithal to go for, not only go for the bump, but, you know, getting a bump is not guaranteed. And they not only got the bump, they got the demo to leave that net wide open. Cripplify also beating 2 there on the clear. And so far, this is looking like a Cripplify game number 3, which the Outlaws would greatly appreciate as they were down in the series just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Cripplify really stepping up in this one. OJ Kamo, of course, was their man in their first win. But Cripplify really amping it up here. What can he do now? He's got the backboard, but blocked out by Ryuji. OJ Kamo looking to keep that in as the last man, sends himself. Ryuji, he's got a shot towards target. It's a heater, but Cripplify, he's going to save that one down. Looking to make a solo play out of the corner now. Final G to the sidewall. OJ Kamo, what's he got? The whole Outlaws team is looking low boost now. Perhaps a chance for that Miracles to make a counterattack.
So far, Blue just centering it midfield. That's an opportunity. The defense misses too, but that's a huge double commit in the corner. Jax has to hurry back, does get the corner boost, which is super helpful. Let's see, Ryuji, got to make something happen here, and that's a decent start. Does get it past one. Jax with a decent touch. Ryuji is up, and it's just saved. Blue, though, they're not peppering the backboard, but they are sending it skyward, as they're just trying to see what can they get going here. Again, this is now nearly 10 minutes where they have had a scoreless drought after scoring 5 in game number 1. You got to wonder, what was the shift exactly? And they got to figure it out in 8 seconds or less. That is a big miss that keeps them alive. Blue just continuing to be harassed, instead turns into the harasser. Oh, nearly gets the pre-flip goal, but the Outlaws take game number 3, 1-0.
Yeah, you pointed it out. Blue had pre-flipped that shot. He almost found it, but unfortunately, Cripplify going to guide that one to the ground.
And I think the teams combined for less than 10 shots, which is pretty shocking compared to how this game started. This setup by Cripplify is the play of the series so far. It's not flashy, it's not mechanical, but it is extremely smart to enable your teammate with a straight shot, get past 2, and then immediately take out the last remaining defender. Cripplify getting hype in the player cams there. And that is our only goal of the game, but it was a beauty.
Yeah, if you're a Miracles fan, that's not a highlights reel. That's very fun to watch for you. You got to see that demo goal play over and over and over again. I don't know if you get tilted at watching replays, but if I had to watch myself get demoed 4 times in a row, I don't know, that might not bode well for game 4 here for the Miracles.
Yeah, let's hope the Miracles aren't watching the stream, because I think that might be a little tilting for them. That being said, Outlaws did take 2 in a row. That's usually when you see those teams take a timeout, especially when they haven't scored in 10 minutes, but the Miracles are putting their foot down. They're saying, we don't need a timeout. We know how to fix this on the spot. And let's see if that is the case here as we get started with game number 4 on Utopia.
Absolutely, and Jax looking to get that scoring started out early. Can't quite get around that Outlaws defense. Looking to put it mid again now, but Divine OG looking to cut him out in the corner. He's got time. He's got not quite the beat on Jax, who plays it high. OJ gonna play it nicely. Ryuji there to meet him. But it's a double commit from Blue, and that may kill that Miracles offense at the start of this game.
Yeah, and especially when you're struggling on offense, that's an opportunity, but Cripplify, it is saved. OJ with no boost for that double, but the Outlaws right now are looking extremely threatening, and there's only enough room in this town for one team. Jax not able to pick up the bump, and there's no shot. But with 4 minutes left here, Blue just trying to find any semblance of offense here as the Outlaws continue to just, scare that Blue defense.
And I think the Outlaws here are having a bit of a rush of confidence. You see them going for those wall pinches. You see them going for a bit more mechanical plays. And they're executing on them better than they were at the start of the series. They're not making those silly misses. As Cripplify gonna get a 50 into the sidewall. Divine OG bumped out by Ryuji. He's gonna be a little awkward. And Blue's gonna cut that out. Try to set up some offense here. He's got Jax in the mid behind him. Looking to take this ball. He's got it off the backboard. Ryuji, it's slammed off the backboard, not quite on target. And Divine OG gonna buy their team some more time.
And Miracles had an opportunity there, but they were only able to find Iron twice. This is an opportunity, as no one wants to touch the ball. Everyone just leaving it, and that includes Ryuji, who expends an entire tank of boost and is not able to get a touch. Blue up. I think that's a 50, although it barely looked like it. This is an opportunity. Jax does not get the beat. Cripplify continuing to control the pace of play here. Blue just trying to bait out the defenders here. Does get it past one. 50's past another. Ryuji shot, but it's just going to go wide. The pinch mid, Jax is up, but it goes high as this Outlaws defense continues to keep this game tied. They do need to find some shots of their own, but the Miracles at least are finding themselves with some pressure here.
Absolutely, Ryuji looking to keep that pressure alive as Blue gonna get a 50, pinch his way out. Jack gets another one. Ryuji might get the better of him, but not quite. Blue has to do well with this in the corner. And he does. He's gonna be Cripplify out here on the wing. And Jack's looking for that shot, but just goes missing. OJ playing this into the corner, hoping for a hint of safety. Tries for the dunk on Blue, but Blue, nerves of steel, gonna play that one cold.
And Jax right now with an opportunity, only 34 in the tank, but it's got to make something happen here. That is a decent dunk. Let's see here, Divine lobs it past one. Blue with 0. Oh no, this is disastrous, as that may as well be an own goal. The Miracles finding the back of the net, but it's their own, and I mean, you can't even blame Ryuji for that. It just, sometimes it is not your game. It still could be. There's a minute 50 left here, but that is a tough one to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's one you just got to kind of go back and laugh at. Can't let that get in your head too much, especially in a position that the Miracles are in. Where this game is still very winnable, but if they lose this game, that series starts to look a lot more bleak.
Ryuji with an opportunity, but it's saved by Cripplify, who continues to be a rock in defense. Little bit of an opportunity off the ceiling here, and a ghost touch for Ryuji. Not able to make a play there. Blue, bit of an awkward touch. Front post, Cripplify putting it on net, but it's cleared away, at least for the moment. 1:19 left on the clock, and the Outlaws doing a great job of just maintaining pressure and grinding down the clock here, keeping it away from the Miracles as much as they can. Jax, awkward, just tries to toss it up for 2 teammates, but they end up losing all their boost as Divine does get a double, and they just continue to play keep away from the Blue attack.
Absolutely. Blue looking to get maybe catch him off guard type shot, but Cripplify gonna play this down the other way. Blue, he's got boost, he's got the ball. He's over Cripplify. Divine OG there to meet him now. But Blue gets that beat. Ryuji now gonna get the beat on him. Blue looking for the mid. And Cripplify, he's alone, but he gets that save outside. Ryuji looking for the double. It's over OJ. And Divine, barely gets that touch right over him. Blue, he's playing it mid. Jack's looking for that bump, can't quite find him. And Ryuji's got to slow this down so his team can get some boost. Jack, he's got some. Looking for the pinch mid. He's found it, but Cripplify there, and Divine just barely gets that touch out. Ryuji playing this one high. Blue looking for the shot. Can't quite find it, it's way too weak. Ryuji keeping that pressure though. Jax, he's up for that pre-jump. Can't quite get the double. And the Outlaws should have a free clear here, but Blue keeping this one alive, if only for a few seconds. Jax, he plays it high. Cripplify catching that one, controls it well. And that one is going to hit the ground. Outlaws take your game for match point.
And it looked like there may have been an opportunity for the Miracles to get a final shot on net there, but with that final bump, that opportunity was shut down. Only 6 shots here, no assists in this game. Cripplify with the goal, our only goal of the game. As you got to look at that Miracles score sheet, and you only got 4 numbers up there. 0 saves. I'm not even sure how that's possible, quite frankly. But I'm wondering, maybe some demos could unlock this opportunity here. It's tough to come back from 3-1. Losing three in a row, you got to imagine, especially when you haven't scored in 15 minutes, you got to take a timeout here. That being said, on the B stage, Duluth is up 3-0 over Burnsville, which is a very exciting result. And I'm sure that's what everyone's been cheering about, but no timeout again. Do they know that they have one? Either way, we're getting Game 5 started here on Aquadome.
Yeah, and to kind of justify that Miracles thinking, the games have been close. It's been 2 one-goal games, and not one goal as in the separation, but 1 goal entirely. Very low-scoring games in these game 2, 3, 4. We may see more goals in game 1 than we see in the entire rest of the series, and I can't believe that's not in the net. Jack's gonna play this one out. Looking for the 50 on Divine OG, can't quite find it. Ryuji, he's got this controlled in the corner, but OJ taking the shot, it's high. And Cripplify going to shoot on Blue, but it's not quite in. Somehow he misses that. Jack's playing it into the corner. And the shot coming from OJ, but Blue saves again. And now the chance for a counterattack. He's got Jack on the side, but he's demoed. Blue taking unlimited time. Faking out Divine OG. He goes missing. The pinch perhaps from Ryuji. Finds it mid. Blue looking to play it to his teammate. Actually fakes it out. Jack's playing it now. He's looking for the double. OJ's alone. Blue looking for the shot. And Divine OG was left single after Valentine's Day.
I mean, you would think that the Miracles would be losing at this point, but instead the Blue Angels on defense saving the ball twice. I have no idea how. One we couldn't see, and the other was an open net, and yet the Miracles walk out of that first minute with a lead. Blue, not sure if they got the reset, did. Ends up popping it high for Ryuji, who does get the beat there. One thing I noticed, especially at the end of game number 4, is they were getting good setups, but the follow-up either was too late or it just wasn't there. And so far, that's looked a lot better here, where at least they've had those follow-up shots and they've been forcing Outlaws to make those saves. And, you know, even if they're picking up the saves, that's causing them to expend boost. As you see Jax getting some off-ball value, trying to bump that last man, but instead, this is a bit of an opportunity for an Outlaws as Blue saves it again. Unbelievable defense.
Absolutely. Blue has been playing out of his mind this game. And you mentioned the follow-ups have been there from Miracles this game where they haven't in the previous games. And I think part of that is because of that key player, Blue. He has been slowing down the pace of this game, giving his teammates time to get boost, giving his teammates time to get in position. But Cripplify, he's going to find this down the wing. Maybe the double off the sidewall. Divine OG, he beats out Jax. That one's going to find its way towards net, but Blue there again, seemingly teleporting back to the net every time there's a shot.
I mean, someone check Blue's PC. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere on defense right now. And again, just on the back wall, trying to get a 50 here. It is won by Divine. That's a bad touch, and it should be a goal. I thought Blue maybe had a little bit more juice, but instead it's OJ who picks up the goal, and this game is tied.
Yeah, you know, Blue had just taken that 50, but you thought maybe he might have miraculously gotten back. We do see Duluth take down Burnsville on the B stage, 4-0.
Another sweep.
Another sweep. We don't have a sweep here, though. That's the good news. Miracles did take a game. They're looking to take that second one. This game close again. But OJ Kamo, he doesn't want that to happen. He wants to end this in 5. He's looking down the wing around Ryuji, but not completely. Divine OG, he's going to make a play here. Cripplify, the challenge on Jax. OJ trying to keep it in. Cripplify the pass mid, but nobody trusted it. And Blue, he's going to have 0 boost, looking to make this play. But manages to get a fake. And Jack, oh, he puts it mid, and Ryuji can't quite get back in time, but Cripplify has missed.
What just happened? I mean, the Outlaws should have at minimum 4 goals this game. There's a couple times where I'm thinking in my head, yup, that's in, and yet the game is tied 1-1, which bodes well for the Miracles because they have looked much improved this game. See Outlaws with an opportunity, but that's saved, and that's a huge clear. Jax, can he follow it up? No, but finds Blue. It's just a little bit too high. Yes, that was another opportunity. These teams, we were talking about it earlier, the nerves are being tested here, and they have just had opportunity after opportunity. These teams aren't playing bad when it comes down to that moment to strike. Both of these teams have been just feeling the pressure of LAN.
Absolutely, and you can see these teams are really, really heating up. Neither one wants to lose this game. And Blue has somehow missed that shot. I can't believe it. And Cripplify, he's going to take this one to the corner. Probably shaking out the nerves from that attack from Blue, and it's open down the other way. Can Divine get the double? Not quite. It's still out. Somehow there is no goal that has happened in those last 15 seconds. I can't believe it, Gold Dude.
And I can barely use it as a talking point of, oh, you know, this team should be up blank goals by now, because both of these teams have had surefire opportunities that have been missed, especially for Blue. That one hurts because balling the defense, and again, Ryuji not able to seal the deal with the clock winding down. Divine, there's boost advantage for the Outlaws. Divine going all the way up, but it's shut down by Blue, who has had such a good game. And it just feels like one of these teams has to strike here. With 1 second left on the clock, they try to go for the kill. Instead, Divine with the midfield pass. OG, it's shut down. Jax with the second touch, can't get it to the sidewall. And speaking of the miracles, we have a miraculous overtime. I cannot believe this game is 1-1, and it will end early. The miracles. That is a game to watch back, especially for both of the coaches. But the miracles survive on their last life. They're able to pick up a kickoff goal, and they end that 3-game win streak for the Outlaws, still with their timeout.
Yeah, that's a game to watch back for sure, but not for enjoyment. As we see 5 and 6 shots from 2 of those Outlaws players, only one of them went in.
The Miracles were outshot 12-3 and won this game. That is staggering. And this is a shot right there. So going into overtime, they were outshot 2-12.
Yeah,
and yet they're coming out. They got out demoed. They got outshot by a lot, and yet they take the Outlaws to a game number 6. We are going to see Neo Tokyo here, and the Miracles, if they can pick up, you take things one game at a time. They're trying to get us to Champs Field today, and as an unbiased viewer, a lover of Rocket League, I hope that we can see it.
Yeah, absolutely. That game is a bit of a gift. If you're the Miracles, you want to be playing those wins a little bit more in your control. That one felt like perhaps the Outlaws let it slip away. As OJ Camo not quite going to put that one home. Divine OG thinking about whether he should keep pressure. That hesitation gives the Miracles that counterattack. Blue, he's looking for the pass mid, but a bit of a missed jump, blocking out Ryuji. Divine OG, it's going to be mid to Jax, and that's an open net to shoot on.
And Jax taking the early lead here. I did want to mention, nice shot, bit of a tough touch by Divine, and Jax just taking advantage of it early. I did want to mention these two teams coming into this game in very different positions. We've mentioned sweeps all around going into this series. Miracles getting swept in the upper bracket, whereas the Outlaws, who didn't even qualify for the Major 2 playoffs, mind you, sweeping. And so, while these teams, and the Miracles made the grand finals of Major 2. So while these teams came into today in very different spots, they kind of switched the roles here, as that's a big double commit, but Jack's able to get a little bit of possession, but it's grabbed by OJ, who tries to make a little bit of magic happen, but the veil of magic is shut down by the blue defense for now.
Absolutely, we can see some more blue pressure here. Jax looking to find a pass mid, but can't quite. Blue, he's got so much time. We've seen the mind games from him before. He's looking for fake. Maybe he's gonna go for another one here. He gets the beat around Divine OG. Ryuji, he's got this into the corner, but OJ Kamo gonna get that free clear. Down to Cripplefy. He's looking for the pass mid. Blue can't quite stop him. Kamo with the shot, and Blue another miraculous save. I don't know how he keeps doing it. Jax is gonna play this one high. Ryuji looking for the double tap off the corner. If he can make that happen, wouldn't that be a highlight?
We were talking about goal of the series earlier. A double tap off the corner would have been it. Blue continuing. We were talking about Cripplefy being a defensive rock earlier in the series. Blue has stepped it up to another level here, as Jax was able to score first in this game, trying to make it 2. Blue catching, and I think what the real difference has been here for this Miracles offense, even though the shots aren't there, they have been lethal because Blue is continuing to stay patient, as that is a save for Divine OG. I think he even needed help from a teammate there, but this game is still a 1-goal game.
I mentioned Blue before the series started as my player to watch. Yeah, as one that I've competed against in high school. I think coming into this season, he actually broke his thumb, or one of his fingers, and that's why he got drafted so low. But he's really showing that he doesn't belong here, and that maybe he could go chow next season. As Cripplefy gets a fantastic stop on that goal line. Jax, he's playing it off the corner. Blue, he's going to play this one to the backboard. Ryuji and Jax both up for it, and Jax going to be the one that gets credit for that one. Great shot. The defenders can't quite stop it.
Blue throwing it off the backboard for the 5th time on that offensive attack, and Jumping Jacks with the goal here. A 2-goal lead here in game number 6. Miracles looking to push us towards Champs Field as Ryuji with the kickoff. They need to keep this offensive pressure. I want to remind you, they did not score a goal for 15 minutes. And then with their backs and their season against the wall, they're able to turn up the offense, led by Blue on really both sides of the field. Cripplify hunting, but it's shut down, and Blue cannot get the quick shot. Jax, it's still up high. Right now this Outlaws backboard has just been getting absolutely salted.
Absolutely, and this Miracles offense in these last 2 games, well, in this game particularly, but also a little bit in that last game, has looked so much more suffocating than it has been all series. But OJ Kamo opens up space, but can't quite make anything out of it. Divine, stopped by Blue, of course. And Blue gonna play this round 1. Can't quite find the mid pass. Jack gets the pinch into the corner where Cripplify's there to meet him. Ryuji, he's playing this one high now. Stopped again by Blue. Seems to be an oracle predicting where the ball goes at every shot. Jack looking to pass his mid, can't quite find it. Ryuji off the wall. Cripplify there to meet him, but can't quite make contact. Blue gets a nice jump and almost a nice block there. And OJ with a big miss. Unfortunately, the Outlaws are not going to be punished for it.
And Blue just playing for time, remaining patient, loses that possession a little bit, and it almost becomes dire. That was a decent setup for the Outlaws, but there was no one in town, and instead, it's shut down. Jax looking for a hat trick this game, up early, but it's too early, and it's shut down by Divine OG, who is going to send it all the way to the blue half. So here, Cripplify, who, all of these players on the Outlaws have had moments here in this series, but someone is going to need to step up here as they, up 3-1 in the series, are now going to be headed to Champs Field with their backs against the wall. And I mean, this is really shocking. I can't remember the last time I've seen this, either at the MCS or professional level. Both of these teams have their timeouts at this moment. So I'll be curious if any of them are going to use it. I'd have to imagine the Outlaws will.
Yeah, absolutely. The Miracles have been looking hot, especially in that last game. When we see Game 7, a nice atonement for the sins of the bracket earlier. Jax, that shot was fantastic. I think the setup was from Blue there. Oh, no, the setup was from Divine OG, who got the poor touch into the corner. Jack's going to put that one away, but again, this is the first time that the Miracles have dominated the shooting department. The last game they won as well, but they had 3 shots, and the Outlaws had like 20 billion. I don't remember the number exactly, but it was certainly a lot.
Yeah, and Minneapolis looking sharp here, and yet they're doing it with the pacifist route. 0 demos in that game, which it's really hard to come out of a game with a victory when you're not affecting the other team physically at all. And yet they're just outskilling, outspeeding them here as we are waiting. I'm not sure at this moment if we have an official timeout. That being said,
Yeah, no timeout has been called. We're still looking to get right into the game. 7 games with no timeouts. Wonder who will come out on top on this one. See Divine OG, he's playing this into the corner. He's met by Ryuji. That one's gonna fall down. OG Kamo playing it out. Blue, he's there to meet him. Blue been playing hero ball for the Miracles this series. Jax, he's gonna get that nice tip up to the backboard, but goes missing. Divine, perhaps to the mid, but no one there to meet it as fast as Blue is. Jack gets a nice touch off the backboard. Blue with the shot, perfectly top corner. Divine gets a fantastic save, but it's not quite enough, and Ryuji's gonna put that one home.
And what a save indeed, unbelievably close, but there's just no one else home. The lights are out for Halloween. Don't ring that doorbell. It's 1-0 for the Miracles in game number 7 here. Champs Field, the best players of all time have their names in those rafters. And we have these players here on the field trying to cement their names in their local community. Blue with a nice 50, but it's shut down by Cripplify. as the Outlaws are going to need to find something here. But Jax, who had a very good, game 6 as far as clearing up on offense or cleaning up on offense, trying to continue the pressure.
Absolutely, Blue. He's got a beat on one. Divine OG has to spend all his boost getting that clear, but it's only going to make it to Jax, who beats his own teammate. They don't get punished for it as they stays in the orange half. Jax, maybe a free shot, but he's met. Ryuji with a nice demo. He's going to play that one high. No one's there in the mid for him, though. Gets a little bump on Divine. Blue going to play this one high. Cripplify. Happy to take this one slow. 50 into the mid. Ryuji off the backboard. It's a little far. Blue, he's got time and space, though, but doesn't quite make contact on that touch. Jax, he's got a free boom. Divine OG lurking on the sidewall for him. Oh, but he's so awkward. Somehow gets a beat on Ryuji. Somehow gets a beat on Blue. It's looking almost open. Oh, my goodness. The double from OJ is unbelievable. Divine, the backflip beat on Ryuji. The front flip beat over Blue. OJ, the 50 with Jax to the back ball, and somehow doubles that right in the net. Outlaws are back in this game, 1-1.
Not only are they back in the game, they're back in the series. They were looking dead in the water, and instead OG to OJ setting up that beautiful tight double as Blue trying to get one of his own. Instead, it goes to Ryuji. See, off the back wall. I have noticed that the Miracles, they have just been throwing the ball at the backboard, and it's been something that the Outlaws have been struggling to defend as they attempt to get there and do get a little bit of a touch, but I think that has been taking advantage of the Outlaws, continuing to play with low boost. If they can get it on the backboard, as that is a demo. Blue, who has been playing patient all series, had a fake opportunity, but it is saved, and a great save at that.
Yeah, we saw Blue go for his signature mind game. He was looking for that fake. He was greedy for it. He's going to get a real heavy touch up to the ceiling. Divine OG, a miracle touch into the corner here. Perhaps staving off the Miracles offense for long enough, but you can't stave off Jax. He's going to double that one. 2-1 for the Miracles.
And these teams are saving their best for last. We have 2 double taps here. Did we have any the rest of this entire series? These teams are going bar for bar right now in game number 7, and the Miracles right now have had the last word at the moment. Divine with an opportunity. That's a nice lob, trying to follow it up, but just gets a little bit too much power on the boost. Blue up early. Who else gets the double, but it goes the wrong way. Works out as a back pass to Jax, but with 0 boost on the backboard. The Outlaws have to be careful because no one is up there, and this Jax is just going to take it all the way back and recollect.
And those follow-ups have been so quick from the Miracles. They're playing so much tighter to each other now. Really trusting their teammates. But Divine OG looking to see if he can disrupt that. Cripplify, he's 0. He has to go home. OJ puts it high. Ryuji gets a bit of an awkward touch. Bit of an awkward 50 perhaps, but Blue, of course, is there. The man made of ice.
And that was an opportunity missed for the Outlaws, who are still down here with 1:31 left. Again, this is the lower bracket. If the Outlaws cannot score here, as this is a decent opportunity, it doesn't waterfall. Divine still able to get a touch. Cripplify, who was able to read Jack's touch, but it just goes past him. Who's hunting for a demo, as that's a nice 50 for Blue, gets it past 2. Here, Cripplify. Almost ends up in their net, and that could have been the end of it, but they stay alive for now.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a big booming clear from the Outlaws. Buys them a little bit of time, but unfortunately does not free them from Blue pressure, as Ryuji looking to send it down the field here. Jax gets a pop high, looking to follow it. Gets the beat on Divine OG, but Cripplify's there to meet him. That one's sending towards the net, and Divine OG gonna finish that one. But that was all Cripplify's goal. Divine OG, stole it like a little raccoon.
And Divine OG with the hand in the trash bag, able to pick up that goal there. 44 seconds left, and we have a tied game in game number 7. Divine OG with an opportunity, but shut down by Jax, who goes for the double off the sidewall and gets it as well as the mid boost. This is an opportunity, tries to go shallow there. Ryuji, the only one up here. Off the backboard, can he get the double? No, it's saved and cleared by several players on both teams, as there is a bit of a blue bump. That's something that I was noticing earlier in this game, and was curious if it would cost him. Instead, with 18 seconds left, we continue to be in the blue half, although that's a big clear, and blue is going to be hunting that ball. Who else? Cripplify up. That's a shot on net, and it's in with 9 seconds left. Cripplify scoring when the Outlaws needed him most. They had been quiet for so long, and instead Divine with the great pass. Cripplify up as the hero, and if they can hold on for less than 10 seconds, they will walk out of here and make it to the next round.
You know, I somehow managed to caster curse this series by just thinking about it. I was just thinking about the excitement of a Game 7 overtime. But they don't want to see it, and Divine OG gonna put another one top corner. That's 4 for the Outlaws. That is game, set, and match. Outlaws in 7.
And the exclamation point on a great 7-game series. Heartbreak for the Miracles, who were 9 seconds away from at least going to an overtime, but instead they are going to go home instead. Great performance by both teams. As you see the output, what a fantastic Game 7. It was a multi-goal game when the clock hit 0, but that was back and forth throughout. And both of teams giving everything they could, double taps, redirects, passing it back and forth, but the Outlaws come out of this series victorious on Champs Field.
Absolutely, and the Outlaws did end up winning, but I don't want to discredit anything the Miracles did. They looked fantastic, especially in that Game 6. Blue was making save after save after save. I couldn't believe it up here in the caster's booth. But it is the Outlaws who end up putting that one home.
And it's pretty rare, but even though he was on the losing side, my player of the series was still Blue. He played incredible. Really, all these players ramped up their. They kind of cooled into the pressure a little bit. It was very evident at the start of this series, especially I think game number 5, where there was several goals where you thought they must be in, but they weren't. But that being said, all 6 players on the pitch stepped up. At Champs Field, it does that to you. And here we have the series highlights. That being said, it was we were hoping for at least Game 5, and we got all of that and more.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that pass into OJ Camo. He's going to slot that one. Ryuji off the sidewall. I remember that one too. That was an absolute slaughter, but and it's tough for that Miracles squad to go down that much in the series, to battle back all the way to Game 7, looking fantastic in Game 6, and not looking bad in that start of the Game 7 either. I think it was 2-2 for a point there. But Divine OG scored that 3rd one, and then, of course, that 4th. And the Miracles are headed home.
And I just want to point out, again, they didn't score for 3 games and refused to take a timeout. They were able to make that adjustment on the fly, pick up that offense where it had been on a milk carton. It was missing. And yet here they are. They took it all the way to Game 7, but just weren't able to finish the job. But you got to give your hats off to them. That was quite the effort to try and fight back in this.
Absolutely. I still can't believe neither team took a timeout. Miracles, after losing those 2 straight games to the Outlaws, and then that 3rd straight game, I thought for sure. And then to bring it back to Game 7, you think the Outlaws are going to take a timeout, and nope, the Outlaws were confident, and obviously it paid out for them.
Yeah, clearly both teams confident in their game plan, regardless of the results. They're saying this is our plan. It may not have worked that game, but it was a close one. And there was so much that happened in this series. You forget that Game 5 was an overtime. The Outlaws could have ended it right there. Instead, the Miracles with an emphatic Game 6 victory after picking up that kickoff OT goal in game number 5. I'd love for Divine OG, the save didn't count, but the heart is there with that save on the goal line, the ball half in the net. And look at that double by OJ. Just unreal. The team's popping off there. Jax responding in kind to take the lead with 2 minutes left. But at the end of the day, Divine OG and the Outlaws are headed to the next round, led by the hero Cripplify at 9 seconds. And we did have, the Miracles and the Outlaws going to Game 7. But I did just want to mention that these 2 franchises will continue to duke it out here on the mainstream. as we have that as our next series as well in Challenger.
Absolutely. So we see the winner of this match, the Outlaws. They're going to play the loser of the Senators and the Maulers. And yeah, coming up for you, we've got also the Miracles versus the Outlaws, but in Challenger.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own.
Back, everybody, to some more MCS action. I am Clash, joined by Carl here, and we have another challenger match on our hands. Once again, the Outlaws versus Miracles, 2 matches in a row with the same franchises, but this time it's going to be challenger. Carl, what do you think about this match?
I mean, what are the odds we get 2 back-to-back series where it's the exact same teams, just different levels? That's pretty cool. I'm pretty familiar with the Minneapolis team. I've seen them play a lot this season through majors and just in other casting experiences. I am less familiar with the Outlaws Challenger team, so I'm going to be really excited for this one to watch both a team I know pretty well and a team I actually don't think I've never seen play. I don't think I've ever seen the Outlaws play, so I'm super excited for this one. It's our second time casting today. You know, we're done after this one, but I'm excited, Clash. This should be a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, talking about this Outlaws team, they're kind of the hometown heroes because Dicey's on this squad. He is the coach for their Rocket League team at University River Falls, Wisconsin River Falls, excuse me. So I'm sure there's some people here that are rooting for him specifically, so in turn they're rooting for the Outlaws. But I also know that the Miracles team has a lot of crowd favorite, a lot of presence in the league, so this should be a pretty hype match.
And as we were talking about before the stream started, this Kansas City Outlaws team are very familiar with each other. Dicey, Wubik, and Ovi teaming before the last season, finishing second. All three of them finishing second place last season, so it's absolutely zero surprise that they're here at LAN again. And while they're in the lowers right now, they're definitely going to be trying to make a run to finish top 2 or top 1 better this year, so it should be a good one.
Yeah, I think by the time that they made this roster move, they really started taking off. They weren't able to start with this roster this season. They had to make some moves to get there, so they've been slowly climbing back up the standings, starting a little low, working their way back up. So this team, though they're starting in the lower, they are still a very dangerous team, so I'm very excited to see this matchup. But going back to the other side, Miracles, he has hit 13. He has had 13 different teammates in 4 MCS seasons.
You gotta wonder.
That's a lot of different teammates.
Is it his fault? He's got so many different teammates. What's going on there? But yeah, looking at this Minneapolis team, I mean, yeah, this Kansas City team is so well, they play well together, but Minneapolis has the best player on the field in Whitlock, and I mean, that's something you got to pay attention to. Obviously, CTN and 22 Power, no slouches either, as we see his player comparison is calm there for Whitlock. I didn't know he was 18. I thought he was older than me by a lot. All right.
Yeah, but Whitlock definitely the star player for this Miracles squad. Whenever you're watching him play, you're just waiting for the next Whitlock play to happen. He might not, even if he's not the one scoring, he's the one that's creating the opportunities. So I want to be able to see him doing those things. I want to see what they can do on the field here. But looking back at the other side again, I'm looking at Wubik for that side because he is definitely the mechanical player on that team.
Absolutely, yeah. It's interesting that this is a lower round matchup because these are 2 excellent teams. This could very easily be an upper matchup, but these guys only have 1 life left. Loser of this will be going home. So obviously both teams, a lot of stakes for this one. they want to be advancing the best they can. Get a thumbs up from the producer here, which I can only mean or assume that means we are going to be starting pretty soon here.
Yeah,
but
predictions I think he's looking for predictions from us.
Predictions?
Kind of transition. Didn't do it.
Sure thing. Genius.
What are you thinking for this match? Who are you taking?
When I don't know, I always go with the team that has the best player on the pitch. So I'm going to go with Minneapolis in this one. I've seen what Whitlock can do in scrims and just in other, watching him play, and I'm not going to bet against him until I see that he actually loses. CTN and the Merc for game one. Absolutely love that. As we get started here, an early shot coming in from Dicey here as a very early lead, 1-0 for the Outlaws. Not the start Minneapolis was probably hoping for, but ton of game left here.
Outlaws scoring first, that is huge. Obviously, I could have that advantage now because I was going to pick the Outlaws. I now can see that they're already in the lead on this one.
Right after they score.
I'm going to take them in 6.
In 6? Yeah, I think this could easily go to 6 or 7. I'd be pretty surprised if this was a blowout series just because both of these teams are so good. It would really just have to be an off day for one of them for this to be a sweep or close to it. As Whitlock is just going to take this down to his own side with no boost. Has to collect that corner. Olvi was maybe going to threaten, but had no boost, couldn't go. Whitlock, a solo play potential here, but low boost. Gets that reset. Maybe goes down under 1. Doesn't have enough boost to go with another touch, though. Wubik has to clear that one out. As the Outlaws looking to continue some offense and extend this lead to get 2-0, maybe if they can.
That is one thing that we just saw there. It didn't really affect the play much, but Wubik on the Outlaws side, though he is that mechanical player, he brings those demos and physical plays too. He can create a lot of space with both of those two combined. It is very dangerous on the field. I'm surprised to see him drop back down to Challenger this season. He was drafted Premier. I think he just wanted to be back on this roster. This roster, it worked so well together last season. They got second, like we mentioned earlier. That was a chance right there for the Outlaws, excuse me. But I think because of how well they played well together and just the chemistry that they had, I think they just really want to bring that back together.
I mean, yeah, drafted Premier, but if the salary fits to play Challenger with your guys, the guys you know you can win with, it's really a no-brainer to drop down. As double demo coming in here in the midfield. Essentially an open net there as Whitlock has to get back. Olvi tries to get some sort of funky reset and can't quite get it there. CTN in the Merc trying to get this one downfield. Has maybe another touch. Whitlock, all 3 Minneapolis players going for that ball as they have to quickly disperse. Whitlock, maybe a solo play coming in here. We know he can. Maybe a bump in there on Olvi. A good 50 though. Maybe a Minneapolis player able to come finish that one off. CTN just high. Minneapolis now has to get back quickly as I thought that might be an open net opportunity. Power with a good ceiling pinch out toward the midfield. Demos all over the place. I can hear them. It's like a war scene. As 2.5 minutes down, still the Outlaws holding on to that 1-goal lead. Minneapolis looking to strike here. I'd say the pressure's been pretty even back and forth. I wouldn't say that it's a dominant game from either team so far. But yeah, Miracle's looking to tie this one up here.
No, but this type of game is definitely what favors Outlaws. A very controlled and slow-paced game. They love to take that control and hold it, not let Miracles have the ball for any amount of time. They don't give the ball away much at all. Miracles play well, on the other hand, when the team is attacking, and then they can counterattack right back. But Outlaws, their controlled plays is going to be dangerous. This could be an opportunity now. It's going to be saved. Power able to just get back in time. I don't know how he was able to get back there.
I thought as soon as he jumped and didn't wave dash right away that it was completely over, but maybe that was the right play because he delayed it just enough to get a jump 50 against the other player to get that one high. As this one's going to be an open net absolutely for Olvi. Excellent job by Wubik there to set that one down right in front of the net for his teammate. He puts it up there, gets 2 to commit, and then just an unfortunate 50 there from Whitlock against the wall as the Outlaws extend their lead 2-0. Minneapolis needs to make something happen quick.
Yeah, that was such a perfect play from Wubik. He was threatening the shot. If no one jumped, he was probably scoring that, but Miracles just double committing there. One of them didn't have almost any boost. The other one had the same amount of boost, very little.
None.
And as soon as the second person jumped, all Wubik had to do is get a good 50. Outlaws have the lead now, and they're now just trying to hold it. Again, they play a very controlled play style, so it's so hard to come back against this team. Dicey trying to extend the lead here, passing this one to the middle for Wubik, but it does go off the crossbar there. Power doesn't have any boost. CT doesn't have any boost. Wubik gonna be able to take this one over. Gonna follow it himself. Zero boost left. Whitlock is able to get the clear out though. Power up for this one. Gonna try to get cleared. It doesn't hit the ball, and Olvi finds the net.
Yeah, that's an absolutely excellent read and a crazy angle there from Olvi to just set that one down bottom left. See, there's no way CTN could have expected a shot behind him there in that situation. Just an excellent job from Olvi there. Again, extending the lead. And this one looks like it's probably going to go in the favor of the Outlaws unless Minneapolis makes a pretty heroic effort in the last minute. But game one isn't everything. This is a pretty long series, so definitely Minneapolis looking to make adjustments after this game. What do you think they could do differently, Clash, to improve their odds in game two here?
It's tough because I feel like they need to play outside of their comfort zone a little bit because they love to sit back, let the attack come to them. But Outlaws are only attacking when they have those opportunities. They're not pressing, they're not over-pressing, I mean. And Miracles thrive on that over-aggressive attack, and they're just not giving it to them. So I feel like Miracles have to take the fight to them, try to control the ball themselves and find those opportunities going the other way. Kind of play the Outlaws play style, but against the Outlaws. And that's going to be the best way to play this against this team, but it's so hard. That's so sad that
defied the
doesn't make it
laws of
through.
physics. I actually have no idea how that didn't go in the net, but we move on, I guess. As congratulations to the Outlaws for taking game one, 3-0. Taking a look at the scoreboard here quickly. I mean, Whitlock with 4 demos, a decent amount of shots, maybe some more. Only 4 shots there for Minneapolis. Hopefully next game they're able to put a little bit more pressure on net. Not only pressure, but actual quality pressure and quality shots to force awkward saves from the Outlaws. But yeah, I have no I have no doubt that the next game will be closer. Minneapolis will take some games. I have no doubt that this is not going to be a sweep for the Outlaws, I don't think. Maybe it is, but Minneapolis is just such a tough and consistent team that I don't see themselves getting swept.
And looking at this right here, Whitlock and Dicey both on this list, 3 and 4. So Dicey, you might not expect to be on here, but again, Whitlock is that star player for the Miracles, and we have multiple players on the Miracles here. Again, like we mentioned, very defensive play styles. Whitlock and CT Midblack both showing up on this list. They love to play back and love to counterattack there. And then we got Wubik back on this demo leaderboard, as we mentioned earlier. Not only the mechanical type, but he loves to create the space in other ways too with those aggressive plays. And
maybe that's one thing Minneapolis can do moving forward, is actually prioritizing those bumps, like you said, kind of playing the Outlaws style back at them. And bumps is definitely part of that because the Outlaws are an aggressive team. So maybe that's the job of, they dedicate one player on Minneapolis to kind of just prioritize bumps a little bit and clear some more space to open up offensive opportunities, because there was not a ton of offensive opportunities that last game the way they were playing it. So Whitlock has to clear this one out, gets a pretty good 50 and should be able to continue. His car lands awkwardly though. Dicey gonna take this one around, gets an extra touch. Power cutting that one off, almost gets a double, potentially a shot there from CTN, and that is gonna fall in the net. That's an excellent, as Power, oh my gosh, going absolutely ridiculous there on stage. I thought he was gonna double that, but that was a good shot from CTN there to read that miss off the double. My goodness, I hope Power keeps up that energy all series because we will be in for a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. We were hearing that when they were on the B stage earlier, but now we get to watch it and we get to see what they're reacting to, and it's always very hype when these players are getting hype on this stage. Power, one of the loudest ones in this facility right now. Power trying to get this one clear out, but only as far as Wubik. Wubik taking time here, going to try to go for a ground dribble that didn't quite work out, didn't quite make the contact that he wanted, but still forced the team to be far back on their line. That's all he needed. Dicey, though, trying to take some control here, 50'd out. Olvi gonna fake out one. Power alone back. I don't want to spoil that he has 0 boost in case they can hear through their mics, but he was 0 on that goal line. That was gonna be a chance. Wubik doesn't quite get through. CT with the save there.
As Olvi trying to get a nasty redirect double tap. That's going to be a shot there from Dicey, but a good save there from, I believe that was CTN. Awkward play from on Minneapolis on the defensive side, but they have managed to find themselves out of that situation. As a shot comes in there from CTN, I can't believe that they turned that defensive series of events into a goal that quickly. But I mean, you talk about the counterattacks from Minneapolis. That was an absolutely beautiful shot but also a beautiful job defending tough shots, not panicking, not double committing, and allowing themselves to break out, get passes upfield, and yeah, execute beautifully as CTN just did.
I think Alvi was one expected to have that save, but he just didn't get up to that one in time. And then the person on backline just let it go through. But as I was speaking about that last one, Power gets another one away right off the kickoff.
Yeah, Power just understanding that Olvi made that jump with his car and wasn't able to get back down and decided to just challenge and go for it. That's definitely the right play. Because yeah, Olvi just maybe didn't expect him to go. He had boost. An excellent solo play there from Ubik, but a good job by Power to stay patient with it, as I believe we just heard him again down there. Minneapolis trying to get some offensive pressure on, extend their lead to 4. Ubik has to deal with this. Gets demoed though. Another Power gets demo. That's a back-to-back demo for each team. Olvi trying to pop this over one. Maybe get a pass mid, but that's cut off immediately by Power. 3 minutes left. I mean, they scored 3 goals in 2 minutes. That is an absolute onslaught of offense. The opposite of what we saw last game. It's absolutely unbelievable. Last game, they had 4 total shots. It didn't look like they were getting any serious offensive threats. And then they come out this game absolutely firing. I'd love to see how many shots they have after this game is over. But yeah, excellent game 2 so far from Minneapolis.
Yeah, this is where now the Miracles play style is going to favor them, because now Outlaws have to attack. They can't sit back and let things happen. They can't control the ball as much as they want to. They have to keep attacking, and Miracles love that. They play those counterattacks. They control things so well. And it's whoever starts off with the leads in these games that is going to have the advantage here. Miracles starting with a huge lead, obviously. That's going to be a huge advantage for them now. CT trying to get another 50 going out in favor for his team. But Dicey trying to get back to this one, not going to be able to. Cut out well. First to that is just barely Alvi. Wilwick trying to press this one forward. Dicey going for a crazy redirect. Does hit it, but not going to be on target. Dicey still going to be first to this one, but he has to back up to hit that one. Awkward touch now, and time is very quickly taking off the clock. That would have been an absolutely insane shot by Whitlock. Not quite to be, though. Power trying to keep the pressure going, though.
Yeah, like you said, and there's 4. There's 4. And like you said, the clock is evaporating faster than we can even look at it. I swear there were just 3 minutes left on the clock, and now only a minute and a half. 2 blowout-ish games to start this series from either team. That's a really interesting way. You know, I would have assumed that these games would be a little bit closer. But I mean, if we just go back and forth with blowouts, that's a pretty fun series, I'd say. Just trading blows. We still do have a minute and a half here, and it's technically not over, but I would be surprised if we didn't see many comebacks in this series. Like you mentioned, both these teams just play so well with a lead. You know, Minneapolis is in the position that they want to be, where they have to let Outlaws attack, and they do well in that situation, as this is going to be 5, it looks like, as they just keep it going. Get as much momentum as you can, I guess, go leading to game 3, but we talk about how game 2 is the most important game of the series, and they are showing out and showing up here when they needed to the most. I guess in best of 7, game 3 is the most important game. I got best of 5 mindset, but about a minute left, and this one looks like it's probably going to be over, Clash.
Yeah, I mean, this game is definitely over, but Outlaws need to find a way to break through this defense when Miracles are able to sit back. They have to find some sort of formula. They're likely going to be behind again in the game later in this series. They have to figure out a way to deal with it. They have to figure out a way to beat this Miracles team when they are comfortable sitting back, because clearly on this game they haven't been able to. Whitlock just taking control here. They don't need to press at all anymore. But there we go. Wubik finally able to get one away for the Outlaws.
Surely they score 4 more times in 37 seconds. 4 straight kickoff goals? What a movie that would be. My goodness. But yeah, so far in this game, you know, Minneapolis kind of doing whatever they want on offense. They look really, really comfortable playing with each other. They look really comfortable with their challenges. They look really comfortable with their spacing. I haven't really seen many double commits from either of these teams, which that was almost ridiculous. Redirect there from Whitlock, too. Crowd going wild for that touch that we just saw. Power no boost. CTN trying to catch that one down. Whitlock gets demoed, otherwise may have had a chance to score that one with a solo play. CTN, 15 seconds left on the clock here, as this is just a formality. These guys can do anything they want in the last 10 seconds, and it don't really matter, but some great momentum going into game 3 for Minneapolis. This is exactly what they had to do. They had to make a statement, they had to score some goals. Both of those things they did not do in game 1. So an absolutely huge game for them. Clearly have some Minneapolis fans down there clapping it up for them. Yeah, congrats to them on winning game 2. That's a decent amount of balance shots, at least from the Miracles. Only, how many is that, 8? So it's not an incredible amount of shots for, how many goals was that, 5?
Yeah.
5 goals, 8 shots. So they're putting on quality shots. They're taking advantage of their opportunities. They're shooting with that kind of percentage, Clash.
And again, they're not sustaining the pressure that much. It's just counterattacks. They're coming from their end, finding Outlaws awkward and getting the goals away very frequently. They don't have to take that many shots if there's that great opportunities on the counterattacks. But that's forced out because they were able to get that lead early. So I really want to see both of these teams start off hot, playing their game, because Miracles, they're not going to be pressed as hard as they were in the end of those, in the end of that last game by the Outlaws, because now they can start playing their game again. So I want to see both of these teams play their game better than the other team, because both teams are going to be trying to suck the other team into playing their way. So it's really just whoever can be stone fast in the way that they are playing.
As some early offense potentially here from the Outlaws, as we are going to see Olvi put this one home 20 seconds into the game. This was a good job by Dicey getting a touch there. Did he get another touch? No, he did not, but he made CTN awkward enough to open up that opportunity for Olvi, and he puts it home. And I mean, yeah, this game 3 is a good reset for the Outlaws. They needed a reset after that last game. You know, it was over for a while. They just had some time to rethink about how they want to go about this. And they look much better already in game 3, as Wubik potentially getting a reset. Cannot quite get that one around CTN. Olvi leaving that for his teammate. Hopefully he got called off there. CTN up in the dominance. That might be on net close, but Wubik touching this out to the wall, maybe getting a double tap. That is going to be cut off by Whitlock, though. Power and Olvi share a 50 in the middle. Dicey Moon going up high flying for this one, but no boost. CTN free bang. He sees Power middle. Maybe they go a little give and go action, as Olvi tries to take this one and keep it in the blue half as much as they can, which is going to be their name of the game if the Outlaws keep it in the blue half as much as they possibly can this game. Minute down, and Outlaws are trying to hold on to this lead as best as they can, Clash.
Just taking control here on their half. They don't have to do anything with it anymore. They don't have to press. Miracles now have to play their uncomfortable game and fight the other direction. Rubik just trying to take control, kind of misses the touch, but no attacking player from the Miracles there. Power now taking over, trying to get another hit here. Is going to be able to get it middle. Triple commit coming out from the Outlaws. This should be open. It is. Whitlock puts it away.
It's an excellent match goal there from the Miracles. Yeah, 3 players, everybody and their grandmother jumping for that ball. And that's basically just a free goal for Whitlock. Didn't have much boost, but was able to just rotate his car and get that angle in. And yeah, that's just a really unfortunate triple commit from the defensive line there. Wubik may be able to 50 this one down. CTN has to just watch that back line. A miss there coming in from Dicey, I believe that was. Whitlock has some boost. He's going to go low, and he gets it underneath 2 different Outlaws players. Power might burst a blood vessel down there from all the screaming he's doing. Excellent job faking that, getting a 50 actually, and just an absolute masterclass there from Whitlock to score that goal.
Watching it from our perspective, we could tell that that was the only option that he had, because he didn't have any boost left by the end. But from the Outlaws' perspective, you know that Whitlock can take it high at times. Is this just going to be another one? It is. Power just has so much time to get this one away. He was so far away, I didn't think that he was going to make it there in time at the end, but there was just no one back because of that demo.
Power might have actually missed that. I can't confirm, but that was definitely an own goal. It'd be really interesting to see if Power would have missed that without any touch from the Outlaws, but it doesn't matter. What's past is past, and it's 3-1 Miracles now. As again, they're starting off this game 3 the same way they started out game 2, scoring early and scoring often. 3 games in the first couple, or 3 goals, excuse me, in the first couple minutes to start this one. And yeah, the Outlaws just have to figure out a way to slow down this offense from the Miracles, because they're kind of just doing whatever they want so far.
And they're doing it from their end too.
That's another one.
It's just another one. Such a fast counterattack. That was about 5 seconds ago. They were stuck in their half for a bit, and then it just goes on their end. Only 1 defender left with the demo coming through, and Miracles are up by 3, just like that. Outlaws got the first goal, and Miracles didn't care. They're up now.
And yeah, calling back to what we said earlier, that was an excellent heads-up demo there from CTN to clear out. There were 2 guys back, CTN clearing out one of the others, and it looked like Olvi was caught in the smoke on that last one, which is why he was slower to that ball. But yeah, like we said earlier, maybe focusing on those demos, clearing out space, if that's working well for him so far, as nobody from the orange team jumping up for that one, as they can maybe take some possession now. A quick jump from Whitlock there as he absolutely dunks that ball. Power maybe able to put this mid, but no, the Miracles player willing to jump to CTN, who jumps a little bit late there. Olvi putting that out. Whitlock maybe with a pass back to CTN. That's a good play from them. We'll see how many touches he can get up in the air. Gets over Wubik. He has no more boost. That was closer than it maybe should have been. Whitlock gets a touch around him, and Power's going to have another goal to make it 5-1. This is an absolute offensive masterclass from the Minneapolis Miracles in both Game 2 and Game 3.
Yeah, and on the B stage, we have Victory up in their game 3-1. So big, very strong start from them, and they're going to be looking to close out that series very quickly.
My goodness.
And now, but I just sort of looking back at this one, yeah, Miracles continuing so strong. Yeah,
as a goal.
Victory, the 8th seed, by the way.
Yeah, Victory, the 8th seed,
so
beating
strong.
the number 1 seed. Can't even see what that whiteboard says. What team is that?
Yeah.
Oh, Duluth. That's Duluth. Okay. Yeah, good handwritings too. But yeah, the 8 seed Victory currently up 3-1 on the 1 seed Duluth Superiors over there on the B stage. That's a pretty huge upset. As 3 minutes left. I mean, this one's not over for the Outlaws, as they got a clutch goal while we were looking away. But still, 3 goals needed in a minute and a half. That is definitely a tall task, especially with this supreme offensive performance from the Minneapolis Miracles. That might be another one. Is that rolling in? And it is, because nobody's back. An absolute heater shot from Power, as this was just unsavable. I mean, too fast. Like, what a shot. How do you save this?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many miles an hour it was. It doesn't show there.
It's not even a real number. It's so high.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, and yeah, Miracles just keeping it rolling, trying to take the control, and Outlaws have still not figured out a way to respond. After Game 1, they kind of just came out cold. Outlaws were able to get the first goal, but just could not keep that one going. And now they're stuck back in their half again. CT going to try to get this one middle. This could be an opportunity. No need for pressure, says Power, as he holds way back. Just let the ball go into their corner, and just wasting time like crazy. Whitlock doesn't need to follow that one up. CT gonna be able to get the save. Great save coming out from him. No more threat coming out from the Outlaws. They've wasted all their boost just trying to go into this brick wall of a Miracles defense.
Yep, name of the game now for the Miracles, just to keep the ball high, keep the ball away from, keep it awkward, because again, this is kind of a formality for the rest of these 40 seconds, as this one is all but over. As another save there coming in from CTN. I thought that might actually be a shot opportunity for the Outlaws, as CTN showing off his one's abilities in that Dominus. 25 seconds left here. Maybe the Miracles trying to add on a 7th, because why not, right? I mean, you got 6. Why not get 7?
Yeah, why not? Almost to Brazil, not quite, but if they can get one more, it's close enough, right? But yeah, Miracles, they've been playing a very solid game this match, and I would be surprised to not see a timeout come out from the Outlaws here.
You'd think, especially even if they lose the next one, sometime soon we could be seeing a timeout here for the Outlaws, just to adjust their play style. It seems they don't really have many answers. I mean, yeah, look, so they scored 6 goals. They only had 7 shots.
Only 7 shots,
6
goals.
That's
crazy.
Their shooting percentage is off the charts right now, and that's a really important stat in Rocket League. If your shooting percentage is high, if you're putting on quality shots, it's going to be tough for any team to beat you. 6 for 7 is ridiculous. Like, I actually don't know if I've seen a shooting percentage quite that good in this tournament so far. Outlaws just going to have to find a way to tighten down that defensive line, because like I said earlier, it looks like Minneapolis is kind of just doing whatever they want right now on offense, and it's just too much for the Outlaws to handle.
Yeah, and they've kind of mixed it up a little bit too. They had a lot of demos that game too. They had 9 throughout all of their players. And that's just
toxic.
so hard to deal with as a team, especially as a solid rotational team, which the Outlaws are. It just breaks that rotation so frequently that then you're having to recover, trying to do things that you don't want to. but they have to figure out a way to get past that. And right now, they just aren't. I'm not sure if we have a timeout. I haven't heard
I would assume
of it at all, so I'm assuming that we don't, which I'm very surprised by. And on the other side, there's so many shots coming through from the Outlaws. 11 shots, but only 2 goals. It's just, as you mentioned, that's what wins games. High shooting percentage, as long as you have enough shots. It's so hard
CTN
stuff.
with 5 saves. I mean, these shots that the Outlaws are putting on, they are on the net. They are threatening at least a little bit, but the Miracles doing an excellent job of shutting them down. But yeah, maybe looking for a little bit higher quality of the shots that they're taking, because 2 for 11 is not excellent. It's okay. You could win some games with 2 for 11, but you're not going to win a ton, as I assume we'll be getting into game 4 shortly-ish here. So far, my prediction looking okay. I did pick the Miracles at the beginning. All 3 players really stepping up, though. Like I said, the best player on the pitch is Whitlock, and that's who I'm going to ride with. But this has not been a solo show for Whitlock. Every single player on this Minneapolis team has been contributing so far. Power putting in some clutch goals. CTN being that brick wall on defense that we know he can be with 5 saves that last game. And I'm really interested to see how the Outlaws approach this important game 4, because something's got to happen.
Most people know at this point, and that's okay, that I'm a big demo fan. I want to see some demos.
No, really,
coming out.
you?
I want to see some demos coming out from this Outlaws squad. It's such a great way to disrupt a team that is so solid on defense. That was just a tantalizing ball waiting there. Especially, it's still dangerous, though, for the Outlaws. They are so low on boost, but they're finally able to collect some. Yeah, I want to see some demos come out from this Outlaws squad on their offensive end, just making the Miracles at least a little bit uncomfortable, because we saw it a little bit from the Miracles going the other way. I want to see it coming from the Outlaws now.
Well, I mean, if you can't beat them, kill them, right? Well, in the game.
Yeah, in the game.
Obviously, that's what I meant.
That's a chance.
As this looks pretty wide open as Whitlock barely gets back to that one. Potential opportunity there for the Outlaws as we still have some pressure. Olvi slows that one down. Power with no boost is able to wave dash down into that one. He slowed, I forget who the offensive player was, but he slowed it down perfectly. I thought he was going to get a nice little fake slow down shot there, but an excellent job from the Miracles to get back. CTN now threatening with a shot. Dicey Moon able to 50 that one out. Power going to be able to put this one high mid. Thought that might waterfall, but that is going to bounce out. Whitlock alone now here, has to deal with this. Has full boost, but decides not to go. Power on the backboard, gets a good touch. Whitlock, backflip maybe? I'm not sure what that was. It looked like he had an opportunity there. Dicey Moon gonna try to go underneath one, and he does. Goes over one, and he does, but he's bumped. A boom coming in there. A shot opportunity and a bump coming in there. And you're exactly right. Bumps and demos were the absolute key to this goal. CJ touches that mid. A demo comes in. Olvi, and an excellent awareness bump there from Wubik on the back line to allow an open net there for the Outlaws.
Yeah, just a slight mistouch there from CT. If he rolled it up the wall, it would have been safe. But as soon as that bounces out, Outlaws pounced on it, got the demo, got the bump, and that's exactly what they needed there. They have a start to this game. They were able to get to the first goal in the last one, but it didn't matter for anything. Let's see if they can hold it this time.
Yeah, this is a much slower start for Minneapolis than we've seen the last couple games. By this point, the last couple games, they had about 4 goals. So 0 now is just a little bit lower than that. So they're gonna, potential redirect there coming in from Power, makes 1 miss. A dunk there from Whitlock. This one surely is open. Oh my goodness, that was saved. I have to see this again.
Where did he come from?
Olvi, so he dunked by Whitlock.
Oh my
goodness. On the wall, jumped out, and I mean, does Wubik have any other touch there? Like, that's kind of maybe on the ground, but how can you possibly predict Whitlock jumping there like that? That's an excellent heads-up play from him.
Maybe it's got to be the other person that's in that saving that, but I don't think Wubik even realized Whitlock even had a chance to dunk him there.
Absolutely not.
He was coming from such a weird angle, though. That could have been a chance coming out from the Outlaws. Doesn't go through, though. Whitlock going to try to take some control on this one. Plays it to the backboard. That's a crazy touch. That's going to be well cleared, though, by Olvi. He probably wanted to have a little bit more control in that, though. This one going to be on target. Whitlock is back in time, though. Whitlock into his own corner. Beats 2 there, but only as far as Dicey. Dicey just bangs it back into the Miracles half. Miracles like that, but it was a smart bang there. because he was very alone and he didn't have a way to control that. Alvi gonna try to get this one back forward. Ooh. That was a great 50. CT in a great spot though to play that 50. Up to CT here, that was a good counterattack opportunity. That is what Miracles do so well, finding those opportunities.
Wow.
But that one might have been just a little bit forced. Caught so well by Wubik there.
A missed touch there on the wall there from
He didn't
Power.
even pass it middle. He just beats Whitlock in that corner.
Yeah, I think Power may or may not have had a free touch on the wall. I didn't see it, obviously, from his perspective, but it looks like he went missing there, and that just puts his teammates in a little tough spot. Wubik has just enough boost to put it down to the bottom right, untouchable by Whitlock or CTN. And now, unlike the last couple games, we see a lead. We see a solid lead here for the Outlaws as a Musty coming in there for the Outlaws. My goodness, about a minute and a half left, a 2-1 game so far. Again, a slower offensive game here for Minneapolis, as maybe the Outlaws have found some sort of a formula to slowing down that offensive juggernaut of a team that we've been seeing these last couple games, and also taking advantage of their offensive opportunities. As we have some pressure here, an excellent block there from Whitlock. That's also on net. I'm not sure if there was a bump that happened on the back line. We're gonna have to see this replay again.
There definitely was, but I'm not sure if it caused the goal here. So I definitely want to watch if they had to save it. It would have been close.
Dicey bump CT. It's tough to say if he would have had the save anyway, but
it's definitely secured it. So
definitely secured
Outlaws looking for those bumps very consistently, and they are working. So Outlaws now having the lead. Miracles have to get uncomfortable and have to press out of their half now. And Alvi does not want that to happen as he just lets it sit in the corner for so long. Finally a clear coming out, but Wubik wants nothing to do with that. Going right back into the Miracles half. Alvi gonna take this off the ceiling. Gets a second little touch there. Whitlock though, able to play this one forward. 50 coming out. Wubik doesn't, leaves it for Alvi. Alvi up for this one, going for a double tap, is gonna hit it, but not quite on target. Good clear out from CT. Zero boost though from him. He has no way to get this one forward.
Ooh,
fakes out one and goes for a bump on another. It worked out enough if a teammate can follow, but the teammates are so far back. They didn't really expect those fakes either.
CTN knows the meta. Faking is the meta, 100%.
Absolutely.
As 15 seconds left here, this one is probably going to be over. So far, really no games that the last 30 seconds have really mattered, it seems. It kind of seems like every time we get toward the end of a game, the winner's already decided. And, you know, for the audience, that's not ideal. You want to see a tight game, one down to the finish, maybe an overtime. I'm hoping for an overtime game sometime in this series, but for now, congrats to the Outlaws on Game 4. They're going to tie up this series 2-2 in a much, much needed win. And we're waiting a pretty huge Game 5 here.
Yeah, I feel like it's a testament to their play styles because whoever can get to that lead early, except for there was one game where Outlaws did start off ahead and then instantly lost it. That early lead is so strong, they just start snowballing.
Yep.
And they contradict each other so hard because both teams wait for each other to attack. Outlaws more on the offensive end. They wait for that overcommit. Miracles on the defensive end.
I have been told that we have a timeout taken on the field. I'm not sure what team called the timeout, but there is a timeout that was called. And it would be a Minneapolis timeout, as it just was confirmed. So we will just find something to talk about for the next couple of minutes while they regroup themselves down on the stage. Power doing some stretches. Maybe he could do a couple toe touches on the camera there for us.
He put his headset back on.
Yeah,
he probably
can't hear
He had it off for a second, but yeah, we missed our opportunity to just speak to the team ourselves. But honestly, I think it's probably for the best. They need to be able to focus right now during this timeout.
Yeah.
Timeout's going to be so valuable. I am surprised that we haven't seen that many on this stage, but Miracle's taking advantage. The crazy thing is, though, that Outlaws still have theirs. If they do drop a game here, they also have a way to respond.
Yep.
So we'll see if this timeout works out for the Miracles, because, yeah, Outlaws looked good in that last one.
Yeah, I'm not... I guess maybe they just wanted a break. Like, they are tied. It's not like they're down to take this timeout. It's not like they... Maybe they feel like they have some changes to make, but they are tied in this series. It's not like they're getting blown out and they just need to completely switch things up. So I do wonder what the goal of the timeout is. You know, what they're talking about. Maybe they just need a break, rest their fingers or something. But Power looks like he's doing a lot of communication with his teams, maybe taking a leadership role in that team. I would have to imagine he's he's maybe the leader on that team, as he's the most vocal, I'll say that much. We've seen that all day. As timeout over, we begin now with a huge Game 5. The winner of this, I think, is massively ahead, because not having to win 2 in a row to finish off the series is going to be a huge advantage. Both teams really, really wanting to win this game.
Yeah, it's such a huge advantage having multiple chances to put a series away, and whoever wins this one will have that. Power has 0 boost here, leaves it for CT. Good blue steal from Wubik, but just pressure going back the other way now. Power able to beat one without 0 boost. I don't know how he was able to get past the first one though. Wubik though leaves it for Dicey. That's going to be a great leave. That chemistry coming through, Dicey putting this one away.
Yeah, surely there was a call here from Dicey to not have Wubik touch this ball anymore, or Wubik himself said that he doesn't have any more touches because he was out of boost. Either way, I'm assuming excellent communication there from the Outlaws, because, I mean, if you're a Minneapolis defender and you see Wubik up in the air like that next to the ball, you kind of have to just assume he has more touches. He's an excellent player. You have to respect it.
Yep.
So for him to leave that, leaving a wide open shot for his teammate, that's an excellent start there for the Outlaws, as they try to keep the ball on this blue half and extend their lead if they can. Wubik maybe going to try for a solo play. Maybe, I think he tried to put that one up, but it didn't quite get the touch he wanted. Dicey going to try to take this one up. How many more touches does he have? Another leave. Done an excellent save there from Whitlock, as that one was going top right. Whitlock there to save the day. What can't he do? A good pop there, but a demo coming in, potentially dangerous there for Minneapolis, says almost a minute and a half gone by, and the Outlaws just trying to hold on to that lead.
Yeah, Outlaws really trying to get this pressure going, but Miracles they have had some counterattack opportunities that just haven't quite made it through. Both teams still trying to play their style.
Wow.
Huge demo coming out from Whitlock. Just the slow roller, and that Outlaws defender, Wubik, just wasn't able to do anything about it. And yeah, great demo there from Whitlock.
Yeah, that's an excellent heads-up demo there. I'm assuming that CTN was commenting that he was, in fact, putting it on net, which gave Whitlock the green light to go ahead and just chase whoever's back. And now maybe some more offense coming in from Minneapolis. A touch out mid from Wubik. CTN is going to put that one in the corner. Wubik now has the green light to go ahead and get some more touches here. As like 50 comes in from CTN. Dicey Moon going to have time with this in the corner. Gets it around Power. Gets it maybe over Whitlock. No, Whitlock doing a good job being patient there for that next touch. A shot coming in there from Olvi. I got to see this again. I'm not sure if this was 50'd or if he just beat him. Whitlock getting a touchdown as Olvi just straight beat him and absolutely snipes it top right. That's about as top right as you can get there, Clash, and that's a good way to go up 2-1.
Wonderful shot from the Outlaws. That's what they do best, keeping that pressure going and finding those opportunities as soon as they're available. Dicey playing this one into the Miracles half. They, at this point, don't need another goal. They just want to keep this one going. Wubik gonna put this one back middle. That falls through. No one gonna be there though. That just barely isn't on target. I don't know how Wubik even had a chance to score that one. It didn't look like he did until he shot it anyway. Wubik gonna go for a double tap here. CT well cleared out. Power putting on the pressure. A lot of space given though. Whitlock gonna be taking this one to the corner. Whitlock first to it. No, Dicey just able to get there. That was a weird way for me to say it there, but that's okay. Taking this one forward, and now CT gonna try to keep control in the corner. Whitlock gonna probably try to play this one down to Power. Power up, well cleared out by Dicey. Alvi gonna get this one back forward for the Outlaws, and it's kind of just getting a little bit stalemated out here.
Yeah, this game has featured some pretty active ping pong from both sides. Has 2 minutes left, and Minneapolis needing, and that might be just open. Whitlock cannot get back as Wubik catches the Miracles defenders out of position. An awkward touch there from CT, a bump coming in there, and Wubik just has the angle to put that one in. Whitlock probably not expecting a shot there from midfield, but a 3-1 lead now for the Outlaws in a crucial Game 5.
Yeah.
And Minneapolis has to make some sort of change. I mean, they're the ones that took the timeout right there. I do gotta wonder what they talked about and if what they talked about is coming to fruition in this game or not. But about 2 minutes left, and that offense that they've had in a few of these games needs to come back.
Yeah, the tough part when a timeout comes out, sometimes awkward goals just come through. That last one kind of was. But this one was really more just an overcommit from the Miracles. Beating the last defender and the last one also getting demoed there. Outlaws rolling in this game 5.
And we have an update from the B stage. It looks like the number 8 Victory will go on and defeat the number 1 Duluth Superiors 4-2 in that series. That's a pretty huge upset. I'm not sure if that was upper or lower, but that was an absolutely massive game for the Victory to upset the Duluth Superiors there.
That is lower, but they also were playing with a sub. Kirby was subbing instead of Mango, so even though they were the first seed, it's not the full roster. But even then, seeing them drop is a bit unfortunate. I was able to watch them, and we were able to watch them in the last series that we casted, and they did look very solid. But either way, Victory are moving on. But back onto this one, Outlaws just keep this one rolling. They're ticking the time away, keeping it in the Miracles half as they do best.
Yeah, this is now 5 games in a row where the final 30 seconds just will not matter. I really don't foresee the last 30 seconds of this game mattering, which is unfortunate. You want to see the close games, you want to see the overtimes. Maybe if God hears my prayers, we'll see a Game 7 overtime. That would be pretty poetic to not have any before that, and then in Game 7 have it be a super tight game. But we can only hope, as about 20 seconds left. Not really mattering here, as Wubik actually will have an opportunity, but that's just going to go crossbar. The 4th defender there from Minneapolis coming in clutch. Faking. This one is going to end. Maybe an unfortunate timeout from Minneapolis in that last game, because maybe they'd want it right now to maybe reconsider what happened in that game, but they used it. Nothing they can do. Congrats to the Outlaws there for taking a, like we've said, crucial Game 5. Taking a look at some stats here. Holy shots from, that's 8 plus 6 is carry the one. That'd be 14 shots there from Kansas City. Which,
only 4 on the Miracle side.
Yeah, that's a pretty big differentiation there.
Yeah, the Outlaws just were able to maintain that pressure the whole time. The Miracles, we mentioned it the whole time, they do well on defense, but you can't be on defense the entire time. You have to be able to get out of your half, and they just were not able to enough. Only the one goal, the one bump play coming out from them, and they've just been stuck now, and they have to find a way out of their half. They have to find those transition plays, have to find each other, and they just aren't doing so right now.
Yeah. As we await this huge Game 6, if I could paint the picture of how I want the rest of the series to go, I want a Minneapolis blowout in Game 6, and then a Game 7 overtime between these two teams that lasts roughly between 11 and 27 minutes. I think anywhere in there would be a pretty fun time as we load in here to Game 6. As, Minneapolis, they need this one. This is their life. I mean, if they lose this, they are officially out and will no longer be playing. So they've got to do something, as an immediate bang comes into their net. As Wubik, no boost, going to leave that one for Olvi. Tries to get a touch out mid. Wubik collects that mid and will be able to follow this one to maybe get a 50 here from one of his teammates. Dicey is up. That one picked his mid as well. Some early pressure here from the Outlaws. Whitlock trying to get that one out of his half. Power gets 50 there by Olvi. Tried to get a flick, as we've been in the blue half this entire game so far, Clash.
It seems to be the story of the series. Even when Miracles are winning, it's still in their half the majority of the time. But they have to find the transitions. That's the start of a transition, but Dicey plenty far back there, but it doesn't matter if he's not in net.
Wow.
Demo's coming through for the Miracles. They take this first goal.
Yeah, Dicey pops that up. Whitlock going immediately for Demo, and then also getting the bump on Wubik. Absolute wrecking ball of a play there from Whitlock. As we had a chant down below. I could not quite hear what they were saying. I think they said power, but I'm not sure what else it was. But yeah, just an absolute wrecking crew of a play there from Whitlock when they needed him the most. And when you need a guy the most, Whitlock is the person you're going to call on to make those plays. He's the guy on this field, and that's exactly what I would expect from him.
I feel like more than most teams, a demo play style is going to work well against both of these teams for different reasons, but those play styles are working so well. This could just be an opportunity, but CT's not quite able to follow it up. His follow-through just didn't bring him to where the ball was. Alvi able to get a clear out, though. No control, though. Dicey gonna get bumped off that one. Power first to this. Gonna be able to play it forward. Gonna take some control here. He has CT middle. He's gonna be able to 50 it to him, but CT just beat out there. Has no boost. Couldn't really stay there to commit for that one, but Power is gonna be able to play this one forward. Up to Whitlock, excuse me. That was just gonna be banged away, though. And back in their half, Miracles have the possession right now, but they have the possession in their own half, which is so interesting.
2 minutes down in this game 6. Minneapolis trying their hardest to hold on to this 1-goal lead that they've acquired. Olvi gets that beat over Whitlock. That could have been dangerous if that was a bad 50. CTN banging this downfield. Someone's going to have to go ahead and touch that. Some more awkward touches. CTN's going to be able to get this one made. This might be an opportunity there as a good block comes in there from Olvi. Whitlock going missing on that, is now slow to get back. Pretty weak flick there from Olvi, it looks like, as CTN going to try to maybe look for a bump here. An awkward touch mid. Isn't anyone there for the shot? Power is not going to commit. Maybe Smart, because he would have been the last back there, and if he messed that up, then really no one else is there. CTN ceiling reset! That would have been the peak of all peaks, my goodness. Close shot from him as nearing the 2-minute mark, and still Outlaws have not yet found a goal, and they got to do something quick here.
Miracles look comfortable right now, but
They do.
Outlaws, they found times to just suddenly make the Miracles look super awkward, so they have to find a way to do that again. The best way that I've seen them do it is with those demos. I want to keep seeing them doing it. I'm a fan. What can I say? I really want to see Outlaws bring those demos back because it's worked so well for them. It's worked well for the Miracles too. But now they have the lead. They don't have to continue pressure. Double commit, though. This could be a chance now from Wubik. Air dribble, bump! And that's going to be one for Wubik. Tied up game.
Excellent solo play, getting over 2 by his lonesome and then going for that air dribble bump. Some people call it cringe clash, but a goal's a goal. You know, he tied up this game when they needed him the most, and now it's shaping up to finally be a close game down to the wire. That's all I've been asking for this whole time. And they might be answering my prayers as Dicey gonna try to 50 this down one into the blue half here. Rubik with not a very powerful pinch. Whitlock now with an opportunity to solo play. Gets a 50 over there. Power commits and is beat. CTN is not gonna commit to that. Maybe could have. He didn't realize Dicey had 0 boost. A bump coming in there on CTN. Whitlock trying to solo play this. Gets a 50 out. Olvi just picked up that big pad and can now go. Gets an awkward touch to his own corner. A minute left, and we finally got a close game clash. I'm excited to see how this finishes.
Yeah, only a minute left. It's not a lot of time for either of these teams. Just a quick opportunity to end this one. Wubik able to get that with the middle. Huge 50 coming out from him, but neither team really expected it. So that one's going to be cleared all the way out. Power now with the chance. Not going to be able to beat that last defender from the Outlaws. CT going to keep the pressure going, though. Going to try to get a dunk here. Not going to be able to beat Wubik. Wubik double tap off the sidewall. Alvi up first for that one. Power. Only one back for the Miracles. Does get a touch out, but that's going to be a dangerous chance. Oh, off the crossbar. Not on target. Power going to be able to play this one forward to Whitlock now. CT double commits with Whitlock. They were trying to make a team play happen there, but not quite on the same page. Alvi now with a chance. Going low. Double commit now from the Outlaws. But it didn't matter because Wubik strikes strong.
Wow. What a last 20 seconds we just saw. I mean, it looked like about 20 seconds ago it should have been an absolutely free goal for the Outlaws, and he just goes crossbar, but no matter. They keep pressure for the next 20 seconds. They get a goal. 20 seconds left in crunch time.
Fake.
Boy, a Minneapolis goal here would be electric. Double tap maybe from Power, just off. If he had some more boost maybe, but he, I think, would want that one back. Even with his low boost, that was maybe scoreable. Still another shot there coming in. That's gonna be too hard of a pinch. Someone can maybe shoot that. Is anyone there? They are not. And that is a brutal finish for Minneapolis. Congrats to the Kansas City Outlaws. What a finish in game 6 there, Clash. My goodness, and the Outlaws are moving on.
What a fantastic series. Outlaws played so well, but Miracles were fighting that entire time. Even up until the end, they had a chance there. Just didn't quite read the hits and the misses at the same time. There was opportunities. I would love to see a 0-second goal there, but not to be. Outlaws do take this one down kind of on the hands of Wubik. He really carried that last game.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like a 4-2 series. This felt like a fourth. Like that felt like Game 7. It felt like these two evenly matched teams battling it out in the last game, but 4-2 is going to be the final score there from the Outlaws against the Miracles in the Challenger Division. I believe this is our second to last series of the Night Clash. I think the next premier match we see will be the final match for tonight, but we're not moving on to that quite yet. Still talking about this Miracles and Outlaws game. I mean, looking at the scoreboard here, 5 shots, 4
Not that
shots
many
from
shots
each team.
overall.
Not a ton of offensive pressure from either team in that final game, but you know, there weren't many goals scored, not many shots taken. That's just how it is sometimes. Sometimes it's just a back and forth, control the middle of the field game when there's really not many shots being taken. And your prediction was actually correct here, Clash. The Outlaws took this one.
I got it. But yeah, I want to talk about that Wubik goal to kind of start things off here. He had that air dribble bump.
That was nice.
It was the spark for his team. They really needed to get that one going. They did not want to go to Game 7 here at all. It would have been such a struggle to lose that one and then try to fight for one more. Wubik starting that one off hot and able to get that last punishing goal was so clutch.
It is disappointing that this Minneapolis team will not be moving on, as I think you could say they deserve to. I mean, it's a good team. This is a team that deserves to keep playing and to make a run at it, but unfortunately just wasn't in their cards today, as LAN can be pretty unforgiving, especially with just one life. But yeah, it was an interesting series. We had some blowouts early on. I think the first 3 or 4 games, or maybe 5 games, were all blowouts, and then finally a close game at the end as the teams maybe started to really figure each other out, as they kind of just traded blows up until that Game 6. And yeah, that's just an absolutely amazing finish to the Challenger Series today.
Yeah, Challenger has brought it, but we are going to be going to premieres here soon, as the next matchup is going to be the last for the day. We are going to be pushed the one that we had scheduled last to tomorrow just due to time constraints. We can only go so long with this. So the next series is going to be the Rhythm versus the Maulers in Premier. Go Maulers. But
okay. Shameless
that
plug.
should be a very, very good series.
Yes, it should. So yeah, looking forward to that one. And I mean, you got anything else to say, Clash? I think I'm all out of words.
No, I'm very glad we got to cast that one. That was a banger of a series.
It was.
Again, wish Miracles could have made it further, but well done by the Outlaws there. They brought it. So yeah, as we move on to this next one, you want to predict this next one real quick?
For the next one, I'm pretty unfamiliar in Premier, to be honest. I'm just a measly Rising Star player, but I have actually played against this Rochester team in Major 2 when I subbed up in Premier. That went super well. So I have seen this Rochester team play. They're pretty good. I don't know anything about your Maulers, unfortunately, but I guess maybe go to Rochester?
What you got to know is that there's not going to be a team on the field to play against the Maulers because they're going to be demoed the whole time. So
is that correct? So is demoing kind of just like a Maulers thing? Like it's you, it's just all of them?
Maulers in each division have the number 1 player in demos for every single division.
That's ridiculous.
In Premier, they have the top 2. So
that's crazy. That's
we'll be seeing that in the next one. Maulers versus Rhythm. Thank you, Carl, for joining me. We'll see that one very shortly.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 10 MCS LAN. I'm Iwu, joined by K-Tool, and we have lower round 2 of Premier between the Rochester Rhythm and the Bloomington Maulers.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic match. We have been waiting a long time for Premier to finally come on stage, the last match of the day, as the official last match did get moved to tomorrow, but we'll worry about that tomorrow. We've got a fun match here. A lot of players with a lot of lives on the line. They have no chances left. Elimination match here. Obviously, they've been waiting a long time. A lot of these players have played so far today. So, again, a lot of nerves, especially at the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure. For the Maulers, they came off a win. The Rhythm coming off a loss in the upper bracket in 5. These teams have played before in the last major. Rhythm had a sub, but they came out winning in 7 against this Bloomington team. And actually, that Bloomington also did have a sub. So both full rosters, and it's going to be I think it's going to be a great game. I would favor the Maulers if I had to pick right now, though.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to argue in that situation. I mean, they've had such a, I don't want to say confident season and a confident performance so far, but I mean, there's really no reason, like you mentioned, to not have confidence and faith in them.
Yeah, especially coming off that win last round, and you've already played a best of 7 where Rochester hasn't. They came off the loss, and they've just had to sit on that all day. It really messes with you, and I think that's something that Bloomington can exploit, especially with Bubbly and his physical play and his demos. Things like that, it's just, it can get in your head very easily, and especially after being here all day, it could take a toll.
Yeah, definitely going to make it tricky. We'll see who is going to be staying all day to see the final match here. One thing I kind of wanted to ask, it's like these players who have, both, one series kind of to get to this point. Does the pressure keep building every single time as, you get moving towards the bracket, towards their grand finals? Or do you just try to leave that all behind, no pressure, no momentum, and just focus on specifically the match in front of you, nothing past that matters?
I think you just got to take it a game at a time and a series at a time, especially when you're in the lowers and you have to play so many matches just to even get to Sunday. And, I mean, they win this game, and technically they make Sunday, but still, you still have to win 2 more games to have a chance. So you just have to take it that series at a time and really focus. And it's going to be a mental game more than – I mean, you could be the most mechanical player ever, but if you just don't have the mental capacity for it, you can't do it, then you're not going to win. And, yeah, that's my biggest thing.
I love the shirt. You got to have some fun with this one. Obviously, you got to play earlier on stage. I'm kind of curious, a lot of people who haven't gotten that experience, could you describe the nerves and kind of what it feels to play like on stage in front of the lights, in front of a lot of friends?
It was interesting because I wasn't supposed to play at all. And, oh my God, they both have shirts. But yeah, I wasn't supposed to play. The nerves kind of hit me where I just didn't really know how to feel. It was hard to play. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to double commit and things like that. And you just have to weather the storm and just focus on the game in front of you, and that's it.
Yeah, I definitely have to focus on that one. One of the favorite players out here is definitely going to be Bubbly Reaper. He is one of my favorite characters. Just to watch, you'll see in the cams, he's going to definitely put on a show for us. So we'll see if that show is going to be enough to carry his team, the Maulers, across the finish line for the series, again, being a best of 7. Both teams do have timeouts. It is kind of interesting to see who actually does and doesn't use their timeout. Even if they're on match point down 3-1, they just say, hey, we got faith in us. We do not need to use the timeout.
Yeah, a lot of teams have not used the timeout today. Minneapolis used it last series, and then they lost coming out of the timeout. But yeah, the teams that have used it, honestly, you'd normally think would be a buff, but today it has not been. I think only a few teams have really used the timeout. I think some people just like the idea of playing a game and then just getting right into the next one if you lose and not giving yourself that extra time to dwell on it.
Hey, timeout buff is a thing. I will say timeout buff and also cookie buff. I've seen as a thing, which a little context, one of the LANs, they had a timeout, and someone got them cookies, they ate them, and then destroyed pretty much everyone. But yeah, I will say, cookie buff can be a thing. Timeout buff can absolutely be a thing, but like you said, sometimes people don't like to use it, and they think that, hey, the minute in between the games, that's going to be all we need. And to be fair, a lot of times it is the small mistakes that they need to change. It's not like we need to take 10 minutes and have a brand new play style.
Yeah. I mean, prediction-wise, who do you got taking it?
All right, let's see. Two teams that I don't know, with players I don't know. Easily Maulers, it's not close.
4 or 5?
That's a good question. I'm going to go in 5. I think especially it's going to be the Bubble Reaper effect. That's what it's going to be. I think just the charisma on stage, just, you know, going to be happy. And we saw earlier with Brainerd Victory winning 4-2 that just having so much fun on stage with, you know, their teammates, you know, they're laughing in cams, that really exudes confidence. And the other team seeing that, it really does demoralize you.
I like what you're saying and all. Give me Rochester. And give me Rochester in, I'll go 6 games. I got faith in them.
Neither one of us wanting to go 7 at the end of the day. I get that. We've definitely been here a long time. I do appreciate everyone who has stayed around to see friends and family, and obviously everyone, you know, watching online to support everyone all season. It does come down to this, right? Especially, you know, in the lower bracket here. This is elimination for them. Their entire season can be done and go home within 45 minutes.
Yeah. A huge thing is you got to win the game 1. You got to start hot. We saw Duluth in their last premier match, a 5 seed lose to the 8 seed because they just started too slow. They gave themselves too big of a hole to get out of. And if you fall down 0-2, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but that's such a tough thing. You got to win. I mean, I don't know. I just don't see it happening if the team goes down 0-2.
Yeah, we'll have
especially
to see.
on land.
We'll have to see what happens here as the game finally is starting here. You've got the Rochester Ribbon. I've got the Bloomington Maulers. One of us is going to be right. One of us is going to be wrong. We'll see which one of us has cursed them. But I am kind of curious as this game does get started. Do you have anyone on the rhythm that you're expecting to kind of step up and have the MVP performance that is going to get them over the line?
Yeah, for me, it's been End. He's having his best season he's had in a while. He is their star player, and him and Tox, such a good duo. The last time they played, and I watched them, they were playing with Slate, their Rising Star sub, because Mason had CRL. But when they played, they're such a dominant team as Tox off the crossbar and out, and up for it now. But yeah, I think End's the star of the show. He's the guy that needs to be the catalyst for them to win today.
Kind of hard to argue that he is going to be the star of the show as we saw a ridiculous shot that Tox just hitting on the crossbar. As we see Chance here, we see solo play potentially going off the end. Aqua down to the middle, Mass not there. And we see Fishy now with a 1v1 50. It's going on target, going to be a little bit wide. Mass dropping to the middle and doesn't have any boost to follow this one up. Going to leave it to Fishy. Tox opting to try to take control as N gets demoed by Bubbly. We see Aqua and N with 0 boost. We see no one on Maulers having any boost right now.
Yeah, I was going to bounce off the crossbar, go out. It's so awkward for the rhythm here, but a good pinch out will give them that space. Bubbly playing in an absolutely ridiculous car. I love it. Good demo from him as well. That ball high into the air, taken up, but Tox will have a chance at it. Aqua beats him to it. Speed from the Mauler so far, but a good bump. No follow from Rochester, and nothing really happening here. Just kind of both teams trying to figure out their midfield, and we'll see who scores the first goal. But I'm telling you, it's going to be Rochester.
We'll have to see what happens here again. We are so early into game 1 of this best of 7. We'll have to see where the confidence and where the Rocket League gods are shining onto these teams here, as End getting a good 50. Bubble trying to chase this one down. Mass leaving this one for Tox. Up to Aqua. Back down as Fishy there, but Mass with good speed. Bubbly going to take his time. Go for a read over to Fishy. Has no boost. We see a drop down mid. Can End find the touch? Can he find the double tap? But again, good early backboard defense from the Maulers.
Yeah, their backboard has been pretty strong ever since that first mistake that Tox almost scored on. It's been really good. That's a tough touch. Bubbly goes missing, and the Rhythm stay alive. A great pass from Bass to Ed. Ed to shoot. It's just wide. And the offense is flowing right now for the Rhythm. It's Tox again, just wide. It's left for Maze, but no, nothing there. Did not have the angle to shoot. Tox will turn, fire it over to End. No control off his own corner now. Air dribble past one, can't. 50 to away, and Maze already up. And the speed from the Rhythm, I think, is a huge thing. They're all so mechanically talented that the real counter is those demos from Bubbly, and I think that's what he has to do to really even this series out. Maze now pops it high, but once again, just nothing really going ever since those flurry of shots. The offenses for both teams has kind of been stagnant.
No real chance here as we're now a minute 18 left and still yet to see anyone getting a goal here as Zeros on the board is going to stand tall here as we see a shot. Easy save. Tox now taking control. We're seeing a lot of 0 50-50s. Again, the entire team of Maulers only having 0 boost combined and not able to find this one as Fishy. Got to take his time. 0 boost, getting a low 50. Aqua following up with 0 boost. Trying to get another one. Maze off the ceiling. Touch the corner from Tox. Going awkward middle end with a shot and a great save on the goal line. Maulers not done. Can End find the touch, but that will turn again on 0 boost. So many 50s on 0 boost. No one able to get that final touch.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Bloomington doesn't have boost at all, and that's really the difference here. And for the double, and does it. 1-0 Rhythm.
Just barely able to reach that. I didn't know if he was going to have enough boost with the angle. Bubbly. That is the first time the Maulers have given up a free backboard read, and instantly Rhythm capitalize.
32 seconds, and I think that's a kickoff goal is what it is. You work so hard for that first goal, and then you lose it right there.
That is definitely a tough one. Like you said, the Maulers worked so hard. 4.5 minutes, and they finally break through and kickoff go. So we're back to zeros. You know, we'll see if there is another goal that happens. Otherwise, we might be looking at game 1 OT.
Yeah, and will take it himself. And with a fake, nothing there. Bubbly with a good flick past wide. Looks to do it again. Another player beat. Aqua won the ball. The demo cleared the net. The shot is wide from Fishy. Tox will put it away in the corner. 10 seconds to play. Bloomington had a chance there. 2 players go missing. And we'll just send it across. Waiting there is Fishy. Looks for one more touch. Can't get it. Blocked out. And Aqua will just launch it on 0 seconds. Bubbly try to keep it up. No double for him. Aqua can't shoot. And Aqua is saved. Still up. And that will take us to OT here in game 1.
Overtime here in game 1. This is going to be a massive momentum shift. We'll see what happens. I mean, the question is, I'm looking at the Rhythm, who you take away the kickoff goal, and they really haven't had crazy offensive pressure. They haven't had that last shot. And again, this is a free backboard. Maze taking his time as Aqua rips this one downfield and has no boost. Neither does Maze, who does get the corner. This one drops down. Bubbly, who is the only player now rocking an unconventional car. So we see everyone else in the Fennec or Octane, which is, you know, pretty standard as we expect, but taking his time here. He gets a flick around one. Can he get this mid? Good touch. The corners. Aqua here to follow up. Can he beat out Endo? He can job. It drops down mid dangerously. Fishy trying to buy some time here, and nothing crazy so far in the first 45 seconds of OT.
Yeah, it's been kind of back and forth, and the Ballers' lack of defense, or sorry, lack of offense besides that kickoff goal really just it really makes you think, because if they win this game, it's going to be stealing it away from the Rhythm, and the Rhythm's offense needs to find something here to get this game back in their hands. But that's a chance, a great touch by Fishy. Aqua for the shot, Aqua for the goal. 2-1, Maulers take it.
And again, it's the backboard of the Rhythm. They've been so consistent and no one there. And that's both goals from the Maulers coming directly from backboard reads. And game 1 going to them. We'll see if they continue that one, but great start to the series from the Maulers.
Yeah, they kind of stole game 1, you feel. And I mean, that's huge for their confidence. For the Rhythm, you know they have all the talent in the world. They got to show it. They got to prove it. That's just such a nice shot from N. But yeah, I mean, you lose on a kickoff goal and then overcommitted OT. It's a tough loss, but there's a lot worse ways to lose, and I mean, you force OT every time, you probably won't lose every single one. So
we'll have to see what happens here. So honestly, in game one, I don't know if I would even change predictions or say that there's momentum going to one team or the other. You know, both teams got a good win, obviously, take away the kickoff goal, but both teams showing that they're going to be willing to play on zero boost. They're going to be willing to be aggressive with their third man, which we've seen already. The team that is more aggressive and solidified in those rotations typically comes out on top.
Yeah, well, it was a demo for Rochester, and will pop it high, and it just goes back the other way. Tox with a 50. Given to Aqua, though, who will just bang it high. Aqua is the guy for Bloomington. He gets that OT goal. Look for him to really step up in the rest of the series and find a couple more goals to his name. A good bump from Fishy. Has to clear that one off the backboard. Aqua back, but Bubbly back to Fishy. Fishy for the double, can't find it, just missed, but it's awkward as N will take it out. Good 50 towards the middle. Mace will jump. Fishy already reading it. Good dunk from him. It should be Aqua next up, and it is. So Bloomington kind of keeping their line of defense in on that midfield and suffocating the rhythm ball so far here in game two. Really like how they've been playing.
Chance here is Mass going to drop this one mid. Can Tox find it? They can, but almost a fantastic give and go. That would have been a great opener minute for Rhythm. Aqua now taking his time down to Bubbly. That was almost a goal-saving bump here. Still under a lot of pressure is the Maulers. Rhythm knocking on the door here. See Tox pop it up, but the third man going to be a little more defensive here. Want to cut it a little safer. Aqua is going to take their time. Bubbly, second man, and that's going to be a ripper on target, and Tox out of nothing. Rhythm up 1-0.
Yeah, what a shot. Aqua just kind of gives it away, and with a dunk, and Tox will slot it. No real chance for the keeper in that there. See if the Rhythm can hold on to their lead this time.
We'll have to see if we can get a kickoff goal. Wait for it.
Almost.
Right, looks like we are good. No kickoff goal here for the Maulers. I say that, but I'm definitely a little scared. But great start, and does that count as a kickoff goal because it's in the first 15 seconds?
And maybe, but anyways, it's a great play. Just stay in control. What a touch by Bubbly. Tox just beat. We'll take those.
All right, so both times the Rhythm has finally broken that 0-0 start. Maulers come back within 15 seconds on basically 2 kickoff goals. So again, last time it was the Maulers then that scored an OT. So we'll see if Rhythm can find another goal here. Yeah,
a good save for the Rhythm there. Bubbly leaves it for his teammate. Fishy just launches it downfield. And for the sidewall, no, but he should be able to stay with this, and he will. One more touchdown. It's a bit awkward. It's a shot. Mace for the goal, and Mace does score it. 2-1 Rhythm.
This was a great pass mid and try to get it, and just awkwardness on the goal line. Fishy, there's only so much you can do, right? You have to jump and pop. It did bounce directly off the post in mid, and we saw Mays there for a good finish. So again, back and forth we go. 3 goals within about 45 seconds. Question is, can Rhythm hold on to the lead this time?
Yeah, we will see. Aqua gets the bump down, but no follow for the Bloomington. They were looking for a bump. Tox, look at the control. Tox the musty, no. Just did not get the contact he needed with it. Fishy will pinch it away. 2:35 to play here in a pivotal game 2. Aqua off the backboard. Fishy no boost. Bubbly was waiting in the corner for that boost to spawn. Fishy now. He's so awkward. He gets bumped by Tox. No one's middle. It's actually banged downfield. It is saved pretty easily by Mason. And that one, nothing going there. Aqua turns it back in, saved away. A breakaway downfield. It's Tox who'll win the race. It's 3-1 Rhythm.
Love to see the Rhythm continuing to get more goals here as we see Tox just rips this one downfield, and Maulers, they just got caught out straight up.
Yeah, they just overexerted for the goal there, and now down 2 goals, 2 minutes to play. Looking for another kickoff goal, and we'll be up, and we'll have this pretty easily. Bubbly gets a touch, not the greatest, and forces a 50 out. Aqua takes, no, it's a huge fake. I wonder what's happened on the B stream.
They're going hype. I will say it's very easy to tell when goals are scored on the B stream, and that's kind of interesting. So far today, the B stream has been more hyped than the A stream.
I know. All the good games are over there, dude. Oh, another shot. Another goal for Tox. Rhythm have blown it open. 1:39 to play.
Yeah, no, that's a good 50 from End, rocking that 1 minute. And Aqua and Fishy just not able to get there in time, just barely eking it through the gap. And we see Rhythm up now 4-1 with 1:40 left. They should be able to close this one out and tie up the series, but Maulers, again, they do not want to drop this one.
Yeah, and yeah, you don't want to level the series. You want to take that 2-goal advantage. Good challenge. But I mean, it's looking more and more likely. The offense has not been there for them when they needed it to. One good play from Bubbly was all it was. And look at the control. The air dribble, Bubble, we missed. It doesn't matter. Fishy tucks it away. 4-2. Ballers trying to make it a game.
Looked like a training pack. Bubbly just carrying it the entire length of the field, going about 5 miles an hour. Well, his teammates are running. Dem was an interference at the last second. He pops it. So Maulers, again, plenty of time with 1:17, down 2-0, or down by 2. Question is, can they get another one? Maybe not off of Demos. I want to see some, infield passes. I want to see some mechanics. We haven't seen anything crazy mechanically, and this is Premier. Oh. It's not needed, I will say. Bubbly's taking this one. Aqua getting a great touch off the sidewall and just slotting that one. You see Aqua again running interference. Maybe that's going to be the key for Maulers is, pop it off the sidewall or backboard and have someone run for Demos interference every single time.
Yeah, you know how physical they're going to be as a team. It's something that's kind of been their identity, especially with Bubbly, and Aqua's up there too in Demos. The entire Bloomington Ballers organization's got to know for that. The net is open. Ballers have tied it.
So remember when I said that Rhythm could probably close this one out up 4-1, and within 20 seconds, the Maulers have put in 3. This is a phenomenal comeback. And again, it is Bubbly, and I talked about it. I think it's going to be him and the charisma that is going to be leading his team to victory, and it is absolutely that. Now the question is, they still are tight. They are not out of the woods yet. Rhythm can still win this one, possibly in OT again. But Maulers, again, just the fact that they're coming back again and again, they are so persistent.
Yeah, what a bump, and the Rhythm served the Maulers a little revenge. 5-4, they regained their lead.
That is a fantastic 50 from End. And again, looking to run interference. And if you're Aqua and Net, realistically, there's almost nothing you can do, right? So 40 seconds left. I don't think any lead is safe for the Rhythm here, as Maulers always cut down a 3-goal deficit. No reason they can't down one with 45 seconds left.
Double commit, double the chance to score, but it's saved away. Bubbly will be able to control this. Not a lot of boost, he'll just launch it again. Aqua will steal that corner. Fishy already up. Fishy, you're ridiculous. 5-5, 24 seconds left.
Fishy coming up clutch for his team. You see End not getting the touch he wanted. He wanted to throw it up to Tox, but just not quick enough here. And Maulers given a gift with 20 seconds left. Again, they are somehow consistently getting goals and goals and goals. Question is, can they actually get a lead?
A flick from End, and it is in. What is happening?
I still don't know if a lead is safe here. We see a kickoff goal. We saw Maulers getting one earlier in the series, and now it's Rhythm's turn to get one as Fishy and Net. Again, nothing you can do as End does a fantastic job with 0 boost, getting that flick up and over the defender. Now Rhythm with 20 seconds left. Can they finally actually close out this game?
That's a good touch. Bubbly waiting for something here. Not a ton of boost. He'll give it to Aqua, but he's dunked out. Tox tries to stay on it. He forces the 50, but Fishy going out. He does waste a bit too much boost. He grabs the corner off the ceiling. Bubbly with the block. It'll go back to Aqua, but he can't do enough with it. Fishy will miss, and the Rhythm will win.
Rhythm, they made it difficult for themselves, going up 4-1, and the Maulers came back again and again and again. But in the end, the Rhythm did just enough with that kickoff goal to tie up this series. And now, again, game 1, going OT to Maulers, and then Rhythm going to 2. But again, I don't know if I have a lot of confidence in the fact that they gave up that lead 3 separate times with a 3-goal lead.
Yeah, a complete toss from them, but at least they won the game. They just wanted to make it comfortable. They wanted to get. They heard what
content.
you said about the 8th stream not being as entertaining. So,
I respect the content. That's why part of me wanted to go to 7, but also I want to get my prediction right. So we'll have to see what happens here. But Maulers again, I thought they were going to come back. When they come back from 4-1, I thought, oh, they're going to take this one. But the Rhythm, again, so persistent. Both teams not willing to give up mentally. And clearly, that game, Bubbly, I thought was MVP, the amount that he put up 4 goals. But it's not enough. So apparently scoring 4 goals is not enough for you to win. And in typical Threes fashion, that is not normal.
No, Bubbly has been playing very good. Speaking of Bubbly, looking for a double tap off the ceiling. Gets an awkward touch. It is in for Aqua.
A gift to the Maulers. Again, backboard defense just not great. Maz, a little awkward. He didn't quite have as much boost to get around that as he wanted to and just drops it down, and that's Maulers up 1-0.
Yeah, that's a great play from Bubbly. He forces the defender to get awkward, and I mean he'll luckily, his teammates are in the right position. Even if Aqua did not get the greatest contact going in, a goal is a goal. And now off his back wall. Been the catalyst for the Rhythm so far. A part of what feels like almost every goal in some way. And that's a good demo. A great midfield demo. It alleviates that pressure, 4:30 to play, and now lets them break out of their own half. Fishy and Aqua just kind of fighting over who wanted to score the goal there. And it was just an overcommit. They all pushed up. Mace does not get the touch he needed. And it's just, just walk it in.
Yeah, I think he was looking for a midfield pass here, and we saw the demo instantly coming in. And that's where you go, oh, crap. So Mahler's now up 2-0 again. It is their turn to get an early lead, and we'll see if Rhythm have the opportunity to come back like we saw Mahler's do exactly last time. But again, it has just been consistent ground plays and backward plays from the Mahler. They clearly have the way that they want to play.
Yeah, that was just a miss off the crossbar for making this a 1-2 game for the Rhythm. But now the Mahler's trying to settle in. Fishy, one more touch. Looks for the 50. That's a great one, but there's no one there to support. Bubbly nor Aqua in the right position, and the reset. Bubbly controls. He's been so good. Look at the control from this dude.
It's the car buff, what can we say? Fishy, though, on 0 boost. That's a little bit of awkward double commit between him and Bubbly. Off the ceiling, great chance, and it actually finds its way into the net. Aqua putting Maulers up by 3.
Yeah, Aqua, it's not the greatest touch, but Mace was trying to clear it across. It hits off his car, just shoots in. 3-0 Maulers. Looking good.
We'll have to see if, like I said, Rhythm can finally get a comeback going. They put up 6 last game, and so far in a minute and a half in, they cannot find one here. Fishy, though, down to Bubbly, back to Fishy. I love the little bit of a mid-air pass here. As we see, and so many demos, deletions going everywhere. Going crazy here as Fishy going to be taking his time, trying to go to the side. Well, misses the touch here. Bubbly has to dive on 0. Aqua now, last man back with 70, has to challenge early, does a good touch just to get on 1 here, and now trying to take control. And I'd say Maulers is doing a very good job of getting that first man up so early to not let Rhythm get any solo plays going.
Yeah. For the Rhythm, it's just their defense has not been up to par. Mace with a good shot, but an even better save. Coming across the net there, Tox now nothing going. Time, and oh my God, there's so much time. And Aqua's gonna take advantage. 4-0 Bloomington.
Oh, Aqua, that has such good speed. Again, just ripping that one over Mace. And there's nothing you can do, right? Bar down. Maulers are destroying here in Game 3. The question is, again, we're not even halfway done with the game.
Yeah, I feel like you kind of just gotta, you can't even chalk it up because, Bloomington almost came back in a similar situation with less time. It's so possible. These defenses are both a bit suspect. Bubbly looks for the ball. Bubbly, the skim. It's 5-0 Bloomington.
What a touch from Bubbly. Just the last second. Getting that touch there and just ripping that one like 80 kph. And Maulers up by 5. At this rate, they are going to be winning 10-0. We're not even halfway done.
Yeah, just an absolute blowout. But still, there is time, plenty of time. The Rhythm scored 6 goals last game. It's definitely possible. Tox looks for the double off the corner. Nothing there, and that ball just going to fall away. Tox does get a good touch. He's just playing awkward here. No boost to his name, though, this time. Can't find anything else. Aqua through his own corner. 50 by Mace. And the passes middle have not been there this game, maybe the Rhythm need to find a new outlet on offense. I mean, they're just not finding their groove in game 3 here.
Ooh, chance here. Talks trying to take over. Gets bumped by Fishy. Bubbly trying to get a 50 mid. It does bounce out to Fishy, who does pop it mid, but not a lot of boost to follow. Aqua touching this one to the corner. Bubbly going for a skim. He gets a great touch, actually. Allows Aqua to pick up the 100 boost as Talks now drops this mid. Gets beat up by Aqua. Going for a touch here. Good speed. Is that going to go mid? Fishy's there. Does he commit his third? He doesn't. Little awkward with 0 boost on the Maulers here as Talks now drops us, and that's a free backboard and gets a great touch. You saw the Maulers were swarming for that 6th goal.
Bubbly slows it down. Look for the low 50. He did get it. Now just bumping people. Oh my God. I love how this guy plays. Fishy will take it up the left wall, now drops it back down. Him and Aqua kind of in the same spot. Fishy went for the bump. Aqua goes for the goal, and he'll score it 6-0.
Interference from the team. Fishy going for the bump on one, Bubbly the bump on the other, and the net is wide open for Aqua. I love the demos and everything. And of their 6 goals, like 3 of them have been from demos and just awkward interference plays. So the Rhythm just maybe caught off guard this one. So the question is, do you call a timeout or do you risk going on match point if you lose the next one?
Yeah, I don't know. I would call a timeout here just because of how the game went. And you haven't scored a goal. You're down 6-0. I guess you get a goal here. Nope, never mind. Bloomington doesn't want that to happen. But yeah, I would call a timeout here. We'll see. A lot of teams have not wanted to use the timeout at all. But if there was ever a good time for it, it would be after getting beat 6-0 and your offense was kind of dead. So I don't know. We'll see what Rochester thinks because they are not coming back in this game.
As we see the Rhythm opting not to let the Brazil potentially happen here. Play until the very end here as the time will obviously tick down. And we see on the B stage, so far, Flyers are up 3-0 versus the Outlaws. So we might see a sweep.
Interesting. That Flyers team is, well, there's a 7th for Aqua. 0 seconds, you know, really matters. But yeah, that Flyers team came in as the final team. They didn't even make the playoffs in the 2nd major. So for them to be playing this well, some people just get on land and they perform. And right now that's looking like that St. Cloud team.
Hey, land buff's absolutely a thing. Here on the A stream, we are going back and forth with some crazy high-scoring games, at least for some teams. But as we see Maulers putting up 7 goals. And again, last time we saw a 12 or 11, whatever it was. Yeah, 6, 7, 7, 6, 7, 5, who knows. Too many goals to keep track of. And so this is now Maulers are sitting averaging like 5 to 6 goals a game. The defensive rhythm and Maulers, in general, they need to get better. They cannot be giving up 5+ goals and still expect to win.
Yeah, that's been their biggest issue. It's been the defense. Every time I've watched them, it's been, we have the best offense in the tier more than likely, and then, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me how the defense keeps just finding its way and just leaking out and giving Bloomington these chances. We will get a timeout from Rochester, which I think was needed. We'll see what they talk about. I mean, some teams call a timeout and don't even go over anything, but I don't know. What would you say if you were the coach for the Rochester Rhythm?
I think one of the biggest things is demos and bumps, right? Like, so many of the goals that they just gave up was we got demos, we have no boost, and so we actually had a series kind of similar to this earlier in the day in terms of we had one team getting blown out, and it was because their boost kept getting stolen, right? They couldn't get any boost, they couldn't get any offense going, and the fact that anytime they did, they'd get immediately bumped in demos. So I think really make sure you're securing your mid boost, but also make sure you are actively trying to avoid bumps, but also having that 2nd and 3rd man being a little more aggressive. I think too many times there's too much space, which allows Maulers to get that bump and demo and then have their 2nd or 3rd man right there for the free follow-up.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely supporting each other just a bit more. That's what Bloomington's doing so well. Fishy now will leave it. It's a huge miss. Bubbly goes off the backboard. Aqua does go. Luckily, Fishy was already rotating out. Not the hugest deal in the world. Aqua was looking for a skim of his own. Does get it, but really not that threatening. Bubbly will give it away for a second. And Ed now also switches his car design up. Mace to the corner. One more. And that shot is on from Ed, but nothing there. Good save from him. A good double from Mace. 4 minutes to play, nothing so far. Now Fishy slows it down and cuts back across, shuts down the solo play before it even started. Bubbly will keep it in. And Bloomington, all the pressure so far. Bubbly, Reaper. Oh my.
I've been calling him all game so far, and Bubbly has been stepping up. What a ridiculous ceiling read. 0 boost, slamming that one down. And again, Mahler's back in the lead. They're picking up where they started off last game.
Yeah. That is now 8 straight unanswered for Bloomington. Looking to change it. And with a good 50, the ball dies in front of the net. A double bump from Mace, but it works out better for Bloomington. Aqua can take it now. 18 boost to his name, will launch off the ceiling. Looks for somebody. He'll look for Bubbly. Bubbly looks for net, nothing there. Good save by Rochester. All 3 players were in the net at that time. Aqua beat out. Someone's got to go. It'll be Tox. Tox to end. Dangerous, but shot just a bit too slow. Not sure he had the angle anyways. Mace will control now. 53 boost. Looks for something. Looks for a bump. Will find it. Nothing there. Tox, no. Or sorry, End gets denied. Tries to force it to Tox, but he was bumped off. It's the physical play from Bloomington that's it's dominated this series so far.
You talk about dominating series, and over on the B stage, we have the Flyers completing the 4-0 sweep over the Outlaws, ending their tournament and season run.
Yeah, that is a scary team to play for whoever wins this series. That Flyers team is on a mission right now.
Mission right now, I think, for the Rhythm is just to score a goal. Like you mentioned, they're at like 8 or 9 unanswered goals as they almost are finding one there, but Aqua saving at the last second. And again, you look at the boost of Rhythm, they're on 0 so often. It's Maze, that's a miss on the backboard, and Aqua, what a touch! Somehow saved on the goal line here as they're not out of the woods yet. Bubbly off the backboard is unable to get the touch. He can barely get one. To the corner is Aqua. Gonna get his boosted flat for this one. No one challenging him. Gonna get a good 50, and again, I think Maulers are doing a much better job of getting their 50s for their teammates in a spot that their team can follow up every time for a shot.
Yeah, and for the Rhythm, they're just allowing the Maulers to take the ball out. Oh, what a pass! Ed will score and breaks the scoreless streak. This is just a straight mistouch by Aqua. He tried to put, Ed right there, just right place, right time. Sometimes it just happens.
But again, looking at the difference in the cams, you see Maulers fist bumping, laughing, ha ha ha. It's like they've put 9 goals unanswered until that one, obviously. But the fact that they've been so dominant offensively and it takes them having a clear, blatant misplay for the Rhythm to score, I wouldn't be too worried if I'm Maulers. Now, Rhythm, again, it's tied game. There's no reason you can't get a crazy touch here. As we see Maze trying to work through 2 players. Tox again very, very far back as the third. He's got no boost to work with. As I mentioned earlier, they don't have the resources to be as aggressive as they need to be.
Yeah, Aqua will carry it back, getting chased by Mace. Gets the full boost, leaves it off for Fishy. Tox to the middle. 2 players go, and just no one really gets the touch they needed. And a little chain dash. Look for something else, nothing. Tox a backflip, Mace the shot. Oh, it's in! He wanted to miss, I think, but 2-1 Rhythm. That was almost very bad.
Almost very bad, but it goes in the end. And that is the first quote-unquote earned goal from the Rhythm in almost 10 minutes of gameplay. Aqua on the goal line there had 0 boost to work with, and we see a great touch mid. Rhythm now up 2-1, and as dominant as Maulers were last 10 minutes of gameplay, the Rhythm are now not in the lead anymore as they give up a very unconventional goal, and Bubbly again finding the back of the net.
Yeah, he just asserted his dominance. I don't really know what else to say.
He Guma stomped him.
Yeah.
Simple as that. But you also saw interference run on end as well. So the Rhythm, both players taking out from bumps and demos. And as we saw last game, that does seem to be the Mauler strategy. And it has worked phenomenally. But again, after that, they give up a freebie for the Rhythm off the kickoff.
Yeah, that's a huge miss from Aqua. And the goal they just
That's back-to-back on Aqua.
Yeah, back-to-back goals that they've basically just given the Rhythm. Yeah. But like for the Maulers, you score that goal, you score the tying goal with a minute left, and then you just lose it again. But Bubbly, no, he'll leave it. Aqua will score it. 3-3. Does anybody want to win the series?
That's a great question. The backboard seems to be free, and May's going so early as third man. He didn't trust himself to get back with that amount of boost that he had, which kind of hard to blame him in that situation. But again, Mahler's being consistent. They had that second man always there to follow up here. Back and forth we go. I don't know who's going to have the momentum here. But again, Maulers, if they do win this game, they are going to be going on match point rhythm. If they win, we've got a tied series, and it's just a best of 3.
Yeah, tied series, and they get the timeout buff as well. We'll see. They have looked better this game, but still just so many little mistakes that have cost them goals. Now another chance. Can they find something? Bubbly, not the greatest touch. Aqua will be there. And it's a team bump. All 3 players, luckily, and does get a touch there to move Fishy off the ball. And now a couple double commits coming out for both sides. Fishy will do it himself. Fishy, weak shot. Bubbly already up. Bubbly is playing so confident, and I mean, why wouldn't you? He's playing so well. We'll go to OT here in game 4. Anybody's game.
This is anyone's game here. This is going to be massive momentum again. Maulers, if they win, going on to match point rhythm, trying to tie this series here, and it's hard to argue that they can't do it after they finally broke the curse and found one. Can they see a sidewall redirect? What a save from Aqua, and not able to find this one. And we see Talk finally finishes it off. Rhythm, shot after shot, finally clutching OT.
Yeah, it's going to be Tox for the goal, but Mace, yeah, okay. I think the Rhythm have woken up. A sidewall, for all intents and purposes, should have gone in, but all right. It happens. They get the win. You'll never complain about that. And we have a tied series going to game 5.
I mean, at this point, you might as well go 7, right?
Exactly.
We'll have to see what happens here as Maulers, again, giving up some very unconventional goals. We saw multiple whiffs from both teams. We saw how many 0-second either side flips or just poor reads on the backboard. So both teams easily could have scored or given up a lot less if they just cleaned up on defensively a little bit. So I'm still looking at the Maulers and kind of their demos and disruptive plays, because it has still worked wonders. And the Rhythm, they're relying, I don't want to say a little too much on misplays from the Maulers, but I'm still looking for some solo plays. And that time we did see, I think, End really step up and command the field.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely benefited from a bunch of Maulers misplays. But, I mean, that'll happen on land. You got to take advantage of them. Good teams do that. And I feel like they deserve to win this game. Game 5 right here. I do think that whoever wins game 5 wins game 6. So I don't think we're getting 7.
Question is, who do you think has more momentum right now?
I think it's Bloomington, but I like Rochester, so they're gonna win.
I mean, I predicted Bloomington, you predicted Rochester, so who's gonna win? No idea. But all I know is that we're in for another great game here. As again, hoping we go 7 for the content, but both teams showing why they deserve to be here, and both teams making some uncorrected mistakes on defense. We'll see if that has cleaned up as the series goes on. And remember, both teams do have timeouts, and Fishy opening up again based on demos and disruption.
Yeah, it's been physical plays all day. You can just see the Rochester player getting harassed in the back corner, in the background of that goal. It's so easy when you can clear that much field.
They're just kind of being rats over there in the Maulers. You see Aqua getting bumps and demos. He has been so impressive for me, and then having Bubbly follow up and vice versa. I mean, it is ridiculous how disruptive it's been, and that's going to be an open net miss, but there is End to finish it off. And again, Rhythm now taking a page out of Mahler's books and getting some demos.
Yeah, it was a good beat by Tox, had to put it high. Luckily, End there to follow up. They do not waste the moment, and we're tied with 4:30 to play. I just think defense is optional in this series.
I think getting demoed is not optional.
Yeah, and I mean, even looking forward to both of these teams when they play their next series. Good bump from Mace. But whoever wins this plays St. Cloud, who, I mean, they're on fire. And if your defense is like this, you're going to have a long, long series, or a short one, rather. when you probably get swept, but we'll see. And, oh my!
My Mr. End. Getting a possibly intentional, possible not, ground double here. Just trying to get a shot here. That was beautiful. And again, I talked about last game, the End really stepped up and commanded the game. He has been, to me, Rhythm's most impressive player. But the problem is, no matter how good you are, if you keep getting demoed, you just can't do anything.
100%. And Bubbly!
Bubbly says I can do it too.
Hey, Bubbly represented up to the gym. It's a little bit of yam time from him. Just a bit. Nice little ground pinch. We take those. 2-2, 356. We've seen 4 goals in almost a minute.
I mean, at this point, are we going to get another 10-goal game? It's possible. We have not had to deal with a lack of goals in this series. And like you mentioned earlier, defense does seem to be optional. So we see Aqua, a little bit of boost here. That is a great 50. Now Fishy in a 3v1 for a split second. This might be open. Is he going to get back in time? Aqua is, but he gets dealt with for his effort. And a free shot. And again, a fantastic counter and demo from the Rhythm. Tox clutching up and putting him up 3-2.
Yeah, huge. It'll be Tox with the goal, but Mace gets the touch and the demo. Doing everything there. Rhythm retake the lead.
We see again, we aren't even halfway through and like we're at 5 goals here. Tox going for a solo play, gets the reset. Not able to get a touch. A little bit awkward from Bubbly. Does get a good 50 though on end. Maze trying to take a 50 of his own with 50. He doesn't have a lot of boost to work with. Aqua to the corner. Tox a little dangerous. This is actually wide open and Maulers get caught out again.
Yeah, just a little 3-man weave from the Rhythm here. You go Tox to End to Mace down the field. It's too easy. 4-2 Rhythm lead.
Well, I did not expect the Rhythm to get a fantastic goal there. The Maulers conceding one of the more impressive pass plays here. And again, the Rhythm finally getting clean touches that aren't explicitly relying on demos and disruption here. Fishy though, taking his time, putting this one mid. Over Bubbly, gets a decent touch. Aqua now to the corner. Can we maybe get a skim on target from N? Bubbly puts it middle. Fishy now around 1. Is anyone there to follow? We see a great demo from N, relieving any pressure here. And again, another demo from Tox. Can he get a touch? And does. Fishy now, weak shot on target. And it really does seem the path to success is demos.
Yeah, that's the name of the game in this series. A good fake. A little brotherly love for them. Bubbly fakes it. And Fishy buries it, 4-3.
I love to see fake plays like that. Bubbly on 0 boost, jumps and calls it himself off. And if you're Toxin, the goal, there's nothing you can do. You have to respect Bubbly going for that first shot. And again, he had 0, and Bubbly putting in another. And within 20 seconds, Mauler back and tying up as we have 2:22 on the clock.
Yeah, just no leads ever safe is what it seems if you're the Rochester. Maybe just go to OT and win because, holy. 2:22, 4-4 game. The last time these two teams played, I think they combined for something ridiculous, like 49 goals in this series. It was, otherworldly from them. And it is doing the exact same thing here. Bubbly, a bounce shot just high. Fishy will shoot. Fishy just wide. Aqua will dive. 50 away to the corner, but still 60 boost to his name. Looks for the reset. He will get it. Gets another reset. Gets it past 2. Bubbly, the double, the bump. Fishy's there. Fishy buries it. 5-4 Maulers.
You talk about mechanics. Aqua getting over 1. Bubbly over the second. And Maze, unfortunately, not able to get the backboard read, and slotting it is 50. Maulers now up with 3 unanswered goals. Again, trying to get to match point. The winner of this game is going to be so close to clutching this one. But again, we are getting another almost 10-goal game. Neither team wants to play any defense.
Yeah, Aqua looks for the double and will bang it away. No boost to his day, but he will try 50. Fishy a bit awkward there. Aqua coming back through the middle, looking for a demo, and will find one on his teammate. That one hit high and taking him away once again. Fishy now with it. 50 by Tox. beat out. Fishy still on it, leaves it for Bubbly. And controls, Aqua waiting. Will pop it high and will try and find Bubbly, just a bit too close to do anything substantial there. A pre-jump from Rochester, they're still playing good. A slight double commit there. Aqua sends it off the back wall, Maze awkward. And Bubbly will roll it in, 6-4 Maulers.
Somehow Bubbly will find a way. Aqua ripping one off the backboard, and again, Mates, he's backwards. He's in such an awkward spot. And with no boost to get back there, the Maulers now with 4 unanswered goals, looking to be a minute away from match point here.
Yeah, and a huge chance at a kickoff goal. 1-on-1, no, not this time. Tox will take it now. Good bump and demo from him, but it's just launched behind him. If Bloomington could do it, why can't Rochester? And up into the air, gets one touch, leaves it for Mace. Mace looking for the double. Can't find it, Tox will find it.
I cannot figure out how this goes in here as we see it off the backboard. A misread from both Aqua and from Fishy. Bubbly then has no boost, and that just barely ekes its way into the top corner here now with 45 seconds left. Rhythm, there's a lot of time here. As we've seen, apparently it takes at least 11 goals to win in a game here. Potential kickoff goal. Looking for the musty upper corner for Aqua, trying to ice up game 5.
Yeah, a little bit of mustard on it. And that is another goal, 7-5, 41 seconds. Oh my goodness.
I cannot wait to look at the ball chasing stats here and just see an average of like 3 goals per person per game at this point. I mean, this is ludicrous how much offensive pressure we're seeing. And almost another one, but Maze at the last second stopped on the goal line here. 30 seconds left. Maulers need to hang on, and I am not confident in any lead being secured right now at this point. And beating out Bubbly. Tox going for the solo play. He's got the reset, trying to go low. It's actually a fake from Maze, but Bubbly on the goal line with 0. It's just a little low. Potential double tap. Bubbly again on the goal line with 0, just trying to hold on. And as the clock does in fact tick down, Maulers in the end will have just enough to eke this out, and they are going on match point.
Yeah. We talked about the defense for Rochester a lot. It has been not up to par. I mean, tournament's on the line right here. Got to find the defense now.
Defense is irrelevant in this game, and I think the players on the crowd would pretty much agree at this point. They just want as many goals as possible.
Hey, give me 10.
10. We got 12 last time. 10 is
nothing. Give me 10 from one team.
Oh my gosh, yeah, at this point, this is ridiculous how many goals we are getting scored here. It's interesting because like the replays, as we're looking, we're just, we're taking too much time between games. But as we do finally get a little more serious and talk about this one, you know, Maulers are on match point. Rhythm, realistically, they have to look at this and goes, do we focus on scoring more than 5, 6, 7 goals, or do we focus on just stopping them more defensively?
Well, I feel like whatever we say, the opposite's going to happen, and I'm predicting a 1-0 overtime game. Like pretty confidently. I can't lie.
All right. Question is 1-0 to who? Do Maulers close it out, or do we see a Game 7 to finish off the day?
Rochester.
All right, good answer. As we see another kickoff Maze. That is such a good job getting the reset, going low under Fishy, and then just beating out Bubbly. That is a beautiful start here. And Rhythm, they took 5 seconds. So by this logic, we're going to have like a 40 to 45 game. But I think the crowd's going to like this one, and we'll see if Rhythm have enough to go to Game 7, because we know they sure have enough to score 6, 7 goals per game.
Yeah, the last time these teams played a Game 7, if we get there, it was Rochester winning 7-3. So I promise you, there's going to be goals. We'll see what happens. I'm really thinking this is going to be a real low-scoring game.
Ooh, I don't know if it's going to be a 1-0 victory, as Bubbly getting a great 50 from Aqua, popping right to him, slotting that one bottom corner as Tox was ripping across. There's nothing he can do, and Maulers, again, we're back to scoring a lot of goals, and Bubbly has been MVP for me, somehow always finding a touch to go to the back of the net.
Yeah, someone that I think is still just a bit underrated in Prem. Such a good player. He fills the holes of any team that he's on so well. Yeah, I mean, he's one game away from advancing and trying to make a run deep into Sunday. But that one's so awkward for Aqua. Tox just stuffs it in. 2-1, 4 minutes.
That is such an awkward read on the goal. And again, Mays with the reset. That is such a good pass mid. Yeah, you have to give it up to that one, Rhythm. They have deserved this 2-1 lead so far. But as we know, they can be up by 5. It does not matter. So I'm going to guess we'll see another goal in the next 10, 15 seconds because that just does seem to be the trend. Both teams have, like you said, thrown defense out the window, and they are being so aggressive in this game.
Yeah, it's been a super aggressive series. Bubbly looks for the demo. Good play by Mace to fake it out, sends Bubbly away. Mace now, he's been the catalyst so far. Slows it down, Mace the shot, nothing there. And Bubbly will just kind of give it away. Not the greatest touch from End though. Another demo. What's new? But the Rhythm hang on for the moment. Shot on, saved away by End. And okay, how many goals do you think we're going to see in this game?
I'm going to guess we're going to have 8 goals in this game. It's going to be 5-3. I don't know what team, but it's going to be 5-3.
5-3. I'm telling you, it's not going to be a high-scoring game. I just have a real feeling. Good beat by Ed. Looking for the bump. It's such a slow play. Nobody on Rochester had boost to do anything with it. Maybe a chance goes by the wayside there. Bloomington just kind of playing a bit of bank ball right now. Not really setting up any type of offense.
Ooh, Mays drops this one mid. Aqua, can he get touched? No, he could not as we get sandwiched between End and Tox. Tox now to the sidewall, getting around 1. Gets an extra touch, going for some demos. Can he find the touch? And that is going to be a freebie. Mays, fantastic job to follow up his team. But again, MVP to Tox, running interference again.
Yeah, 100%. Great flick to even get past him, but the demo creates the chaos. And, you know, I feel no comfort in the Rhythm leading by 2. I don't even want to imagine what the players feel. There is 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and that's about 2 minutes and 29 seconds too much time, I feel. As Aqua goes off his own backboard. Looks for the reset, no, he'll find a pinch. And just giving it away to Mace, who has a bit of an awkward first touch. Looks for the reset, won't find it, and beat out. Another bump attempt from Mace, and it's a goal for End, which may send us to 7.
We've seen this scoreline before, specifically 4-1 Rhythm over Maulers, and Maulers ended up coming back. Rhythm did win 6-5 in OT, but the fact that at this point there was going to be at least like 7 more goals scored. So as we do see Maulers down by 3, again, 2 minutes is so much time, especially in this series, because we are expecting 3 or 4 more goals to be scored. As this does drop down, Bubbly a little awkward. Leaves this for Aqua, rips it downfield, and leave this one for Mace. A little awkward in the corner here. So we see Tox getting beat up by Fishy and pops this one up, going for a solo play, just trying to buy time and get that 50. Gets it around 1, it drops mid. Tox popping this one up, but Maze with low boost doesn't want to commit smartly as third man. Drops down Bubbly over to Aqua. Aqua trying to get this one mid, going for a low 50 and doing a great job to avoid bumps. You saw Bubbly was lurking mid. Tox now leaving this. We're just seeing again back to no boost for Rhythm as this might be an open net. And Aqua, can he get there in time? And he does. Maulers getting closer and closer.
Yeah, plenty of time left, and it's only 2 goals. The ball just kind of floating there. Fishy will get credit for it. Aqua did enough there, but Bubbly and Fishy both bumping everybody off of the halfway line. 4-2, 124 to play. Plenty of time. A good dunk by Mace, though, to start this kickoff sequence. Tox with a soft touch back to Ed. Launched out of the field. The bumps have been so critical. Mace goes missing. Bubbly goes missing. A huge miss that could have been set up for a shot.
No.
And Aqua, that's the wrong net.
You know, I will say I'm starting to feel pretty confident about my 5-3 score line. But yeah, that is obviously going the wrong way. And I am also starting to feel pretty confident about Game 7 coming our way.
Yeah, I mean, Bloomington still all smiles. I mean, why wouldn't you be? They've been a team where the vibes have been so high all day. They've scored a plethora of goals. I mean, I just don't know. And it's going to find another 6-2.
Boo. I wanted to see a 5-3, but again, Talks, that is a beautiful infield pass to end, catching out the defense of Aqua and Bubbly, splitting them in the middle. And Rhythm, they have been a dominant performance. Now the question is, again, going into Game 7, who has momentum? I don't know. We are getting an average of 8 goals per game.
Well, the script is looking like Bloomington's going to win because Rochester can't win odd number games. They won game 2, 4, and 6. Well, unless they somehow blow this, I would say it might not be out of the possibility with some of the defense, but they should have this wrapped up with 30 seconds to play. But yeah, if patterns want to tell you anything, Bloomington wins game 7. But I'm still taking Rochester. I just have so much faith in
here. But yeah, like you mentioned though, with 15 seconds left, this game is in fact done. I am confident in that. Rhythm, they came and they have destroyed the Maulers, and it does seem to kind of be going back and forth. Maulers will win by 4 or 5 over the Rhythm, and then vice versa. So going into Game 7, maybe we finally do actually see a 0-0, going into OT, but I doubt it.
Yeah. I mean, surely one of these games has to be low scoring. I mean, I guess the first one was a 2-1, but after that, I don't know. We'll see. Game 7's on LAN, your tournament life on the line. I mean, this is everything you've worked so hard for the entire season. I think the nerves will be there, and I think Bloomington has the more replicatable play style, no matter the nerves or the situation, more so than Rochester do.
Sure. Well, it's interesting. You look at, last game. That was Rhythm's life was on the line. They were on, or they were going against match point, and they responded with 6-2. Right? Absolute domination. They do not care. Now, I do think it's interesting because now both teams know, hey, it is Game 7. Do they finally play a little more passive? Do they finally play a little more defensive? If there is a game that ever isn't a super high-scoring game, I'm going to go with this Game 7.
Yeah, I completely agree, and it's already dangerous. It's already bubbly, but he misses the double. Can't find it. Aqua keeps it in. Fishy beat out. Bubbly last back. Not a lot of boost in his name. Does get the touch away, and a good demo from Fishy to alleviate space, but no boost for him. We'll just look for more bumps. What do you know? Aqua 50 through and across the backboard. Rhythm will take control for at least a little bit in their own corner.
And tossing this one out to Fishy. Is this going to be an open net? I don't think he realized how open it was. Bubbly was running interference on Maze. Aqua now getting bumped out of the free shot and now throw this one downfield. Little awkward first minute here for Rhythm, but that one might find the back of the net. Aqua, though, saving the last second. Both teams now have missed open net. As we see the first minute come and go, this is the first time in a long time we've seen zeros on the board this far into a game.
Mason Tox were playing freaking copycat as Tox buries it. 1-0 Rhythm.
As soon as I bring it to attention, the Rhythm said, hey, it's been a minute, we can score here. We see Bubba, it's a little bit awkward here on zero boost, not able to follow a one in the order he thought it was. And Rhythm, they're taking the lead, and again, they scored 6 last game. We'll see if they can continue it this game. Maulers, they have been struggling a little bit as we see Tox. He would have hit that double with the angle here. We're seeing more and more mistouches out of defense of Maulers. I think the pressure's starting to get to them.
Oh my! Oh, they just missed for Bloomington to be down 2-0. A good demo. Mace leaves it for End. End will control. And the double tap. Tox up. Tox just missing. And it's another just barely missed it. Tox, the last time these teams played in Game 7, he scored 4 goals.
Is that in?
There's a goal for Bloomington. Fishy ties us up.
Fishy out of nowhere, Bubbly getting such a good touch, and then he gets called off from Fishy with also 0 boost, catching out the defense of Rhythm. The Maulers and Rhythm, they are giving us the content we are asking for.
1-1, 3:14 to play. Kickoff goes in favor of the Rhythm. And just one touch, one more touch, nothing there. Mace just kind of waiting and seeing, getting chased. What do you know? The Tox gets bumped. Bubbly, the double is pinched away. He just gets too close to the ball there. Now Tox launches it back downfield. Fishy sends it to their corner. Won't win this. Mace already waiting for it. Drop down. It's a huge miss. 2:48 to play. Tox leaves it.
Oh my God, demos from everywhere, and that is the freest goal that Maze is gonna score all day. The reset from Tox and demoing one, and just a miss from Aqua, and that is gonna hurt. Rhythm 2-1. We are halfway through this game, and ladies and gentlemen, this is where diamonds are made from the pressure. Maulers might be getting a kickoff goal here. Bubbly, not enough time, but he does demo the third man. Aqua going for a sideball read. Does he get the reset? Yes, he does. That might be 50 going the other way. It's going to be off target, hitting the crossbar. Going back mid. Fishy, the decent clear, still in a dangerous spot. Aqua doesn't have a lot of boost. Maulers are getting desperate in Rhythm. They're not trying anything super crazy, but Maulers just, again, seem to be struggling on defense.
Yeah, the Maulers on offense, they're just being passive. They're not really trying anything. It's just kind of play and hope something good happens and they mess up. A lack of conviction so far for them. Popped up into the air, and it's been a lack of boost, just like that game one. They had no boost, and will launch it to the backboard. Tox drops it down. Mace can't go. A huge mistake. It's a... Oh, he missed! Fishy misses off the crossbar. It was a 3-on-1 that they couldn't convert. They're going to want that back badly.
Absolutely going to want that one badly. The clock keeps on ticking down. The clock is in favor of the Rhythm. Maulers, this is game 7. You came in hot and heavy, but again, Rhythm have bounced back, scoring like 15 goals in the last 2 games. Fishy now pops this one to Bubbly. Gets a little bit of a skim, but N doing such a great job of not allowing anything really past field. Every single time Maulers tries to get it clear, they don't have any boost to follow up.
This is kind of awkward for M, but he makes it look so easy. Gets one more touch to Tox. Tox still up. Nothing there. Aqua will send it away. Bubbly does jump for it. Should be some time for Fishy. He'll just shoot. And 54 seconds, under a minute to play. The goals have been so plentiful this series that you have to feel like there's at least one more. And it won't be for Mace. He just misses.
Oh, it's a bump.
It's a team bump.
It might be open for a split second, and it's lucky he missed. It was wide open.
Fishy buried it.
Fishy clutches, and you can see Aqua have a sigh of relief. That would have been heartbreaking with the demo coming through, but Fishy, with 40 seconds left, Maulers are back in this one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what we wanted in Game 7, and I have no idea who's going to win.
That saves the kickoff goal. Bubbly Reaper! Jam time! Game 7! That's what he does!
Bubbly built different, getting the dunk, and it slowly trickles in. And within 10 seconds, Maulers go from down 1 to winning. 30 seconds left from moving on. Rhythm, they have played a lot cleaner. They've made Maulers make a lot of defensive mistakes. Where do they see
Aqua,
a touch here?
Aqua.
And Aqua clutching up with the read.
This guy, oh my goodness. What a shot.
Well deserved, Maulers. The question is, with 20 seconds left, Rhythm, what do you have in store back against the line? You've scored so many goals, and at the end of the day, now you need 3 more minimum to win here. Time is against them as Bubbly trying to look for a 5th one. The ball's in the air. Rhythm, extremely awkward. They've got no boost between them. Tox can't find it. Maze doesn't have anything to work with. Rhythm, they're just stuck.
Yeah, just nothing here. Tox 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Bubbly gonna waste some time. That is the game. The Maulers come back and win it. It'll say 4-3, but for
Ladies
Bloomington
and gentlemen, the Maulers have decided they wanted to win in Game 7. This is one of the most ridiculous high-scoring series I have ever seen in my life. But at the end of the day, the Maulers have come on top. Massive, massive round of congratulations to both these teams.
Yeah. it's a bit of an upset, honestly. I thought Rochester were going to pull it out. They just couldn't when they need to. And Bloomington, they pulled it off. That's a huge win, a huge confidence booster as they'll go and play St. Cloud next. I think that Game 7 gave us everything we wanted.
I think this series gave us everything we wanted. I at the end of this, I need the goal total from this series. This is one of the most ridiculous stat padding series I've ever seen. But again, in the end of the day, the Maulers did come on clutch with Game 7. Again, back and forth. There were so many times that teams were getting blown out by 3, 4, 5 goals, but it didn't matter because they came back swinging the next game.
Yeah. I'm honestly kind of sad it's over. I wanted to see how many more goals we could score. But for the Rhythm, it was a great season. It just happens sometimes. If it's not your day, you get some unlucky bounces. For Bloomington, it's going to be a long day tomorrow if they want a chance to win the grand finals. But that's something that we'll figure out tomorrow. And, this might be the longest replay package we've ever had.
I was going to say, I don't know, Stewie. We're going to be here for about 15 minutes at this point in time. But no, it is going to be interesting just to see. It is interesting to see how this is going to happen here. Just you score 1,000 goals, and at the end of the day, you walk away empty-handed while still scoring 30. The Rhythm against any other team, against any other series, you would think that putting up, let's say, 55 replays. Is that seriously? We had 55 goals in 7 games. That is one of the most ridiculous stats I have ever seen on a LAN match, nonetheless.
Yeah. It's when everybody's supposed to be playing their best, and the offense has showed up. 55. Oh my gosh. I thought their last series they played in the major.
7.8 goals average per game. Yeah, so you talk about stat padding. That is definitely going to help the stats here. So what's going to be interesting, though, is going into tomorrow, a team like the Maulers, who, again, is the team that moved on through God knows how with 55 goals scored. Do they have the defensive, prowess to stop? You said St. Cloud, I believe, was who they played next. It's like, okay, is a team like St. Cloud, are they going to be putting up a 55-goal series with the Maulers, or is it going to be a completely different dynamic?
Yeah, it's a St. Cloud team that I didn't watch their last series, but I casted their first one against Duluth, whereas, they honestly shut down that team that was first seed going into that second major. So it's not like Duluth was a bad team. It's St. Cloud is just possibly on another level. But just thinking, if there's ever a way where a series scores more than 55 goals, I want to be there to watch it, because this was possibly the best way to end a day one of a LAN ever.
I will say, I think these two teams did everything possible known to man to make this the longest series possible. And what's interesting, only one game went OT. With 55 goals, that is honestly a crazy stat. In fact, we're only in Game 4 at this point, right? We just started Game 4, but 55 goals. And if you had to pick an MVP, I think for me it's a pretty clear choice, but I'm curious who you think.
I think it's got to be Bubbly.
Yep.
No doubt about that. I think just even when he wasn't scoring, the off-ball play, that's what he does. And, he kept just having highlight moment after highlight moment. And, they all played great. Clearly, everybody has to play good for you to win on LAN. But, Bubbly showed out. He did his thing. And their move, what a confidence booster to be able to score that many on a premier team.
I think it was one of the most impressive performances. But also, you have to look at the mechanics of Aqua, right? Like the sidewall read to set up his team so many times. Just the fact that they had such a good game plan. And again, offensively, it worked great. You're putting up, 8 goals average, who knows what per side roughly. But it's like, and Fishy, I want to say maybe it was a little quieter in terms of the scoring, but the amount of demos he had, the passes, the disruption, the boost steals, that's one thing we didn't mention as much is both teams went back and forth, really starving the other team for 2 series at a time. But in the end of the day, it is the Maulers moving on to play the St. Cloud Flyers, which, again, they dominated the Outlaws. So the question is, you go against a team who just dominated. The Flyers probably have an ungodly amount of confidence going into this lower semifinals.
Yeah, but you got to wonder, since you're taking that day off and you're not playing right now or like right after this, it's can we hold that momentum going into another day? Maybe I'm not feeling it tomorrow. And I mean, the winner of this Flyers and Maulers game has to play Fargo and Buffalo, who are also two of the best teams in the tier. And I mean, it's going to be eventually. I mean, you're going to meet somebody that just bests you. But if this is your top 4, it's a pretty dang good top 4.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I'm looking up top. It's like Fargo, they went to Game 5 versus the Outlaws. And Fargo's a pretty dang good team going into the upper finals here, but not able to clutch out here. But moving on to the Challenger bracket, we saw, victory 4-2 over Bemidji and then 4-2 over Superior is taking out the number 1 seed. That's probably one of the biggest upsets of the day, is Superior not being in the tournament anymore.
Yeah, Duluth, they had to play with a sub, but Kirby's a great player. I think he could beat Chow anyways, so that's a huge upset. For Brainerd, they are a team that I think underperformed a bit in the regular season and in the majors, but they find a way to make LAN as the 8th seed. I believe they got in because Des Moines or somebody's team couldn't play. I'm not sure. But anyways, they make LAN, and now they're top 4. And, they're playing as good as anybody in Chow right now.
Yeah, moving on to Rising Star, we have in the upper finals Senators versus Maulers. The Maulers are looking pretty good this entire LAN here, but one single game away from going to the grand finals versus the lower bracket. You look at Superiors, they're going 4-0, 4-0, or going to be facing up against the Outlaws, who went 4-0 against the Rhythms themselves. So a lot more 4-0s and 3-0s in Rising Star.
Yeah, Rising Star is just a bit chalky today. Most of the teams that were supposed to win did, except mine, so that's fun. The Superiors, 8-0. I don't care if you're playing subs, whoever you're playing, not dropping a single game in 2 best-of-7s is pretty dang good. They're going to have their hands full with the Outlaws. That team beat a Minnesota team that I thought could really contend for a LAN title, and I'm excited to see that one bright and early in the morning. But
yeah, bright and early indeed. And like we mentioned, we've got a long day tomorrow as we're going to be crowning some champions, and that is going to be extremely exciting. I really do appreciate everyone who has come in, help support the stream, help support here, everyone who has helped set up everything. Obviously, Stewie Broadcasting and Brad helping so much, and so many people to help set up. This is not possible to do without you guys. I am extremely excited to be a part of it and to see and share what you guys have done. I know it means a lot for so many of these players. Do you have any parting words, anything you want to say before we wrap this up?
Omaha's winning Chow and Prem, and come back tomorrow. It's going to be insane. I'm so excited for tomorrow to crown 3 new champions in MCS.
It is going to be extremely fun. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. We are going to be back tomorrow bright and early for some more MCS action. We'll see you guys soon.
After hours, seize the moment, I came back up, called a coward. Student of the game, like I ball at Howard. You can cut me down, I can be devoured. Heart on 10, coverage on 10, all I think is win. I can't watch it in 2020 through the lens. When I fell off, I always had to try again. Got the code that connected like I'm signing in. Ain't got time for indecision, I got
say it loud and proud, I feel like I'm the GOAT. Put some numbers on the board when I didn't have hope. Whatever comes my way, I'm with all of the smoke. Mark my words, that's the realest thing that I wrote.